Uncle Lin Dong, who was once destitute, was unexpectedly reborn and kicked back 28 years ago. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was hit by a shocking robbery and activated the black gold system. With the system in hand, I have wealth, watching the surging crowds and business opportunities in front of me. Lindong laughed wildly and said, "You can make money. Anyway, it's always mine sooner or later." Gangster Yi Jihuan once said, "No one in the underworld is more ruthless than me." Upon hearing Lindong's name, he immediately put down his flag and said, "When I didn't say it." Thief King Zhang Ziqiang boasted about his heroic feat of taking down Li's richest man with 1.2 billion yuan. When someone mentioned Lindong, he immediately shut up and admitted his cowardice. The opponents gritted their teeth and launched the nuclear winter plan. The nuclear bomb exploded, and the smoke of gunpowder dissipated. Lindong dusted off the dust and stood up. The message came back, and the enemy camp was in a state of mourning. This pervert, no matter how hard he tries, he can't be killed. Years later, the global underground forces lay at the feet of Lindong. Winter, I have released the income list of underground gangs from various countries for you this year. Winter, the presidential campaign list for Citigroup is here. Whoever you say will be on it. Winter, the proposal for the Long Gang to join the permanent members of the underground world has been unanimously passed. Rebirth counterattack, system added. Let's see how Lin Dong rises from the bottom to the top of the global underground throne step by step, wielding wealth and power, making the whole world tremble for him. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1, Gunslinger Reborn, 17 million black gold. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out in Lin Dong's ear. He was startled, and his body, which had just woken up, became somewhat stiff due to fear and tension. The white cash truck parked at the bank entrance was hijacked by two robbers who suddenly rushed forward as soon as they opened the door. As soon as they got on the car, they shot the driver in the head. Lying in a ditch, robbing? Lindong felt numb as he looked at the driver, Lao Gua, who was lying upside down in a pool of blood beside him. The scene before me is too familiar. Isn't this 1995? My first job after retiring from the military and switching careers was on the third day of working as a cash pledger. Have I been reborn? Moreover, is it a rebirth back to the moment when the shocking Huaxia robbery occurred? A cash transport truck from 1995. I remember not long ago, Lindong was at a business dinner for Christmas 2023. He drank too much and ran unsteadily to the artificial lake behind the hotel, intending to blow the evening breeze to wake up and vomit the excess alcohol in his stomach. He bent down and vomited by the lake for a while, feeling dizzy and disoriented. I don't know who kicked him in the back, but with a thud, he plunged into the lake several meters deep. Who exactly is this? Do you have such a big grudge against yourself? What should I do if I accidentally drown after falling into the lake while drunk? Afraid of anything, Lin Dong plunged into the bottom of the lake, and his right foot seemed to be stuck by something resembling a water sprayer. No matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. At the moment before drowning, he recalled his half-life of being a coward. Even though he was over 50 years old, big things didn't happen and small things were complicated. It was really sad whether it's late or fast, Lin Dong thought so much, but in fact, only 1 second has passed in the outside world. In critical moments, people can always think of many things in a moment, and their minds are like watching a movie. The dangerous atmosphere of the cash truck instantly woke Lin Dong up, and he confirmed that he had truly been reborn. Bang! A gunshot came from outside the car, and Lin Dong knew that Chen Jingming, the cash handler who had just got off the car, must have also suffered. In the memories of his past life, after Chen Jingming was shot in the thigh and fell to the ground, he would soon be shot twice by the robbers outside the car, and the riot gun in his hand would also be stolen. Then, the other 3 robbers outside the car will quickly approach the windows of the driver and passenger seats, one on the left and one on the right. I remember in my past life, my reaction was very quick. Before the bandits who got on the car shot me, I opened the car door and ran towards the bank gate 10 meters away. But we were still 2 steps away from the door when we were hit by 2 bullets coming from behind. A shot hit the back and was blocked by a bulletproof vest. A gunshot hit his left back arm, leaving permanent damage to his left arm. Amidst the electric sparks, Lin Dong made an adventurous decision. He suddenly pushed open the passenger door and got off the car, not running towards the bank gate, but rushing towards the flower bed not far from the front of the car. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Lin Dong felt a sharp pain in his back. A tremendous force hit him, causing his body to involuntarily fall forward and coincidentally fall into the green belt of the flower bed. The second shot followed, and the bullet grazed his left arm, piercing through a string of flower leaves. It was risky, but fate finally changed and I wasn't injured this time. From this moment on, Lin Dong decided to hide in the flower bed and not move around anymore. Because according to past life memories, this group of bandits' armed robbery of a cash truck will end within 2 minutes. Under the rush of time, these bandits only think about snatching the cash truck as soon as possible and have no time to pay attention to him as a small person. Lin Dong knew best in his heart that among the 5 armed bandits who were robbing the cash truck at this moment, 4 of them were veterans, not only with accurate marksmanship, but also with extremely high tactical literacy. The hostage taker Su Dacheng, who was kidnapped in the car, will soon be finished. Lin Dong is the only one left to guard the cash truck. If he dares to come forward and fight back at this moment, his fate will be very tragic. The difference in strength is too great. How can we fight? Of course, it's important to save your own life first. Bang bang. 2 more gunshots rang out, and Lin Dong, who was lying in the flower bed, understood that Chen Jingming, who had injured his thigh, had been shot twice. Bang. Followed by a shot, probably from the cash handler Su Dacheng inside the car, who was hit in the neck in the back compartment. Now only Lin Dong, who narrowly escaped death, is left. But he could only survive, panting heavily and obediently lying in the flower bed. Through the gaps between the flowers and leaves, Lin Dong peeked at 3 masked robbers outside the car and quickly ran onto the white cash truck. Ding! A real-time robbery has been detected, and the black gold system is starting to activate. At this moment, a clear message suddenly came to Lin Dong's mind. Black gold system? What the hell is this? Lin Dong was a bit confused, but soon he eagerly looked forward to it again. As a respawn, without 1 or 2 powerful systems and golden fingers, I feel embarrassed to claim to be reborn. No, what should have come is still here. Ding! Detected target black gold of 17.06 million yuan, located 9.3 meters away, and within the effective conversion range of 10 meters. Black gold conversion activation. Yes/no. Lin Dong paused for a moment and instinctively gave the command. Yes. Ding! The black gold conversion has been completed. This time, the black gold conversion is 17.06 million yuan. The black gold in the car is not affected, and the wealth value obtained is 17.06 million yuan. Note that each transaction of black gold can only be converted once and cannot be repeatedly converted. Wealth value is measured in Huaxia currency and serves the purpose of wealth value. 1. It can be used as a local circulating currency. 2. Upgradable special skills. Black gold eye, enhanced wings. Special skill 1. Black gold eye, beginner, can scan and obtain information about black gold characters. Special skill 2. Enhanced wings, beginner, can strengthen and improve various parts and functions of the body, including defense, strength, speed. A series of information in his mind shook Lin Dong. Isn't this golden finger too awesome? How could someone unknowingly transform and whiten someone else's black gold into their own wealth? And the transformed black gold remains unaffected in the slightest. This is equivalent to directly copying and converting black gold, and you can use it with confidence and legality. Isn't having such an incredible system driving me to the rhythm of getting rich? There is also an additional skill called Black Gold Eye, which is tailor-made for harvesting black gold. In the future, won't all the black gold in the world be used by me? Also, what the hell is this enhanced wing? Strengthening defense and strength are all understood, but can they also strengthen various parts of the body? Can certain parts also be strengthened? This, cough 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 cough, is it going to be a bit abnormal? What the hell, my life can't be said without hanging up, is it so exciting? The gunshots have ceased, and on a slightly chilly morning in the northern part of Nandu, there was a roar of a van starting. Lin Dong quietly poked his head out of the flowers and leaves, and saw the white cash truck whistling away on the cold street. On the ground not far away, there were 3 figures lying, and several pools of bright red blood stains. Lin Dong got up and ran quickly into the bank gate, shouting at several frightened employees. Did you call the police? Yes, you did. Call an ambulance quickly, someone is injured. Chapter 2. Are you the mastermind behind the heist, so audacious? On December 25, 1995, Christmas Day, at 7:30 a.m., a heist occurred in front of the North District Bank in Huagua, marking the largest cash theft since the founding of the nation. The police responded swiftly, arriving at the scene within 7 minutes. Lin Dong, as the sole survivor and the first eyewitness at the crime scene, was retained for a thorough inquiry. In this case, the driver, Old Gua, and the cash courier, Su Dacheng, were shot dead on the spot. Another courier, Chen Jingming, was struck by 3 bullets. Yet fortunately, none hit vital organs, and he was promptly rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. After Lin Dong identified the scene with the criminal investigation team, a robust middle-aged man, the team leader, inquired, "You are Lin Dong? Recently discharged?" "Yes, today marks my 3rd day on the job," Lin Dong replied candidly, aware that the man addressing him was a superior, and a formidable one at that. Lu Yufeng, 36 years old, the captain of the 6th Criminal Investigation Team in the North District. In his past life, Lin Dong recalled that this very individual was the first to uncover the robber's escape route. "Tell me, why didn't you fire back at that moment?" Lu Yufeng's piercing gaze fixed intently upon him. Lin Dong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "You don't suspect me of being an insider, do you? Come on, I've only been on the job for 3 days." He thought to himself, for such a significant cash heist, the robbers would have prepared for at least 2 weeks. Just 2 weeks ago, I was still in the military. I'm not questioning your loyalty. Just observing that since you were armed, your lack of resistance seems rather timid, Lu Yufeng remarked, glancing at Lin Dong's sharply defined features with a sigh. Lin Dong was left speechless, inwardly grumbling. I only earn a few $100 a month. What am I supposed to risk my life for? Sir, given the circumstances. No one could have reacted effectively. The robbers were well-trained, organized, and outnumbered, wielding significant firepower. Look at Chen Jingming and Su Diqing. They didn't even have time to draw their weapons before being taken down. Indeed, this gang is quite formidable, Lu Yufeng mused, furrowing his brow. He then turned to a team member clad in blue sportswear beside him and commanded, Luo Zizong. Call the bureau and inquire if the situation report has been communicated to the provincial department. Have the control and inspection orders been issued? Yes, I'll check right away. Luo Zizong replied, hastening towards the bank to use their phone for inquiries. By this time, 20 minutes had elapsed since the incident. The bodies and bloodstains at the scene emitted a faint metallic odor in the chilly air, which was quite disconcerting. Several forensic specialists and evidence collectors were bustling about in their white lab coats. Outside the three-sided cordon, the crowd of onlookers was steadily growing. 2 minutes later, Luo Zizong emerged from the bank at a brisk pace, his voice reaching them before he even arrived. Captain Lu, 3 minutes ago. The provincial department coordinated with the traffic police to issue control and inspection orders at all major transportation routes, airports, railways, and border crossings statewide. Good. Which route is the bureau assigning to us for assistance? Reporting to Captain Lu, it's the route from the North District to Deshi. Understood. Organize personnel immediately and set off. Understood. Watching the flurry of activity around him, Lindong secretly rolled his eyes, pondering the futility of such a grand mobilization. The robbers were certainly cunning. Lindong, once you finish your statement, you can head back. Oh, and it would be wise to visit the hospital for a checkup, just in case that bullet that grazed your bulletproof vest has caused any discomfort. Lu Yufeng advised before getting into his vehicle. Lindong nodded, don't worry. I'll be staying in Nandu for the time being, not going anywhere. Lu Yufeng glanced at Lindong before closing the car door and speeding away. Based on his past life memories, Lindong knew that the extensive statewide interception and investigation would likely be in vain. The cunning robbers had already anticipated this and abandoned their usual escape routes on land, opting instead for a waterway retreat. The Southern Triangle region, with its intricate network of waterways, offered numerous escape routes. All they needed was to locate a nearby ferry or dock to board a vessel, rendering attempts to block or search the vast waters nearly impossible. The police's rigid focus on land, air, and border crossings played directly into the robbers' hands. Lindong knew he couldn't possibly inform Lu Yufeng of this. Discussing such matters would be inexplicable. How could he explain that he had been reborn and was aware of future events? Better to remain low-key and quietly amass wealth rather than attract trouble. Tightening his uniform, Lindong boarded a police car to accompany the criminal investigation team to the bureau for a detailed statement. As the police vehicle departed the crime scene, heading toward the North District Police Station, he cast a glance at the Xianquan Hotel across the street, a renowned establishment from the 1990s, which not only operated as a hotel, but also housed a popular Cantonese restaurant on its second floor. On this wintry morning, a considerable number of citizens had gathered there to enjoy morning tea. The restaurant was already bustling with patrons, and the recent heist at the bank added yet another topic for their morning conversations. As the police car passed by the entrance of the Xianquan Hotel, Lin Dong inadvertently caught sight of a slender figure. The man, wearing black-rimmed glasses and presenting a scholarly demeanor, stood on the hotel steps, silently observing the crime scene across the street for a couple of seconds before turning and entering the hotel. Is it him? Lindong's heart raced. To confirm his suspicion, he activated the black gold eye. Target acquired. Scanning. Chen Shumin, male, 29 years old, general manager of Jinhua Real Estate Company, involved in one cash theft case. Black gold value, 17.06 million yuan, already converted. Damn, it really is him. Lin Dong felt a wave of disbelief. He was all too familiar with this face. After the heist in his past life, as one of the survivors, he had specifically researched Chen Shumin's background. This face had also graced the A-level wanted list for a full 22 years. Goodness, you are the mastermind behind this audacious heist. And you have the gall to sip morning tea near the crime scene? Aren't you afraid of being caught? Of course, the police had yet to gather evidence. So Chen Shumin remained secure for the time being. Perhaps his presence held a particular purpose. Nonetheless, Lin Dong could not help but admire the man's scheming and formidable nature. Lin Dong averted his gaze, choosing to disregard the distractions of the outside world. In addition to activating the black gold system, he had unexpectedly acquired a wealth value of 17.06 million. Although he could not withdraw it all at once, it was still usable. Ultimately, he was the greatest beneficiary in reality, quietly accumulating wealth while remaining hidden in the shadows, a truly exhilarating prospect. Thus, Lin Dong would never be foolish enough to report him. Even if he did, how could he explain the source of his information? Such a self-destructive action was certainly not in his plans. Having come to this realization, Lin Dong peacefully closed his eyes in the police car, appearing to be resting while actually digesting the shock brought by his rebirth in the system. Chapter 3. Upgrading the Black Gold System Skills. Returning to 28 years ago from 2023 was akin to living life anew. Now, Lin Dong possessed two significant advantages: the Black Gold System and knowledge of the broader historical trajectory. After experiencing the heist in his past life, he had suffered a permanent disability in his left hand and endured a wretched existence, resorting to serving drinks and offering forced smiles to help his boss attract business well into his 50s. Since he has been reborn in this world, Lin Dong will firmly grasp his destiny in his own hands, no longer easily swayed by the opinions of others. As for those who offend him, he will decisively eliminate them. The Black Gold System, while already extraordinarily powerful, is further enhanced by the Black Gold Eye, which can scan various individuals, and the reinforced wings, which strengthen the body. However, Lin Dong firmly believes that the system can be upgraded. As for the amount of wealth required for an upgrade, he has yet to discern it. The system currently holds a staggering 17.06 million in wealth values. He might as well see if he can upgrade the Black Gold Eye. Upgrade the Black Gold Eye, Lin Dong silently intoned in his mind. Ding, insufficient balance. Upgrade of the Black Gold Eye failed. Mid-tier upgrade condition, 1 billion wealth value. Mid-tier Black Gold Eye can accurately locate the hidden places of targeted individuals. Lin Dong was nearly driven to expletives. 1 billion? Are you kidding? It is 1995, the era when millions of laborers flock south to seek fortunes. The average monthly salary is merely 3 to 500 yuan, and purchasing a courtyard in the capital would not require more than 500,000. And you come asking for 1 billion? That is utterly outrageous. Wait, should he actually consider buying 10 or 8 courtyards? After a decade or two, each would be worth over 100 million. Never mind, having just experienced a robbery, he must remain low-key. Then, Lin Dong attempted to upgrade the reinforced wings. Ding, insufficient balance. Upgrade of the reinforced wings failed. Mid-tier upgrade condition, 1 billion wealth value. Mid-tier reinforced wings can enhance various knowledge and skills. Lin Dong was left speechless. Fine. He could only proceed to enhance his body. Fortunately, the skill to strengthen the body was not excessively exorbitant. Reinforced wings, 1 million wealth value to enhance by 10 points. How much could this 10 points amount to? Lin Dong could only silently experiment to find out. To experience the exhilarating sensation of enhanced strength, he resolutely spent 1 million wealth value to elevate his defense by 10 points. Ding, body defense increased by 10 points, skin mesoderm toughness increased by 10. External damage reduced by 10, pain sensation decreased by 10. Is that it? Lin Dong was utterly speechless, unwilling to endure such humiliation. He gritted his teeth and spent another 2 million to boost both his strength and speed by 10 points. Ding, strength increased by 10 points, adding 10 kilograms of force. Speed increased by 10 points, explosive power enhanced by 10, time to reach top speed from a standstill, 178 seconds. Lin Dong was significantly disheartened, shutting off the system to avoid seeing it any longer. However, upon reflection, strengthening his own body seemed to incur no loss. His mindset quickly regained balance. Cough. Accustomed to being a loser in his past life, he had not transitioned smoothly. After completing his statement at the police station, Lin Dong did not rush to the hospital for a checkup nor hurried back to the dormitory. Instead, he walked alone to the Xinhua bookstore on Cultural Road, specifically purchasing a complete collection of Sherlock Holmes cases. From the system's wealth balance, Lin Dong deliberately withdrew a 100 yuan bill. As the system had assured him that the money within could be used freely, the cash withdrawn would not have repeated serial numbers, and the bank could not trace its origins when stored in the system, making everything appear legal and compliant on the surface. Watching the bookstore cashier verify the bill with a counterfeit detector, carefully discerning its authenticity, and then skillfully providing change, Lin Dong finally sighed in relief. This money could indeed be used. The dog system still had a semblance of conscience. Next, he found a dumpling shop and relished 2 baskets of fragrant soup dumplings before leisurely returning to his dormitory. Sitting at his desk, he opened the complete collection of Sherlock Holmes cases, marking certain passages with a red pen and occasionally jotting down a few reflections with great seriousness. After completing this, he placed the book prominently on his desk, awaiting whether the course of fate would change. If it truly were altered, that individual would undoubtedly come seeking him. The 1981 edition of the complete collection of Sherlock Holmes cases. On the second floor of the Xianquan Hotel, Tea Market, Chen Shumin purchased a morning paper, ordering a basket of char siu buns, a basket of shrimp dumplings, a basket of siumai, and a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee. He leisurely enjoyed his breakfast while flipping through the newspaper, occasionally glancing up to casually observe the robbery scene across the street. The 2 corpses at the scene had already been removed, and the ground was marked with white chalk indicating the positions of the bodies. Bloodstains, bullet casings, tire tracks, and even the barely perceptible chaotic shoe prints were all under meticulous investigation. Chun Shu-min carefully counted, noting 7 bullet casings, indicating that a total of 7 shots were fired during the robbery. 7 shots resulted in 2 dead, 1 injured, and 1 fleeing. Estimated to have taken about 1 minute and 50 seconds, which aligned closely with his expectations. Furthermore, judging by the police's response, their habitual thinking still focused on land and airport inspections, temporarily neglecting waterway scrutiny. This outcome had already been anticipated by Chun Shu-min. Thus, the key to the success of the entire plan lay in whether they could evade the first layer of police encirclement with the stolen money. As noon approached, the tea market concluded, and mealtimes began. Dingling. The black flip phone on the dining table rang. Chun Shu-min first sipped his tea, gently setting down the cup before calmly answering the phone. Hello? Min, this is Chun Hainan. He Weidong just called. Our boat has left the southern triangular waters and will arrive at the destination in an hour. All right, Hainan, has the car been dealt with? Rest assured. I personally drove it to the Shangshi Industrial District, 5 kilometers from the dock, and abandoned it next to an abandoned factory. It's difficult for outsiders to discover. However, time is tight. There are still 2 boxes of money in the car that I couldn't retrieve, roughly around 2 million. That's fine, as long as you're safe. Where are you now? I've taken a taxi to Huaguan, planning to eat first, then head to the ferry to meet them. Timing is just right. Okay, be careful. Call me once you meet up. I'll head back to Qingshan City immediately. Understood. As Chun Shu-min descended the stairs and passed through the hotel lobby, he coincidentally encountered a group of individuals in police uniforms. Leading the group was a stern-looking middle-aged man in his 50s, with graying hair and an imposing demeanor. The handsome man beside him was recognized by Chun Shu-min as Yang Pei, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Team 3 in the North District. Captain Yang, what a coincidence. Are you here to investigate or to dine? Chun Shu-min greeted enthusiastically with a smile. Chun Shu-min, you're here too? Just finished tea with friends. But as soon as the bill came, they all had urgent matters and left. Apologies, we have important business to attend to. Let us chat another time. All right. I won't disturb you. You all carry on. Chun Shu-min politely cupped his hands in farewell before turning to leave. The stern man at the front of the group furrowed his brow and inquired, Yang Pei, who is this person? A small real estate developer, surnamed Chun. His father is Chun Ijuan, the deputy director of the District Planning Bureau. Yang Pei replied while approaching the hotel front desk. Oh, old Chen's son. He is all grown up now? The stern man said, slightly surprised. Given the magnitude of the robbery that occurred today, the Xianquan Hotel, located across from the bank, was undoubtedly included in the key inspection focus. Particularly, the guest room occupancy records from the past 3 months are likely to serve as pivotal clues for the police investigation. Xiaoli, please retrieve the detailed occupancy list for the past 3 months from the front desk. Paying particular attention to individuals from out of town who have stayed for more than 2 consecutive days. Yang Pei arrived at the front desk, presented his credentials to the duty manager, and promptly assigned the investigation tasks. Xiao Chao, lead a team to conduct a thorough investigation of all guest rooms on the 3rd floor and above, particularly those with windows facing the bank entrance, to identify which room offers the best vantage point. Understood. After delegating the tasks, Yang Pei cheerfully turned to the middle-aged man beside him. Director Qin, shall I accompany you to the 2nd floor for a stroll? Very well, let us ascend and observe the situation. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the lunch hour had already commenced. Yang Pei led the way to a window-side table, inviting the leader to take a seat before selecting a spot with the best view for himself. From this vantage point, the crime scene across the street was clearly visible. After observing for a while, Yang Pei seemed to recall something, raising his hand to summon a nearby male server. Excuse me, did a man approximately 30 years old, slender, dressed in a black suit and wearing black-rimmed glasses, sit at a window-side table this morning? Indeed, that individual was seated at the table directly opposite you. He purchased a newspaper and ordered only a few items, remaining alone for the entire morning before settling the bill and departing. Wait, are you saying he was alone? Yes. Chapter 4, The Role of Homes. Yang Pei, what is the matter? Do you suspect old Chen's son? Inquired Qin Jinxiong, the deputy chief of the North District Police Bureau, who was over 50. Master, did you not say that questioning everything is the key to a detective's success? Yang Pei replied with a sheepish grin. You rascal. Did I ever say that? Ah, do not call me master so affectionately. I have only mentored you for 6 days. Qin Jinxiong chided with a laugh. Once a teacher, always a father. Hee. In public, you may refer to him as Director Qin, but between us, it is only fitting to call you master. Pray tell, why would Chun Shu-min lie? He clearly dined alone. Does he not usually enjoy the company of friends? He certainly does, and he is quite vain about it as well. Doesn't tea that resolve the matter? He is vain and seeks to appear grand in front of you, reluctant to admit he dined alone. True. Yet it does not quite add up. Why would someone who revels in company choose to have breakfast alone so early? And why come here of all places? Yang Pei murmured in confusion. Excellent. As a detective, your willingness to ponder and question is commendable. Qin Jinxiong nodded in approval. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Pei inquired again of the server. Excuse me, were there any other particularly notable guests this morning? December 25th, an unusual Christmas day, characterized by an atmosphere both tense and lively, quickly passed. As anticipated by Lin Dong, over 10,000 police personnel were deployed across the province, blocking and searching highways, railways, airports, and border crossings, yet yielded no results. It was not until 10 a.m. the following day that Lu Yufeng's pursuit team discovered the abandoned armored truck in the Sher industrial zone of the city, 60 kilometers from the North District. The truck was marred with splotches of blood and footprints. Inside, 9 opened empty boxes stood out conspicuously, having been emptied of their cash. Additionally, the 15 small cash boxes reported missing by the bank had also vanished. However, 2 boxes of cash and 3 boxes of banknotes remained untouched. Most astonishingly, a Type 54 pistol was discovered in the back seat of the armored truck, presenting a crucial clue in the case. Following the heist, the security unit reallocated armored vehicles and cash transport personnel, with Lin Dong being granted an extended leave to assist the police in their investigation. Lin Dong, exhausted from the previous day's turmoil, slept soundly until 1 p.m. the next day. Upon awakening, he eagerly checked his wealth balance. Black gold system, wealth balance, 14,059. 900 yuan. Thankfully, both the system and the money remained intact. Lin Dong exhaled in relief, springing up with vigor. He proceeded to brush his teeth and wash his face, relishing this day free from the grind of work. Few could truly comprehend the sensation of inexplicably becoming a millionaire. Just as he finished washing his face and was about to head downstairs to procure some sustenance, a series of knocks echoed from his dormitory door. Lin Dong's demeanor shifted. Pondering, is it him again? Has the trajectory of my fate truly altered? Suppressing his unease, he inquired, who is it? It's me. Lu Yufeng from the criminal investigation team. Indeed, it was him. Lin Dong swiftly opened the door, allowing Lu Yufeng to enter. Clad in the same gray jacket from the previous day, Lu Yufeng appeared somewhat disheveled and tired, clearly having had little rest the night before. Lu Yufeng's presence indicated that there had been a breakthrough in the heist case. The most probable scenario was that they had located the abandoned armored truck, thereby tracing the robbers to the dock from which they had fled by boat. In Lin Dong's previous life, the police discovered the armored truck only on the afternoon of the second day following the incident. Now, it was merely 1 p.m., and Lu Yufeng had already returned, suggesting they had found the truck that morning. The course of historical events seemed to have shifted slightly due to his rebirth. Captain Lu, do you need to discuss something with me? Lin Dong closed the door, feigning surprise. I just returned from a collaborative investigation and was about to head back to the bureau when I suddenly thought of you and decided to check in. Is everything all right? Did you sleep well last night? Lu Yufeng surveyed the room and touched the upper bunk of the iron-framed bed, which was coated in a fine layer of dust. You live in a single dormitory? Yes, nothing escapes Captain Lu's keen eye. Haha, Lin Dong replied with a smile. Don't play coy. Such a significant case is well documented in your files. By the way, did you visit Qin Jingming? The hospital reported that he has regained consciousness and is no longer in critical condition. Is it permissible to visit him? Of course. Just register your identity before entering the ward. Conversations will be monitored throughout. Oh. Lin Dong felt somewhat exasperated, internally lamenting that visiting was pointless, especially since he was not well acquainted with Qin Jingming. It was better to avoid any complications. Lu Yufeng casually approached the desk, flipping through a few books before finally picking up a volume of The Complete Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Do you enjoy detective novels? Just browsing. Lin Dong replied with a chuckle. It seems you are not merely browsing. This book contains detailed annotations. Quite impressive. Lu Yufeng examined the collection of detective stories, noting that the armored truck had been found and that the robbers had escaped by waterway. As Lin Dong reached for a porcelain cup to pour Lu Yufeng a glass of water, he couldn't help but smile at the remark. You don't seem surprised at all. Lu Yufeng commented, casting a sidelong glance at him. Did you already suspect? Wow, the old detective's eyes are indeed sharp. Still not giving up on your suspicions of me? Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. Lin Dong nodded helplessly. He could not conceal his expression in front of a seasoned detective. So, what led you to this conclusion? Lin Dong gestured toward the book in Lu Yufeng's hand, saying, Captain Lu, turn to page 73, and in the second paragraph, you will find a highlighted sentence. Oh. Lu Yufeng swiftly flipped to page 73 and found the second paragraph. There, in red ink, was a highlighted quote from Sherlock Holmes. When all other possibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Upon reading this, Lu Yufeng felt as if a window had been flung open amidst a multitude of fogs. And he suddenly found clarity. In Qingshan City, at the Deluo Development Zone, Chen Shumin and his partner Chen Haiyan sat anxiously in their office, sipping tea and smoking. Beside the office's wine cabinet, a small compartment housed 2 large travel cases. If one were to open these cases at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the colorful 4 million in cash contained within. What should we do, brotherman? Hui Dong has been exceedingly careless. Even leaving behind a gun, Chen Haiyan lamented, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, only to be choked by the intensity of his inhalation. Complaining now serves no purpose. Given the pace of the police investigation, it's highly likely our discarded armored car has already been discovered, Chen Shumin remarked, taking a sip of tea while furrowing his brow in analysis. After realizing the gun was lost, arranging for them to flee separately was indeed the right move. It maximizes the diversion of the police's attention. So what do we do? Should we run? Chen Haiyan's voice had begun to tremble. Of course, we must flee. Once the police find the gun, they will inevitably trace it back to us, but we cannot take the same route as they do, Chen Shumin replied calmly. We will leave now, heading first to Yunnan province, then crossing the border. At that moment, Lu Yufeng had come to the conclusion that Lin Dong was a meticulous and intelligent individual. It seems my earlier suspicions were somewhat unfounded. The presence of this complete Sherlock Holmes detective collection perfectly explains how he could deduce the robber's escape route by water. Indeed, such individuals exist in the world, who are innately endowed with the ability to solve mysteries. Lindong undoubtedly belonged to this category. I must return to the precinct for a case meeting. Lindong, accompany me. Please wait for me in the reception room, and we shall discuss further afterward. What? Is that permissible? Being kidnapped? Lindong grimaced, muttering, Can I refuse? Not an option. Damn it. The protagonist with insufficient strength is always at the mercy of circumstances. No, I need more black money. I must grow stronger. Seated in the reception room of the North District Police Station, Lindong idly flipped through police news reports and various newspapers. Lu Yufeng's case analysis meeting had been ongoing for nearly an hour and a half. How much longer must he wait? Fortunately, he had bought 2 loaves of bread on the way to stave off hunger, or he would surely have fainted from starvation. What is your attitude? I mentioned I had urgent business with Director Qin, yet no one thought to inform me? A coarse voice echoed from the outer hall. No, Mr. Wan. Our Director Qin is indeed in a special case meeting, and leaders from the provincial department are present. He cannot be disturbed at the moment, a timid female voice explained. Lindong, curious, stepped out of the reception room to peek into the hall. He beheld a burly man clad in an eye-catching black leather jacket, with a red shirt beneath, and sporting sunglasses. It's not easy for Mr. Wan to come here. Could you at least convey that? Remarked a robust man in his 30s standing next to the burly figure. Damn, how audacious. This is a police station after all. It is possible. But you will have to wait a moment. I cannot predict when our leader will finish the meeting, the young policewoman replied, appearing somewhat helpless. Mr. Wan was a significant figure in the North District business community, and offending him was not advisable. Why not have you wait in the adjacent reception room for a while? Very well, we shall wait. The man in the black leather jacket nodded and proceeded toward the reception room with an air of familiarity. Lindong quickly returned to his seat in the reception room, pretended to read a newspaper, while his heart raced erratically. Wan Qingshan, male, 45 years old. Actual controller of Wanqi Trading Company, involved in 81 cases including assault, market monopolization, and smuggling of electrical appliances, black money value, 104. 33 million. Wow, this is a significant catch. Who would have thought that a successful businessman, who appeared glamorous in the North District for many years, harbored such a criminal past? It's no surprise. In the 1990s, which prosperous tycoon didn't have a thick history filled with blood and tears behind them? Lin Dong had casually scanned him with the black money eye and was met with an unexpectedly delightful revelation. He knew this individual concealed 100 million in black money. Yet he was unaware of its exact location, which was quite vexing. Alas, he needed to amass 1 billion swiftly to elevate the black money eye to the intermediate level. Fortunately, Lindong understood that once the black money system was activated, it would automatically alert him within a 10-meter radius of any black money present. Thus, opportunities still existed. He needed to find a way to approach this Mr. Wan, preferably infiltrating his inner circle. Are you Mr. Wan Qingshan? As Wan Qingshan settled into his seat, Lindong put down his newspaper and feigned surprise as he stood up. It is indeed you, Mr. Wan. I cannot believe I am meeting you in person. I just read about you in the newspaper, and I must say, you are far more handsome in person than in your photos. Who are you? Wan Qingshan finally noticed a stranger seated in the reception room, casting a wary glance at Lindong. A bodyguard behind him quickly stepped forward, positioning himself between them. Please, don't misunderstand. I am merely waiting for someone as well. My encounter with you, Mr. Wan, is entirely coincidental. I've always admired you. You admire me? Huh, why so? Upon seeing Lindong's harmless demeanor, Wan Qingshan relaxed his guard. Just a kid. Of course, I am impressed by how you, Mr. Wan, built your empire from nothing. Employing such skillful tactics to create such a vast commercial empire in just a few years. Lindong's flattery flowed effortlessly. Many newly wealthy individuals from the 1990s, though not highly educated, adored such ornate praise. You have an eye for talent, haha. Wan Qingshan beamed, stroking his smooth chin. What is your name? What brings you to the precinct? Oh, this is promising. Lindong felt a surge of excitement within and promptly replied, My name is Lin Dong, the Winter of Winter. Mr. Wan, have you heard about yesterday's armored car heist? I was one of the surviving cash couriers. Yesterday's heist? Damn, it was on the news today. They stole 17 million. Those guys are ruthless. Wan Qingshan's interest peaked, his eyes sparkling. Brother Lin, please tell me what happened. Lindong, sensing the opportunity, naturally moved closer to Wan Qingshan, lowering his voice. Originally, they strictly prohibited me from speaking, but since I find myself in your esteemed company, I shall risk a reprimand to share the details with you. Here is what transpired. The two leaned in closely, whispering conspiratorially, and soon enough, they were casually draping their arms over each other's shoulders. The reception room echoed with Wan Qingshan's astonished exclamations, clearly excited by Lin Dong's embellished narrative. The nearby bodyguard and assistant watched the two with a mixture of exasperation. Boss, you are far too emotional. Could you not exhibit a hint of restraint? Brother Lin, after your analysis, it seems these fellows escaping by water was indeed a stroke of genius. How did you come to that conclusion? Wan Qingshan's broad, dark face was alight with enthusiasm as he affectionately embraced Lin Dong's shoulder. It's a pity Lu Yufeng is as dull as a rock, so slow to react. Lin Dong quickly humbly replied, One cannot say that. It was only upon reflection that I managed to surmise it. Did not Team Leader Lu also swiftly locate the cash transport vehicle? Wan Qingshan nodded in agreement, expressing, indeed, a person of your caliber ought not to be relegated to the role of a cash courier. Lin, have you ever considered pursuing a more ambitious path? Is this a hook? Isn't that a bit too fast? Lin Dong, suppressing his inner excitement, inquired with a puzzled expression, What does Brother Wan mean? With a hearty pat on his sturdy chest, Wan Qingshan boisterously replied, What other meaning could there be? Naturally, it means you should resign and join me. What say you? Are you unwilling? Lin Dong could no longer conceal his astonishment, trembling as he exclaimed, Really? I would be more than willing. To follow you, Brother Wan, is a fortune that I have accrued over 10 lifetimes. At these words, Wan Qingshan chuckled, vigorously slapping Lin Dong on the shoulder, likely leaving it quite flushed. Ha ha. You lad, quite impressive. Half an hour later, Lu Yufeng finally finished his meeting and rushed into the reception room. Upon entering, he saw a burly man and Lin Dong engaged in a jovial conversation, appearing quite chummy. Wan Qingshan grabbed a corner of the newspaper on the table, tore it off, and pulled out a fountain pen from his pocket, swiftly jotting down a couple of numbers before handing it to Lin Dong. Brother Lin, I shan't say more. Our acquaintance today feels as if we have known each other for ages. Whenever you finalize your resignation, come find me at Wanqi. This is my pager number and mobile phone number. Keep it with you. Brother Wan, you flatter me. How could I not comply? Lin Dong cheerfully accepted the note, glanced at it, memorized the numbers, and solemnly placed it in his jacket pocket. Turning around, he noticed Lu Yufeng standing at the door, staring at them with a look of disbelief. Team Leader Lu has arrived. I must take my leave. Brother Wan, let us gather again another day. Very well. My young friend, attend to your business, Wan Qingshan replied. Lin Dong clasped his hands in farewell and followed Lu Yufeng upstairs, where the criminal investigation team was located on the second floor. I must say, you are quite the character, having struck a rapport with Wan Qingshan, Lu Yufeng remarked as they ascended. Fate, indeed, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly, not wishing to delve deeper into the matter. Do take care, Wan Qingshan is no trifling character. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Team Leader Lu. The meticulous Wan Qingshan. Chapter 6. Lin Dong's Uncanny Predictions. Soon, they arrived at the small conference room on the second floor, with Lu Yufeng leading the way. Inside, two men were already waiting. One of them was Luo Zizong, whom Lin Dong recognized as the one perpetually clad in blue sportswear. The other was a tall and youthful gentleman standing before a large blackboard. Possessing striking features and an impressive demeanor, he could easily grace the silver screen. As soon as Lin Dong entered the room, all eyes were fixed upon him. Everyone, allow me to introduce Lin Dong, one of the cash couriers involved in the December 25th robbery and an eyewitness to the event, Lu Yufeng stated as he brought Lin Dong forward. Today, we have invited him to recount the circumstances of the crime scene in person, broadening our perspectives. Lin Dong, come over and meet this dashing gentleman who resembles a movie star. He is our district's police squad's handsome leader, Captain Yang Pei of the 3rd team. The handsome man by the blackboard politely nodded at Lin Dong. This gentleman needs no introduction. You met him just yesterday, our own Luo Zizong from the 6th team. Lu Yufeng continued. Lin Dong steadied himself and courteously greeted the two men in the room. Now, let's get down to business. Lin Dong, please begin. Certainly. Lin Dong spent about an hour with the criminal investigation team, responding to various professional inquiries. As an eyewitness, he was well aware of what to say and what to withhold. The following day, he submitted his resignation to his workplace, citing the dangerous nature of his job and his family's concerns. This reason was valid, and the company swiftly approved it. However, due to his involvement in the December 25th robbery case, he could not leave the city for the time being. This was inconsequential. Only a fool would depart without having secured Wan Qingshan's 100 million in illicit gains. On December 28th, the identities of the 5 suspects in the December 25th robbery had been largely confirmed, and the Ministry of Public Security, in conjunction with the Provincial Department, issued an A-level wanted notice. The 5 individuals were He Weidong, He Mingjun, Wu Yongquan, Yuan Jihua, and He Qijiang. Lin Dong was not particularly concerned about these developments. After all, capturing these individuals was merely a matter of time. He had already transformed the 17.06 million in illicit funds, and his new objective was Wan Qingshan's 1 billion. Having completed the resignation process, Lin Dong deemed the timing appropriate and placed a call to Wan Qingshan. Upon hearing that Lin Dong was coming over, Wan Qingshan's tone was exceedingly warm, and they arranged to meet at Wanqi Company at 3 p.m. At 2:45 p.m., Lin Dong arrived at Wanqi Company 15 minutes early. Standing before the 15-story building, he felt a sense of nostalgia. Who would have imagined that the currently flourishing Wanqi Company would, a year later, succumb to a nationwide crackdown? Brother Lin, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Without you, I've had no one to confide in, Wan Qingshan exclaimed as Lin Dong was ushered into the chairman's office by a female secretary. Upon their meeting, Wan Qingshan stood and warmly pulled Lin Dong to the tea table, exclaiming, "Come, today we shall not discuss work. Let us brew tea and talk of heroes. I thoroughly enjoy conversing with cultured individuals like yourself. Brother Wan, you flatter me. I am humbled. Today, witnessing the grand enterprise of Wanqi has only deepened my admiration for you. Truly, you are a paragon of self-made success, a hero of our times," Lin Dong said with a smile, secretly deriding himself as a sycophant. Brother Lin, you certainly know how to speak. Now, let us sit and enjoy some tea. The two settled by an antique mahogany tea table, beside which stood a robust man whom Lin Dong recognized from the police station visit. Fan Gui, Wan Qingshan's bodyguard and driver. Fan Gui, my bodyguard and driver, whom you have met, Wan Qingshan introduced. Lin Dong and Fan Gui exchanged nods. Fan Gui? A rather fitting name. Lin Dong thought to himself. The mahogany tea table exuded a commanding presence. By Lin Dong's estimation, its value would not fall below 50,000. The tea set, teapot, and cups were all exquisite items. This nouveau riche, this man of wealth. If not him, then whom shall I plunder? Lin Dong silently scoffed for a moment before politely lifting the purple clay cup from the table and taking a delicate sip. Brother Lin, have you caught the news today? The 5 culprits from the December 25th robbery have been placed on the A-level wanted list, Wan Qingshan remarked, stroking his slightly thinning hair with enthusiasm. The police are making a concerted effort to capture them. I wonder if these fellows can evade justice? Lin Dong curled his lip in disdain, replying, a mere rabble. They could never accomplish anything significant. The plan may be flawless, but the executioners are lacking. Just wait and see. It won't be long before these 5 are apprehended. Oh, Brother Lin, why do you say so? Please enlighten me, Wan Qingshan urged, his interest piqued as he refilled Lin Dong's cup. Lin Dong did not comprehend why Wan Qingshan was so invested in the robbery case. Perhaps it was due to their shared backgrounds as men of the underworld, each possessing a heart eager to stir the tides of fate. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous, with a foresight of the future's trajectory. A mere hint from him would leave Wan Qingshan in awe. Brother Wan, do you truly believe that these 5 individuals possess the capability to orchestrate such a meticulously planned heist? Are you suggesting that they have accomplices? Wan Qingshan furrowed his brow and remarked, indeed, there are at least 2 individuals above them, one responsible for the getaway, steering the armored truck away from the retreating dock, while the other is tasked with devising the plan and overseeing the entire operation. I have a question. Would it not be permissible for one of these 5 to be in charge of driving the armored vehicle away? Fan Gui interjected with curiosity. Yes, brother. Fan Gui is right. Any one of them could easily handle the task of driving the armored truck away. Wan Qingshan nodded, clearly unconvinced by Lin Dong's assertion. That is unlikely, for those involved in the heist would carry the scent of gunpowder on them, having been present at the scene. If one of them were to abandon the vehicle and then attempt to navigate through multiple checkpoints alone, they would inevitably raise suspicion both technically and psychologically. Lin Dong spoke slowly. Let us not forget that the police have formidable tracking dogs, and moreover, given the meticulous planning and execution of the entire heist, There must be another individual lurking in the shadows, responsible for the overall strategy and coordination. Are you so certain? Fan Gue countered, clearly skeptical of Lin Dong's reasoning. Lin Dong offered no explanation, merely smiled, glanced at his watch, and stated, I will soon be proven right. In just 1 minute. It will be 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we can turn on the television to watch the special news report from Nandu Television. Lin Dong remained calm, for he knew that at 3 o'clock that afternoon, Nandu Television would punctually broadcast a segment featuring the A-level wanted notice for the 2 main suspects involved in the 1225 heist. Fan Gue, please turn on the television. Wan Qingshan instructed without delay. Fan Gue switched on the 25-inch Toshiba color television set positioned against the wall and tuned it to the Nandu channel. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, those 2 deeply concealed masterminds are likely business people running a company. No sooner had Lin Dong spoken than the 3 o'clock program on Nandu Television commenced. Welcome to today's special news report. I am your anchor, Zhou Ling. We interrupt this program to bring you an important update. Following days of joint operations by the police, significant progress has been made in the investigation of the 1225 armored truck heist in the northern district of our city. In addition to the 5 suspects previously identified, 2 additional primary suspects have been confirmed. They are Chun Haiyan, male, 27 years old, vice general manager of the Jinhai Real Estate Company in Qingshan City, and Chen Shumin, male, 29 years old, general manager and legal representative of the Jinhai Real Estate Company in Qingshan City. Both individuals are suspected of involvement in the major 1225 heist and have been issued A-level wanted notices by the Ministry of Public Security and the Provincial Department. As the news unfolded on the television, silence enveloped the office of Wanqi Company. Wan Qingshan and Fan Gue exchanged glances, both turning their eyes towards the composed Lin Dong. Their expressions were filled with shock and disbelief. Lin Dong, what sort of mind do you possess? This is utterly extraordinary. Chapter 7. Joining Wanqi and a fortuitous encounter with the young lady. Wan Qingshan looked at Lin Dong with even greater admiration. Brother Lin, your intellect is truly impressive. I cannot help but commend you. Now, could you further analyze whether these 2 masterminds will be able to evade capture? Or rather, how long until the police apprehend them? Are you concerned about thieves? Why such an interest in the outcome? Lin Dong, feeling helpless, could only hold up 2 fingers. 2 days? 2 months? Wan Qingshan inquired. Lin Dong shook his head. 2 years? The nearby Fan Gue expressed his astonishment, unable to suppress his curiosity. Lin Dong continued to shake his head. No way. Could it be 20 years? Where could they possibly escape to? Wan Qingshan exclaimed in disbelief. Brother Wan, if my suspicions are correct, those 2 individuals are likely already abroad. With Chun Shumin's intellect and the loss of the prime opportunity for interception, it will be exceedingly difficult for the police to capture them in the short term. 20 years is a conservative estimate. Lin Dong spoke with an air of calm, for he was the one most aware of the unfolding events. Following the incident, the 2 Chins evaded capture, traversing various locations both domestically and internationally, adopting false identities until they were apprehended 22 years later. The 5 minor henchmen will undoubtedly be caught within 10 days, while Chen Shumin and his accomplice, however, that will be a challenge. Care for a wager? Never mind. I would surely lose if I bet against you. Lin Dong's remarkably precise predictions regarding the case thoroughly impressed Wan Qingshan. To let such a prodigious talent slip away would be sheer folly on his part. Without further hesitation, Wan Qingshan summoned the head of the Human Resources Department and personally assisted Lin Dong in completing the onboarding paperwork for Wanqi. His position is that of executive assistant to the chairman, with a monthly salary of 1,500 plus bonuses. Such a salary level in 1995 was already considered a substantial sum, far surpassing that of the majority of the population. Lin Dong was undeniably satisfied. It was not the monthly salary that pleased him. He was already a millionaire, but rather the title of executive assistant, which, though lacking in actual authority, placed him in close proximity to Wan Qingshan. Proximity would afford him the opportunity to uncover the whereabouts of his hidden fortune of 100 million. Brother Lin, let us keep it simple. I'll just call you Lin Dong. No need for pleasantries. Starting today, you will be my right-hand man. I, Wan Qingshan, live a life of luxury, and I assure you, you will not merely be sipping broth. Wan Qingshan, feeling pleased that Lin Dong's onboarding procedures were completed, expressed his delight. Brother Wan, from now on, I shall refer to you as Brother Shan. It conveys a sense of familiarity. For Brother Shan, I, Lin Dong, will undoubtedly go above and beyond. Lin Dong adjusted his expression, feigning sincerity as he made his declaration. Haha, excellent. With your addition, Wanqi will surely soar to new heights. What was it? Brother Shan, it's Peng Chung Wan Li. Yes, Peng Chung Wan Li. Indeed, scholars are truly remarkable. That is splendid. Wan Qingshan gazed at Lin Dong with growing satisfaction, saying, you possess an energetic demeanor, though your taste in clothing leaves much to be desired. Go purchase a couple of decent outfits and return to work tomorrow. With that, Wan Qingshan retrieved a black briefcase from the tea cabinet, opened it, and extracted a stack of cash. Here S5,000 yuan. Take it for now, and we will deduct it from your future bonuses. Wan Qingshan generously pushed the money towards Lindong. Lindong accepted it without hesitation, expressing his gratitude, placing the cash into his pocket, and, of course, converting it into wealth points through the system. After all, even the smallest amounts add up. This money offered without strings was not to be ignored. After leaving Wanqi, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Seeing that the day was still young, Lin Dong decided to visit the most upscale friendship mall in the northern district. He spent several thousand yuan, purchasing 2 black Armani suits, 2 white dress shirts, and a pair of black leather shoes. Gazing at his reflection in the fitting room mirror, with his tall stature of 1.8 meters complemented by the well-fitted suit and a handsome, chiseled face, Lin Dong couldn't help but smile. A charmingly rogue charisma emanated from him, causing the nearby young female sales associates to gaze at him with wide-eyed admiration. This man, dressed in a suit, is simply extraordinary. He looks stunning. Returning to a youthful physique at the age of 51 felt indescribably wondrous. Lindong, carrying several shopping bags, bid farewell to the lingering glances of the sales staff as he returned to his newly rented apartment. Tomorrow marks my official entry into Wanqi. As I don my black suit, does it imply that I am stepping into the underworld? Lindong's objective is quite clear, to amass wealth swiftly, particularly the 100 million in illicit funds belonging to Wan Qingshan. The sordid dealings behind Wan Qingshan are of no concern to Lindong. At 8:30 the following morning, Lindong arrived early at Wanqi, first reporting to the Human Resources Department to collect his employee badge. He then sauntered leisurely to the chairman's office, but upon finding the door still closed, decided to descend for a plate of beef rice noodle rolls. After breakfast, he returned to the 15th floor, settling into the reception area in front of the chairman's office, perusing the newspaper while sipping coffee. Dressed in a dapper black suit and white shirt, Lindong, despite lacking a tie, exuded an undeniable charm and masculinity that enhanced the company's atmosphere. Numerous female employees, and even some male ones, couldn't help but steal glances at the reception area. Who is this person? He is exceptionally handsome and stylish. By 9:30 a.m., Wan Qingshan had yet to return. Really, can a boss be this casual? Lin Dong shook his head in resignation and continued to lounge on the sofa, sipping his coffee and reading the news. Hey handsome, who are you? I've never seen you before. A melodious female voice interrupted his concentration. Looking up, he was taken aback by a fashionable young woman with a heart-shaped face, a delicate nose, and large, inquisitive eyes fixated on him. She was undeniably beautiful, her figure perfectly proportioned, yet in the dead of winter, what was she doing in a red fur mini-skirt? Miss, aren't you cold? What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? The girl pouted, clearly displeased. I am Mr. Wan's personal assistant, and today is my first day at work. And you are? You are my father's assistant? No way. Has this old man changed his ways? Is he now hiring young, pretty ladies and favoring pretty boys? You are Wan Qingshan's daughter? Lin Dong was astonished. How could such a lovely daughter emerge from a man as burly as Wan Qingshan? Wait, who are you calling a pretty boy? Lin Dong's expression turned dark, and he chose not to explain. After all, adults shouldn't quibble with children. How old are you? She asked with a giggle, noticing his flustered expression. 23, Lin Dong replied, subtly shifting his body away from her. Why are you dressed so out of date? What's your name? Lindong. Lindong. Sounds a bit bland. But never mind, I'll make do. I'm Wanya. Hey, Lindong, can you drive? Faced with this whimsical daughter of Wanqi, Lindong felt a growing reluctance to engage, yet it was his first day, and he couldn't afford to offend her. So he casually replied, aside from fighter jets, I can drive everything else. Really? Can you drive a tank too? Wanya asked, her interest piqued, completely believing Lindong was boasting. Yes, Lindong replied earnestly. Perfect. Don't run off after work. Come with me tonight. Wanya narrowed her charming eyes and playfully patted Lindong's shoulder. Chapter 8. Is there a queen at the Queen's Bar? Having finished, Wanya turned and flitted away like a colorful bird. Lindong watched her retreating figure for a moment before scoffing inwardly. Little brat, trying to play games with me? You're still too green. Checking his watch, he noted it was nearly 9:45, and the chairman's office door remained firmly shut. With a sigh, Lindong set down the newspaper and approached the refreshment table for another cup of instant coffee. Hey, newcomer. Impressive to have struck up a rapport with the young lady so quickly. A deep, nasal voice came from behind him. Turning around, he saw a short, plump man around 1.7 meters tall, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and a knowing smile. But soon you will understand what a truly unfortunate day looks like. Haha. Is the young lady toxic? Lindong couldn't help but inquire. Not toxic per se, but every male colleague who has gotten close to her has ended up in dire straits. Seriously? Is it that bad? Believe it or not, we all try to keep our distance from her. By the way, what's your name? Which department are you from? I'm from the electrical marketing department. My name is Ma Baoro. The chubby man extended his right hand in a friendly manner. Lin Dong, not wanting to be rude, shook his hand and replied. I'm Lin Dong, Mr. Wan's assistant, just starting today. Please take care of me. Assistant to the chairman? You've got a promising future, brother. Let's grab lunch together. It's on me. Also, you're not familiar with our company yet, right? Come, I'll show you around. Ma Baorong's enthusiasm grew as he pulled Lin Dong towards the workspace, pointing out and detailing the various departments of Wanqi. At 10:30 a.m., Wan Qingshan finally returned with Fan Gue. He summoned Lin Dong into his office, instructing him to familiarize himself with the company over the next couple of days before assigning any tasks. After that, Wan Qingshan closed the office door. Engaging in discussions with Fan Gue, Lin Dong sensed something was amiss in Wan Qingshan's demeanor today. He seemed secretive, his face etched with irritation. However, as a newcomer, Lin Dong was not privy to the specifics. It appeared that until he earned Wan Qingshan's complete trust, he would remain in the dark regarding the core secrets of Wanqi. Lin Dong was not in a rush. He had ample time, with a whole year before Wanqi could potentially fall. At 6 p.m., the workday came to a close. After a day of idling around Wanqi, Lin Dong had just exited the building when a red 1995 Acura NSX screeched to a halt in front of him. Lin Dong, get in. Wanya called from the driver's seat, her head poking out of the window. I'm off work. Lin Dong shot her a glance and turned to leave. Hey, Lin Dong. Take another step and see what happens. Tomorrow I'll have my dad fire you. Ignoring her, Lin Dong continued along the sidewalk. Not far along, Wanya sped up in her car. Lin Dong, what is the meaning of this? Didn't you promise to go with me to that place after work? Wanya slammed on the brakes, leapt out of the car, and sprinted after him, grabbing the hem of his shirt, fuming. Are you going back on your word? Are you even a man? Lin Dong frowned, turning to her with a cold tone. Did I ever promise you? Young lady, you are the one being presumptuous here. Wanya was taken aback. She was being rejected by a man for the first time in her life. From childhood, had she ever faced such a denial? Even in kindergarten, all the little boys had surrounded her. What will it take for you to accompany me? She asked, her tone softening as she attempted to charm him. Listen, we barely know each other. Today is our first meeting, right? Are you really going to be so heartless? Wanya pouted, her lips trembling slightly in frustration. Lin Dong smirked inwardly, thinking to himself, what else can I do to get you? He was well aware of the mindset of the wealthy young lady. Oftentimes, the more one goes against her wishes, the more she would come to value you. This was precisely the effect Lin Dong sought to achieve. To infiltrate the tiger's den, starting with its cubs, could indeed be a rapid pathway. Once the atmosphere was suitably primed, Lin Dong finally spoke. First and foremost, you must tell me where we are headed and for what purpose. To the Queen's Bar, of course. Tonight marks the 3rd anniversary celebration of the Queen's Bar, and many from the North District who frequent such venues will be attending. It promises to be quite the lively affair. Wanya exclaimed excitedly. Fearing that Lin Dong might decline, she quickly added, there will also be many beautiful women present. Oh, Lin Dong's interest was piqued. It wasn't the beautiful women that captivated him, but rather those who mingled in such places. In this day and age, who among them was free from a hint of gray or black? Perhaps he might just discover a big catch or two. Very well, I shall reluctantly accompany you. But let it be known in advance that I will not be coerced into drinking. Additionally, I must return home to change my attire, Lin Dong stated. Change what? You look rather dashing as is. In that suit, you'll surely outshine everyone. Just thinking about it excites me. No need to change, let us get in the car. I'll treat you to a Western meal first, and we can head to the bar afterwards, Wanya insisted, dragging Lin Dong into her sports car. And with a press of the accelerator, they sped away. At 8 p.m., in the North District, the Queen's Bar awaited. As the lights flickered to life, the chilly winter wind could not deter the vibrant nightlife of the city. Before the bar adorned with neon lights, a line of luxury cars had already gathered. Porsche 911 Carrera RS, BMW Z1, Mazda RX-7, Toyota MR2, and the Tiger headbands. In the 1990s, these vehicles were true symbols of status. Groups of young men and women, clad in fashionable attire, some with dyed hair or smoking imported cigarettes, congregated around the luxury cars, engaging in lively discussions. Their raucous laughter and boisterous voices drew the attention of countless passers-by. But in a world where one could so freely squander both wealth and youth, who would care about the opinions of others? At 8:15 p.m., the bar's security personnel finally began allowing patrons entry. The young men and women outside erupted into excited cheers, flocking towards the nightlife of the bar. At this moment, Wanya and Lindong arrived. As soon as they parked, Wanya eagerly led Lindong towards the entrance. Queen's Bar? Quite a charming name. I wonder if there truly is a queen inside. Lindong mused as he caught a glimpse of the orange-red neon sign, murmuring softly. Why not take a guess? Is there really a queen within? Came a sudden voice from behind Lindong. He turned to find a mature woman, around 30 years of age, standing just a meter away. Dressed in a low-cut purple evening gown, she exuded an alluring charm, her ample bosom nearly spilling out. A black mink shawl draped casually over her shoulders, enhancing the exquisite beauty of her face, which radiated a blend of seduction and languor. "Who are you?" Lin Dong inquired, suppressing a surge of excitement. Yet the proximity between them allowed the delicate fragrance of her presence to wash over him. "I am the queen, of course. Does it not seem so?" The elegant woman smiled, her eyes appraising Lin Dong, revealing an unmistakable admiration. In her view, Lin Dong's black suit, which seemed out of place in the bar's environment, did not appear shabby. Rather, it accentuated his cool and roguish demeanor. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yuzi, the owner of this establishment." "Oh, you must be accompanying Wanya, correct? Your boyfriend, perhaps?" The alluring woman extended a soft hand, which Lin Dong gently grasped. The sensation was delightful, warm and silky. A true embodiment of beauty, yet another enchantress to be wary of. "I am Lin Dong, assistant to Miss Wan." Upon uttering these words, Lin Dong felt his heart race uncontrollably. His gaze upon Yuzi became intensely fervent as the results from the black gold system flashed in his mind. Yuzi, alias Queen, female, 31 years old, actual controller of Queen's Bar, involved in 63 cases of money laundering and underground gambling, black gold value, 35.98 million. Good heavens. Indeed a big catch, and a mesmerizing siren at that. It goes without saying, if he were to let this siren slip away, Lin Dong would have squandered his opportunity in this life. Meanwhile, Wanya, who had already entered the venue, realized that Lin Dong had not followed. She turned back and encountered the two. The handsome man and beautiful woman stood in close proximity, an air of unspoken tension seemingly igniting an invisible spark between them. "Lindong, are you coming in or just standing there?" Wanya hurried forward, casting a fierce glare at Yuzi, and without further ado, she seized Lindong's hand and pulled him inside. With a reluctant smile towards Yuzi, Lindong turned and entered the bar. It was only after their figures vanished into the flashing lights and thundering music that Yuzi regained her composure. In that fleeting moment of their handshake, she suddenly sensed an overwhelming wave of fervent intensity wash over her. Those eyes, though slightly weathered, sparkled with intrigue, striking her heart and causing her long stable emotions to stir uncontrollably. Yuzi gently bit her rosy lower lip, her sultry gaze lingering. This man is rather intriguing. After 11 p.m., the Queen's Bar reached the pinnacle of its revelry. Within the expansive venue, over 200 men and women either danced wildly to the deafening music or sat together indulging in libations. On the main stage, 2 DJ performers orchestrated the atmosphere as 3 statuesque beauties clad in bikinis began to passionately dance, captivating all eyes with their pole dance. Wanya sat among a group of girls in their teens and 20s, thoroughly enjoying herself. By 11 p.m., she was already quite inebriated. Sitting at the edge, Lin Dong shook his head discreetly, realizing that Wanya had insisted on bringing him along precisely so that someone would drive her home once she was intoxicated. However, Lin Dong did not feel at a loss. He reclined on the sofa, sipping lemon water while activating the black gold eye. He scanned the diverse crowd of patrons, assessing each individual. Nowadays, those with paltry sums of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands held no interest for him. He found targets with lower black gold values unworthy of his attention. Only those with values in the millions would pique his curiosity. And indeed, a new target appeared at the bar entrance. Wang Hu, alias Smiling Tiger, male, 43 years old, legal representative of the Gene Xian Meat Processing Group. Leader of the North District's meat gang, involved in 136 cases including frozen meat smuggling, extortion, assault, and operating illegal gambling. Black gold value, 214.7 million. Another big catch, and a supersized one at that. From a distance, this big fish appeared short and stout, wearing a broad smile, hence the moniker Smiling Tiger. Upon entering the bar, he was immediately surrounded by admirers, making his way directly to the VIP area on the second floor. Lin Dong observed from a distance, his gaze fixated on the elegant Yuzi, who was seated in the VIP section, sharing laughter and drinks with the Smiling Tiger. After a couple of toasts, they strolled together into the innermost office. Silently, Lin Dong speculated that the black gold associated with the Queen, Yuzi, was likely concealed within that office on the second floor. It was inconceivable to assert that this woman had no connection to the Smiling Tiger. Such a notion was utterly implausible. The title of Queen carries profound implications. Well then, since these two significant fish are entangled in each other's affairs, it would be quite advantageous to reel them in simultaneously. However, a strategy must be devised to approach them first. As the clock struck midnight, the atmosphere at the Queen's Bar reached a fever pitch, with a myriad of bizarre scenes unfolding. Among the revelers were a couple of moderately famous Hong Kong stars who intermittently performed several Cantonese songs. reinvigorating the fervent ambience. In the midst of it all, a wealthy heir, in a fit of mischief, tossed a sum of 10,000 yuan onto the stage, compelling a tipsy girl of notable physique to publicly remove a piece of her lingerie. To everyone's astonishment, she complied. At that moment, Lin Dong stood beside the spiral staircase leading to the VIP area on the second floor, leisurely indulging in a cigarette. The dazzling lights and intoxicating atmosphere of the bar were mere illusions to him, a reborn soul, lacking any genuine allure. He was on the lookout for an opportunity to access the second-floor office or to draw closer to the smiling tiger, a significant catch. His strikingly handsome visage and commanding presence, complemented by his distinctive black suit, had certainly captured the attention of numerous young women. Several fashionably attired girls approached him, eager to engage in conversation, yet Lin Dong remained indifferent. Dear ladies, though my past life may have been unremarkable, I have indeed witnessed grand spectacles. Is this the extent of my taste? His singular focus now was clear, to seize the black gold and amass wealth. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the western corner of the bar, accompanied by the sharp screams of women. The crowd began to stir, yet only a few ventured closer to investigate. Regulars at the bar had long grown accustomed to the sporadic quarrels and altercations. Without bloodshed, such skirmishes barely piqued their interest. Damn it, Wanya, you wretched woman. If I don't put an end to you tonight, then I, Gao Xian, am not a man. A coarse shout pierced through the cacophony of music and drunken revelry. Trouble was brewing. Ma Baorong had spoken the truth. Wanya, this young lady, certainly had an innate propensity for instigating chaos. Lin Dong, exasperated, abandoned his post by the staircase. He swiftly approached the service bar, utilizing the landline to make a phone call before striding toward the western corner of the bar. The nightlife of the 1990s was a tumultuous blend of the righteous and the unruly, with brawls being commonplace. Chapter 10. The overbearing young master of the Northern District Fan Gui had spent the day accompanying Boss Wan, traversing multiple locations. They had liaised with the customs office and police station in the Northern District, but the efforts yielded little success. Matters that could once be resolved with a single phone call now faced insurmountable obstacles, inciting Boss Wan's furious wrath, nearly resulting in the destruction of the precious tea set within his office. According to insider information, it seemed highly likely that Wan Qingshan's batch of goods was doomed, as this operation had been dispatched from higher authorities, constituting a cross-district crackdown with no room for leniency. Furthermore, the relevant local departments could only assist from the sidelines, lacking any authority to intervene. After a grueling day, Fan Gui finally returned home at the stroke of midnight, collapsing onto the plush sofa, aimlessly watching late-night television. Just then, the pager on the coffee table emitted a series of urgent beeps. Damn it, who could that be at this hour? Fan Gui muttered under his breath, pressing the button to display the message on the pager. A bold line of text appeared on the screen. Queen's Bar, Wanya in danger, bring more people, hurry. Lindong. What? The young lady is in trouble? The fatigue that had enveloped Fan Gui vanished in an instant, replaced by a surge of adrenaline. He hastily secured the pager, grabbed the Nokia 2110 mobile phone from the coffee table, quickly donned his coat, and rushed out the door. While driving, he didn't forget to make several phone calls. After all, the young lady was in peril, and it was imperative to rally support swiftly. Naturally, the first call was directed to boss Wan Qingshan, as his daughter Wanya was the apple of his eye, and any misfortune befalling her would surely send him into a frenzy. He was certain that the message had originated from Lin Dong, as he had provided the pager number just yesterday. Fortuitously, he had remained awake and attentive to the pager's notifications. It was a lapse on his part that he had not also included his mobile number. As for why Lin Dong didn't directly call Wan Qingshan, Fan Gui speculated that he lacked the courage, fearing a reprimand from the boss. How had Lin Dong, having only started his job a day prior, managed to entangle himself with the young lady? At the western corner of the Queen's Bar, an unsettling atmosphere prevailed. The glass coffee table was strewn with empty beer cans, while fruit platters and snacks lay in disarray. In the curved bar area, four young women huddled together, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at the 8 men encroaching upon them. Leading the pack was a young man with bleached hair, approximately 25 or 26, brandishing a bottle of Chivas whiskey and shouting profanities. Damn it, Tong Lele. I, Gao Xian, offered you a drink out of respect. What's with your reluctance? And you, Wanya, you brazen hussy, what's wrong with me sharing a drink with her? Do you wish to die? As the situation escalated, the onlookers began to gather. Drawn by the unfolding drama, Gao Xian was notorious, a regular at the bar with a reputation as a beauty snatcher. Any woman he set his sights on rarely escaped unscathed. Moreover, his connections ran deep in the Northern District, where he was known as the overbearing young master. Claiming dominion over the area, Gao Xian, don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. I don't care if you pursue other women. But Tong Lele is my good friend. Try laying a finger on her, and see what happens. Wanya, already quite inebriated, seized an ashtray and hurled it towards Gao Xian with force. Damn, this woman is fierce. Is she emboldened by the drink? Gao Xian scrambled to evade the projectile, narrowly avoiding a direct hit, though a few droplets of ashtray residue splattered across his face. The crowd erupted in cheers, reveling in the chaos. Gao Xian wiped the grime from his face, a sinister grin spreading across his features. He slammed the full bottle of whiskey onto the glass table and pointed at a voluptuous girl cowering in the corner, grinning as he declared, "You have two choices. 1. Let Tong Lele spend the night with me. 2. Wanya, you down this bottle, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Dream on." Wanya retorted defiantly. "I'll count to 10, 10, 9, 8, 7. As her cold countdown echoed, the atmosphere around them thickened with tension. The air, heavy with the stench of smoke and liquor, suddenly turned icy. Everyone understood how terrifying the overbearing young master of the Northern District could be when he unleashed his wrath. 3, 2, 1. Just as Gao Xian finished his count, his dark eyes swept back to Wanya, preparing to escalate the confrontation. "I'll drink this bottle on her behalf." Lin Dong interjected, pushing through the crowd and making his timely entrance. "Lin Dong, where have you been?" With bleary eyes, Wanya let out a light exclamation, prompting Lindong to wave his hand, signaling her to remain silent. He strolled leisurely to Gaoxin's front, casting a condescending gaze upon him. Indeed, Lindong stood nearly 1.8 meters tall, towering over the 1.65-meter tall young master. "Who do you think you are?" Gaoxin sneered, glancing at the impeccably dressed Lindong. "Just based on your looks?" The tall young master felt incensed. He harbored a deep disdain for men who were taller and handsomer than him. Lindong, however, chose not to engage in further banter. He picked up the whiskey from the table and, with a smile, inquired, "Gao Shou, I shall ask you one last time. How about I drink on her behalf?" "Kid, watch my lips." Gaoxin laughed, his laughter laced with irritation. Today seemed to have cursed him, as if every petty character had suddenly emerged to point fingers at him. He gestured towards his own open mouth, and, enunciating each word, spat out, "You eat shit." Observing this, Lindong refrained from further dialogue. Silently, he raised the bottle of whiskey high, pouring it over Gaoxin's bleached hair. The entire venue fell into stunned silence, everyone bewildered, including Gaoxin himself. Just how audacious could this individual be? Was he foolish, or had he simply never witnessed the cruel methods of the tall young master? After a 5-second delay, Gaoxin, drenched in whiskey, finally reacted, screaming, "Attack him!" His 7 companions surged forward, ready to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lindong. Ding, spent 10 million wealth points. Strength increased by 100 points, adding 100 kilograms of power. Ding, spent 2 million wealth points. Speed increased by 20 points. Explosive power enhanced by 20. Reaching top speed in 132 seconds. In an instant, Lindong had completed the enhancement of his strength and speed, having expended a total of 12 million. He vowed not to rest until he recouped his investment tonight. With a swift motion, he charged into the fray, unleashing his newfound power upon his adversaries. As he deftly maneuvered past Gaoxin, Lindong swung his right hand, mercilessly smashing the whiskey bottle against his head. Crash! The bottle shattered, liquor splattering everywhere. Gaoxin froze for half a second, only to be overwhelmed by a sharp pain in his skull. Ah! Gaoxin's agonized scream shattered the bar's pulsating music. Following this, the sounds of bodies colliding and piercing screams filled the air, plunging the scene into chaos. A battle of 1 against 8 had commenced. Chapter 11, Lindong's Prowess. 1 against 8. When Lindong spoke to Gaoxin earlier, he was already prepared to strike. He understood that a pompous character like the tall young master would not easily let things go. Thus, he had deliberately lowered his stance, suggesting he would drink on Wanya's behalf, merely seeking an excuse for Gaoxin to refuse. Anticipating his refusal, Lindong took the initiative, dousing Gaoxin with whiskey. Since words had failed, he resolved to take action. Bang! 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 Lindong's agile form met the 7 charging individuals in an instant. As their bodies intertwined, a series of dull thuds echoed, followed by cries of pain and bodies hitting the ground. Amidst the turmoil, one figure suddenly soared into the air, landing 3 meters away, crashing onto a glass table at a neighboring booth. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, liquor sprayed, and the crowd hurriedly scattered. At this moment, Lindong, having plunged into the enemy ranks, fully unleashed his strength. He realized that his fists and feet now possessed far greater power than before, each punch exceeding 200 kilograms. The average person's striking force typically ranges between 50 to 100 kilograms, but with his enhancements, Lindong's strength now surpassed that of ordinary individuals by 2 or 3 times. Moreover, he discovered that both his explosive power and reaction speed had significantly increased. In his previous life, sprinting champion Bolt required 1.78 seconds to reach his top speed in a 100-meter dash. Yet now, Lindong's acceleration and explosive power had been elevated to 132 seconds, surpassing even Bolt's. How terrifying was this? To put it plainly, he could nearly cover 10 meters in the blink of an eye. One should not underestimate such a speed boost. In street fights, being a fraction faster could mean the difference between life and death, providing a distinct advantage. With his extraordinary reaction speed and 200 kilogram striking power, Lindong now resembled a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. Aside from the already downed Gaoxin, the 7 young men across from him had barely grazed his body before being knocked down one after another. During his 4 years in the military reconnaissance unit, having bled and sweated, Lindong had mastered 2 close combat techniques: the crooked bone capture technique, commonly known as the Black Dragon 18 hands, and the improved 8 extremes fist. These 2 martial arts were essential courses for reconnaissance soldiers. Their movements were simple, yet practical, bearing immense lethality. Strictly speaking, they were somewhat insidious, employing any means necessary to swiftly incapacitate an opponent. In just half a minute, alongside the bloodied Gaoxin, all 8 adversaries lay incapacitated. Those sprawled on the ground groaned in pain, suffering broken heads and limbs that were inevitable. TCH, easily dispatched. Lindong dusted his hands off, turning elegantly to walk toward Wanya. The half-drunken Wanya, exhilarated, leaped onto the bar seat, exclaiming as she embraced a beautiful girl named Tong Lele. "Did you all see that? Did you see? I told you everything would be fine. Humph, with my Lindong here, all that rubbish will disappear, huh?" The girl in her embrace, Tong Lele, couldn't help but cry out in excitement. Her earlier feelings of helplessness and fear dissolved with the appearance of this man. Through her tear-filled eyes, she stole a glance at Lindong's tall figure approaching, and under the dim lights, a rosy hue bloomed on her delicate face. The fierce brawl concluded swiftly, and after a brief moment of silence, the bar erupted into a frenzy. What just transpired? The battle was over in merely half a minute? This was 1 against 8. Initially, everyone had anticipated Lindong would be thoroughly defeated, yet the outcome was utterly contrary, leaving all astonished. Although the skirmish was brief, the commotion was undeniably immense. Within the bar, the vibrant music had ceased, and many patrons instinctively gathered around. All eyes were drawn to Lindong. Who exactly was this man? He was remarkably formidable, especially the young women and married ladies in the crowd, all of whom were losing their composure. Heavens, not only is he skilled, but he also has a great physique and looks handsome. I can't resist. Within a minute, I must obtain his contact information. Even a pager number will suffice. Do you think I could support him? Lindong ignored the surrounding curious gazes and discussions, slowly returning to his seat at the bar with Wanya and her companions. Wanya, her eyes slightly glazed from intoxication, suddenly pounced on him. "Lindong, you were so handsome tonight. I knew I had chosen correctly. Hee. Lindong pushed her boozy face away in disdain and asked in a low voice, "Is there any alcohol? The stronger, the better. You want a drink?" I summoned a waiter and ordered a bottle of the strongest vodka. Shortly thereafter, a high-proof bottle of vodka was delivered. Lindong had become the center of attention in the venue. In this world, there are many handsome individuals, but few possess both striking looks and formidable skills, making such men particularly popular among the ladies of the nightlife. Lindong twisted off the bottle cap and poured vodka over the wound on the back of his left hand. "Ah, Lindong, you've been injured. Your hand is bleeding." Wanya gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Of course, Lindong snorted coldly, continuing to cleanse the wound with the potent liquor, wincing slightly. Though he had displayed valor moments ago, he had inadvertently been struck by a beer bottle, resulting in a small cut on the back of his left hand. His physical defenses, it seemed, were still somewhat lacking. "Lindong, what on earth happened?" Naturally, Yuzi could not remain calm upon witnessing such chaos in her bar. She hurried down from the second floor. Watching the man tending to his wound, her heart raced. The sight of him single-handedly facing 8 opponents had left her utterly astounded. "You might want to inquire with the fellow lying on the ground," Lindong replied nonchalantly, not lifting his head as he finished cleaning his wound and set the vodka down on the table. Yuzi furrowed her brow, about to speak when a deep, gentle male voice interrupted from behind her. "Ziun, allow me to handle this." At the sound of that voice, Yuzi nodded obediently, secretly relieved. For the speaker was Wang Hu. In her eyes, Wang Hu was a king in the North District, a man capable of resolving any issue. "You must be Lindong. May I join you?" Wang Hu asked politely, dressed in a deep blue jacket and a white shirt, exuding a simple yet warm demeanor. Lindong glanced up at him and smiled. "Be my guest." He would not be deceived by the stout, short figure of this man. In terms of danger, no one in this bar, no, in the entire North District, could rival this so-called smiling tiger. In his past life, Lindong had heard countless tales of the smiling tiger. "You possess quite the skills. Have you served in the military?" "Indeed," Lindong replied calmly, though a shiver ran down his spine. His wariness towards Wang Hu deepened. This man was not to be underestimated. Wang Hu settled into the seat opposite Lindong. Leisurely pouring himself a glass from the nearly full bottle of vodka Lin Dong had used for disinfection, savoring a sip with evident enjoyment. The stronger the drink, the more flavorful it is upon entering the throat. Life is much the same. One must live it passionately to have no regrets, Wang Hu remarked with composure. Throughout the exchange, he had not inquired about the brawl nor cast a glance at the nearby young women. It seemed these matters held little importance in his eyes. You haven't asked my name, aren't you curious? Wang Hu gazed at Lindong's face, a smile gracing his lips. Why should I? Lindong retorted. You have quite the personality. However, trouble may soon arrive, and I should be able to assist you in managing it. Are you not curious about that? Wang Hu's eyes sparkled, admiration evident on his face. I'll deal with it when it comes, Lindong said nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette. Quite intriguing. Ha. Wang Hu's hearty laughter echoed through the bar, causing a few patrons on the floor to wince in pain, their discomfort momentarily subdued. Chapter 12. Who holds power in the North District after midnight? Listening to Wang Hu's boisterous laughter, Lindong's lips curled into a smirk. His earlier actions, though seemingly reckless, were, in fact, well considered. First, rescuing Wanya would undoubtedly bolster his standing in the eyes of both the young lady and Boss Wan. Second, witnessing something that displeased him stirred a need to act. Thus, he would confront even multiple opponents. Third, and most crucially, Yuzi and Wang Hu would surely be observing from the second floor. Nothing would captivate them more than a thrilling display of violence, where the few triumphed over the many. And indeed, had not these two prized fish just swum over? The ensuing events would merely be a matter of reeling them in. This time, the catch could be nothing short of spectacular. Under the guidance of security personnel, most patrons had vacated the bar, yet dozens remained, eager to witness the unfolding drama. This affair was far from over. Following tradition, once the underlings were dealt with, the higher-ups would soon make their entrance. Moreover, the victim of the night was none other than the highborn young master of the North District, whose background was anything but simple. 10 minutes later, the moans of the injured men on the ground had begun to wane, their cries becoming feeble. The bleeding from the head of the one known as Gao Xian had been temporarily stemmed with a towel, and he slumped against a bar stool, casting furtive glances at Lin Dong, his eyes brimming with hatred. At that moment, the bar's entrance was thrust open. A gust of cold wind swept in, sending a shiver through those inside. A throng of individuals, numbering around 50 to 60, burst into the bar, led by a burly man whose sharp gaze scanned the room before striding directly towards Lindong. Uncle Fan, you've come too? Wanya recognized the approaching figure, her voice faltering slightly as she instinctively shrank back, feeling a twinge of guilt. Fan Gui shot her a glare, reassured to see her unharmed, and with a huff, remarked, If I hadn't come, were you planning to spend the night here? Of course not. I was just about to head home when you arrived. Stop the nonsense. Your father will be here any moment. What? My father is coming too. Oh no, I'm going to get scolded again. Fan Gui ignored her, nodding at Wang Hu before taking a seat next to Lin Dong, concern etched on his face. Are you injured? Are you all right? I'm fine, just a minor scrape. They're the ones with problems, Lin Dong said, gesturing with his mouth towards the group sprawled on the floor, chuckling. You're late. The battle has already concluded. Not too late. The people I brought will come in handy shortly. That fellow bleeding from the head over there. Is he Gao Xian, son of Gao Qijiang? Did you take him down? That would be him. Everyone calls him the young Master Gao. Fan Gui was rendered speechless. You didn't even ascertain the background of your opponents before taking action? The individuals lying here are all young masters from affluent families in the North District. Look at the mess you've created. Help them up and gather them over there. Make sure they're watched closely. No one is to leave. Fan Gui commanded loudly. His subordinates hurriedly assisted the injured, seating them carefully, while a dark wave of men surrounded them, their expressions icy. Offending the Wan family would not be easily forgiven. Old Wan and Gao Qijiang should be arriving soon, right? Wang Hu, who had been calmly savoring his drink, remarked with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the bar's entrance was pushed open once more. Leading the way was a gaunt middle-aged man in his 50s. Behind him trailed a vast crowd, numbering over 100, clad uniformly in black leather jackets. Their imposing presence far surpassed that of Fan Gui's men. Gao Qijiang had arrived swiftly. It seemed someone had alerted him. Wang Hu set down his wine glass and, with an air of leisure, remarked as he leaned back, awaiting the unfolding drama. Lu Yufeng was late returning home from work today. In the case of the 1225 robbery, significant breakthroughs had emerged through technical reconnaissance and meticulous groundwork. The special investigation team had nearly pinpointed the whereabouts of several robbers. They were now just waiting for the provincial task force to assemble before their group would hastily set off for Guizhou province. Upon returning home, Lu Yufeng gathered a few changes of clothes and some toiletries, then quietly left a note for his slumbering wife before heading out once more to his workplace. Midway through his journey, the pager at his waist began to beep insistently. with one hand firmly gripping the steering wheel. He glanced at the pager. A major brawl has erupted at the Wanho bar. Come quickly, Luzi. Luzi was his informant. That name was merely a code name, and his true identity had been kept confidential, known only to Lu Yufeng within the bureau. Wanho bar? A major brawl? Why was there such unrest at this late hour? Since he was already involved, he could not remain idle. Lu Yufeng sighed, picked up the radio in his car, and pressed the communication channel for the 6th Criminal Investigation Team. Luo Zizong, please respond. After a few seconds, the radio crackled to life. Luo Zizong here. Captain Lu, how may I assist? Bring a few more people and head straight to Wanho bar. We'll meet there. Understood. Gao Qijiang entered the bar with a frost-laden expression. First, he glanced at his beloved son, relieved to see that the bleeding had ceased, though his complexion remained pale. Upon witnessing the arrival of his savior, Gao Xian's moans of suffering grew louder. Who did this? Gao Qijiang asked coldly. It was him, the one in the black suit. Gao Xian pointed accusingly at Lindong, his voice laced with venom. Gao Qijiang remained silent, striding purposefully towards Lindong, his eyes blazing with a malevolent intensity. Are you the one who injured my son? Yes. Very well, let's sever a hand. Which will it be, the left or the right? Lindong could not help but chuckle at this. So, Boss Gao? You have such a penchant for dismemberment? Gao Qijiang chuckled too, though his laughter held a chilling undertone. For a mere lackey like you, my intention to only sever one hand is your fortune, understand? Oh, so there's no room for negotiation? Lindong's smile faded as he slowly rose to his feet, locking eyes with Gao Qijiang without a hint of retreat. Boss Gao, there seems to be a misunderstanding regarding this matter. Fan Gui also stood up, eager to explain. Fan Gui, who do you think you are? You lack the standing to converse with me. Gao Qijiang brusquely interrupted him, making it clear that he intended to show no mercy. Behind Gao Qijiang, aside from a few guards around Gao Xian, over 100 henchmen clad in black leather surged forward. Fan Gui's men were undeterred, forming a formidable line on the opposite side. The two factions stood poised for confrontation, the atmosphere thick with tension as the threat of violence loomed. Am I qualified to speak with you, Wan Qingshan? A deep, resonant voice broke through. Wan Qingshan pushed through the crowd, his expression grim. Damn it! Are you trying to humiliate my men in front of everyone? Is Gao Qijiang this arrogant? Dad. Upon seeing her father, Wanya felt her previously anxious heart settle. Silence. We'll settle this at home. Wan Qingshan snapped at his daughter before turning to inspect Lin Dong's injured left hand, frowning as he asked, Kid, are you hurt? Did you lose? Not at all. 1 against 8, a resounding victory. Impressive. You not only have a sharp mind, but can also fight. Ha ha. Wan Qingshan laughed, then greeted Wang Hu at the bar table before gesturing dismissively at Gao Qijiang. Gao Qijiang, until we clarify the reasons behind this incident, you cannot touch my people. Is that so? What if I insist on acting? You may certainly try. Gao Qijiang, in terms of numbers, you cannot compete with me. In terms of strength, your side is merely a rabble. Are you truly prepared to engage in battle? Are you trying to intimidate me? I, Wan Qingshan, have grown up unafraid of threats. I don't need to intimidate you. Anyone Gao Qijiang, wishes to target tonight will not escape. Gao Qijiang declared, picking up a glass from the table and smashing it violently onto the ground. The sound of shattering glass echoed, and both factions advanced a step closer, tension escalating as they stood on the brink of chaos, awaiting a command from their respective leaders. At that moment, the atmosphere was charged with palpable tension and oppression. Esteemed leaders, may I have a word? Facing the throng of fierce and menacing henchmen, Lindong calmly lit a cigarette and spoke leisurely. I only wish to ask one question. After midnight, who holds sway over the North District? Chapter 13, King of the North District. Lindong's words landed like a stone cast into a serene pond on a frigid winter morning, sending ripples through the gathered crowd. What do you mean by that? One of them scoffed, visibly alarmed by the implications. Surely you see that the North District's most formidable underground forces are present? It was well known that the 3 titans of the North District were Wan Qingshan's Wanqi trading, Gao Qijiang's Gao Xian trading, one controlling the local electrical smuggling and sales channels, the other monopolizing the audiovisual market and illicit enterprises. Each held their ground, their strengths evenly matched. Yet, Wang Hu's North District Meat Union was the most powerful, with the deepest roots, having steadily overshadowed both Wan and Gao for the past 2 years, although he had refrained from rushing to dominate. Lindong's seemingly innocuous remark had torn through the veil, thrusting this sensitive topic into the open. What's your intention? Are you trying to sow discord among us? Gao Qijiang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and barked a reprimand. Lindong, unfazed, continued to smoke, and through the wisps of white smoke, he activated the black gold eye once more. Gao Qijiang, male, 49 years old, actual controller of Gao Xian trading, involved in 95 cases including illegal CD smuggling, counterfeit audiovisual products, and violent assaults. Black gold value, 92. 73 million yuan. Indeed, another big fish. Lin Dong felt a surge of excitement as his gaze swept over the 4 bosses present, growing increasingly pleased. If I could convert all the black gold behind these 4 big fish, wouldn't I instantly become the wealthiest in the North District? Cough, cough. No rush, no rush. First, let us resolve the current predicament. I believe Lindong's point is valid. Finally breaking his silence, Wang Hu spoke slowly. After midnight in the North District, there ought to be someone in charge, otherwise, chaos will ensue. Boss Wang, you actually believe this nonsense from the kid? Gao Qijiang's face darkened as he pointed accusingly at Lin Dong. I, Wang Hu, only trust my own judgment. What others say bears no weight. Wang Hu, unusually serious, continued. This venue belongs to Wang Hu. Here, anyone who stirs trouble is showing disrespect to me, Wang Hu. Moreover, it is already past midnight. I have the final say in the North District. Is there anyone who dares to oppose that? At Wang Hu's words, the more than 200 patrons in the bar fell silent, not a single soul daring to utter a sound. In that moment, Lin Dong truly witnessed the formidable presence of the smiling tiger. Wang Hu's usual genial demeanor might have merely been a facade. Ha ha ha, Boss Wang. I am the first to yield to your character. This drink is for you. With a rough exterior, yet a remarkably smooth demeanor, Wan Qingshan was the first to express his willingness to comply. He and Wang Hu exchanged a respectful toast, thus confirming the arrangement regarding the Underworld's authority in the Northern District. And you, Gao? Wang Hu squinted his eyes and turned to the ashen-faced Gao Qijiang, casually remarking, if you're not satisfied, we can settle it with a fight. You have 100 men, I'll only bring 2. As soon as Wang Hu's words fell, 2 figures silently emerged from the shadows behind the seats. One was a towering behemoth, standing nearly 9 meters tall, with a brutish visage and, despite the winter chill, clad only in a thin gray linen short-sleeve shirt, he strode forward with a commanding presence. Approaching the group of leather-clad underlings and drawing a sharp butcher's knife from his waist, booming, I am Tu Zhu, a butcher. Who dares to defy me? Come at me all at once. Close behind him followed a quietly imposing figure, a robust man in his mid-30s, not particularly tall, but exuding a chilling aura. He bore no weapon, yet those around him instinctively sensed something peculiar. This man was even more dangerous than Tu Zhu wielding a butcher's knife. He resembled a venomous serpent, stealthily lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Lin Dong couldn't help but glance at this man again, internally raising his guard. He was indeed a true master of combat. His name is Tu Run, Tu Zhu's brother. Surely, Gao has heard of the 2 of them? How many of your men do you reckon will perish? Wang Hu resumed his facade of a friendly tiger, grinning broadly. Of course, your men may use weapons, but any casualties will be at your own risk. Gao Qijiang's complexion grew increasingly grim, yet confronted with the overwhelming presence of the Northern District's kingpin, he hesitated to sever ties openly. He understood that Wang Hu was bluffing. With the 100 or so men he had brought, he could easily overpower the 2 brothers. But he must not forget that Fan Gui's dozen or so henchmen were also watching with keen interest. No need for that. Humph, I can see tonight. It's not worth risking lives over this. After a long pause, Gao finally spoke, taking a deep breath to suppress his simmering anger. He shot Lin Dong a fierce glare and waved his hand, declaring, we're leaving. Leading his 100 black-clad men, accompanied by 8 injured individuals, Gao Qijiang retreated from the bar in a flurry. The once cramped corner of the bar suddenly felt much more spacious, and the previously tense atmosphere relaxed considerably. Am I late for the show? Has the performance concluded so swiftly? A loud voice echoed from outside the bar as a dozen plainclothes men and women surged in. Leading them was Lu Yufeng. Lu Yufeng encountered the retreating Gao Qijiang at the entrance and quickly realized that the evening's grand spectacle was unlikely to continue. Nevertheless, it was for the best. Trouble in the Northern District was unwelcome for anyone, especially just as he was about to head to Guizhou for a case. What wind has blown tonight? Gathering all 3 major bosses of the Northern District, Lu Yufeng, accompanied by his 6th squad, approached the bar's corner. Captain Lu, why are you still awake? Come join us for a drink. Wang Hu greeted with a warm smile, rising to extend his hospitality. Today marks the 3rd anniversary of Wang Ho Bar. Everyone is welcome to indulge freely, and I shall cover the tab. Haha, Wang boss. You only mention this now that most guests have departed? How stingy of you. Lu Yufeng laughed, only then noticing Lin Dong's presence, momentarily taken aback, before recognizing Wan Qingshan and feeling relieved. My apologies. I'll be sure to treat you to a meal and drinks next time. Wang Hu chuckled, discreetly signaling the bumbling Tu Zhu, who hurriedly tucked his knife away into its sheath. Let us skip the drinks. We're merely here to understand the situation. Did anything happen just now? Captain Lu, with me around, how could anything go wrong? Haha. Indeed, with the Northern District's kingpin present. Who would dare cause trouble under your watch? You're trying to flatter me, Captain Lu. What kingpin? I, Wang Hu, am merely a law-abiding businessman. Let us hope so. I won't disturb you any further. We'll take our leave. Safe travels, Captain Liu. Come by to visit when you have time. As Liu Yufeng and his entourage departed, Wang Hu also stood to bid farewell, affectionately patting Lin Dong on the shoulder, saying, "You're quite impressive. If things don't work out with Wanqi, come find me at Xin. Wan Qingshan immediately objected, jumping up and exclaiming, "Wang boss. You can't poach like that. Just a jest, no need to take it to heart. Haha, it's late. Time to head home for a late-night snack and some sleep." Wang Hu waved his hand and nodded at Yuzi, who stood in the corner, before departing with a few attendants. Subsequently, Wan Ye and her young female companions were also taken away by Wan Qingshan, and that young lady would surely face a scolding upon returning home. Lin Dong, citing a need for a drink before heading back to his rental, declined Fan Gui's offer for a shared ride and stayed behind alone. The bar staff began to busy themselves with cleaning up the chaotic aftermath, leaving only Lin Dong and Yuzi seated across from each other at the bar, a palpable tension rising between them, tinged with both anticipation and unease. Wang Hu's black Mercedes-Benz cruised steadily through the quiet streets of the northern district in the dead of night. The neon lights and shadowy buildings flickered past the car windows, creating an unusually serene atmosphere. In the back seat, Wang Hu rested with his eyes closed. The driver, unmistakably, was the dangerously cold man from the bar. Tu Ren. What do you think of Lin Dong? Wang Hu remained with his eyes shut, his brows slightly furrowed, as if pondering a significant question. I mean his strength. In comparison to you two brothers. The driver, Tu Ren, seemed somewhat reticent, and after nearly half a minute, he replied in a deep voice, "He is fast and strong. Tu Zhu Wun T last 3 moves against him." Oh, Wang Hu's eyes flew open in surprise. He was well aware of Tu Zhu's formidable prowess as his second-in-command, a fierce and powerful fighter who transformed into a relentless butcher once armed. What about you in a fight with him? If we were to duel, he would win. If I fought with all my might, I would prevail, but he values his life more. Wang Hu's emotions surged once more. If even the Northern District's top expert, Tu Ren, was hesitant to claim victory, how formidable must Lin Dong truly be? What extraordinary fortune had Wan Qingshan stumbled upon to have found such a treasure? Humph. Tu Ren, please investigate Lin Dong's background as thoroughly as possible. Understood. The Northern District's kingpin, the smiling tiger, Wang Hu. Chapter 14. The fragrance of wealth outshines tender affection. Captain Liu, shall we let this matter slide? Shouldn't we investigate further? It's clear that a fight occurred at the bar. All 3 major factions were present. On the way back, Luo Zitsong queried in confusion. Also, why was Lin Dong there? Has he turned to the Underworld? Damn, has he switched roles in just a few days? Liu Yufeng shot him a glare, scolding. What are you mumbling about? So many questions. Your curiosity is insatiable. Tomorrow, go buy yourself a book titled 100,000 Whys and focus on driving. Yes, but Captain Liu, tonight this doesn't quite align with your character. You brat, is this going to be endless? Pull over. The speeding car screeched to a halt. On the deserted streets late at night, the air was frigid, and the few souls that remained had either sought refuge beneath their blankets or were indulging in steaming late-night snacks or hot pot within the warmth of their homes. Following closely behind were 3 small vehicles, their occupants perplexed by the unfolding situation, which soon came to a halt by the roadside. The members of Team 6 all disembarked and approached. Captain Liu, what's going on? Liu Yufeng did not respond directly. Instead, he stood by the road, silently lighting a cigarette. Under the amber glow of the streetlight, his robust silhouette cast a long shadow on the gray concrete pavement. Do you see that? Liu Yufeng pointed to the dark shape at his feet. What are we looking at? Luo Zitsong asked, bewildered. The shadow, Liu Yufeng reiterated, gesturing again. Captain, what's so interesting about that? It's just a human shadow. There are shadows wherever there's light, Luo Zitsong scoffed. Is Captain Liu suddenly losing his mind? Uffed. What are you thinking? You're right. Where there's light, there will inevitably be shadows. So, what is there to investigate about the Underworld? The now-closed Queen's Bar had fallen completely silent, yet under the dim and ambiguous lighting, the lingering haze in the air easily stirred the imagination. I'll leave after finishing this drink. Such fine liquor, I don't wish to waste it. To alleviate the increasingly awkward atmosphere, Lin Dong found himself compelled to keep drinking. This being his 3rd glass in front of Yuzi. The high-proof vodka began to induce a slight intoxication in Lin Dong, who usually had a decent tolerance. Is that so? Yuzi, reclining on the sofa, observed Lin Dong with a teasing smile, her posture undeniably alluring. How about having a drink in my office? I have a bottle of 82 Lafite, and I can help you tend to that wound. So quick to take the bait. This could be interesting. All right, Lin Dong nodded. A faint blush creeping onto his handsome face, his heart inexplicably racing. Don't misunderstand. It's the money that excites me, not the beauty. Observing Lin Dong's sudden shyness, Yuzi felt a surge of anticipation within her. She gracefully led him upstairs, into the innermost office. The office was spacious and luxuriously decorated, and beyond the front area, there was a large inner room, where a partially ajar door revealed glimpses of a wide double bed. How strange. Why is the system unresponsive? Could it be that Yuzi's illicit funds are not concealed here? It shouldn't be the case, judging by her operations. Running a bar and an underground casino necessitated a constant cash flow, making it most fitting to hide money here. Perhaps the distance was too great, exceeding the black money system's detection limit of 10 meters. The stash might be hidden deep within the bedroom, or even in a specially constructed secret compartment. Wait for me a moment. I'll fetch the first aid kit. Yuzi retrieved a small white medicine box from beneath the liquor cabinet, then approached Lindong, efficiently disinfecting and bandaging his hand. Observing her deft movements, Lindong concluded she had often assisted others with their wounds. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just share a glass of red wine with me. It would be my honor to accept an invitation from such a beauty. You have quite the tongue. Amidst the charged atmosphere, two individuals with their own motives sat together, toasting one another. The bar's hazy lights and ambience easily awakened the most primal desires within humans, especially now that they were alone in a room upstairs. Lindong, you are quite an enigma. How so? You appear so youthful. Yet I sense that your eyes conceal many stories. They bear a certain weariness that is irresistibly intriguing. Goodness, do barmaids speak so candidly? But that was rather poetic. Lindong boldly gazed into Yuzi's beautiful eyes, silently savoring the Lawfight in his glass without uttering a word, for he understood that at this moment, all words would be futile. His gaze spoke volumes. I'll go change into something else. This evening gown feels a bit tight. Yuzi, flustered by Lindong's unabashed stare, rose and made her way towards the bedroom. The bedroom was spacious, with warm and comfortable lighting. Just as Yuzi stepped inside, intending to turn and close the door, a startled gasp escaped her lips. Lindong's tall and imposing figure suddenly loomed closer. Caught off guard, Yuzi found herself pressed against the wall, and the bedroom door slammed shut with a thud. A powerful masculine presence enveloped her, and before she could react, her mouth was silenced by a warm kiss. Lindong, you scoundrel! She exclaimed, muffled. Lindong seized her hand as she attempted to slap him, pinning her against the wall. A fervent exchange of lips ensued, followed by mutual exploration, and under Lindong's strong yet gentle advances, Yuzi relinquished all resistance. Ding! 1 million wealth points deducted, enhancing tongue flexibility and agility by 10 points. What? That can be done? Ding! Detected black money amounting to 98 million yuan. Distance 86 meters, within effective conversion range. Proceed with conversion? Indeed, it's right here. Without hesitation, Lindong issued the conversion command. And in the blink of an eye, he secured 98 million wealth points. New wealth total, 98 million yuan. Balance, 900 yuan. In less than 2 hours, Lindong rejoined the ranks of millionaires. Having the black money system certainly made earning money as effortless as drinking water. Yet at this moment, Lindong was immersed in a tender embrace, interwoven with the thrill of acquiring substantial wealth. The intertwining of these two emotions, combined with Lindong's skilled kissing technique and enhanced tongue, afforded Yuzi the most intoxicating kiss of her life. After a considerable while, their lips parted. Yuzi leaned against the wall, her hair cascading down, her attire slightly disheveled. The lingering warmth of Lindong's presence filled the air, leaving her breathless. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her alluring eyes glimmering with a mixture of maturity and temptation. It's quite late. I should be heading back. Thank you for the wine. It was truly delightful. Lindong pointed to his lips, casting a sly smile as he opened the bedroom door and departed. Yuzi was infuriated, feeling abandoned midway. Lindong, what does that mean? Unfortunately, her body felt soft and powerless, and she couldn't chase after him. You scoundrel! Yuzi glared at Lindong's retreating figure, bending down to remove her high-heeled shoes and hurling them in frustration, but her aim was woefully off. With a clatter, her red heels scattered across the floor. I had too much to drink tonight. Don't take it to heart. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Lindong glanced back at the fallen shoes without turning around, lightly stating, I'll be on my way, as he pushed open the office door and strode away. Lindong was neither incompetent nor disinterested. It was prudent to understand a woman with such a complex background before engaging further. His most pressing priority was to amass wealth through the black money system. After all, who could resist the allure of riches over mere tenderness? Since he had achieved his objective for the night, why linger any longer? Yuzi, this woman, is undoubtedly far more complex than she appears on the surface. Once one indulges in her allure, extricating oneself becomes a formidable challenge. No need to rush. Let us cast our lines patiently in pursuit of the grandest catch, the formidable Wang Hu is yet to take the bait. Chapter 15. playing the tycoon, unleashing the most lavish expenditure. The following day, the brawl that erupted during the anniversary celebration at the Queen's Bar swiftly spread like wildfire throughout the Northern District. News of a young and dashing man single-handedly defeating 8 opponents in under 30 seconds reverberated through both the legal and illicit circles of the region. Simultaneously, the 3 major gangs of the Northern District collided head-on, and the rumors of Wang Hu's ostentatious claim to power permeated the underground forces of the entire southern capital. In the 1990s, the most fervent topics of conversation during leisurely gatherings revolved around sensational gossip. Which child aced the college entrance examinations? Who suddenly struck it rich? And which formidable figure emerged in the realm of the underworld? Amidst the swirling winds of external affairs, Lin Dong remained unfazed. Over the past few days, under the guidance of the affable Ma Baorong, he busied himself familiarizing himself with the operations of Wanqi Company. Following the bar brawl, Wanya, the young lady, found herself confined to her home by Wan Qingshan, missing out on the festivities of New Year's Day. Time passed swiftly, and on January 3, 1996, a news broadcast reported the 5 robbers involved in the 1225 cash heist were apprehended by the police on January 2 in Guizhou Province, in both Pingping and Xin counties. This extensive manhunt was spearheaded by Lu Yufeng's team, who, through diligent investigation, ultimately pinpointed the hideouts of the 2 groups of robbers. In this operation, a staggering sum of 9.8 million yuan was recovered, along with 6 Type 54 pistols, 1 riot gun, over 400 rounds of ammunition, 5 grenades, and various detonators and knives. Regrettably, the masterminds Chun Shumin and Chun Haiyan remained elusive, seemingly vanishing from the police's meticulously laid trap. Lindong's earlier predictions had proven remarkably accurate. This young man truly possesses a remarkable intuition, his foresight uncanny. Just as the news of the robbers' capture aired, Wan Qingshan could not help but express his astonishment once more. Boss, should we consider involving Lin Dong in this matter? His agile mind might devise a solution. Fan Gui suggested, expressing his admiration for the newcomer who demonstrated meticulous thought and strong analytical skills, in addition to being capable in a physical confrontation. What do you think are the chances of bringing Lin Dong into the fold? Wan Qingshan pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. This situation is too significant. If we truly involve him, he would have no retreat. Moreover, he has only been with us for a few days, and our understanding of him remains superficial. Boss, trust is essential in employing individuals. We must take risks in this current climate. Fan Gui continued to persuade. Wan Qingshan fell silent, contemplating the prospect of fully integrating Lin Dong into the core operations of Wanqi. He had indeed considered it. For what Wanqi desperately needed was talent that possessed both courage and wisdom. Yet, was the timing not a bit premature? After a lengthy pause, Wan Qingshan finally resolved. Fan Gui, seek an opportunity to gauge Lin Dong's thoughts. If there are no issues, we shall bring him on board. Understood. This New Year's holiday marked the most delightful and carefree period in Lin Dong's 2 lives, as he found himself financially secure, no longer burdened by poverty, nor anxious over the prospect of securing 2 meals or the looming pressures of mortgage and car payments. He reveled in the liberating sensation of spending freely. In recent days, Lin Dong treated himself to a limited edition Rolex Cellini gold watch and commissioned several exquisite Valentino suits. Naturally, the quintessential accessory of a successful individual, a Motorola 8900 flip phone, was indispensable. He spent a staggering 8,000 yuan solely on the phone. Oddly enough, in this era, acquiring a phone required a local household registration book. However, there was no need for concern. As for 500 yuan, one could find someone outside the purchasing center willing to lend their household registration for the registration process. After also prepaying 500 yuan for call credits, Lin Dong had spent a total of 10,000 yuan to obtain the latest Motorola model. In this era, mobile phones were a rare commodity and electronics were exorbitantly priced, often exceeding the average monthly salary. A standard direct heating water heater could command over 1,000 yuan. Thus, mobile phones were unequivocally luxury items. Those willing to spend 10,000 yuan on one were either nouveau riches or true magnates. As the Motorola powered on, its green light flickered, exuding a futuristic feel accompanied by a distinct aroma upon startup, a scent that Lin Dong had almost forgotten, reminiscent of the fact that mobile phones in the 1990s emitted a fragrance. The Motorola 8900, released in 1995, was the world's first flip phone. Now equipped with the necessary gadgets, what about a luxury car and a grand residence? Should these also be arranged? Oh, would it be too extravagant to indulge so soon after acquiring wealth? Perhaps it would be wise to temper his enthusiasm, avoiding undue ostentation for the time being. Instead, tonight, he planned to invite a beautiful woman to dinner. The lady he sought to invite was none other than the captivating Yuzi, with whom he had shared an unfinished encounter on the second floor of the bar. They agreed to meet at the five-star White Goose Bay Hotel for a lavish dinner featuring the city's most expensive Western cuisine. As a newly minted millionaire, it was Lindong's first experience of the exquisite service offered by a revolving restaurant, and he generously spent nearly 2 months' salary on the meal. Yet, Lindong felt no regret. Without the presence of the goddess of wealth, Yuzi, he wouldn't have amassed such a fortune that night. Thus, a gesture of gratitude to nurture their relationship was only fitting. After all, maintaining connections through Yuzi could potentially lead to encounters with more influential figures in the underworld. During this meal, Lin Dong not only savored the finest delicacies of an upscale restaurant and experienced unparalleled service, but he also enjoyed the exquisite beauty of Miss Yu. It would be hard for anyone to believe that Lin Dong had just treated himself to the most expensive restroom visit of his life. Indeed, you heard correctly. The most lavish visit to the restroom. In between courses, Lin Dong stepped into the pristine restroom, enveloped by melodious music and rich fragrances. And he discovered for the first time that even a simple act of relieving oneself could be a pleasure. During his visit, a dedicated male attendant assisted by massaging his shoulders and back. Upon completion, the attendant even thoughtfully turned on the hot water faucet for him to wash his hands, then presented a disposable towel on a tray for his convenience. After drying his hands, he discarded the towel into the wastebasket. Immediately, he was offered a fragrant warm towel. And under the professional massage of his neck and shoulders, Lin Dong indulged in a delightful facial treatment. Goodness, even a trip to the restroom felt like a royal affair. This was truly the essence of affluence. It was no wonder so many tycoons and newly wealthy individuals flocked to such establishments for dining experiences. However, following this indulgence, tipping was inevitable. So Lin Dong generously extracted a 100 yuan bill and placed it into the tip tray. His gesture sparked a gleam in the attendant's eyes as he eagerly bowed and escorted Lin Dong to the restroom exit, reluctant to part ways. The attendant's ingratiating smile nearly urged Lin Dong to return to the dining table, encouraging him to drink more hot water and make additional trips to the restroom. Oh, visiting such high-end venues truly broadened Lin Dong's horizons, allowing him to relish a rare moment of playing the tycoon. The enchanting environment of the revolving restaurant and the delectable dishes provided Lin Dong and Yuzi with an exceptionally enjoyable dining experience. Lin Dong's wealth of life experiences and witty conversation once again left Yuzi utterly impressed. Certainly, with a staggering advantage of 28 years of foresight over the world. Lin Dong's casual remarks effortlessly captivated the entire room. This ostentatious display of superiority is truly invincible, isn't it? Beneath the romantic glow of the restaurant lights, Yuzi gazed at Lin Dong with sultry eyes, the atmosphere thick with budding desire. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, it was already past 9 in the evening. Lin Dong supported the slightly inebriated Yuzi as they exited the hotel. Lin Dong, you drive? I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Yuzi languidly rested her head on his shoulder, her voice a soft murmur. Where to? Lin Dong inquired casually, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, bemused by how this woman used her allure to entice him. Of course, take me home. Are we heading to your place? Yuzi cheeks flushed, playfully chiding Lin Dong. Let us not. My home is too small to accommodate such a stunning beauty. It doesn't need to be large, just a bed will suffice. She laughed melodically. Lin Dong, uninterested in her flirtation, promptly ushered her into the passenger seat. Throughout the drive, Yuzi's gaze remained fixated on Lin Dong's profile. What was it about this man that made him increasingly intriguing? What is your relationship with Wang Hu? Lin Dong asked, maintaining his focus on the road. His tone unexpectedly serious. Partners and good friends, what of it? She replied. Not lovers? What are you thinking? Just because he is a man, he must be my boyfriend? Merely curious, he chuckled. Wang Hu, the king of the North District, such a regal title. Speak further, and I might just get angry, she warned. I'll refrain. Just a casual inquiry. The two lapsed into silence, arriving at the Biyun Garden, where Lin Dong parked beneath Building 16. Yuzi stumbled slightly as she exited the car, casting a fierce glare at Lin Dong. Humph, aren't you going to escort me upstairs? Not this time. Why not? At this moment, Yuzi's frustration was palpable. After being abruptly dismissed last time, she felt her intentions were clear enough. Because I need to speak with him. A cold voice emerged from the shadows of the trees below. Chapter 16, Ambushed on the Way. In recent days, Gao Xian had been plagued by frustration and oppression. Following the debacle at Wang Ho Bar, where Lin Dong single-handedly defeated 8 opponents, he bore not only a significant scar, but also an unbearable humiliation. The streets were abuzz with rumors that the once revered young master of the North District was nothing more than a hollow reputation, easily bested by an unknown youth. This tarnished reputation had driven away the very women who once flocked to him. Damn it, how can a man survive without dignity? Thus, Gao Xian, in his own hair salon, had shattered 3 cups in a fit of rage. Have you managed to uncover Lin Dong's background? Gao Xian demanded of his subordinates. His expression stormy and on the verge of eruption. Yes, Gao Xiao, I was just about to report, a nervous young man with a pointed face replied. Speak. Lindong. Age 23, just discharged last month. After his service, he joined Huaqing Security Company as an armored car guard. On December 25th, he was involved in a robbery at a North District bank. He resigned on December 29th and took a position as the assistant to the chairman at Wanqi Trading. He doesn't own property locally and is currently renting a room on Gai Street. Aside from Miss Wanya from Wanqi, he has no significant acquaintances in Nandu. His hometown is Yigong Town, Anqing, Nan Province, where he lives with his 50-year-old mother who works in a textile factory. Good, that is quite thorough. So, he is a former soldier? No wonder he is skilled, but no matter how adept he is, can he withstand my numbers? Gao Xian said coldly, instinctively touching the bandaged area on his head. Ouch, this pain constantly reminds me of my quest for vengeance. Until Lin Dong is incapacitated, I, Gao Xian, will never hold my head high in the North District. Furthermore, Gao Xiao, our men have tracked Lin Dong's whereabouts. He is dining at the White Goose Bay revolving restaurant, accompanied by the female owner of Wang Ho Bar, Yuzi. Damn it, you should have mentioned this sooner. Gao Xian exploded, kicking the young man sharply and sending him sprawling to the ground. Gao Xiao, I just received the information, and besides, he's with the queen. And what of it? Do you think she is truly Wang Hu's woman? Even if she were, I would deal with her too. Gao Xian's face contorted with rage, his sanity slipping as he shouted, gather the men. We're going to intercept Lin Dong. Yes, Gao Xiao. Biyun Garden, beneath Building 16. A robust figure emerged from the shadows of the night. Turin, what are you doing here? Yuzi squinted under the hallway lights, startled by the sudden presence. Miss you. I have some matters to discuss with Lin Dong. Please excuse me. Yuzi glanced at Lin Dong, who remained expressionless, offering no objection. She stomped her foot in frustration, huffed disdainfully, and ascended the stairs. Once she was gone, Lin Dong retrieved a pack of Nanyang Shuangshi cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one leisurely as he inquired, You're looking for me? Indeed. Why? Just wanted to have a chat. Here, let us head to the New Bridge Food Street. I'll treat you to a couple of drinks. All right. The two concluded their brief exchange and departed Biyun Garden together. Inside the Black Crown, the atmosphere grew tense. Lindong, do you know the true identity of the queen? What identity? He asked. Wang Hu's girlfriend? Tu Ren shook his head, his voice icy. If she were Wang Hu's girlfriend, you'd only lose a limb or two. But regrettably, she isn't. Lindong, steer clear of her, or you will meet a grim fate. Oh, is that so? Lindong felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, this woman was far from simple. I have nothing with her, we merely had a meal. I hope that's all it is. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you. The two fell silent as the car merged onto the 6-lane North District New Bridge. On this frigid winter night, the approximately 2,000-meter-long bridge was nearly deserted. As the Black Crown reached the midpoint of the bridge, a convoy of over 20 cars and vans sped towards them. The imposing procession stood out starkly against the desolate night. About 50 meters ahead, the convoy suddenly changed lanes, then abruptly slammed on brakes, brazenly blocking one side of the bridge. Bang! Crash! Bang! Crash! As a cacophony of car doors slamming echoed, a group of men clad in black leather encircled the crown. There appeared to be at least 100 of them, all wielding long steel pipes, some resting the pipes on their shoulders, while others dragged them along the bridge, producing a grating sound of friction. This sudden and hostile assembly made it abundantly clear that tonight would not end peacefully. Leading the group was a man with blonde hair, his head wrapped in a bandage. Gao Xian, Lindong, you're in for a rough night. Tu Ren halted the crown car, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze upon the approaching entourage. It was late at night, and given the weapons they bore, it was clear they were out for revenge. Moreover, the young master had evidently spared no expense tonight, mobilizing a significant portion of Gao Xian's forces to seek retribution for a mere Lin Dong. His madness was palpable, revealing just how deeply the humiliation from that night at the bar had cut him. As the crowd closed in to within 20 meters, the two men reluctantly exited the vehicle. Lindong, did you ever imagine this day would come for you? Gao Xian shouted, pointing at Lindong, a sense of unspoken satisfaction bubbling within him, akin to witnessing a once proud dog having bitten him, now cornered and set upon by a throng. Have you forgotten the wound on your head, young master? Lindong's tone bore no hint of panic as he cheerfully reminded him. This expression prompted Tu Ren to shake his head in disbelief. Kid, do you realize you are facing over 100 thugs wielding steel pipes? Are you trying to play the hero? Damn it, Lindong, have you lost your mind? Let's see how you escape this predicament tonight. Gao Xian was incensed, his irritation towards Lindong intensifying. Do I need to put on an act? Huh. Lindong replied calmly, yet internally, he was in anguish, lamenting. Damn it, another 50 million gone from my Beijing courtyard. Just a second ago, He had activated his enhanced wings, boosting his bodily defenses by a staggering 100 points. His skin and bones had hardened to the level of a master of hard qigong, rendering him extraordinarily resilient. While it remained uncertain how he would fare against blades and bullets, he was unperturbed by the 100 steel pipes aimed at him. And it wasn't over yet. Ding, strength enhanced, an increase of 100 points, adding 100 kilograms of force. Now, Lindong's power in each punch and kick had surged to 300 kilograms, a veritable human-shaped colossus. Ding, speed enhanced, explosive power and acceleration increased by 50 points, reaching top speed in 0.47 seconds. This meant he could accelerate from a standstill to his peak velocity in half a second, effortlessly outpacing the former 100-meter champion. Bolt. How long would it take him to run 100 meters? Lin Dong had not tested that, but with his current strength and explosive capabilities, the world champion of the 100 meters would be operating in an entirely different dimension. This series of enhancements had cost Lin Dong a whopping 25 million in wealth. The sensation of becoming stronger was exhilarating. Chapter 17. Let us see who takes down the most. 2 Run. This is none of your business. You may leave. Gao Xian shouted arrogantly, confident with over 100 armed men at his disposal, refusing to yield to anyone. I invite people for drinks, and you dare block my path? 2 Ren shot a sidelong glance at Gao Xian from 20 meters away, his voice dripping with menace. In the underworld of the North District, there exists a saying, better to provoke a pig butcher than a human butcher. The name of the Butcher brothers was already legendary in the underground circles. The pig butcher referred to the younger brother, Tu Zhu, while the human butcher naturally referred to the elder, Tu Ren. Many knew that the North District's foremost expert, Tu Ren, possessed a cold, snake-like demeanor and ruthlessly efficient combat skills, coupled with his unorthodox fighting style, characterized by viciousness and cunning. He instilled fear in the various gangs of the North District, who were often reluctant to engage him directly. Realizing Tu Ren was inclined to protect Lindong, Gao Xian inwardly lamented. His intelligence had misled him. He had only known that Lin Dong had dropped Yuzi off at the Biyun Garden before emerging, never anticipating that this troublesome snake would be the driver. Yet, having already made his boast, he was now committed. Tu Ren, must you interfere? What a ridiculous question. You blocked my car on the road. What is there to discuss? Fine, fine, you've brought this upon yourself. Gao Xian gritted his teeth and pointed forward, shouting. The first to take them down will receive a bonus of 50,000 yuan. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Upon hearing such a lucrative prize, Gao Xian's men nearly went mad. In an era where monthly incomes barely reached 300 to 550,000 yuan was enough to ignite murderous intent. Charge! Take them down. Over 100 black-clad thugs swung their steel pipes, shouting and rushing towards the 2 men. Lindong, how many can you take down? Tu Ren casually asked as he loosened his shoulders and neck. More than you, Lindong replied calmly, his blood already boiling with excitement. Is that so? Then let us see who takes down the most. No problem. Before their words had even settled, the 2 charged out simultaneously, one left and one right. With their swift movements, the previously menacing crowd of black-clad thugs was thrown into disarray. In an instant, cries of battle, groans of pain, and the sounds of bones breaking filled the air. Within just 3 minutes, over 40 of Gao Xian's men had fallen, their casualties reaching a third. What on earth are these 2 freaks? Gao Xian, his face turning pale, retreated to the nearby bridge railing, shouting and urging his men on. Tu Ren, though not tall, moved with remarkable agility, seizing a steel pipe and darting through the throng. He had endured countless blows, yet it seemed he felt no pain. A trickle of blood from his left temple stained his eye, but he showed no sign of retreating. He swung the long pipe ferociously, his strikes becoming increasingly cunning and brutal, though his injuries and blood loss mounted. The midnight scene on the new bridge was a cacophony of battle cries, chaotic and brutal, as 2 fought against the overwhelming odds of 100. However, Lindong's performance was markedly more effortless than Tu Ren's. Bare-handed, his speed dazzled the eye. And with each strike, his opponents fell before they even realized what had happened. His attacks were either bone-crushing or throat-holding, simple yet savage. The key was his incredible speed, allowing him to weave through the crowd like a fish in water, evading capture. Each punch, elbow, kick, and knee strike resulted in broken bones or cries of agony, leaving his foes utterly powerless to retaliate. After all, who could withstand a force of 300 kilograms in a single blow? Even when a steel pipe occasionally struck him, it would bizarrely deflect or bounce off. As long as his head remained untouched, Lin Dong seemed utterly unscathed. Your damage output is ineffective against him. While he could knock you out with a single punch, how could this battle possibly continue? The dozens of thugs surrounding Lin Dong were utterly bewildered. They had never experienced such a demoralizing fight. In just 10 minutes, aside from Lin Dong and a breathless, bloodied Tu Ren, there was not a single person left standing on the bridge. No, there was one, Gao Xian, still trembling at the bridge railing, incredulously staring at the battlefield strewn with the injured. Lindong, you have won. I am no match for you. Tu Ren wiped the blood from his forehead and grinned. What about the one over there? How shall we deal with him? What do you propose? Lin Dong tidied up his black suit, which had suffered several tears. A pang of heartache causing his lips to twitch. Damn it. Over 2,000 yuan worth of clothing, utterly wasted. Anger surged within him as he strode toward Gao Xian. Lindong, what do you intend to do? Gao Xian, his legs trembling with weakness, completely forgot about fleeing. In this pitiful state, he bore no semblance of the dignified young master from the North District. Lindong mocked him. Oh, the esteemed young master. Weren't you rather arrogant just moments ago? Lindong, I warn you, don't even think about laying a finger on me. My father won't let this go. And you certainly cannot contend with the power backing our family. Gao Xian shouted, his bravado a mere facade. Oh, Lindong chuckled, shaking his head. Then turned to Tu Ren, who had approached. Do you prefer hands or feet? Tu Ren was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped Lindong's intent, responding coldly, your hands. My feet. Very well. With two piercing cries of anguish, the shadows cast by the streetlights along the bridge dimmed in response. Gao Xian's right hand and left foot were brutally shattered by the two, suffering comminuted fractures that would take no less than a year and a half to heal back to normal. Even if he did recover, the future young master of the North District would likely bear a rather unfortunate appearance. These two individuals were undeniably ruthless. Having dealt with Gao Xian, they nonchalantly returned to the crown car. It was only a little past 10 in the evening, still early, allowing them to indulge in some drinks and conversation. As Lin Dong was about to open the car door, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned to look behind the crown car. A blue van was parked by the bridge, about 50 meters away, its windshield flashing with a red light. Could it be that the earlier scene was captured on film? Inside the blue van, two men and a woman were anxiously watching the distant car window. Once Lindong and Tu Ren had finally entered their vehicle and departed, they let out a heavy sigh of relief. The shocking spectacle they had just witnessed was overwhelming, 2 against 100, and yet they had triumphed with ease. The scene of the fight, viewed from dozens of meters away, utterly shattered their understanding of human biomechanics. Those moments were far more gripping and awe-inspiring than any martial arts film. Especially striking was the tall figure in the black suit. Each of his strikes was executed with unparalleled swiftness and ferocity, moving through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, leaving no one able to mount a defense. Beneath the dim glow of the street lamps, the man's speed was astonishing, at times even eluding the camera's ability to capture him. Did you get it all on tape? A young woman in a white down jacket urgently asked from the passenger seat. Rest assured, Ouyang, it's all recorded. Although the distance was considerable, once this footage is aired, it will undoubtedly captivate everyone's attention. Ouyang Qing exhaled in relief, bringing her frostbitten hands to her mouth to warm them, a triumphant smile gracing her delicate features. Who would have thought that during their group's trip to the neighboring city to cover a land dispute, they would stumble upon such explosive news material? This was genuine street brawling, presenting a fighting scene that would challenge the perspectives of countless individuals. Have you called the police and an ambulance? Yes, I've already made the calls. The police and medical personnel should arrive shortly. All right, Zheng Hao. You and Lao Yuan head back to the station and work through the footage we just captured into a news piece. I'll remain here as a witness. I expect the police will want to question me. After giving her instructions, Ouyang Qing stepped out of the car, the biting cold wind causing her to huddle her neck. The blue interview van had already driven away, circumventing the scene of the earlier brawl. As they passed the site, the van slowed down, capturing the harrowing sight of over 100 individuals moaning in agony on the ground. Chapter 18. Shocking the Eyes, the first master of the Underworld in South City. The brawl among the gangs at the North District's new bridge swiftly garnered the attention of the District Bureau. Within 10 minutes of receiving the report, over 50 uniformed and plainclothes officers arrived at the scene. Leading the charge was none other than Yang Pei from the 3rd Criminal Investigation Team, accompanied by a group of public security team members. Ouyang Qing, you're here too? Did you call the police? As Yang Pei stepped out of the vehicle, he spotted Ouyang Qing under the orange streetlight. The bulky white down jacket did little to diminish her ethereal charm, instead adding an element of playful elegance. Ah, it's you. Team Leader Yang. Aren't you from the Criminal Investigation Department? Why are you overseeing public security now? Ouyang Qing relaxed the moment she recognized him. They had met during an interview regarding a series of homicides last year. I've been transferred to the public security team as the captain. The orders came down just after New Year. Yang Pei explained. And here I am, newly appointed, already faced with such a troublesome situation. What a coincidence. Don't worry. Team Leader Yang, I witnessed the entire brawl tonight. It was the individuals on the ground who initiated the conflict. I can provide a detailed account later, Ouyang Qing said, smiling brightly, her radiant expression illuminating the dreary night. Oh, Then I must thank the esteemed journalist Ouyang for your efforts. Half an hour later, a total of 122 black-clad gang members involved in the brawl at the new bridge were all taken into custody. Those with serious injuries were sent to the hospital, while those with minor wounds were detained at the public security team for thorough questioning. The instigator of this incident, Gao Xian, the so-called young master, faced severe injuries to his hand and foot and was also rushed to the hospital for emergency surgery. Gao Qijiang, the spokesperson for Gao Xian Trading, received the distressing news of his son's severe injuries and the complete annihilation of his gang members. Gao Qijiang struggled to contain his fury, employing every means at his disposal to navigate connections in hopes of suppressing the incident swiftly. The main characters of this brawl, Lin Dong and supporting character Tu Run, were also summoned to the public security team for questioning that night. Wang Hu and Wan Qingshan received the news nearly simultaneously, after understanding the sequence of events. Both prominent figures decided in unison to employ all their connections and ensure Lin Dong and Tu Ren's safety, no matter the cost. In no time, the three major underground forces in the North District were demonstrating their capabilities, engaging in a covert struggle. The underworld and law enforcement in the North District were stirred into a tempest due to this brawl. That evening, the shocking news of two individuals utterly dominating 100 in a gang fight at the new bridge spread rapidly. By the following evening, the South City Television's urban segment, Qingqing Online, aired a segment featuring footage from the brawl. This short, 2.5-minute video, meticulously edited and accompanied by music, was immensely impactful. Upon its broadcast, it instantly captivated everyone's attention, appending countless perceptions. It turned out that there were indeed individuals capable of taking on 100 foes. In the face of overwhelming strength and speed, even a 100-strong gang armed with steel pipes proved utterly ineffectual. In the footage, the ruthless Tu Ren managed to take down nearly 30 individuals in a fierce exchange. While this was impressive, it still fell within the realm of acceptability. Yet the man in the black suit moved through the crowd like a phantom, with every strike resulting in another body hitting the ground. How could this man, unarmed, single-handedly take down 100 armed thugs? Was he even human? Was this a martial arts film? Consequently, for 2 consecutive days, the television station received hundreds of complaint calls from the public, who were incredulous that the production team would use subpar martial arts stunts, masquerading them as news content to deceive viewers. The naive populace found it impossible to accept anything that exceeded their comprehension, as it seemed too fantastical. Amidst the fervent outcry of the masses, compounded by the deliberate pressure from law enforcement and higher authorities, the television station was compelled to issue a public explanation, due to the oversight of the production team. Footage belonging to an amateur martial arts video editor was mistakenly broadcast as news. They expressed profound apologies for the confusion and the exceedingly negative impact caused to the viewing public. In this regard, the program's host, Ouyang Qing, felt quite aggrieved, having believed he had uncovered a sensational news story, only to have it misconstrued as fabricated through martial arts special effects. What an absurd world we find ourselves in. However, Yang Pei, who was responsible for investigating the case, made a special call to request a copy of the brawl's footage. This indicates that the police were well aware of the truth behind the incident, but such fantastical matters could not be disclosed to the public. Even more unexpectedly, Wang Hu from the North District, along with several influential underground forces from the South City, utilized various connections to obtain a copy of the footage from the television station. This unforeseen altercation detonated like a bomb in the frigid night, startling both the legitimate and illegitimate factions of the entire South City. After numerous negotiations by Wang Hu and Wan Qingshan, Lin Dong and Tu Ren were finally released following a 48-hour detention. The publicly announced resolution was that Lin and Tu had been confronted by over 100 armed assailants and had retaliated in legitimate self-defense, although their response was somewhat brutal, resulting in extensive fractures and injuries to their adversaries. The 3 parties privately negotiated a settlement, with Wang Hu and Wan Qingshan compensating several $100,000 for medical expenses, thereby smoothing over the situation. Under the pressure and mediation of various parties, Gao Qijiang had no choice but to temporarily swallow his indignation. Upon leaving the police station, Lin Dong returned to his rented apartment, took a hot shower, and collapsed into bed. He would deal with the external turmoil after awakening. He slept soundly from the night until the following afternoon. At 2 o'clock, he was roused from his slumber by the ringing of his newly acquired Motorola phone, a device whose number was known only to his mother, Wan Qingshan, and a select few others. Hello? Lindong, have you had a good sleep? This is Fan Gue. Old fan, what do you need me for? Shango wishes to see you tonight at 7 p.m. We will be at JJ Karaoke. Just mention Shanji's name at the front desk, and someone will escort you upstairs. Alright, I'll be there tonight. After hanging up, Lindong's drowsiness vanished completely. This call was undoubtedly orchestrated by Wan Qingshan. Following the battle at the new big bridge, Lindong's reputation within the underworld had soared. Talents as extraordinary as he were a rarity, and which faction, including Wang Hu's, would not desire to enlist him? Wan Qingshan was evidently anxious, bypassing the lengthy vetting process and hastily seeking to draw Lin Dong into the fray. Yet, the situation with Wanqi was precarious. According to Lindong's memories from his previous life, Wanqi would collapse in a crackdown approximately a year later. Nonetheless, even though it was a high-risk endeavor, Lindong felt he had no choice but to step into it. There were two reasons. 1. The 100 million in illicit funds from Wan Qingshan had yet to be secured. 2. Lindong was aware of the reasons behind Wanqi's downfall, and his involvement could significantly alter the course of history. Lindong assessed the wealth within the black gold system, discovering he had only 91 million remaining. During this time, he had spent a considerable amount on a new mobile phone, watches, clothing, and dining. The 98 million he had amassed at the Queen's Bar was quickly depleted by 25 million for a single fight. Fortunately, the enhanced abilities he had acquired were his to retain forever. At the very least, Lin Dong now possessed the burgeoning essence of the foremost master of the South City Underworld. Chapter 19. Drunken Dreams. Lin Dong enters the fray. JJ Karaoke, located on the bustling Guangning Middle Road in the North District, boasted the tallest building, the 36-story Tianyu Tower. The second to fourth floors of the tower housed the North District's most upscale karaoke entertainment venue, JJ. In the early 1990s, the liveliest entertainment spots included video game rooms, skating rinks, and small dance halls. By the mid to late 90s, the enthusiasm for venturing into business surged, and trade between the North and South flourished. Prosperity begot abundance, leading to the emergence of various entertainment venues of all tiers, bars, discotheques, karaoke lounges, and salons. During that era, possessing a Motorola or Nokia phone made one a tycoon, a cut above the rest. In the many extravagant locales, withdrawing 5,000 yuan in cash could instantly elevate one to the status of a deity for the night, granting one the freedom to indulge as they pleased. Countless individuals who ventured south to seek fortune transitioned abruptly from humble beginnings to the dizzying heights of wealth and excess, with some becoming confused, others succumbing, and still more becoming distorted. The dazzling lights of the big city were never lacking in indulgence and moral decay. However, Lin Dong, having lived two lives, had long since experienced all this. Revisiting it now often left him with a profound sense of detachment. It was as if he were an observer aware of the narrative's trajectory, watching countless lovesick souls spiraling into madness, while he remained solitary and notably lucid. Upon arriving at Tianyu Tower at 6:50 p.m., Lindong found JJ just beginning to open for business. In the reception area on the first floor, two young ladies clad in crimson kipeos stood. Lindong casually mentioned Wan Qingshan's name. One of the young women politely asked him to wait, then stepped aside to report to the impeccably dressed lobby manager. Soon, the manager approached briskly, inquiring with courtesy, "Are you Mr. Lindong?" "Yes, Mr. One has arranged to meet me at 7. "Understood, Mr. One has informed me. Please follow me upstairs." The manager escorted Lindong directly to the fourth floor. The entire fourth floor comprised 8 opulently decorated VIP rooms, with the largest and most lavish, Room 08, serving as Wan Qingshan's venue for hosting important figures from various sectors. After guiding Lindong to Room 08, the manager took his leave. As Lindong entered, he was immediately struck by the palace-like brilliance of the chandeliers. In the front hall of the VIP room, a deep brown genuine leather sofa set was arranged, opposite a massive liquor cabinet filled with an array of prestigious beverages, including Louis XIII, Hennessy XO, and Lafite, all displayed in abundance. An assortment of fresh fruits and snacks was neatly arranged on a large marble coffee table. Further inside lay a spacious dance floor exceeding 300 square meters, bordered by a semicircle of luxurious leather seating. Directly ahead was a top-tier damn imported karaoke sound system, and a large screen displayed the song "This Winter Is Not Too Cold" by the renowned Hong Kong artist. "I dream with you, through dreams, long nights remain unchilled. In our embrace, warmth seeps into our bodies, rendering us languid. Forever, I am too lazy to release you from my arms." A rugged yet slightly off-key male voice floated into Lindong's ears. Without needing to look, he knew that such a voice, devoid of emotional depth save for the high notes, could only belong to Wan Qingshan. Upon seeing Lindong enter, Wan Qingshan greeted him exuberantly with the microphone. "Let us warmly welcome the first handsome man of Wanqi and the newly crowned master of the South City Underworld, Lindong." All eyes in the room turned towards the entrance, including Fan Gui and 3 unfamiliar, heavily made-up women. In the Northern District, atop the 12th floor of the Gene Xian building, a spacious and opulent office radiates with bright lights. At an elegantly crafted tea table made of ancient rosewood sits a stout middle-aged man, leisurely savoring his tea. Opposite him, a 25-inch color television plays a somewhat unclear recording. In the footage, a lithe young man navigates through a group of black-clad individuals wielding steel pipes, moving with a fluidity that seems almost unchallenged. Wang Hu has viewed this recording no fewer than 20 times, each viewing evoking a profound sense of shock. The more he scrutinizes it, the more alarmed he becomes. He has encountered numerous adept fighters within the underworld, but he has never witnessed someone as young as Lin Dong exhibiting such formidable prowess. How could a youth of such tender years have honed such skills? Tu Run, you were involved in that confrontation as well. What are your thoughts on Lin Dong's capabilities? Wang Hu inquires, pouring a cup of tea for Tu Run, who stands beside the tea table. He is extraordinarily powerful, almost unnaturally so. Initially, I believed that Lin Dong and I were evenly matched, but after that battle, I realized how vastly we differ, Tu Rin reflects. The events of that night still vivid in his memory, the impact Lin Dong had on him almost overwhelming. Thus, does he rightfully deserve the title of the foremost expert in the southern underworld? Wang Hu sighs softly and continues, we must find a way to win Lin Dong over. Invest some effort into leveraging the camaraderie forged during our shared battle. Understood, boss. I shall do my utmost, Tu Rin replies. At JJ Karaoke City. In the VIP room number 08, Lin Dong's presence elevates the atmosphere to a fervent peak. Come, Lin Dong. Tonight, let us indulge in song and drink before addressing serious matters. Hurry and join us for some refreshments. Fei, go and attend to our handsome guest. Ha ha ha. Wan Qingshan chuckles heartily, pulling Lin Dong onto the plush sofa. The girl named Fei, appearing around 20, is quite a beauty in the entertainment world. Her figure curvaceous and alluring. She eagerly settles beside Lin Dong, pouring him drinks and offering food with a gentle demeanor. Her body brushes against his. A soft touch accompanied by an enticing fragrance that stirs even the battle-hardened Lin Dong. Wow, is it really this exhilarating? In the 1990s, the southern scene indeed displayed a remarkable vibrancy. The three pairs of men and women revel in song, drinking, and exchanging playful banter. And soon the men begin to shed their inhibitions under the influence of alcohol, while the women respond with coy laughter. The atmosphere becomes intoxicatingly lively, a veritable springtime celebration. Amidst this hedonistic revelry, Lin Dong finds himself in a state of disorientation. Is the hardship of his past life merely a fleeting dream? Or is this rebirth in the present his truest existence? If everything before him is but an illusion, why do these seductive melodies resonate so deeply? Why is the wine in his cup so potent? And why does the beauty in his arms feel so undeniably real? After an evening of dizzying flirtation, Fei's cheeks flush crimson, her attraction to the young man beside her undeniable. She leans softly against Lin Dong, stealing glances at his handsome face, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. You are Lin Dong, right? What is up? I like you. Do you have a girlfriend? No, I don't date, he replies. Why not? You're so handsome. No particular reason, Fei, but you've breached the rules of entertainment. It's all about joy, not emotional entanglements. I don't care. I like you. Will you take me out to a hotel tonight? I want to charge you, she insists. Lin Dong silently scoffs at her boldness. Do I seem that easy to you? An hour later, the indulgent entertainment finally concludes. Wan Qingshan ushers the three women out of the VIP room and locks the door, signaling the commencement of the core meeting for Wanqi among the three men, fueled by the aftermath of their revelry. As the saying goes, those who have faced gunfire together are comrades. Born in a time of peace, they settle for the next best thing, having shared drinks and flirtations. They can call each other brothers. Wan Qingshan has truly exerted considerable effort to bring Lin Dong into the fold. Chapter 20. The Wanqi Crisis. Give me 3 days. Bolstered by a touch of alcohol, Wan Qingshan finally reveals the purpose of the night. Lin Dong, I won't mince words. The reason I summoned you tonight is to confirm one thing. Do you wish to join my operation? Brother Shan, Haven T, I already joined Wanqi. Lin Dong feigns ignorance. That is not the same. Most employees are only aware of the surface operations, but the core matters remain hidden from them. Wan Qingshan clarifies. What I want you to be part of is Wanqi's most essential business, the smuggling of electrical appliances. Indeed, facing an increasingly dire situation, Wan Qingshan can no longer conceal the truth. Lin Dong betrays little astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Aren't you surprised? Asks Fan Gui, who has been observing Lin Dong's impassive expression with puzzlement. Why should I be surprised? Heh, who would believe Wanqi has reached its current scale purely through legitimate business? Lin Dong replies. Moreover, I am familiar with the electrical appliance division. I have seen those goods. They are smuggled. If the main source of profit is illicit, then what about the supply? Wanqi surely wouldn't be content merely as a middleman, would it? Lin Dong, you are quite astute. I knew I had not misjudged you. Wan Qingshan laughs heartily, clapping Lin Dong on the shoulder. So, let me put it plainly. Are you in or out? Brother Shan, I have made it clear before, following you. I, Lin Dong, shall not waver, he asserts. Good. Your words are more than sufficient. Wan Qingshan exclaims. Fan Gui, please introduce our situation to Lin Dong. Certainly. Half an hour later, Lin Dong has grasped the general details of Wanqi's core business operations. Wanqi primarily profits from importing electrical appliances, particularly color televisions, VCRs, and gaming consoles, which were highly sought after in the lucrative market of the 1990s. However, given the prevailing conditions, obtaining quotas for importing electrical appliances through legitimate channels proves exceedingly difficult, prompting some individuals to resort to smuggling in pursuit of exorbitant profits. Over the years, Wan Qingshan has leveraged connections to establish a smuggling route from Hong Kong to the mainland, regularly transporting illicit goods every fortnight. With internal and external relations meticulously arranged, business had been thriving for the past few years. Unexpectedly, last month, the second batch of goods arriving by water met with disaster. Intercepted and seized by the smuggling team dispatched by the provincial customs office. This batch of contraband, due to heightened year-end demand, had a volume several times greater than usual. Valued at over 20 million yuan, Wan Qingshan had invested heavily in this venture, initially anticipating a substantial profit before the new year, only to face unforeseen complications. Are the connections in the northern district unable to resolve this matter? Lin Dong inquires, furrowing his brow after hearing Fan Gui's account. We've tried. It's simply beyond our reach. We've learned that the operation was led by Li Songwei, the deputy director of the Provincial Smuggling Bureau. And we cannot access that line, Fan Gui laments. The stress of the situation has visibly taken a toll on Wan Qingshan, who has been running around in vain. His hair thinning due to worry. Lin Dong ponders for a moment, raising his glass to sip the potent liquor, allowing its intensity to settle within him. He constantly reminded himself that this was a real world. As for this matter, I have a way to resolve it, but I require 3 things. Lin Dong, do you truly have a solution? Feel free to ask for anything. Don't limit it to just 3 items, even 30 will do. Wan Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. First, I need all the information on Li Songwei, as detailed as possible, including personal photographs, home address, and so forth, Lindong stated. No problem. I will provide the information to you by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Fan Gui nodded in agreement. Second, prepare 3 million in cash, preferably in sequential numbers. Certainly. I will have Fan Gui deliver it to you tomorrow. If this batch of goods can return, a mere 3 million is a trifling sum. Wan Qingshan replied. With goods worth 20 million, once they circulate in the market, we could earn at least 40 to 50 million. The most crucial aspect is that Wan Qingshan's reputation on Hong Kong Island will be preserved. Lastly, arrange for a black compact car, of an ordinary brand and model. This vehicle must be sourced externally, with no connections to Wanqi or Brother Shan. Understood. Fan Gui responded, though he was inwardly astonished. Lin Dong's seemingly simple requests revealed a meticulous mindset and an extraordinary approach to problem solving. All right, it's settled. I will officially commence action tomorrow. With matters finalized, Lin Dong stood to take his leave. Lin Dong, how long will this take? Wan Qingshan asked anxiously, though he acknowledged Lin Dong's capabilities. The magnitude of this affair was indeed overwhelming, and concern was inevitable. Give me 3 days. Lin Dong departed from JJ and took a taxi back to his rented accommodation. His decision to immerse himself in this endeavor was made after careful consideration. After all, to achieve significant success, one cannot rely solely on individual efforts. It is imperative to cultivate one's own power. Facing a crisis, Wanqi now represented the perfect stepping stone for him, by rising to prominence and gradually building his influence. After several months, when Lin Dong ultimately pulls Wanqi back from the brink of demise, Wanqi would no longer bear the surname Wan. Moreover, Wanqi's precarious situation could be resolved. The method, in fact, was not overly complex. Do not place all your eggs in one basket. Simultaneously, it was essential to diminish involvement in illicit enterprises, particularly with high-risk electrical smuggling, as it was no longer a sustainable strategy. In the coming decade, they could fully leverage their significant advantages amassed in the electrical trade to venture northward, thus establishing a nationwide presence. It was entirely plausible to seize the opportunity from the future appliance giant, Wooly Electric's Huang Guanyu, particularly since the fierce competition among comprehensive appliance chains was ignited by Su Ling in 1999. By the mid to late 1990s, 2 golden opportunities had begun to emerge: real estate and electrical appliances. In the next 10 to 15 years, both industries were poised for explosive growth and rapid development. As a reborn individual, Lin Dong would certainly not let such a lucrative opportunity slip through his fingers. Ouyang Qing felt particularly agitated these days. The impactful news piece her interview team had shot was unfoundedly labeled as fake news. The television station not only failed to clarify the situation but also tacitly acknowledged it. This left the typically straightforward Ouyang Qing exceedingly furious and disappointed. Despite her insistence on the truth, her superiors had made it clear, this matter ends here. There will be no further inquiries, which was, in fact, an instruction from above. Fine, since you won't allow me to speak the truth. I'll simply dig up that extraordinary young man and gather some sensational material from him. By then, we'll have more than enough evidence to counter you antiquated individuals and the audience's disbelief. Humph. To obtain Lindong's personal information, Ouyang Qing even leveraged her connections at the Northern District Police Department. Coincidentally, her acquaintance Yang Pei had recently been transferred to the public security team, and he had also handled the new Daqiao brawl case, so acquiring Lindong's records would not pose much difficulty. Lin Dong, male, 23 years old, a witness to the 1225 cash heist, subsequently for reasons unknown, resigned and transformed into a subordinate of the Northern District's 3 major underground forces led by Wan Qingshan. Following the new Daqiao incident, he gained notoriety, becoming the rumored foremost master of the underworld in Nandu. To be fair, despite his youth, the young man possessed a commendable demeanor in the photographs. While he was somewhat handsome, he did not appear frivolous. Today was Sunday, and there was no need to return to the television station. At 9:30 a.m., Ouyang Qing set out early. She had arranged to spend the day shopping, dining, and watching a movie with a close friend, a rare opportunity for relaxation. Recently, her interview assignments had been overwhelmingly burdensome, leaving her with little time for leisure. Ouyang Qing descended in the elevator to the first floor. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, she inadvertently caught sight of several individuals waiting for the lift, and a young, handsome face caught her eye. Lindong. What a coincidence. What was he doing here? Chapter 21. The Secrets of Li Songwei. Yesterday, Lindong successfully obtained detailed information on Li Songwei and 3 million cash through Fan Gui. Naturally, Lindong promptly converted this black money. His wealth increased by 3 million, bringing his total wealth to 14.91 million. Such riches in the 1990s would undoubtedly classify him as a bona fide tycoon. However, Lindong understood that if he wished for the system to continue upgrading, this amount was still insufficient. He was curious about what the highest level of his black money system would entail. Would he become omnipotent at that stage? The seizure of Wanqi's previous batch of smuggled electronics was overseen personally by Li Songwei from the Provincial Bureau of Smuggling, making him a crucial figure in resolving this matter. Once he was dealt with, Wan Qingshan's goods could be returned. Lin Dong meticulously scrutinized the information provided by Fan Gui. On the surface, Li Songwei appeared unremarkable, yet one particular detail piqued Lin Dong's interest. Li Songwei resided in the Provincial Bureau's housing complex, but he was known to frequent Building 26 in Jinliyuan every weekend morning and occasionally on weekday evenings. The regularity of his appearances in the same community raised suspicions. The following morning, Lin Dong had already taken up position beneath Building 26 of Jinliyuan, awaiting Li Songwei's arrival. He believed that while waiting idly might seem foolish, it could be effective. Just past 9:30, a tall man entered Lin Dong's line of sight. Although the man wore a mask, Lin Dong instantly recognized his identity. Moreover, wasn't there a more reliable means of verification through the black money system? Li Songwei, male, 41 years old, deputy director of the Provincial Bureau of Smuggling. Involved in 43 corruption and abuse of power cases, black money value, 46.5 million. Holy cow, this guy is quite a catch. Lin Dong watched him enter the elevator and quickly followed him into the lobby. Given that it was a weekend morning, there were not many people waiting for the elevator in the lobby. Lin Dong approached the elevator, fixated on the ascending numbers, which finally stopped at the 12th floor. Li Songwei should have exited on the 12th floor, but to confirm his suspicions, Lin Dong decided to follow him personally. Shortly after, the elevator descended once more. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing a girl clad in a white down jacket, exuding an elegant demeanor and possessing notable beauty. Her appearance captivated the few individuals waiting for the elevator. That girl is stunning, Lin Dong thought to himself. To avoid drawing too much attention, he lowered his head and swiftly stepped into the elevator. Hey! As the elevator doors were about to close, a girl in white suddenly turned around, calling out into the elevator, "Wait, I've forgotten something. I need to go back upstairs to get it." She swiftly returned to the elevator. Noticing Lin Dong had pressed the button for the 12th floor, a subtle smile graced her lips, barely perceptible. Ding! The 12th floor arrived, and Ouyang Qing followed Lin Dong out. Lin Dong deliberately slowed his pace, allowing Ouyang Qing to lead, for no matter which way she chose to go, he would opt for the opposite direction. Strangely enough, this exceptionally graceful girl mirrored Lin Dong's actions, standing still at the elevator entrance. Do you need something? Even Lin Dong, though not particularly astute, recognized her intentions. Had he been uncovered? That seemed implausible. You are Lin Dong, aren't you? The girl, no longer concealing her interest, boldly assessed Lin Dong. You must be Lin Dong. Hee, what brings you to Jinli Garden so early in the morning? Goodness, he had indeed been recognized. Who are you? We don't know each other, but from now on, we do. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ouyang Qing, a reporter for the program Qingqing online at Nandu Television. A television reporter? How do you know me? That is something you need not worry about. I have my methods. Lindong, let's arrange a time for an exclusive interview. Ouyang Qing, the reporter, right? Perhaps you are mistaken. I am no prominent figure and certainly won't be participating in any interview. It's not only prominent figures who do interviews. Anyone or anything that piques our interest can be featured. I decline. After Lindong's curt response, he stepped to the right, wishing to distance himself from the persistent reporter. Hey, what does that mean? Are you not considering it? Ouyang Qing hastily pursued him. No need to consider. I refuse. Lindong replied coldly, continuing to walk forward while discreetly activating the black gold system. Black gold system scanning. No black gold detected yet. Lindong's reason for following to the 12th floor stemmed from past experiences. Many corrupt officials often purchase or rent a residence to conceal ill-gotten gains. News reports from his previous life frequently revealed that high-ranking officials were discovered with vast sums of cash hidden in secret locations. Some even hoarded gold jewelry, renowned artworks, and fine wines. Thus, Lindong speculated that the 12th floor harbored a monumental secret of Li Songwei. It was either a treasure trove or a hideaway for a mistress. Or perhaps both. Lindong, what brings you to Jinli Garden? Ouyang Qing, refusing to give up, continued her chatter behind him. I know who you are looking for. I can assist you. No need. I am aware of his residence. Lindong retorted irately, thinking to himself, this woman is quite bothersome. Noticing Lindong's growing impatience, Ouyang Qing finally took the hint and ceased her pursuit. She retrieved a business card from her handbag and presented it to Lindong. I won't disturb you any longer. Here is my card. If you change your mind, do remember to call me. Lindong took the card, glanced at it briefly, and nodded dismissively. I'm leaving now. Lindong, until we meet again. With that, Ouyang Qing turned and departed. Lindong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having her around made his tasks considerably inconvenient. The 12th floor housed 8 units, with 4 on each side of the elevator exit. Lindong first explored the right side, but the black gold system showed no response. He retraced his steps, and, upon reaching the innermost door of the left side, room 1208, the black gold system finally activated with a notification. Ding. Detected black gold amounting to 46.5 million yuan, distance, 93 meters, within effective conversion range. Would you like to convert? Naturally. He wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. Without a moment's hesitation, Lindong proceeded with the multi-million-dollar conversion. Ding, black gold of 46.5 million yuan has been successfully converted. Wealth balance, 41 million. His wealth surged once again. The exhilaration of such swift profits was indescribable. Moreover, earning money in this manner was self-serving yet harmless to others, discreet and secure, perfectly aligned with Lindong's cautious and cunning nature. Having completed the black gold conversion, Lindong did not rush to leave. Instead, he concealed himself in the safety corridor opposite room 1208, monitoring the surrounding activity while smoking quietly. Smoking in the safety corridor served as the best cover. As Lindong exhaled clouds of smoke, he idly indulged in fanciful images reminiscent of scenes from past television dramas. A spacious yet oppressive room, draped with heavy dark curtains. Under the dim yellow lighting, Li Songwei emerged from a concealed compartment, pulling out boxes filled with 100 yuan bills. He gazed contentedly at the stacks of money, occasionally picking up a bundle to inhale deeply, savoring the distinctive scent of wealth. In another corner of the room, golden bars shimmered enticingly in a muted glow, while crates of famous paintings and fine wines filled every nook and cranny. Just as Lindong was lost in his flights of fancy, the door to room 1208 suddenly swung open, and Li Songwei, donning a mask, stepped out. Startled, Lindong quickly pressed himself against the wall of the corridor. Li Songwei secured both the wooden door and the security door to room 1208, bypassing the elevator and directly entering the corridor. As he passed by Lindong, Li Songwei paused momentarily, glancing at Lindong, who was smoking, before continuing down the stairs. Lindong silently counted the footsteps as Li Songwei descended, noting that after 2 flights, he must have reached the 10th floor, indicated by the creaking sound of the security door opening. Curious, Lindong speculated whether Li Songwei harbored hidden secrets on the 10th floor, in addition to the black gold on the 12th. Chapter 22 in our line of work. Trust is paramount. A smile crept across Lindong's lips as he extinguished his cigarette, unhurriedly making his way down the safety corridor toward the 10th floor. Without needing to look, Lindong could surmise which unit Li Songwei had entered on the 10th floor. Aside from units 1008 and 1007, he would not choose any other room, as these two were the closest to the safety corridor. Given Director Li's cautious nature, he would undoubtedly select the option that minimized exposure and reduced travel distance. How could Lindong be so certain? Simply put, he shared the same meticulousness. Hidden in the safety corridor on the 10th floor, Lindong finished nearly an entire pack of Nanyang Xuanxi cigarettes. After waiting for a full hour and a half, The sound of a door opening emanated from room 1007, diagonally across the corridor. Subsequently, a gentle woman's voice floated through the air. It's cold outside. Remember to wear more clothes next time you come. Understood. I'll return in a few days, a deep male voice replied. Lindong was certain this man was Li Songwei. He had not anticipated that this fellow could enjoy himself so well. The 12th floor concealed gold. While the 10th floor housed a beauty, money and women coexisting discreetly within the same building yet on different floors, ensuring both secrecy and efficiency. After hearing the door close and the sound of Li Songwei's departing footsteps, Lindong quickly peered out to confirm it was indeed Li Songwei's silhouette. He exhaled in relief. The crucial first step had finally been accomplished. At 41, Li Songwei had graduated from the Nandu Vocational Police Academy, being the sole student to achieve excellence in every subject during his time there. Upon graduating, he was assigned to a grassroots police station in Lindong, where, through his exceptional performance, he achieved numerous accolades. At the tender age of 33, he was exceptionally promoted to the provincial department by the station chief, serving successively as the deputy captain and captain of the anti-smuggling team, until 3 years ago, when he ascended to the position of deputy director of the anti-smuggling bureau. The first half of his life was adorned with a dazzling halo, and he encountered hardly any setbacks. However, in recent years, frequent interactions with various figures of the underworld gradually acquainted him with the alluring benefits of power, particularly the indulgences of wealth and women, leading him into a state of continuous decline. He was cautious, ensuring that the sordid transactions conducted beneath the surface remained exceedingly clandestine. This included the current locations for hiding stolen goods and his secret rendezvous, all meticulously arranged after careful consideration. In the workplace, he was perpetually the seemingly virtuous deputy director. While at home, he presented himself as a successful husband and a gentle father. This Sunday, Li Songwei luxuriated in a delightful afternoon nap at home. Not awakening until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, feeling refreshed, he exited the living room, brewed a pot of Tiguanyin tea, picked up a newspaper, and leisurely settled onto the sofa. Sunlight streaming in from the balcony dispelled much of the winter chill, warming his skin gently, akin to the caress of a lover's hands. Occasionally, Li Songwei glanced at his middle-aged wife, who was knitting nearby, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Just this morning, he had embraced his beautiful mistress. The memory of her smooth, alabaster body and their passionate encounters lingered in his mind, evoking an insatiable yearning. Human nature, truly weak against temptation. Especially after tasting the delights of youthful beauty, confronting the stark contrast of a weary spouse at home was jarring. Suddenly, the red landline phone on the coffee table rang abruptly. Li Songwei furrowed his brow and picked up the receiver. Hello? Good day, is this Director Li? Yes. Who is this? Director Li. You need not concern yourself with my identity. I simply wish to arrange a meeting with you. If it's work-related, please come to the office during business hours. I do not entertain any invitations outside of work. Is that so? Director Li, you truly uphold your principles. What a pity. I wonder if you might be interested in the items on the 10th and 12th floors of Building 26 in Jinliyuan. Who are you? This afternoon at 3 o'clock, at the Elena Western Restaurant, Room 3. I shall await your arrival. Before Li Songwei could respond, the call was abruptly disconnected. The busy signal echoed in his ears, pounding against his heart, and his complexion paled significantly. It was over. His secret had been uncovered. Who was the caller? What was their intent? In such a predicament, he had no choice but to face the impending meeting. An hour later, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he arrived at the Elena Western Restaurant. At this hour, the restaurant was sparsely populated, with only a few patrons sipping coffee, a stark contrast to its usual bustling atmosphere. The gentle strains of a piano piece wafted from the small speaker mounted on the wall, invoking a languid mood. In room 3, 2 men sat across from each other. I've seen you. You were in the security corridor on the 12th floor of Jinliyuan this morning. Were you following me? Director Li, let us dispense with unnecessary pleasantries. We are all reasonable individuals here. We have no interest in what you are concealing in Jinliyuan, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. He lifted the coffee cup from the table. Taking a delicate sip, it was slightly bitter yet sweet, leaving a lingering aftertaste. All right, then what is it that you desire? Li Songwei sighed inwardly, resigned to his fate. It was futile. His greatest weakness was now in the hands of another. Quite simple, at the end of last month. You conducted a raid in the Nantan waters on a shipment of smuggled electronics, correct? Are you with Wan Qingshan? Li Songwei asked, incredulous. How audacious of him. What does he intend? Director Li, now is not the time for posturing. I am not swayed by such tactics, Lin Dong retorted with a dismissive smirk. Perhaps you should take a sip of your coffee to collect your thoughts. Our terms are rather straightforward. Return the cargo belonging to Wanqi and complete the necessary procedures. It shouldn't pose a challenge for you. In return, we will offer you this sum. Lin Dong extended 3 fingers. 3 million? Li Songwei gasped, astonished at Wan Qingshan's generosity. These local tycoons were indeed wealthy beyond measure. Thus, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to extort a little from them occasionally. Indeed, 3 million. Should Director Li agree, we shall be friends henceforth. Rest assured. Your secrets shall remain confidential, Lindong said, flashing a disarmingly innocent smile that revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. How can I trust you? Li Songwei pondered for a moment before inquiring. In our line of work, trust is paramount, Lindong replied with deliberate calmness. Moreover, do you believe you have any other options at this juncture? That statement struck Li Songwei like a hammer, not painfully but with a heavy sense of dread. The atmosphere grew tense and oppressive, yet Lindong remained unhurried, confident that Li Songwei would acquiesce. After a prolonged silence, Li Songwei finally exhaled deeply and said, very well. Have you brought the 3 million? It's in the parking lot, in a black Santana. I will place the suitcase in your trunk shortly, Lindong replied. All right. I will resolve this by next Wednesday. No, Wednesday is too far off. Tomorrow is Monday. Let's settle this before the end of the workday. Lindong shook his head, emphasizing. It's not that we are in a hurry. Rather, you have more urgency. Wouldn't you agree, Director Li? Upon hearing this, Li Songwei felt a chill run down his spine, understanding the implications of the statement. Since the secrets of Jin Liyuan had been exposed, he needed to hastily relocate them. If he failed to act, it would be akin to possessing a ticking time bomb, robbing him of any chance for peaceful rest. Naturally, only by resolving Wanqi's shipment could he hope to find the opportunity to relocate safely. Otherwise, well, you understand. How could Lindong, so young, possess such cunning and capability? Very well, I shall help you resolve this on Monday, Li Songwei conceded decisively. Chapter 23. Do you have any other properties? Wan Qingshan, beleaguered for days over the seized goods, found the resolution as effortless as Lin Dong had promised. In just 3 days, Wanqi received notification to reclaim the seized goods. Wan Qingshan and Fan Gui were once again left in awe of Lin Dong's extraordinary abilities. The audacity and efficiency of this young man were truly commendable. Wan Qingshan swiftly completed the procedures for retrieving the smuggled electronics valued at 20 million, allowing Wanqi Company to reap substantial profits before the new year. Even more gratifying for Wan Qingshan was the restoration of the goods, which significantly enhanced his reputation in the port. Wan Qingshan, can handle any challenge in Nandu. The day of retrieval coincided with the 19th birthday of Wan Qingshan's daughter, Wanya. Thus the Wan family naturally organized a grand banquet to celebrate the double occasion. The most significant contributor, Lin Dong, was certainly among the invited guests. At this birthday celebration, the only attendees from Wanqi Company, aside from Fan Gui, were Lin Dong and himself. This clearly indicates that Lin Dong has fully earned Boss Wan's trust. His infiltration into the power core of Wanqi, drawing closer to Wan Qingshan, is precisely what Lin Dong desires. Indeed, tonight's birthday party presents an excellent opportunity, for Wan Qingshan's 100 million in illicit funds may very well be hidden within his abode. By 5:30 in the evening, Lin Dong had arrived early at the Binjiang Villa Garden, locating the Wan residence at number 62, Guilin 2nd Road. Based on the address provided by Fan Gui, a grand 3-story luxurious villa came into view. Lin Dong adjusted his suit and glanced at the fruit basket he held in his hands. As it was his first visit, he deemed it necessary to bring a token of goodwill. Being merely a working-class individual, a fruit basket sufficed. How amusing. Ding dong. Upon ringing the doorbell, a maid in her 40s opened the iron gate within a minute. Hello, I am Lin Dong, here at Boss Wan's invitation to attend the young lady's birthday banquet. Oh, Mr. Lin, please come in. Allow me to take the fruit basket for you. Thank you. You're welcome. The maid warmly accepted the fruit basket from Lin Dong's hands, closed the courtyard gate, and led him inside. As they crossed the front yard and had yet to enter the house, a voice filled with surprise called from above. Lin Dong? You also came? Are you here for my birthday party? That's wonderful. Lin Dong looked up to see several girls' heads peering over the balcony on the 2nd floor, one of whom was Wanya. Lin Dong, wait for me. I'll be right down. Following the maid into the 1st floor living room, Lin Dong noticed the lavishly decorated space was already aglow with lights. The male host, Wan Qingshan, sat on a large Chinese rosewood sofa, engaged in lively conversation with a group of guests. The maid placed the fruit basket on a side table before swiftly approaching Wan Qingshan, whispering a message. Lin Dong has arrived? Haha, just as I was speaking of him. The protagonist has arrived, everyone. As Lin Dong approached, Wan Qingshan rose, affectionately patting his shoulder, and said, Lin Dong, come sit beside me. I shall introduce you to our esteemed guests. Lin Dong politely nodded to the gathered company and took a seat to Wan Qingshan's right. To Wan Qingshan's left sat Fan Gui, Boss Wan. With brother Lin joining Wanqi, he can certainly be regarded as your left and right arms. Quite remarkable, remarked an elderly gentleman in his 60s, his sharp eagle-like gaze thoughtfully scrutinizing Lin Dong. You flatter me, Mo Lao. It is my honor to host your esteemed presence at my humble abode. By the way, Lindong, let me introduce you. This is the third-generation elder of the Yueying Society, the legendary Ghost Hand, Mo Huan. The Yueying Society, the foremost underground organization in Nandu? Lindong was taken aback. And not daring to presume, he quickly stood and clasped his hands in respect. I am Lin Dong, a junior, and it is an honor to meet you, Elder Mo. Indeed, a fine young man, a hero emerging from youth. Very good. Ha! Mo Huan laughed heartily, gesturing to a man in his 30s beside him. This is my disciple. The foremost expert of the younger generation in the Yueying Society, Lu Changkong. You young people should exchange ideas when you have the chance. Lindong also clasped his hands toward Lu Changkong, courteously stating, Greetings, Brother Lu. I look forward to your guidance. Lu Changkong, with a stern countenance, merely nodded slightly. Acknowledging Lindong, observers could easily discern that this fellow harbored a certain disdain for Lindong, or perhaps simply viewed him with indifference. Were the members of such a large organization truly this discerning? Lindong did not take it to heart. He had never concerned himself with how others perceived him. His focus remained singular. Where, precisely, was Wan Qingshan's 100 million in illicit funds concealed? Upon entering the courtyard, the black gold system had activated automatically. Yet it seemed to yield no response whatsoever. Logically, while this villa was expansive, with each floor measuring over 800 square meters, he had traversed a considerable portion of the house from the front yard to the living room. Had he not? Could it be, Lindong, today is my birthday. Didn't you bring a gift? Hearing Wan Ye's voice from behind, Lindong felt his head spin momentarily. Oh, you little girl, how could you publicly expose someone else's shortcomings? Xiaoya, mind your manners. It's quite rude. Lindong is my guest. What gift would he bring? Wan Qingshan rebuked. He has achieved great merit for Wanqi this time. I will reward him separately later. Dressed in a black long-sleeve sweater and a short plaid skirt, Wan Yi fluttered over like a colorful butterfly, suddenly leaping onto Lindong's back. Xiaoya, return upstairs to accompany your friends. We adults need to discuss matters. Wan Qingshan shot his daughter an exasperated glance, attempting to redirect her. All right, but Lindong must come with me. He is also my friend, Wan Yi replied with a cheerful grin. You. Wan Qingshan rolled his eyes in resignation. Old Wan, let the young ones have their fun. We old fellows shouldn't interfere. Haha, Mo Huan interjected. His interest piqued as he glanced at Wan Yi and Lindong, smilingly playing peacemaker. Brother Shan, this. Lindong feigned difficulty, casting a glance at Wan Qingshan. Yet inwardly he was elated. This outcome was precisely what he had hoped for. Alas, having such a headstrong daughter is truly challenging. Lindong, you may go? I will introduce you to the other esteemed guests later. Very well, Brother Shan, Lindong nodded, offering a respectful bow to the assembled guests. I apologize for my early departure. I shall seek your guidance again later. With that, he was spirited away by the exuberant Wan Yi to the second floor. As Lindong activated the sensing mode of the black gold system once more, he ascended from the first to the second floor, scanning as he went. However, upon reaching the second floor, he received no notification from the system, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Lindong, let me introduce you to some friends. Oh, miss. Why don't you first show me around your villa? I've never seen such a beautiful house in my life. Sure. I'll take you up to the third floor. Chapter 24, The Hidden Treasure of Wan Qingshan. Lindong, upon hearing Wan Ye's response, couldn't help but let out a silent sigh. The young girl is so naive. Your father possesses more than one property, you know. Subsequently, Wan Yi guided Lindong from the third floor down to the first, even taking a stroll through the front yard. Lindong's initial excitement gradually waned, leaving him to feign interest in Wan Ye's enthusiasm. Lindong, let us head to the living room on the second floor. I want to introduce you to my friends. Wan Yi, having led Lindong on a comprehensive tour of the villa, seemed to finally recall her primary purpose for this outing, to showcase Lindong before her friends. Before Lindong's arrival, Wan Yi had lauded him to her companions, almost bestowing upon him the Nobel Prize in her praises. Lindong merely nodded, feeling indifferent. To be honest, he found little appeal in these youngsters who had yet to mature. With the realization that the Wan family was not the fabled treasure site of Wan Qingshan, his interest in this place dissipated. Nevertheless, the show must go on. At the very least, it would be courteous to wait until the others had finished cutting the birthday cake before departing. Upon reaching the living room on the second floor, Wan Yi excitedly tugged at Lindong, introducing him grandly to several of her 18 or 19-year-old friends. In essence, she emphasized his good looks and fighting prowess. For these blossoming young women, teeming with dreams of love, their criteria for an ideal partner were still rather juvenile. Wealth held little significance. What mattered most was talent, charm, and striking appearance. Of course, a man's ability to fight was undoubtedly a substantial advantage, particularly in the 1990s, when such traits were fervently admired by countless young girls. Just think of Once Upon a Time in China and the legend of the drunken master, how wildly popular they were at that time. Lindong. I want to introduce them all individually. You should know this one, Tong Lele. You saved her that night at the bar, haha. Wanya affectionately embraced the girl beside her, who bore a charming visage yet radiated youthful exuberance. Tong Lele. Lindong scrutinized her closely and recognized her. Indeed. She looked somewhat familiar, though he had not paid much attention in the dim lighting of the bar that evening. Among Wanya's friends, Tong Lele was undoubtedly the most striking, her figure well developed for her age, and even a thick black sweater could not conceal her ample bosom. No wonder. A young man of considerable charm would go to such lengths for her that night. Tong Lele is the belle of our university, Nanda, and a prodigy in her own right, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Her father is the president of Nanda. Wanya continued to extol her most exceptional friend, oblivious to the envious glances of the other girls nearby. The president of Nanda, Tong Jinlin? Lin Dong inquired, a spark of surprise igniting within him. You know my father? Tong Lele's shyness dissipated, replaced by astonishment. Not personally. I've read an interview with him in the newspaper, haha. Lin Dong did not actually know the president of Nanda. His reaction stemmed from two factors. One, he mourned for the oblivious young aristocrat who dared to pursue the daughter of such a prominent figure. And two, he recalled a piece of news he had inadvertently come across in a previous life. 3 years hence, in 1999, the illustrious president of Nanda, Tong Jinlin, was publicly accused of corruption and abuse of power. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that he had embezzled over 160 million, marking it as the most significant corruption case in the educational sector of Huagua. Although the big fish was still a bit distant from being caught, Lindong certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Tong Lele, how is life at Nanda? Lindong, undeterred, decided to be direct and seated himself beside her. As Lindong drew closer, Tong Lele's cheeks flushed deeper, her heart racing like a startled deer. It's enjoyable, it's quite large. Lindong, would you like to visit Nanda? When? Are you inviting me? Of course. When would you come to Nanda? I could be your tour guide. Oh, by the way, the peach blossoms by the Jaizahua Lake will be in full bloom by early March. It will be stunning. You must come. All right, I will seek you out then. Lindong chuckled, pondering whether he was akin to the wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Lindong, I'll write down my home phone number for you. Tong Lele excitedly stood up, rummaging through drawers for paper and a pen, oblivious to Wanya sitting on the sofa. Her eyes narrowed with a murderous glare directed at the two, her lips pursed in a pout, exuding a sense of resentment. At 7 p.m., Wanya's birthday party commenced in earnest. Wan Qingshan, having lost his wife in earlier years and remaining unmarried since, cherished his only daughter dearly. As a father who adored his daughter, he presented her with a 1994 model yellow McLaren F1 supercar as a birthday gift for her 19th year. Oh, the world of the wealthy is incomprehensible to the ordinary. However, Lindong speculated that this vehicle was likely smuggled from Hong Kong, with Wan's extensive connections. Acquiring a legitimate license plate locally would pose no challenge. Next came the renowned Guisho Mo Huan, who represented the president of the Yunying Society, presenting a remarkably exquisite imperial green jade pendant as a birthday gift. When a prominent figure makes a gesture, it is naturally grand. Yet, Lindong found it perplexing that the leading gang of Nandu would suddenly show such interest in Wanqi, a second-tier force. Even going so far as to send an elder member in person, he was adamant that there must be some ulterior motive behind this. In addition to the jade pendant, the Yunying Society also gifted a root carving made of beech wood, measuring about 3 feet tall, depicting a soaring eagle. As Wan Qingshan gazed at the lifelike eagle sculpture, he could hardly contain his delight. To his astonishment, on his daughter's birthday, he too received a gift that resonated with his passion for root carvings. President Wan, our chairman Liu has long heard of your affinity for collecting root carvings, so we specifically acquired this piece as a congratulatory gesture. This root is over 100 years old, sourced from the deep mountains of Yunnan, explained Mo Huan with a smile. Mo Lao, please convey my heartfelt gratitude to Chairman Liu when you return. I shall personally pay a visit to his residence on a future occasion. Haha, Wan Qingshan replied, his mood exceedingly buoyant. While he appreciated the gift, the key factor was the status of the giver. In the past, it would have been inconceivable for him, Wan Qingshan, to receive a gift presented by the chairman of the Yunying Society. All of this, he believed, was due to Lindong. Whether it was the bar fight where he single-handedly faced 8 opponents, the astonishing battle at the New Bridge, or his recent efforts to unravel Wanqi's predicament, Lindong's remarkable feats had undeniably captured the attention of some of the top figures in the underworld. Mo Huan's appearance with gifts, along with the presence of representatives from various factions that had come to pay their respects, all shared a common motive. A young master with exceptional combat prowess would elevate any faction to the ranks of a first-class gang in an instant. In the fierce struggles of the underworld, the importance of elite fighters and skilled hands cannot be underestimated. In just a fortnight, Lin Dong, a newcomer to the Underworld, had become a coveted prize. A fact Wan Qingshan had never anticipated. Numerous underground factions in Nandu had begun to take a keen interest in him, even attempting to forge alliances, including Wang Hu from the Northern District, and now the even more formidable Yunying Society. Thus, the ambitious Wan Qingshan subtly sensed an undercurrent of pressure and crisis from the outside world. Suddenly, the presence or absence of Lin Dong had become pivotal to Wan Qi's future viability. No, after the party concludes, I must ensure that Lin Dong remains behind for a private conversation to offer him some reassurance. This talent must not be lost. Wan Qingshan resolutely made up his mind in secret. While he outwardly appeared exuberant, internally he was beset by doubts. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, busy socializing in the living room, found his mind racing. Why was Wan Qingshan's 100 million in black money not located within the Wan family? This enigma had now revealed its answer. Since Old Wan had a long-standing passion for collecting root carvings, he must possess a clandestine location for housing these treasured pieces. The Wan family had already searched, and the Wanqi company building was too crowded and gossipy, thus eliminating both as possibilities. Ultimately, only one potentiality remained. Wan Qingshan had acquired a secret property, likely substantial in size, dedicated to the display of his cherished belongings. The more significant the item, the less likely it would be shown to others, requiring a secure and discreet location. This is human nature. Therefore, the site of Wan Qingshan's hidden fortune was about to be unveiled. Chapter 25. Old Fan, I Crave Fish. After the party, at 10 p.m., in the study on the third floor of the Wan residence, gazing at the thick stacks of cash laid before him, Lin Dong was taken aback. What had prompted Wan Qingshan to suddenly bestow such a fortune upon him tonight? This is 500,000, a special reward from the company for securing that shipment. Wan Qingshan proclaimed with grandiosity. I've always said that if you're following me, Wan Qingshan, as long as I feast on meat, I want to let you only sip broth, haha. Brother Shan, this is rather excessive, isn't it? Although Lin Dong did not currently lack for money, the sheer sight of so much cash was a surprise. In this day and age, which boss would be willing to part with such a sum to reward an employee? After all, with current prices, 500,000 could easily purchase a traditional courtyard house in the capital. Oh, what does this amount mean? I, Wan Qingshan, have always been one to reward merit. Take it. Well, since Brother Shan insists, I shall not be polite, haha. Lin Dong ceased to be modest, stowing the 50 stacks of cash into a travel bag on the table, then paused to withdraw an additional 50 bills. This 5,000 was previously borrowed from the company. Wan Qingshan was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Lin Dong, you are a man of principle. After securing the travel bag filled with cash, Lin Dong smiled and assured, rest assured, Brother Shan, I will not leave Wanqi. No other forces, no matter how formidable, are what I desire. Oh, then what do you wish for? What I aspire to is to transform Wanqi into the largest electrical retail giant in the country within 2 years, while simultaneously becoming the most significant underworld force in Nandu, and even the entire southern province. Quite the ambition, Lin Dong. Do you truly believe we should expand northward? Wan Qingshan's spirits lifted at the mention. As a businessman from the first wave of wealth in the 1990s, he certainly did not wish to remain confined to his current territory and interests. Expanding northward and establishing a nationwide presence had long been his desire. But he had struggled to find a capable individual to execute this vision. Indeed, while electrical smuggling is said to yield high profits, it is also a risky endeavor. And according to national policy trends, it wouldn't be long before stringent crackdowns would be enforced. Hiss. Wan Qingshan inhaled sharply, shock evident on his face as he pressed, are you certain? Almost without a doubt, the previous seizure of the contraband was a clear signal. Lin Dong calmly analyzed. Brother Shan, it is time we redirect our resources and focus away from smuggling. Leveraging our informational advantages and channels to expand northward is the rightful path. Wan Qingshan fell silent. The weight of Lin Dong's words struck him profoundly, yet he could not disregard Lin Dong's remarkable track record. After a lengthy pause, Wan Qingshan finally inquired, Lin Dong, how did you arrive at this conclusion? Lin Dong extended a finger and tapped his temple, replying, by reading extensively. Keeping abreast of the news and employing critical thinking, the conclusions naturally emerge. Analyzing the future economic trajectory of the nation was a trivial task for Lin Dong, a reborn individual. Surely, a mere hint of insight would leave Wan Qingshan thoroughly impressed. Very well, I believe you. Lin Dong, tomorrow at 9 a.m. I will convene a meeting with all mid to senior level staff to formally announce your appointment as general manager. Wan Qingshan, a decisive man, had made a swift judgment, and without hesitation, propelled Lin Dong into a prominent position. It appeared that these wealthy tycoons of the underworld were no simpletons, having just lavished you with riches. They also offered you a high-ranking job. This move by Wan Qingshan not only seamlessly aligned with the company's strategic realignment, but also effectively secured Lin Dong's loyalty. Brother Sean, isn't this a bit premature for me to become general manager? I've only been with the company for half a month. Lin Dong was well aware of Wan Qingshan's intentions, yet a degree of necessary humility was still required. Premature? Wanqi is still under my command. If I appoint you as general manager, who would dare oppose? Wan Qingshan bellowed, waving his hand with a robust voice. Fear not. The monthly salary for the general manager is 15,000, with generous bonuses. Implementation begins tomorrow. By the time Lin Dong exited Wan Qingshan's study, it was already past 11 p.m. Descending to the first-floor living room, he noticed Fan Gui had not yet departed, sitting alone on the sofa watching television. Old Fan, you haven't left yet? Waiting for you. Come, I'll give you a ride. Thank you. The two climbed into the car, heading towards the bustling northern district. Throughout the journey, Fan Gui stole glances at the travel bag beside Lin Dong, but refrained from probing further, merely smiling to say, Lin Dong, congratulations. Lin Dong was taken aback, asking, what do you mean? Fan Gui rolled his eyes, replying, of course, I mean it literally. I know the boss's character too well. Just look at the dynamics tonight with the Yunying Society and those other factions. Would the boss not offer a hefty sum and a high position to keep you? Oh, I didn't expect you, old Fan, to be so perceptive despite your usual silence. You're quite a talent, useful for future endeavors. Brother Sean wants me to be the company's general manager. What do you think, old Fan? I believe you can handle it. I may not support others. But you are different. I am convinced. Lin Dong felt resigned. Asking was pointless, as this fellow exhibited no skepticism. He then recalled another inquiry. By the way, old Fan, apart from the Binhai Villa, has the boss acquired any other properties? Why do you ask? Fan Gui cast a puzzled glance at Lin Dong. Well, I saw someone gift a root carving tonight, and it made me wonder, with the boss collecting so many treasures, he surely wouldn't keep them at the company or at home, right? Oh, I've had that question for a while, but I never dared to ask the boss. Fan Gui's curiosity was piqued, and he readily echoed, the boss values these treasures highly. He has never taken anyone to admire them, not even his daughter Wanya. However, last August, during a banquet, Zhao from Hong Kong gifted him a rhino root carving. That night the boss had a bit too much to drink and asked me to escort him to the Wanhao Mountain Villa. And then, Lin Dong felt a surge of delight within, instantly invigorated. After much effort, he had finally obtained some valuable information. Subsequently, he asked to drive back while his companion cradled the root sculpture as he entered the gates of the villa community. Judging by the security guard's reaction, it was evident that the boss was a familiar face. Lin Dong couldn't help but smile knowingly. This Marriott villa was likely the clandestine treasure trove of Wan Qingshan, and it was hard to escape its grasp. This big catch was ripe for the taking indeed. Old Fan, Lin Dong jested. Do you think Brother Sean has booked a beautiful campus belle at the Marriott? It's hard to say. Perhaps he truly has, Fan Gui replied in agreement. They exchanged a knowing glance and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, a mutual understanding that only men share. As they continued their banter, they soon arrived at the entrance of Lin Dong's rented apartment. Thanks, old Fan. See you tomorrow. Why the formalities? Lin Dong, you've been with the company for quite some time, and I haven't treated you to a meal yet. How about tomorrow night? Why so polite among ourselves? Consider it a celebration of your promotion to general manager. I'll make the reservation. What do you want to eat? All right then. It's hard to refuse such hospitality. Lin Dong conceded. He then had a sudden inspiration, recalling a famous line from a wildly popular drama from his past life, and lowered his voice, saying, Old Fan, I feel like having fish. Very well, we'll have fish, Fan Gui readily agreed. Lin Dong had no inkling that this seemingly casual statement would years later become a profound understanding between him and Fan Gui. In the years to come, whenever Lin Dong uttered that phrase, Fan Gui would know that it signaled impending violence. As Lin Dong's most loyal subordinate, Fan Gui would execute his orders without hesitation. Chapter 26. How much do you have left? I'll buy it all. At 9 a.m. the next morning, Wanqi Company convened its first all-hands meeting of the new year. A piece of news that could rival a minor earthquake was announced at the gathering. Lin Dong, the chairman's assistant who had been with the company for less than half a month, was officially appointed as the general manager of Wanqi Trading Company. The chairman, Wan Qingshan, who had concurrently held the position of general manager, relinquished the role and entrusted the company's operational leadership entirely to Lin Dong. The announcement shattered the perspectives of over 300 employees within the company. Who exactly was this Lin Dong? How could he rise so swiftly, while others toiled for years, even a decade, just to become department managers? This newcomer had ascended to a position of authority in less than half a month? Was this not faster than a rocket? Was there no justice left? The vast majority of employees were astounded and perplexed by this appointment, with only 3 individuals expressing their approval. The 2 being Wan Qingshan and Fan Gui, and the other, of course, was the chubby Mabaro. After the meeting, he remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the turn of events. What does this mean? Did I unintentionally hit the jackpot with my choice of shoes? The sudden wave of happiness was so overwhelming that no matter how he interpreted Lindong's comments during the meeting, they all seemed surreal. Upon assuming his role, Lindong's first decree was to aggressively expand the Charger division. The existing 3 business units would be expanded tenfold after the new year. Additionally, new departments for brand planning, store expansion, market promotion, and public relations would be established. This series of elaborate maneuvers left the mid-level management at Wanqi in a fog. It wasn't until Lin Dong dedicated a full 40 minutes to delivering a forward-thinking economic analysis of the future of Huahua that they began to grasp the vision. With the golden finger of reincarnation at his disposal, it was a breeze to dazzle a group of half-business, half-underworld players. Wanqi's strategic goal for the next decade was clear: to center its operations around retailing home appliances, to seize opportunities in the north, and to establish a national presence. Aiming to become the largest home appliance retailer in the country within 2 years. Over the next 10 to 15 years, 2 sectors in Huahua would flourish: real estate and appliances. Only after 20 years would the realms of the internet, new energy, and high-tech chips emerge. Thus, Lin Dong's forward-looking strategy, though perhaps incomprehensible to many, was undoubtedly correct and ahead of its time. In his previous life, Wanqi had collapsed due to a crackdown on smuggling, so it was imperative to swiftly redirect the company's operations and distance itself from smuggling activities. Before Huang Guanyu's Guoli Electric gained traction, they needed to seize the initiative and rapidly establish a presence in the national home appliance chain market. The brand Lindong, named Wanqi Electric, would undoubtedly become the most renowned home appliance retail chain in Huahua in the future. After the morning meeting, Lindong returned to his expansive office as general manager, where his newly assigned secretary, Xiao Lin, handed him a set of keys to an Audi 100. While it was a company vehicle, it provided him with a means of transportation, making future outings considerably more convenient. At noon, Wan Qingshan departed the company in his black Mercedes-Benz, while Lin Dong seized the opportunity to slip out under the pretense of running an errand, stealthily following behind. Today, he needed to uncover the location of Old Wan's hidden stash of gold. Lin Dong was pragmatic, no matter how brilliant Wanqi's future might be. It paled in comparison to the allure of the impending 100 million in illicit funds. 21-year-old Sun Jialu sat in a corner of the Marriott Villa sales office, silently shedding tears. Just moments ago, she had received a call from her mother informing her that her father, only 46, had been diagnosed with uremia. A kidney transplant was not a feasible option. Aside from the exorbitant costs of the surgery, the interminable wait for a donor would be exhausting. Currently, the preliminary examinations and treatments, coupled with weekly dialysis, had left her already struggling family destitute, having only been on the job for a little over 2 months. After deducting rent and daily expenses, her wages and bonuses from the past 2 months had scarcely left her with anything. She instructed her mother not to inform her younger brother, who was attending university in Yuqing, about this situation. The collapse of her father, the family's primary breadwinner, would spell disaster for an ordinary family like theirs. Xiaolu, why are you hiding here? Hurry, the manager is looking for you. That boss Xiao has returned, and he seems to be here for you. Her colleague Zhu Haiyan hurriedly approached, noticing the tear stains on Sun Jialu's face and expressing concern. Are you all right, Xiaolu? Is something bothering you? I'm fine, thank you, Haiyan. Sun Jialu wiped her tears away, stood up, and walked towards the manager's office, bracing herself to confront 2 individuals she despised. Yet, for the sake of her livelihood and financial stability, she could only muster a forced smile each time. Lin Dong trailed Wan Qingshan's Mercedes from a distance, and after half an hour, they arrived at the outskirts of the northern district. This area was a newly developed villa community, where over 100 European-style villas nestled amid the greenery of a hill approximately 100 meters high. At the foot of the hillside, a vast artificial lake shimmered, its beauty undiminished even in the cold of winter. This was the most renowned upscale villa district in the northern area, the Marriott Villa. Lin Dong observed as Wan Qingshan's car passed through the villa entrance and drove directly into the community. Noticing the security guard's reaction, it was clear that Mr. One was a familiar face, likely one of the villa's owners. The high-end community's security personnel were required to remember the identities of the owners, greeting them politely upon entry and exit. From Lin Dong's observations, the Marriott Villa operated under a fully enclosed management system, with only one road for entry and exit. Moreover, upon observing the security arrangements, it was evident that they were exceptionally stringent, for those residing here were individuals of considerable wealth and status. Lin Dong scrutinized the surroundings for a while, realizing that infiltrating the premises was utterly impossible unless accompanied by a property owner. No matter if conventional means were unattainable, one must seek alternative paths. Hadn't he long desired to invest in real estate? Now, he could be considered affluent himself. and as one who had returned from the future, it would be a disservice to his identity as a reincarnated soul not to acquire a multitude of properties. Resolute in his decision, Lin Dong exited the vehicle and made his way toward the sales office situated a few dozen meters away. To the right of the community's entrance lay the sales office of the Wanhao Mountain Villa, which at that moment housed only a few scattered figures. Prospective buyers were few and far between. Welcome to Wanhao Mountain Villa. May I inquire if you are here to purchase property, sir? As Lin Dong stepped through the office's entrance, a young saleswoman clad in a blue uniform greeted him with unbridled enthusiasm. Indeed, do you have any villa listings available? Lin Dong replied with a smile. Noticing Lin Dong's exquisite suit and commanding presence, the saleswoman felt a surge of excitement. It seemed he was a man of substantial means. Yes, sir, we offer 3 types of villa designs, all in an elegant European style. However, the Langton Garden has already sold out. We still have a limited number of units available in the larger Guantang Garden and Howding Garden models, she chirped, her voice bright and engaging. Very well. Your name is Zhu Haiyan, correct? Lin Dong nodded, glancing at the golden name tag affixed to her left breast. Yes, you may call me Haiyan. May I ask your surname, sir? I am Lin. Greetings, Mr. Lin. Would you like me to take you to view the models? Not necessary. I intend to purchase directly. Please summon your manager. Mr. Lin, are you saying you wish to buy without viewing the properties? Zhu Haiyan was taken aback. She had never encountered such a bold customer who declared their intent to purchase without even a glance at the villas. However, she quickly recognized her good fortune in meeting such a client and promptly responded, Please have a seat for a moment. I will fetch the manager right away. After arranging for Lin Dong to be seated, Zhu Haiyan hurried towards the manager's office, her heart racing with excitement. Today could potentially yield a significant sale. Upon reaching the manager's door, she faintly heard a woman sobbing within, unmistakably the voice of Sun Jialu. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and knocked gently. Who is it? It's me, Manager Chiu, Zhu Haiyan. A client wishes to purchase a villa and would like to speak with you directly. Who is so important that I must attend to them personally. Wait, I'll be right there. A few moments later, the office door opened, revealing Chiu Jianbin, a 35-year-old man with thinning hair and a stern expression. Following him was the tear-streaked Sun Jialu, accompanied by a corpulent middle-aged man. This greasy individual was none other than Xiao Zhiguang, a nouveau riche who frequently harassed Sun Jialu, rumored to be the owner of a modestly reputable local renovation company. Zhu Haiyan, where's the client? Chiu Jianbin managed to suppress his irritation, forcing a smile as he inquired. He is seated in the reception area. The gentleman in the black suit is him, she indicated, leading the way toward Lin Dong. Such a young man. Surely he isn't here just to waste time? Chiu Jianbin mused with a frown, following her. Good day, Mr. Lin. This is our sales manager, Chiu Jianbin. Please feel free to express any requests directly to him. Zhu Haiyan introduced. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Chiu Jianbin, the sales manager here at Wanhao Mountain Villa. How may I assist you? He extended his right hand politely, shaking Lindong's firmly. Mr. Chiu, I would like to inquire about how many villas you have remaining at Wanhao Mountain Villa. Lindong cut straight to the chase. What do you mean, Mr. Lin? Chiu Jianbin's heart raced, and he pressed further in astonishment. Exactly what I said. How many units do you have left? I wish to purchase them all. Chapter 27. The most extravagant buyer. What? Upon hearing Lindong's words, Chiu Jianbin gasped in disbelief, nearly leaping from his stance. The expressions of Zhu Haiyan, the tear-stained Sun Jialu, and the oily middle-aged man Xiao Zhiguang reflected their astonishment. Goodness, in this day and age, being able to acquire a villa at Wanhao Mountain Villa marked one as the pinnacle of wealth in the area. Had anyone ever witnessed someone purchasing properties as if they were mere commodities? Truly, this was wealth beyond comprehension. In the mid-1990s, before the emergence of property speculation groups, the awareness of investing in real estate was just beginning to take root, and very few individuals would recklessly spend fortunes on properties. Mr. Lin, are you implying that you wish to buy all the unsold villas at Wanhao Mountain Villa? Chiu Jianbin stammered, struggling to contain his excitement. Indeed. How many units do you have left? I will take them all. Mr. Lin, please come to my office for a detailed discussion. Haiyan, quickly prepare some tea, and you, Jialu, hasten to fetch some fruit. Expenses will be reimbursed. Certainly, manager. Zhu Haiyan's face flushed with excitement as she hurried to brew tea in the manager's office. Oh my, this could be a life-changing moment. The thought of the commission from selling all the remaining luxurious villas made her feel elated. Manager, I'll go buy the fruit now. The demurely beautiful Sun Jialu replied, stealing a glance at Lin Dong before turning to exit the sales office. Jialu, wait for me. I'll drive you to the market. Xiao Zhiguang quickly followed, eager to ingratiate himself. No need, I can ride my bicycle. When Chiu Jianbin observed Lin Dong opening the trunk of his Audi, revealing a full load of 100 yuan bills, he was utterly stunned. It was only at that moment that he grasped the reality that this was no joke. There truly existed individuals who could purchase properties as casually as one might buy cabbage. Xiao Jianbin finally understood what constituted the most extravagant buyer. The 5 million in cash nestled within the trunk was merely a deposit Lin Dong had withdrawn from the system, ample for this acquisition. His current wealth, according to the black gold system, stood at 41 million. Lin Dong was unperturbed by his expenditures, as he knew that entering the property market at this juncture would yield tenfold returns in a few years. Furthermore, this would facilitate his entry into Wanhao Mountain Villa, enabling him to promptly secure the 100 million in black gold from Wan Qingshan. It took over an hour for Lin Dong to finalize the purchase procedures for Wanhao Mountain Villa. The sheer volume of contracts to sign was overwhelming, all pertaining to luxurious villas in an opulent European style. The Guantang Garden villas, spanning 600 square meters, were priced at 4.8 million each, with 8 units totaling an impressive 38.4 million. The pinnacle of design, the Howding Garden villas, boasted a total construction area of 850 square meters, complete with gardens and private pools, with only 3 units remaining, totaling 25.5 million. A deposit of 5 million was required up front, with 70 of the payment due within 3 days, and the remaining 30 payable in full once the property deeds were ready. The staggering transaction of 63.9 million sent the entire Wanhao Mountain Villa sales office into a frenzy. Xiao Jianbin immediately ordered the sales office to suspend external operations, directing all staff to assist Lin Dong exclusively. After all, with all the villas accounted for, there was no need to continue business as usual. Before long, the staff at the sales office would undoubtedly be reassigned to another new project of Marriott, while Xiao Jianbin himself was certain to receive a promotion and a salary increase. After finalizing the contract and preliminary procedures, it was already 3 in the afternoon when Lin Dong departed from Marriott Mountain Villa, warmly sent off by over a dozen enthusiastic staff members. They had agreed to meet the following afternoon at 1 o'clock to officially make the first payment for the property. A middle-aged man, who had been persistently lingering around Sun Jialu, timely handed Lin Dong a business card. General manager of Zhiheng Decoration Company, Xiao Zhiguang. It turned out that this individual owned a decoration company, which explained his familiarity with the sales office staff. Clearly, he intended to leverage the Marriott sales office to garner business for his company, while harboring ulterior motives to woo the charming Sun Jialu. However, she had not given him any opportunity, as Xiao, despite his oily demeanor and lecherous appearance, was a married man. Such audacity was indeed remarkable. The next day at noon, after finishing lunch, Lin Dong drove to Marriott Mountain Villa. He had brought along the 495,000 yuan in cash rewarded by Wan Qingshan. Additionally, he withdrew 39,235,000 yuan from the system, neatly packed into 6 large woven bags, filling the trunk and back seat of his Audi. At the tender age of 23, Lin Dong embarked on his first extravagant home-buying journey, carrying tens of millions in cash. As he observed several bank employees specially engaged by the sales office busily counting the substantial payment, Lin Dong couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Reflecting on his past hardships and his current resurgence felt surreal. Yet, he understood that everything before him was indeed real, given the second chance bestowed upon him by fate. Accompanied by such an extraordinary stroke of fortune, he could not afford to live any less successfully than anyone else. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Lin Dong, armed with the keys to 11 new villas, was accompanied by Xiao Jianbin, Zhu Haiyan, and Sun Jialu as he inspected his 11 luxurious properties. These villas were well located, boasting lush greenery and tranquil surroundings, with breathtaking views of the lake at the foot of the mountains visible from the windows. Mr. Lin, you are now the largest property owner at our Marriott Mountain Villa. Rest assured, I have already informed the property management and security teams, should you require anything. Do not hesitate to reach out to them, Xiao Jianbin stated politely, recognizing that anyone capable of producing such a substantial sum of cash must possess a formidable background. Thank you, Manager Xiao. Should I need assistance from them, I will communicate directly, Lindong replied. Oh, and one more thing. I intend to occupy one of the villas, though I may want to make some alterations to the decor. However, I will need someone to assist me with these minor details. Do you have any recommendations for someone suitable in that regard? Lindong expressed his intentions, emphasizing the urgency of needing someone to manage the intricacies of his new properties. Of course, Mr. Lin. I will keep an eye out and inform you immediately if I find a suitable candidate, Xiao Jianbin assured him. Thank you. You need not accompany me further. Please return to your duties. I wish to explore a bit on my own. Understood, Mr. Lin. Please feel free to contact me should you need anything. The trio bid him farewell as Lin Dong ascended to the 3rd floor of the villa. The Prime Villa No. 98 featured a European-style luxury layout, with a small terrace of about 50 square meters adjacent to the study on the 3rd floor. From here, one could gaze upon the lush greenery and expansive lake view at the foot of the mountains, evoking a sense of serenity. Which of Wan Qingshan's secret villas might it be? Furthermore, knowing Wan's generous nature, if he had purchased the largest luxury garden layout, it was highly probable that the study on the third floor served as a hidden vault. Once this was confirmed, it would be a simple matter to access his terrace and, within the system's effective range of 10 meters, convert the black gold effortlessly. Mr. Lin. As Lin Dong was lost in thought, a timid voice called from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Sun Jialu and curiously inquired, "Do you need something from me?" "Yes, Mr. Lin. Earlier, you mentioned needing someone to manage the household affairs. I was wondering if I might be able to assist." "You? Aren't you a sales associate?" "Well, I have already spoken with Manager Chiu, and if you are willing to hire me, he will approve my resignation," Sun Jialu replied softly, her gaze downcast, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. "Do tell me, why should I hire you? I have completed high school and work part-time at a domestic services company. Moreover, I come from a small rural town, so I am capable of handling both rough and delicate tasks." "Is that so? However, I have a rule. Those who work for me must learn to obey and, more importantly, to keep silent. Can you manage that?" Lin Dong smiled. "I can." Sun Jialu bit her lip, her tone resolute as she responded. Just moments ago, she felt a strange intuition that this man before her was her sole path to breaking free from poverty and hardship. The burden of her father's illness and the exorbitant medical expenses had suffocated her in recent days, pushing her to the brink of despair. "Do not rush to agree just yet. I, Lin Dong, do not employ idle hands. Regardless of your appearance, you are no exception." Lin Dong regarded her meaningfully, smiling as he added, "First, assist me with one task. Should you complete it by this time tomorrow, I will hire you." Chapter 28. Night Theft of 100 Million Black Gold. The Spring Festival of 1996 arrived a tad late, with a month left until the Lunar New Year's Eve. Under Lin Dong's guidance, the first chain store of Wanqi home appliances in the northern expansion was already in full swing for preparations. On January 28th, the grand opening and promotional event for the new store would take place. The first stop was Han City. The choice of Han City was deliberate, as it served as a central hub in the heart of Huagua, connecting 9 provinces, making it a battleground for both military and commercial endeavors. Capturing the home appliance market in Han City would radiate across the nation, maximizing the synergistic effect. A deeper reason lay in Lin Dong's prior 5 years of business and life experience in Han City. He possessed a certain understanding of the city's commercial atmosphere, networking channels, and both the legitimate and underground realms. To make a resounding impact as the newly appointed general manager, Lin Dong dispatched half of the core team from the home appliance division. The business head for the Han City project was none other than Ma Baorong. Under Lin Dong's mentorship, Ma Baorong had ascended from a business department supervisor to the manager of the home appliance division. To achieve great things, one must employ capable individuals. However, an equally crucial point was to cultivate one's own team. Having endured various trials in his past life, Lin Dong was acutely aware of this. Having organized the company's affairs, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Lin Dong did not forget his agreement with Sun Jialu from the previous day. After exchanging a few words with his secretary, Xiao Lin, he departed the company. Notably, being a general manager afforded him a certain freedom, with no one overseeing his actions. With time to spare, Lin Dong stopped by a mountaineering equipment store, purchasing a bundle of professional climbing ropes and a grappling hook. Next, he entered a clothing store, acquiring 2 sets of tight-fitting black attire, 2 black felt hats capable of covering his mouth and nose, and 3 pairs of thin black cotton gloves. Once all preparations were complete, Lin Dong leisurely made his way to Marriott Mountain Villa. Upon entering the Marriott Mountain Villa once again, Lin Dong finally experienced what it meant to feel truly welcomed. The security personnel at the entrance not only addressed him as Mr. Lin but also greeted him with warm salutes. Upon hearing a heartfelt welcome of Mr. Lin, "Welcome home," Lin Dong was instantly enveloped in a profound sense of pride, affirming that the purchase of this house was indeed worthwhile. Upon returning to Villa number 98, he parked his car in the garage and ascended to the third-floor terrace. The spacious terrace, adorned with 2 white beach chairs and a delicately crafted round glass table, had been unexpectedly enhanced. On the pristine tabletop rested a bouquet of fresh flowers, 2 plates of fruit, and an exquisite ashtray. Taken aback by the scene, Lin Dong quickly broke into a knowing smile, appreciating the thoughtfulness of Sun Jialu. Having entrusted her with a spare key the day before to arrange for cleaning, he was pleasantly surprised by her meticulousness. Lin Dong had always been generous with his praise for capable subordinates, especially one as strikingly beautiful and refreshingly pure in demeanor as her. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Lin Dong reclined in the beach chair, basking in the sun's warmth, occasionally lifting a grape to savor its sweetness. The sound of light footsteps approached from behind. It must be Sun Jialu arriving. "Mr. Lin, has everything been taken care of?" she inquired. "Indeed. I have procured the list of owners for your review," she replied, handing him a file. Lin Dong felt a surge of energy as he accepted the document. opening it to reveal 5 pages densely printed with detailed information about each owner of the Marriott Villa, including names, dates of birth, occupations, villa numbers, phone numbers, pager numbers, and even hobbies. This task had been assigned to Sun Jialu the previous day, and if accomplished, it would secure her formal employment. The girl displayed notable competence, proving herself to be more than a mere pretty face. His eyes swiftly scanned the owner list, and upon reaching the second page, he finally spotted the name Wan Qingshan, owner of villa number 32, Wan Qingshan, male, born May 3, 1950, owner of Wanqi Trading Company, villa type, luxury garden. Indeed, the black gold was here. As Lin Dong had anticipated, the villa unit purchased by Mr. Wan was indeed the largest luxury garden type, meaning that the most suitable study for storing the black gold was conveniently adjacent to the terrace on the 3rd floor. He only needed to devise a way to access the terrace without entering the house, thus completing the transformation of the black gold. The only uncertainty lay in the security measures surrounding villa number 32. He would need to scout beforehand. Excellent, you are hired, Lindong declared, tucking away the owner list and regarding Sun Jialu with admiration. Really? That's wonderful, Mr. Lin. I assure you, I will work diligently and not disappoint you, she exclaimed. Let us hope so. For now, return and complete your resignation procedures, and you shall officially start tomorrow. The monthly salary is 5,000, with potential bonuses for outstanding performance. Do you have any objections? 5,000. Sun Jialu could hardly believe her ears. The basic salary for a salesperson was merely 400 yuan, and the new hires' bonuses were not substantial, totaling just over 1,000. Such a dramatic increase in income was enough to send her into a state of exhilaration. Moreover, her instinct told her that working alongside Lin Dong would yield rewards far exceeding this modest salary. Tears of joy welled in her beautiful eyes as she realized that her father's monthly medical and dialysis expenses would no longer be a burden. She would no longer have to endure the discomfort of dealing with that greasy middle-aged man. Hold your excitement, work with me, and merit will be rewarded. But mistakes or incompetence will also incur consequences. Do you understand? Lin Dong said calmly. I understand, Mr. Lin, Sun Jialu replied, wiping her tears and responding respectfully. All right, you may leave for now. Return at the same time tomorrow, and I will outline your next tasks. Understood, Mr. Lin. As Sun Jialu departed, Lin Dong gazed out at the array of villas in the distance, murmuring to himself, 1 billion in black gold. I am coming. At midnight, in the Marriott Villa area, most lights had been extinguished. Amidst the shadows of the hillside, a luxurious villa remained brightly lit. The sounds of revelry, laughter, and the clinking of glasses emanated from a room downstairs. Old 4, finish this drink, then go take a round before returning. Why is it always me? It's the dead of night, and there's not a soul in sight. What's there to patrol? Exactly. Brother June, Old 4 has a point. We've been here for over a year, and nothing has happened. Who would be foolish enough to come to the Marriott Villa and stir trouble? Enough chatter. Finish your drink. Old 4, and do your duty. We do receive a paycheck from Brother 1 each month. Fine. Outside the wall, a large banyan tree concealed a shadow. Clad in a tight black outfit, with a black felt hat covering his face, only a pair of bright, star-like eyes were visible. At his waist hung a bundle of climbing rope and a black grappling hook. This figure was none other than Lindong. He observed as the guard, nicknamed Old 4, made his rounds with a flashlight, paused to relieve himself in a flower bed, and then hurried back inside. Seizing the moment, Lindong quietly descended from the tree and maneuvered to the west side of the villa. Scaling the wall from this position would lead him directly to the terrace adjacent to the study. With a soft thud, Lindong's agile form scaled the 3-meter-high wall, effortlessly flipping over. Upon landing, he wasted no time darting away, covering nearly 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Pressing against the wall, he smoothly executed the sequence of attaching the rope and hook. Years of experience as a scout had ingrained the movements into his muscles. Coupled with Lin Dong's current extraordinary speed and physique, he reached the 3rd-floor terrace in just 2 breaths. Dressed as a nocturnal vigilante, he swiftly traversed the entire terrace, pressing himself against the wall of the study. Beep, detected black gold worth 100,033,000 yuan, 34 meters away, within effective transformation range. Proceed with transformation? Transform. Without hesitation, Lin Dong issued the command, and in an instant, he secured the wealth of 1 billion. Under the moonlit sky, it was indeed a perfect night for thieving black gold. Haha, exhilarating. Chapter 29, The Ranking of the Underworld Swordsman. Beep, new wealth value of 100,033,000 yuan added. Current balance, 1,011,505,000 yuan. Lindong's wealth had officially surpassed 1 billion for the first time. Damn it. I am finally experiencing the taste of being a billionaire in this life, considering the current average income and overall price levels. This over 1 billion from 1996 would roughly equate to over 3 billion in 2023. The feeling of becoming a billionaire was truly exhilarating. Now, Lin Dong owned 11 luxurious villas and over $1 billion in cash. Having just entered society, he had already outpaced the majority of the world. Thus, it is said that effort does not always guarantee success. Some individuals are simply favored by fate. Take Lin Dong in this life, for instance. However, as a reborn individual with lofty ambitions, such accomplishments are merely a stepping stone. Our goal is to unify the underworld, to become the most formidable, wealthiest, and most powerful underworld boss on this planet. Having come this far, how could one not seek treasure in a mountain of riches? After successfully converting 100 million in black gold from Wanqi Mountain, Lindong persevered over the following 2 days, meticulously scanning the affluent owners and guests frequenting the Marriott Mountain Villa. Remarkably, he uncovered dozens of individuals associated with black gold, most possessing sums in the millions or tens of millions, though none exceeding $1 billion. Nevertheless, this latest endeavor significantly augmented his black gold balance by 463 million yuan, bringing his total to an impressive 505 million yuan. It is indeed evident that the wealthy operate within exclusive circles, and the Marriott Mountain is no exception. Having harvested the black gold from the villa, Lin Dong personally sought out a reputable interior design firm to undertake a comprehensive renovation of his villa number 98. With no budgetary constraints, he aimed for opulence in every aspect, as he currently found himself lacking in nothing but funds. Naturally, the minutiae of the renovation and oversight were entrusted to Sun Jielu. Lindong's thoughts were primarily focused on the northern expansion plan for Wanqi Electric, while also devising strategies to convert the black gold of Gao Qijiang and Wang Hu. With 2 of the 4 major financial tycoons of the northern underworld already under his influence, along with complete control of the Marriott Mountain Villa, he was likely on the verge of becoming the wealthiest individual in the northern region, chuckling at the thought. However, Lin Dong found himself pondering a pressing question. Was this gradual method of converting black gold too slow? He realized the necessity of swiftly consolidating and establishing an underground force capable of consistently, and on a larger scale, converting black gold for long-term success. An even more expedient avenue would be to establish an underground bank. Once a reputation for credibility was established, a deluge of funds in need of laundering, along with cross-border black gold, would surely flood in. At that point, the prospect of substantial commissions, not to mention the daily conversion of black gold, would bring Lin Dong boundless joy, stirring excitement at the mere thought. Yet, founding an underground bank from the ground up was no simple feat. Lin Dong's current foundation was still tenuous, and he paled in comparison to the formidable powers of the underworld. Patience was key. He would proceed step by step, confident in his abilities. During these days, Yuzi spent most of her time at the Queen's Bar, seldom concerning herself with the underground casino. Unbeknownst to her, she had become inexplicably preoccupied with the visage and presence of that young man. During the day, the lingering effects of alcohol allowed her to drift into deep slumber. However, as night fell, amidst the vibrant and intoxicating atmosphere of the bar, her heart would invariably become restless. That infuriating Lin Dong had ignited a flame unintentionally, then irresponsibly turned away. Did he not realize that a woman in her 30s, much like a parched land, was most susceptible to such provocations? At 10 p.m., the Queen's Bar pulsed with life. A group of liberated men and women reveled in the throbbing music and intoxicating drinks. On the second floor, the VIP section hosted only a handful of tables. To gain entry to this exclusive area, one required not only wealth, but also a certain status and identity. Seated near the railing, Yuzi, clad in a dark green sweater and black flared trousers, reclined languidly, exuding an aura of both languor and allure. Her gaze, filled with ennui, swept over the raucous crowd below, occasionally lifting a glass of red wine to her lips for a delicate sip. In the deep crimson goblet, there lingered a hint of self-admiration, alongside an unmistakable shadow of solitude. Opposite her sat a man in his 30s, dressed in a blue garment. With no drink before him, only a glass of clear water. He had been seated there for nearly an hour. The man's expression remained cold and detached, revealing only a fleeting softness when his gaze inadvertently met that of the woman across from him. Ziyun, do you know Lindong? The blue-clad man finally broke the silence. His tone icy. I do. What of it? Yu Ziyun replied nonchalantly, retracting her gaze from the crowd below. I have met him through my master. This man is remarkable. In my master's words, he is a dragon among men. If he remains dormant, that is acceptable, but should he gain too much prominence, he risks downfall. The man spoke with a measured tone, taking a sip from his glass of water. What stance will you or the Yunying society take towards him? Will it be one of conciliation or suppression? Yu Ziyun straightened her posture, her eyes piercing into him. You need not regard me with such intensity. I, Lu Changkong, do not possess the influence to sway the decisions of the bigwigs. My purpose here is merely to probe. Probe? Indeed, it is an evaluation of strength, character, and intent. And have you gleaned any insights? Not yet. Upon hearing this, Yuzi ceased her inquiries, refilling her glass with red wine. This time, she did not savor it, but downed it in one go. Fixing her gaze on Lu Changkong, her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "What do you intend to do? Speak plainly. Arrange for you to meet him. I shall handle the rest." Agreed. When Lin Dong received a call from Yuzi, he was momentarily taken aback. Her voice conveyed a hint of tension and unease as she mentioned someone wished to see him at the Queen's Bar. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to pay a visit. Some matters must be confronted head-on. In the world of the underbelly, one cannot simply evade their fate. Upon arriving at the Queen's Bar, Lin Dong was immediately recognized by the security personnel at the entrance. A man, presumably the team leader, approached him with respectful demeanor and escorted him to the second floor. Lin Dong had already become a legendary figure at the Queen's Bar. His triumph in the New Bridge conflict had catapulted him to an unprecedented peak within the northern underworld. Though the title of the foremost master of the underworld had yet to be firmly established, it was nonetheless supported by substantial evidence. For those involved in the northern underworld, the ascent of a master from their region was a source of immense pride. As Lin Dong ascended to the second floor, he immediately recognized Lu Changkong. This individual had once regarded him with indifference and disdain during their previous encounter at the Wan family estate. "Lindong, please take a seat beside me," Yuzi called out, her eyes sparkling upon seeing him. Lindong nodded and unceremoniously settled next to her. Lu Changkong's cold gaze flickered with a hint of menace. "Lindong, I am Lu Changkong. We have met before. I remember you, the favored disciple of the esteemed Guisho Mo. What brings you to seek me tonight?" Lindong inquired with a smirk, scrutinizing the aloof man. "Indeed, I have 3 matters to discuss with you tonight." "Oh, such an extensive agenda? I shall only address the first. The remaining 2 will be handled by others. Have you heard of the Underworld Swordsman ranking?" "The Underworld Swordsman ranking? I have not. What an antiquated concept in this day and age." Lin Dong chuckled. "This ranking is established by the most powerful factions across various regions, with its origins tracing back 130 years. It is updated annually in January, listing the 100 strongest individuals within the underground forces of Huahua, all under the age of 40. The list was released yesterday. Surely I am not on it?" Lin Dong inquired, straightening in curiosity. "Indeed, you are on the list, Lin Dong, age 23, ranked 93rd. 2 places behind me." Lu Changkong observed Lin Dong's expression carefully, noting the lack of any overt excitement in response. He continued speaking. "In our southern capital, it is a rare occasion for 2 individuals to simultaneously make the rankings. However, recent rumors have circulated through the underworld. It is you, Lin Dong, who is regarded as the foremost master of the southern capital's underbelly. So, what is the first thing you seek from me? A duel?" Lin Dong furrowed his brow, seemingly discerning Lu Changkong's intentions. "Or perhaps, the motives of the Yuning society and the entire underground power structure of the southern capital." "You guessed correctly. I indeed wish to engage you in combat." Chapter 30. Defeating Lu Changkong. Lu Changkong, a premier enforcer of the Yuning society in the southern capital, is currently ranked 91st on the latest list of martial artists. Since he ascended to the rankings at the age of 26, he has become the youngest master of the underworld, maintaining his position for 5 consecutive years, and is celebrated as the foremost figure in the southern capital's underworld. "Are we to compete here?" Lin Dong inquired, fully aware that this confrontation was now unavoidable. This was not merely Lu Changkong's desire, but a directive from the Yuning society, the most formidable force in the southern capital's underworld. "It is too noisy here. Let us step outside." Upon seeing Lin Dong's acceptance of the challenge, Lu Changkong wasted no time, rising to leave the bar. Lin Dong followed suit, but was abruptly halted by Yuzi, who grasped his arm and trembled as she asked, "Lin Dong, are you truly going to fight him?" Lin Dong nodded, a smile spreading across his face. If someone wishes to ascertain who the true master of the southern capital's underworld is, then let it be as they desire. Yuzi bit her pink lips in concern, releasing Lin Dong's arm as she softly cautioned, "Be careful. He is quite formidable." "I am aware." Lu Changkong's proud figure traversed the raucous bar, drawing the attention of many patrons. "Isn't that Lu Changkong, the foremost master of the southern capital's underworld? You can't be mistaken, right?" "Certainly not. The one just exiting in the green attire. I thought the foremost master was Lin Dong. How did it change to Lu Changkong?" "You don't understand. Lin Dong is merely rumored to be the best, lacking any official endorsement from the underworld factions. Lu Changkong is the real deal. Have you heard of the martial artist rankings?" "Goodness, guess who I just saw?" "Who?" "I saw Lin Dong. He followed Lu Changkong outside. It was definitely him. I witnessed his prowess here that night. And the queen, she went out as well. Quick, Fat Hu, settle the bill. Let us go witness the spectacle. Soon." A strange commotion erupted at the lively Queen's Bar. Groups of young patrons, previously engrossed in their revelry, suddenly rushed towards the exit. This peculiar phenomenon spread like wildfire, igniting curiosity among the surrounding crowd. What is happening? What are they up to? Is it a police raid? No, the security seems inactive. Zhangzi, why don't you find out? Hurry back. In the southern capital, near the Qishir district, the serene ambience by the Bailu Lake at the foot of Shiyun Mountain was palpable in the night. In a spacious study on the second floor of a towering villa by the lake, 3 men, all over 60, gathered around a fine redwood tea table, leisurely sipping tea and conversing. Old Mo, how many rounds do you think Lindong will pass tonight? Inquired an elderly gentleman clad in a deep green tang suit. His demeanor gentle. What do you think, President? The notorious ghost hand, Mo Huan, raised his teacup, taking a sip before returning the question. Difficult. I deem the first round's combat power is somewhat precarious, as his opponent is Chong Kong. It seems you have unwavering confidence in this godson of yours, President. But you have also seen that footage. Lindong is quite extraordinary, teased an elder with a shock of white hair seated nearby. Old Guan, what is your perspective? Mo Huan set his teacup down, focusing intently on the white-haired elder. I believe it is 50-50. However, even if Lindong manages to scrape through the first round, the likelihood of him succeeding in the subsequent 2 rounds is slim, Old Guan assessed seriously. Oh, Mo Huan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Old Guan is correct. Even with exceptional combat prowess, it is still human capability. Yet, the hurdle of human nature is one that few can overcome. The latter 2 rounds will be challenging. The gentle-faced elder, Lu Jingye, the old president of the Yuning Society, spoke softly. Across the street from the Queen's Bar, there lay a small square where vendors typically set up shop. Yet, after 10 p.m., these vendors would pack up and leave, as no one patronized their stalls at that hour. In the biting winter cold, the small square beneath the streetlights was devoid of any presence. This will do, Lu Chong Kong declared, positioning himself in the center of the square, turning to face Lin Dong with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing aura. Quite suitable. It is spacious enough and relatively quiet. Lin Dong smirked, feeling the adrenaline surge within him, relishing the rare encounter with a capable adversary. Spacious, perhaps, but quiet is uncertain. Yuzi interjected, her voice ringing out. The 2 men simultaneously cast their gazes towards the street, where several groups emerged from the bar, hastily making their way to the square. Moreover, the number of patrons following closely behind them continued to swell. You 2 have disrupted my bar's business, Yuzi exclaimed, her enchanting demeanor betraying her irritation as she stamped her foot. This loss is something you should seek compensation for from Lu Chong Kong. He instigated this brawl. Lin Dong retorted, unwilling to take the bait. Rest assured, Xiun, whoever loses will compensate the other. I will not be responsible for a single cent. Lu Chong Kong replied coldly. Hey, Lu Chong Kong, what do you mean by that? Did you consult my opinion? Lin Dong exclaimed, nearly leaping from his spot, incredulous. Why should I be concerned with this matter? What? Are you afraid of losing? Lu Chong Kong scoffed. No worries, if you lack funds, I can lend you some. Disregarding their banter, the crowd surrounding the square continued to grow. Is that Lu Chong Kong? He looks quite dashing. What kind of eyes do you have? I think Lin Dong is far more handsome. Can good looks fill your stomach? Lu Chong Kong has been a top contender in the martial artist rankings for 5 consecutive years, while Lin Dong is merely a newcomer. Please. You clearly have not witnessed Lin Dong's combat skills. I have not, but I have seen Lu Chong Kong in action. As the number of onlookers swelled, Lu Chong Kong furrowed his brow and declared loudly, Lin Dong, the time is late. Let us settle this swiftly. Agreed, Lin Dong replied. The atmosphere between the 2 suddenly grew heavy, an unspoken tension enveloping the space. Lindong, do you understand what street fighting entails? Combat is not solely reliant on brute strength. That is the mark of a mere brute. Lu Chong Kong stepped forward slightly, his left foot advancing. His left hand raised in a defensive posture while his right hand hovered beneath it, adopting a stance reminiscent of Wing Chun. Tonight, allow me to demonstrate what true combat technique entails. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Chong Kong lunged forward, closing the nearly 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye, unleashing a powerful and domineering punch aimed directly at Lindong's body. Furthermore, Lu Chong Kong's form exhibited an unpredictable quality, weaving and sidestepping to cut off all of Lindong's escape routes. The onlookers could only manage a gasp as Lu Chong Kong's formidable strike descended upon Lindong. It was astonishingly swift, overwhelmingly fierce. This renowned master of the underworld, who had dominated the rankings in Nandu for years, certainly lived up to his reputation. Lindong possessed only a limited understanding of martial arts, having trained primarily in military boxing, Bajikwan, and a few combat grappling techniques. However, in the fleeting moment that Lu Chong Kong launched his attack, he discerned at least 20 vulnerabilities that could potentially bring his opponent down. These openings were ephemeral, yet for Lin Dong, who had endured a 4-year career as a reconnaissance soldier amidst bloodshed and fire, they were more than sufficient. Crucially, his speed was remarkable. His explosive power and reaction time allowed him to accelerate from a standstill to his top speed in a mere 0.47 seconds, enabling him to execute his moves effectively. Bang! The dull thud of human impact resonated as a figure was sent flying backwards, hurtling more than 10 meters before crashing violently onto the hard ground. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Eyes widened in disbelief as they processed the scene. What just happened? Is it over? With a single strike? Did I see that correctly? Who emerged victorious? Lin Dong slowly retracted his right fist, dusting off his slightly wrinkled sleeves, muttering, "Combat techniques? You're rather verbose." Chapter 31. Entering the Underground Casino. The altercation lasted merely 3 seconds. The black market master ranked 91 on the blade wielder's list had been defeated in an instant. Such a tale, if shared, would surely be met with skepticism. Following a brief moment of shock and astonishment, the crowd in the small square erupted into a cacophony of exclamations. Gasps of disbelief filled the air as glances directed at Lin Dong were charged with awe, admiration, and even infatuation. Among those with starry-eyed expressions, nearly all were women, though a few men could not be overlooked. Yuzi's anxious heart finally found some ease. Yet, inexplicably, every time she cast her gaze toward Lin Dong, her heart raced uncontrollably. This man is extraordinarily powerful. Lin Dong did not approach to assess Lu Changkong's condition. He was confident in the effectiveness of his strike. That punch had likely fractured at least 2 of Lu Changkong's ribs. On the ground, Lu Changkong writhed in agony. The searing pain in his right chest a stark reminder of his serious injury. 2 ribs on his right side were broken, and he had sustained severe internal damage to his chest and lungs. While he was indifferent to the physical pain, the suddenness of his defeat was unbearable. Had he truly lost so easily? He, Lu Changkong, the once youngest master of the Underworld in Nandu? How could this battle end so swiftly? Had he underestimated his opponent? Or was Lin Dong genuinely as formidable as he seemed? Conflicting emotions surged within Lu Changkong. With a spurt of crimson blood, he expelled a mouthful that stained his dark blue attire. Under the dim street light, dark red droplets splattered against the ground. At that moment, 2 burly men swiftly emerged from the throng, rushing to assist the injured Lu Changkong. 2 black vehicles, resembling fierce tigers, halted at the roadside of the small square. The rear door of the last car swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a gray tang suit. "Masterin." The 2 burly men greeted the man with respect as they helped the wounded Lu Changkong into the first vehicle. The man in the tang suit nodded, signaling for them to take him to the hospital. It was now his turn to take the stage. "Masterin, you also came?" Yuzi inquired in surprise as the man approached. "Ziyun, with such splendid nightfall, how could I miss the chance to join in the revelry?" He chuckled heartily, casting an appraising glance at Lin Dong. "Not bad, for one so young. You possess the strength to defeat a ranked master. Your potential is boundless. Who are you?" Lin Dong asked, astonished. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gunshots, Ziyun's business partner." "Gunshots? The shore in the name shore side? Oh, may I inquire what advice you have, Mr. Gua?" Gunshots casually glanced at Yuzi beside Lin Dong, smiling as he replied, "Advice is too grand a term. I wonder if Lu Changkong mentioned anything to you before this bout? I sought you out tonight for 3 matters. The first, a challenge, which you have won. Are you suggesting you engage in some sort of trial? Pray tell, what is this second trial? Are there rewards?" Lin Dong retorted, somewhat exasperated. "What is the point of all this fighting without rewards? Am I to toil for nothing? The second trial does indeed come with rewards, and quite substantial ones at that. Are you willing to join me for an experience? It's not another fight, is it? Not at all. You can earn money just by sitting. How easy. I must see this for myself. Please, step into the vehicle, Mr. Lin. Zian, you too." The black vehicle sped towards the eastern part of the street, swiftly vanishing into the inky night. The crowd in the small square buzzed with excitement, fervently discussing the brief but explosive encounter they had just witnessed. Everyone realized that when the sun rose the next day, the dynamics among the masters of the underworld in Nandu would undergo a seismic shift. A new star was rising, destined to capture the attention of all underground forces. At the foot of Shuyun Mountain, by the shores of White Egret Lake, the lights of the lakeside villa remained bright and resplendent, their glow reflecting upon the dark waters, gently rippling in the cool night breeze, resembling countless twinkling stars. "President, I just received a call from Gunshots. Lu Changkong has been defeated." The elderly Guanbo, with a head of white hair, weakly set down the receiver. "What? So soon? Did Gunshots recount the details of the battle?" Lu Jingya asked, momentarily stunned. "He did. Lin Dong defeated him with a single strike." Guanbo sighed, disheartened. "A single strike? How is that possible?" Mo Huan stood up abruptly, his voice trembling with concern. "Is Lu Changkong injured?" Old Gua mentioned that he has at least 2 broken ribs and may have sustained serious internal injuries. Rest assured, old Gua has already sent him to the hospital. The three elderly men fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy with tension. They were acutely aware of Lu Changkong's terrifying strength. Yet, they were unprepared for the swiftness and thoroughness of his defeat as the former top master of the Nandu underworld. What do you think? Can Lin Dong pass this second trial? After a prolonged silence, Lu Jingye finally broke the oppressive quiet, asking gravely. Guan Bo and Mo Huan exchanged glances, each detecting uncertainty and hesitation in the other's eyes. The black vehicle carrying Lin Dong crossed the new bridge, heading towards a dilapidated warehouse in an old storage area. 25 minutes later, the car came to a halt before the entrance of a rundown cotton mill warehouse. The headlights flashed a short pattern, prompting a head to appear over the wall. Upon confirming the light signal and license plate, the figure on the wall gestured an OK toward the gate. The two rusted iron doors gradually swung open. The vehicle drove straight into the innermost warehouse area, passing through two more iron barriers before finally halting before a sturdy iron door. Guxian was the first to alight from the car, and upon seeing this, the guards inside promptly opened the door, respectfully allowing the group to enter. Lin Dong followed closely behind Guxian, traversing a 30-meter-long corridor before stepping into a vast hall. To call it a hall would be an understatement. It resembled an underground casino that had been transformed from a large warehouse, spanning an impressive 3,000 square meters. The underground casino was currently ablaze with light and teeming with activity. Groups of gamblers were gathered around various gaming tables, eagerly placing their bets and engaging in fierce competition. Over 20 young women clad in purple low-cut dresses and ultra-short skirts busily navigated through the crowd. They exchanged chips for the patrons, served fruits, snacks, and drinks, and occasionally endured unwelcome advances from lecherous men, all while maintaining a forced smile. For they knew that in the next moment, they could be generously rewarded by a fortunate high roller. The allure of money rendered one oblivious to shame, and even the passage of time faded into insignificance. As Lin Dong inhaled the warm air that enveloped him, he could sense the intoxicating blend of hormones saturating the atmosphere. Is this the underground casino behind the queen? Surely. The king of the North District, Wang Hu, must have a stake in its operations. And that seemingly innocuous Guoxian is, in truth, the mastermind behind this establishment. Whether there are larger stakeholders lurking in the shadows remains a mystery. Prior to entering the vehicle, Lin Dong had already scanned Guoxian with his black gold eye. Guoxian, male, 40 years old, unemployed, involved in operating illegal casinos, usury, and 113 counts of assault. Black gold value, 136. 2 million. Another big fish. It was surprising to discover that a small-time gangster from the North District could be so substantial. What about the entire South City? Not to mention the whole of Huagua, or even the world. Ahem, am I thinking too far ahead? Moreover, he noted that Guoxian's black gold value was in a state of constant fluctuation. Upon rescanning after entering the casino, the original value of 136. 2 million had surged to 136. 45 million. This underground casino continuously generated wealth for him. How much black gold will this fellow amass in the future? Contemplating this, Lin Dong felt his blood surge with excitement. What? Does Mr. Lin have an interest in gambling as well? Care to try your luck? Sensing Lin Dong's unusual demeanor, the seasoned fox Guoxian smiled. Your second challenge is gambling? Lin Dong chuckled, secretly calming his agitated heart. Yes, this round is indeed about gambling. After Guoxian spoke, he gestured to the side. A young man in a black suit soon approached, presumably the casino manager, who bowed respectfully. Master Xian, how may I assist you? Go. Prepare 1 million in chips for this esteemed guest. Guoxian waved his hand, and just as the casino manager was about to leave, Lin Dong interjected, 1 million? I don't have any money. He had to feign poverty. Revealing wealth in such a situation was unwise. I'll lend it to you, Yuzi chimed in, nodding at the manager. Charge this 1 million to my account. The manager complied and soon returned with a charming young woman in a short skirt, who approached gracefully with a tray. The tray, laden with colorful chips, totaling 1 million, momentarily stunned Lin Dong. Alas, there was no turning back. He had to face the music. Lin Dong sighed inwardly. Although he had watched numerous films like God of Gamblers and The Winner Takes All in his previous life, and was familiar with various casino games, his actual experience with gambling was quite limited, aside from mahjong and poker. No rush. He would observe first and adapt as necessary. Mr. Lin, please feel free to request anything. The serving ladies are at your service, Guoxian said with a smile. Ziyun, come with me to the office. There are matters to discuss. Lin Dong, no longer being polite, strode towards the bustling casino hall, with the beautiful young woman following closely behind, tray in hand. Lin Dong's handsome visage and distinguished aura quickly caught the attention of several gamblers in the vicinity, but most merely cast a curious glance before returning their focus to the gaming tables. 4 fervent gamblers, Even the arrival of a stunningly beautiful woman would pale in comparison to the allure of the cards and chips in their possession. As Lin Dong leisurely navigated through the gaming tables, pausing occasionally to observe, his black gold eye began to scan incessantly. Su Jianhua, male, 32 years old. Owner of Zhengla Dance Hall. Involved in 27 cases of solicitation and assault. Black gold value. 3 million. Zhou Chong, male, 41 years old. General manager of Morning Light Entertainment Company. Involved in 16 cases of coercion and fraud. Black gold value. 95 million. Surprisingly, there were indeed plenty of small fries here. However, they held little appeal for Lin Dong, as he was no stranger to substantial wealth. Yet, he certainly wouldn't overlook the black gold they carried. After completing his circuit, his wealth increased by 34 million, bringing his total to an impressive 845 million. Without even placing a bet, he had already struck a significant profit. Indeed, this was the mark of a true winner in life. After perusing the gaming tables, Lin Dong did not pause, casually glancing around until he located the chip exchange station at the entrance of the casino. A smile graced his lips as he strolled over. Just within a 10-meter radius, the system, now activated, emitted a delightful chime in his mind. Ding, detected black gold of 36 million within effective conversion range. Would you like to convert? Why be modest? Of course, I shall convert. My goodness, this casino has quite the influx of cash. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong's wealth surged again, reaching 205 million. What a thrill. Unable to contain himself, Lin Dong let out a hearty laugh. Unaware that the young woman in the short skirt behind him was staring at him with a perplexed expression. This man is indeed handsome. But why does he seem so peculiar? He prefers to wander around the casino rather than rush to gamble. And now he is laughing to himself? Other gamblers would have hurried to exchange chips and flocked to the various gaming tables immediately upon entry. I apologize, I just recalled something rather amusing. And couldn't help but laugh. Lin Dong replied to the young woman behind him. It's quite all right, Mr. Lin. By the way, lovely lady, what is your name? You can call me Xiao Fei, Mr. Lin. Oh, Xiao Fei. Is that feather as in flying? Lin Dong chuckled, unexpectedly reminded of Fei Fei from JJ Karaoke. Feeling slightly lost in thought. Xiao Fei, which gaming table here has the fastest pace? The fastest paced game would likely be Sick Bo. In that case, let us proceed to play Sick Bo. In the casino office, Xian observed Lin Dong's every move through the surveillance monitors, growing increasingly puzzled. Why was this young man so unhurried? What was he plotting? Why was he not gambling? Yuzi, also fixated on the screen, inquired with curiosity. Perhaps he is merely observing, seeking the most suitable method to win. Xian speculated. Is there truly a distinction between suitable and unsuitable gambling methods? Yuzi wondered. Intrigued by this man who always seemed so extraordinary. Ziyun, your infrequent visits to the casino prevent you from grasping its intricacies. Typically, gamblers are driven either by the desire to win or by the thrill of the game, seldom considering which form of gambling suits them best. Guo patiently elucidated. Thus, these individuals remain perpetual gamblers, oscillating between wealth and poverty, ultimately unable to escape the clutches of loss. However, there exists a certain type of person who possesses a clear understanding of their character flaws and recognizes their strengths, subsequently identifying the most advantageous gambling method to maximize their chances of winning. Is Lin Dong one of these individuals? At present, it certainly appears so. Moreover, he exhibits a commendable level of composure. The adage one's character is reflected in their gambling conduct holds true, as he begins this second phase quite adeptly. As Lin Dong approached the bustling Sick Bo table, he found every seat occupied. Fortunately, a rather rotund gentleman had just lost all his chips and, cursing under his breath, vacated his seat. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Dong swiftly stepped forward and took a seat with a smile. His actions drew the attention of nearby gamblers, who wondered where this naive newcomer had emerged from, daring to occupy such a coveted position. The dealer, a man in his 40s, glanced over with a slight smile and remarked, "We have seen 11 consecutive large wins. Do you all still wish to chase small?" Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat. Was it truly this uncanny? Had he arrived just as a streak of consecutive wins began? He instructed his companion, Xiao Fei, to place the tray on the table, the gleaming million-dollar chips attracting the gaze of all present. This naive newcomer turned out to be quite the high roller. With so many eyes upon him, Lin Dong sheepishly declared, "You all continue. I shall observe a couple of rounds." A chorus of jeers erupted from the table. The game of Sick Bo progressed. The remarkable streak of 11 large wins capturing the attention of many onlookers, prompting numerous casual gamblers to gather around. The dealer secured the black lid over the cup and pressed the handle 3 times, the sound of the dice rolling against the glass dome resonating crisply. Small, small, small. The majority of gamblers were betting on small, which is typical gambler psychology, as they believed that after 11 consecutive large wins, the odds of winning by betting small would significantly increase. In the 1990s, there were countless underground casinos that drove people to madness and obsession. Lin Dong observed coldly. Yet internally he was engaged in a fierce battle. Should he utilize the wing of enhancement? Enhance what? His hand? His vision? Or perhaps the area above his brow? The so-called third eye? The third eye, as it is colloquially termed, could potentially grant him extraordinary abilities akin to those of Stephen Chow's character in the film The Gambler. In his past life, Lin Dong had also studied the concept of the third eye and understood that once successfully opened, it would bestow powers of microvision, internal sight, X-ray vision, and even remote viewing. Yet the question remained, how much wealth would it cost to successfully open the third eye? Moreover, would the third eye truly possess the legendary ability to see through objects or predict the future? At this moment, Lin Dong faced a monumental gamble, to risk or not to risk. Ding! The dealer rang the bell, signaling that the betting was now closed. Small, small, open, open. The lid was lifted, and within the transparent glass dome, 3 ivory white dice came into view. 1, 4, 6, 11 points. Large, single. As the dealer announced the outcome, the 12th consecutive large win illuminated the table, eliciting cries of despair from the gamblers. Lin Dong emerged from his tumultuous thoughts, finally resolute. Fortune favors the bold. If I can open the third eye, no matter the extent, I shall ultimately reap the benefits. He chose to take the plunge. Ding! Wing of enhancement activated. Enhancing the third eye, gaining X-ray vision. Consumption of 100 million wealth points required. What? 100 million? Just after becoming a billionaire. He was to be stripped of 100 million by this insidious black gold system. However, having made up his mind, Lin Dong swallowed his pain and issued the enhancement command. Ding! 100 million wealth points consumed. Third eye enhanced. Super X-ray vision acquired. Lin Dong felt a warmth radiating from his brow, a peculiar sensation of clarity flooding his mind. At that moment, the previous round's gambling had concluded, and the dealer secured the black lid once more. Lin Dong focused intently. 1, 4, 6, 11 points. The 3 ivory dice appeared distinctly before his eyes. Incredible. It actually works? Lin Dong was exhilarated, his entire body tingling. This ability was nothing short of miraculous. Just then, the next round of gambling was about to commence. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Dong turned to the beautiful Xiao Fei beside him and asked, Xiao Fei, what has the highest odds in dice betting? Huh, what is this? 2 mounds of white fluff were alarmingly close, dazzling his eyes. Atop each mound bloomed a delicate pink lotus. Goodness, I can see through her clothing? Apologies. I completely forgot to deactivate my X-ray vision. However, it matters not, as Xiao Fei remains oblivious. Mr. Lin, in the game, the highest odds are for betting on triple, where all 3 dice show the same number, and you must also predict the number. The odds are 150 to 1. Xiao Fei noticed Lin Dong's gaze suddenly brighten as he scanned her form, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet she continued to explain softly. There is also the full house, which doesn't require guessing the number. As long as a triplet occurs, the payout is 24 to 1. Other bets, such as predicting the total of the 3 dice, have varying odds from 6 to 50 to 1, depending on the total. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, reluctantly turning away, and remarked with lingering excitement, Xiao Fei, once I win, I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, Mr. Lin, Xiao Fei replied with a sweet smile. To Lin Dong's left sat a gaunt man in his 30s, whose eyes gleamed with desire as he stared at Xiao Fei, thinking how enchanting she appeared. Of course, to ensure Lin Dong's satisfaction, Washuran would not simply choose anyone to serve him. Xiao Fei was undoubtedly the most beautiful waitress in the entire casino. Beautiful lady. Once I win, how about I reward you as well? The gaunt man lewdly reached out, groping Xiao Fei's backside with a smirk. Xiao Fei instinctively recoiled, feeling uneasy and refraining from uttering a word. Casino rules dictated that customers were akin to deities, here to seek pleasure and dispense their wealth, and thus should not be easily offended. I'm speaking the truth. This pretty boy doesn't even understand the odds. Following him, you won't even get a taste. Stick with me. The next round is bound to yield small wins. I'll recover my losses in 1 round. Haha. Seeing Xiao Fei's lack of resistance emboldened the gaunt man, prompting him to extend his hand once more, eager to relive the soft, springy sensation he had just experienced. A slender hand reached out from the side, firmly grasping his. Brother, keep your gambling hands off the ladies, otherwise, you'll lose everything. Upon realizing it was Lin Dong obstructing him, and cursing him for wishing him to lose, the gaunt man erupted. Lose your mother. You little brat. Which way are you coming from? Let go of me. Let go? Only if you refrain from causing trouble. I detest having a fly buzzing in my ear while gambling. Who are you calling a fly? At that moment, the dealer announced the commencement of a new round of gambling. The dice have been cast, and the patrons at the gambling table eagerly placed their bets. The vast majority still chasing the small numbers. You better let go. I'll win this round before settling accounts with you. Lin Dong exclaimed. Are you eager to lose? With a flick of his wrist, Lin Dong directed his gaze toward the black dome. Could it be? Is it truly a three of a kind? Within the peculiar perspective of his sight, the 3 dice lay quietly atop the base of the dome, all displaying a 5. Calmly, Lin Dong withdrew 100,000 in chips and placed them in the betting box for the 5-point wager. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Had he lost his mind? Betting 100,000 on a 3 of a kind for his first wager? Kid, playing like this will lead to your ruin, a slender man scoffed, wagering his entire fortune of 30,000 on the small numbers, mocking Lin Dong's audacity. Youngster, you should be betting small. It's been 12 rounds of large numbers, he continued. Indeed. Betting on a 3 of a kind is a long shot. Is this your first time playing? Alas, 100,000 would surely go to waste. Listening to the surrounding advice and chatter, Lin Dong merely smiled in silence. His capabilities were beyond the comprehension of these mere mortals. The bets were locked in. With the croupier's clear call, the bell rang, signaling the end of wagering. Reveal, the croupier announced as he slowly lifted the dome. Small, small, small. The patrons erupted in a unified cry for small numbers, echoing throughout half the casino. What? Had Lin Dong actually bet on a 3 of a kind for his first round? Yuzi felt dazed. What on earth was Lin Dong up to? Does he even know how to gamble? Yes, see for yourself, Gunshots sighed helplessly, enlarging the surveillance footage of the dice game on the wall. In the footage, the gamblers stood, exuberantly shouting. Yet Lin Dong remained seated, quietly smiling. How much did he wager? Yuzi glared at the screen, wishing she could rush over and kick him. Who bets on a 3 of a kind upon entry? Even with ample funds, such wastefulness is absurd. 100,000 on a 3 of a kind? Damn. This guy is truly insane. The clamor at the table subsided, and in the final second before the reveal, everyone held their breath. The black dome finally opened. The croupier appeared momentarily stunned before announcing, 3 of a kind, 5 points, 3 of a kind. A silence enveloped the room for a full 3 seconds before the crowd erupted into chaos. How is this possible? It truly is a 3 of a kind? And a 5-point at that? This naive young man actually got it right? Damn it, his luck is off the charts. 3 dice showing the same number is referred to as a 3 of a kind, as in, 3 of a kind 6. Impossible. How could it not be small? Lin Dong's neighbor, the slender man, slumped back into his seat, muttering to himself, it's over, my last 30,000 chips are gone. May you find peace in your loss. Lin Dong added with a sly grin. Kid, you're just lucky, don't get too cocky. Wait until you see how you lose. The slender man, stung by the remark, leapt up, cursing. Too bad you can't see it, as you have no chips left, huh? Lin Dong retorted with a smirk. Damn it, even if I don't gamble, I'll stand here watching you lose. The slender man relinquished his spot, standing right behind Lin Dong, his eyes seeming to blaze with fury. Xiao Fei, standing behind Lin Dong, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This repugnant slender man deserved it. In this round, nearly all the gamblers who placed bets were wiped out. Those who wagered on high or low lost everything, as the dealer swept all the winnings with a 3 of a kind. Only Lin Dong emerged victorious, betting 100,000 on the 3 of a kind with an odds of 150 to 1, swiftly amassing 15 million. As he surveyed the pile of chips before him, numerous onlookers displayed expressions of greed and envy. The taste of sudden wealth was precisely what they had long sought. Why was the fortunate one not themselves? Soon, a new round of betting commenced. Due to the previous round's high-stakes players, the majority had exited the table. New gamblers rushed in, eager to join, as a 3 of a kind game signaled a potential change in fortune. Place your bets. With the croupier's call, Lin Dong's discerning sight activated once more. No way, not again. A 3 of a kind? Before Lin Dong's eyes, the 3 dice revealed identical 3 red dots, a 3 of a kind 3. Excuse me, good sir, is there a limit on single bets here? Lin Dong inquired with an innocuous smile directed at the seated croupier. The single bet limit is 1 million, young man. How much do you wish to wager? The croupier explained with a knowing glance. Although Lin Dong had only played 1 round, he had successfully caught the croupier's attention. This young man was quite the enigma. Oh, is that all? Very well, I shall wager 1 million this round. After all, I've won so much. It's time to let some profits roll back. Lin Dong placed 1 million in chips once again in the wager box for the 3 of a kind. Wow. The crowd erupted anew. Young man, have you lost your mind? Just won a 3 of a kind and you're back for more. Chapter 34, The Victor Emerges. Lin Dong's audacious play utterly stunned everyone. News of a gambler winning 15 million in a single round with a 3 of a kind swiftly spread throughout the underground casino. The area surrounding the dice table quickly filled with curious onlookers. Even Gunshots and Yuzi, who were monitoring from the office, could hardly remain composed. This Lin Dong is truly something else, betting on a 3 of a kind for his first round, and he actually won? as Lin Dong prepared to wager on a three-of-a-kind once more. The atmosphere buzzed with disbelief. You got lucky on your first round. You think you can do it again? Dream on. Most gazes directed at Lin Dong were filled with incredulity, as if he were a fool or a madman. Naturally, no one was foolish enough to place the same bet as him. You only got lucky last time. Do you really think you can replicate that? What? Can't the casino allow for 2 consecutive three-of-a-kinds? Lin Dong countered. Do you think this casino is your family S? You can just dictate the outcome? The slender man retorted defiantly. If I win this round, you let this lovely lady slap you twice in public. If I lose, I'll give you 100,000. Are you brave enough to take that bet? Lin Dong shot a sidelong glance at the slender man, hoping to set a trap for him. The slender man, infuriated, nearly turned crimson. But after a moment's thought, he realized that Lin Dong's chances of winning a three-of-a-kind again were slim. It would be an almost guaranteed win for him, so why not seize the opportunity? Gritting his teeth, he agreed. Fine, I'll take your bet. The bets were locked in. Ding. The bell rang. The croupier lifted the black dome once more. The crowd fell silent, all holding their breath. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the hand unveiling the dome moved as if in slow motion, every inch igniting their anxious hearts. The dome finally lifted. The croupier and the hundreds of eyes around widened in shock. What? It truly is a three-of-a-kind? Could it be? Please pinch me, am I dreaming? Wanqi, now over 40, stared in shock at Lin Dong across from him, his heart already tumultuous. After spending 2 decades in the gambling world, he had never encountered someone so wickedly enchanting. Three-of-a-kind, surrounded dice. As the dealer's somewhat trembling voice echoed, the atmosphere erupted, with a cacophony of discussions and gasps permeating a significant portion of the casino. A wager of 1 million, and again a three-of-a-kind surrounded dice. With odds of 150 to 1, that amounts to 1.5 billion. Could this casino possibly go bankrupt? The astonishing news of someone winning 1.5 billion spread like wildfire throughout the casino, prompting many to abandon their games and rush towards the dice table, eager to witness the prowess of this extraordinary player who had single-handedly won a casino. How could this be? Do you possess some sort of sorcery? The thin, monkey-like man standing behind Lin Dong trembled, incredulously observing the unfolding spectacle. Well, my dear brother, you must be willing to accept the outcome, Lin Dong cheerfully reminded him, not letting him off easily. You. The thin man's lips quivered with rage, but with so many eyes upon him, he could not explode in anger. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to disappear into. Xiao Fei, why aren't you making a move? The beautiful Xiao Fei, still reeling from shock, hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. Ultimately, she extended her right hand and, with 2 sharp slaps, struck the thin man's face. Ah! He cried out in despair, touching his cheek, now as red as a pig's liver, yet he dared not retaliate, turning to awkwardly squeeze his way out of the crowd in defeat. Ha ha! The onlookers erupted into laughter at the scene. Well done. Ha ha! Xiao Fei, this 100,000 in chips is yours. Lin Dong joyfully picked up 250,000 chips and handed them to her. Really for me? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Xiao Fei trembled as she accepted the chips, nearly moved to tears. 100,000. That's equivalent to 10 years of my salary. Hello, Mr. Lindong. I am the manager here, Deng Bin. Our boss would like to invite you to the office for a discussion. Rest assured, your winnings will be promptly delivered to you. A middle-aged man in a gray suit squeezed through the crowd and politely approached Lindong. Very well, please lead the way. Lindong signaled for Xiao Fei to collect the chips from the table and followed the suited man away, having won over 1 billion from others in a single moment. Lindong lost interest in continuing to gamble. In the world of gambling, one must always leave a thread of hope. It is unwise to drive others to despair. Moreover, as long as this casino remains operational, he could return whenever he needed money, and even without placing bets, converting illicit funds could still yield substantial profits. Why not indulge in such a venture? Ha ha. In the casino office, Gunshots stared blankly at the surveillance screen, too disheartened to speak. Lindong had entered the scene and won 2 consecutive rounds of surrounded dice, amassing 16.5 billion in mere minutes. How could anyone continue playing after this? After a long pause, Gunshots sighed deeply, took out his mobile phone, and dialed a number. Hello? Old Guan, this is Gunshots. Oh, Old Gua. What is the matter? Has Lin Dong's game concluded? Yes, it just ended. He played 2 rounds of dice. What was the outcome? He won 16.5 billion. How much? Please repeat that. He won 16.5 billion. Hiss. A sharp intake of breath echoed from the other end of the line, followed by a profound silence. Old Gua, please hold on. I'll have the chairman speak with you personally. In the late-night villa by Bailu Lake, the study on the 2nd floor was still aglow with soft lighting. The silver-haired Guan Bo handed the phone to Lu Jingye. It's a call from Gunshots. Lin Dong won the 2nd round. Oh, so soon? Lu Jingye took the phone, his tone grave. This is Lu Jingye. Chairman Lu. I'm reporting on the second round of the game. Lindong played 2 rounds of dice and won 16. 5 billion. Won so much. Did he bet it all on 3 of a kind? Lu Jingye frowned. Yes, he wagered on surrounded dice in both rounds and hit 3 of a kind consecutively. This lad certainly has guts. Old Gua, do not worry, this 16. 5 billion will enter the company's accounts. After all, Union Society is the largest shareholder of the casino. Tonight, please issue a check to Lindong, and I will ensure the funds are supplemented by the finance department first thing tomorrow. Thank you, Chairman Lu. No need for thanks. This amount is manageable for us at Union Society. Is everything arranged for the third round? Rest assured, it's all in order. Very well. Lu Jingye hung up the phone, releasing a long breath. This extraordinary Lindong had exceeded all their expectations. Chairman, will the cost of this second round be too great? Guan Bo asked, his face solemn. To the victor belongs the spoils. The vanquished are left with nothing. There is little to discuss. This round has at least revealed the character and fortune of this lad, both of which are exceptional. Lu Jingye set down the phone, his tone calm. What is most crucial is fortune. Do you think someone who can win 2 rounds of 3 of a kind has poor luck? Are you suggesting that luck is more important than skill? Mo Huan, who had remained silent until now, questioned in confusion. Indeed, the shadow plan we are about to launch is fundamentally a gamble on fortune, which is why we must find a way to draw Lin Dong to our side. Lu Jingye concluded, leaning back in his mahogany chair, slowly closing his eyes. I'm feeling a bit tired. Wake me when there are results from the third round. Chapter 35. The hero struggles at the hands of beauty. Lin Dong, guided by casino manager Deng Bin, arrived at Gunshots' office. As he traversed the casino, he felt the envious glares of hundreds of eyes, wishing they could devour him whole. This brief gambling session had utterly shattered the perspectives of all present. In the future, tales of Lin Dong's legendary battle would surely be recounted with great enthusiasm by countless gamblers. Mr. Lin, congratulations. You have achieved fame with tonight's battle, becoming a legend in the underground gambling scene of Nandu. Upon entering the room, Gunshan greeted him with a smile. Mr. Lin, the check for your winnings of 16.5 billion is ready. The initial wager of 1 million is charged to Ziyun's account. You've tipped 100,000, which you can give directly to Ziyun. Oh, is it this easy for the casino to pay out losses? That's a staggering 16.5 billion. Lin Dong had thought such a monumental sum would take at least 3 to 5 days to process. Yet, Gunshan's expression showed no signs of pain. It didn't seem to be an act. Was it possible that this 16.5 billion wasn't his? Lin Dong didn't dwell on it. As long as he could receive the money, that was all that mattered. He reached out to take the cash check from Gunshan, glancing at it. 16.5 billion. With a series of zeros that made him momentarily dizzy. Could it really be this easy to make money? Sigh. In his previous life, he had indeed lived in vain. The surprises were not over yet. Lin Dong casually activated the black gold system. Ding, detected black gold amounting to 1.65 billion within the effective conversion range. Would you like to convert? Damn, checks can be converted too? Lin Dong was genuinely astonished this time. This dog system could occasionally be quite considerate. Excellent, ha 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 ha. With a single thought, a fortune of 165 million comes into his grasp. Lin Dong has recouped the 100 million he spent tonight on opening his third eye, exceeding his expectations. His wealth balance now stands at an impressive 711.205 million, coupled with the 16.5 billion in cash checks he holds and the 11 luxurious villas at the Marriott Mountain Resort. Lin Dong is confident that in the entire Southern Capital North District, there are few wealthier than himself. In high spirits, he tucked the check into his suit pocket and playfully teased, Bosku, you are truly extravagant. Losing over 100 million without batting an eye. Impressive. Oh, we in the casino business open our doors to trade. One must accept wins and losses, Gunshan replied. A barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his discomfort. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no pain. After all, losing over 100 million is significant, and even with the major contribution from the Cloud Shadow Society, he still bore the burden of such a loss. Congratulations, Lin Dong, on becoming a billionaire at such a young age. You must treat us. The charming Yuzi giggled as she sat beside Lin Dong. A waft of intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, prompting Lin Dong to steal a few more glances at her. How had this woman become so alluring? Of course, I will treat you, she continued. You just need to choose a restaurant, and let us invite Boss Gu to join us for some merriment, huh? Lin Dong chuckled. I still owe you 100,000. I'll get it to you next time. It's late, and I can't withdraw that much cash right now. No hurry. Lin Dong, why don't you ride back with me? Your car is still parked at the bar. Sounds good. Noticing the hour was late, they rose to take their leave. Just before exiting, Lin Dong smiled and asked, Boss Gu, may I pose 2 questions? First, your name contains Xian. Does it imply that the gambling sea is boundless and that one must return to the shore? Well, you could interpret it that way, Gunshots replied. And my second question is, will you still welcome my patronage in the future? Lin Dong reassured him, fear not, I only gamble in showdown. Taking only from the wealthy high rollers, haha. Gunshots could only manage a wry smile in response. With such luck, who wouldn't fear Lin Dong in their casino? Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Dong was hailed by the short-skirted beauty, Xiao Fei, who had been waiting for him. Yuzi let out a soft hum of discontent and stepped out ahead. Xiao Fei, do you need something from me? She blushed and spoke softly, Mr. Lin. Thank you so much tonight. Could you leave me a contact number? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Oh, you want to treat me to dinner? Lin Dong replied, intrigued. Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude. All right, do you have a pen? Yes. She quickly produced a pen and paper she had prepared. Lin Dong took them and wrote down his phone number. Xiao Fei, could you do me a small favor? Xiao Fei eagerly accepted the number, nodding vigorously. Of course, Mr. Lin, feel free to ask. It's nothing major. Just inform me whenever any wealthy patrons visit your casino. I hear the big spenders here enjoy showdown, and I, for one, delight in redistributing wealth. Haha. No problem, Mr. Lin, I'll notify you immediately if anything comes up. Thank you. My name is Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei. A lovely name. Farewell. Goodbye, Mr. Lin. The patrons of the underground casino come from all walks of life. And it's only natural that big fish will occasionally appear. Laying down a needle in advance will certainly facilitate future endeavors. Moreover, Gunshots is also a significant player. And his black gold has yet to be fully harvested. On the drive back to the bar, Yuzi pouted, her expression sulky. Lin Dong, aware of her jealousy, chose to ignore her and instead closed his eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, unable to contain herself any longer, Yuzi grasped the steering wheel with her left hand and pinched Lin Dong's thigh sharply with her right. Ouch! Lin Dong exclaimed, what's wrong with you? Yuzi, I haven't offended you. You have, indeed. You've offended me. How have I offended you? Why do you prefer flirting with those young waitresses and ignore me? You can't deny it. You know they like you, yet you always escape at crucial moments. What do you mean, Lin Dong? Do you think I'm inferior to those young girls? Lin Dong fell silent. The best way to handle her unreasonable outburst was to refrain from responding. What's wrong? Have you gone mute? I don't care. Tonight you must accompany me to finish that bottle of 82 La Fight. Another passionate drink? Do we really need to do this again? They returned to the Queen's Bar at midnight, the nightlife in full swing and vibrant with energy. Few noticed as Yuzi led Lin Dong back to the office on the second floor. The moment the door was locked, she discarded her last vestige of modesty. She turned to wrap her arms around Lin Dong's neck, her crimson lips pressed firmly against his. In his embrace, the enchanting warmth and softness of her form made every second intoxicating. The two, ablaze with desire, felt their hands wander, and soon Lin Dong's suit was discarded. While Yuzi remained clad only in her lingerie, Lin Dong, having honed his skills, found himself irresistibly drawn to her, confronted with such a captivating beauty. With her smooth skin, a delicate waist that could be grasped easily, and a pair of ample bosoms, even Lin Dong, aware of the impending peril, could not help but leap into the fray. Throughout history, the most challenging trial for a hero has always been the allure of a beautiful woman. Lin Dong was no hero. At best, he considered himself a cunning rogue, or perhaps a reincarnated individual with a clear consciousness. Leaving behind a chaotic scattering of garments and a Yuzi who lay naked and powerless on the sofa, filled with both shame and indignation. Lin Dong, you scoundrel. She wept as she watched him turn to leave. Indeed, I am a scoundrel, my apologies. Lin Dong replied coolly, dressing in his suit and nonchalantly departing. Minutes later, Yuzi began to regain her composure from the earlier whirlwind of emotions. Dazed, she donned a garment and grabbed the red landline on the desk, dialing a series of numbers. At the White Egret Lake Villa, Lu Jingye was roused from sleep by the ringing telephone. Hello? Godfather, it's Ziyun. Ziyun. Have you returned to the bar? How did Lin Dong perform? I'm sorry, Godfather. Ziyun was inadequate. I couldn't control him. He is quite forceful. That perverse man. Haha, it's all right. Just do your best. Get some rest. Come visit me at White Egret Lake when you can. It's been almost a month since you last came to dine. Xiao Yu misses you dearly. I'll definitely visit once I wrap up my work in a few days. Tell Xiao Yu that Sister Yun misses her too. All right, goodbye. After hanging up, a silence enveloped the study. After a while, Guanbo finally asked, even Ziyun couldn't control him? Yes, from beginning to end. It was the man who held the upper hand. 3 trials have been passed. We must recruit Lin Dong into the Cloud Shadow Society, Lu Jingye stated, his gentle face alight with fervor. What if he refuses to join? Gue Shou Mo Huan expressed concern. Then we shall utterly destroy him. If the Cloud Shadow Society cannot possess him, let no other force lay claim to him. As Lin Dong made his way through the bustling crowd of the bar's first floor, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Tonight's Shadow Society was evidently tailored specifically for him to traverse its 3 obstacles. Initially, he contemplated a refusal. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized that evading the pressure from formidable forces was far from a wise course of action. In confronting Lu Chongkong, victory was assured, while simultaneously dampening the fervor of the Shadow Society. Thus, he chose to engage. Entering another's casino was inherently a gamble with nothing to lose, and Lin Dong, regardless of the outcome, stood to gain significantly, hence he plunged into the high-stakes game. As for the woman, Yuzi, since she had boldly offered her affections, it would indeed be beastly of him to abstain. Lin Dong was acutely aware that as a neophyte in the underworld, he was at best a mere gold medal enforcer, devoid of power or influence, not yet in a position to disdain all. In this realm, beyond the violence, what remained were the nuances of human relations. If others wished to play, he would oblige them to the fullest. As the saying goes, in the world of the Jianghu, one is not the master of their own fate. To unravel the situation, the most effective method was to immerse oneself in it. Lin Dong firmly believed that the most adept players in this world always prioritize strategy over mindless aggression. Chapter 36. Are you fast enough to outrun a bullet? Lin Dong departed the bar, steering his Audi through the night towards his rented accommodation. The renovation of the villa at Wanhao Mountain should be completed soon. Perhaps he could celebrate the new year in opulence. He even considered inviting his mother to join him, for in his previous life, Lin Dong and his mother had never truly experienced the richness of the festive season. This time, he was determined to indulge himself. With such wealth at his disposal and an extraordinary stroke of fortune, how could he not savor life to the fullest, especially after the arduous journey of rebirth? Yet, he found himself grappling with how to explain this sudden affluence and luxurious dwelling to his mother. Should he tell her that all this was won through gambling? Oddly enough, while that excuse might invite a scolding, it was at least somewhat plausible. So, he resolved to proceed with that narrative. The temperature in the southern region during January seemed to dip even lower. The winter streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. As Lin Dong drove partway, an unsettling sensation arose within him, a fluttering accompanied by a hint of impending danger. Ever since his third eye had opened, he noticed his sensitivity to the external world had heightened remarkably. It was akin to a naive youth suddenly unveiling a wondrous skylight, revealing a world that was astonishingly vivid and detailed. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a black Santana trailing him, having followed for 3 blocks. To affirm his suspicion, Lin Dong deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, taking a detour towards the west suburb bridge. After another 10 minutes, the Santana remained steadfastly behind him. Lin Dong was now utterly convinced that this vehicle was indeed pursuing him. Could it be that he had attracted unwanted attention after winning at the casino? He accelerated, steering towards the riverbank, a desolate area devoid of life even in daylight, and now cloaked in darkness, an ideal locale for nefarious activities. With a background as a scout, Lin Dong had honed a keen intuition. He understood that unless he dealt with this tale tonight, it would inevitably lead to greater troubles. As he neared the riverbank, Lin Dong executed a sudden 180-degree turn, halting his speeding vehicle. Keeping the engine running, he flicked on the high beams, illuminating the darkness behind him. Within 10 seconds, the roar of an engine echoed, and the black Santana emerged into the light. Its driver seemed unfazed by the isolation, indicating a premeditated intent. The Santana sped towards him, coming to a halt just 10 meters away from the Audi. The two vehicles faced each other, neither party making the first move. The silence of their standoff thickened the already eerie atmosphere of the night. Lin Dong activated his third eye, piercing through the blinding headlights to glimpse the interior of the opposing vehicle. Inside sat a man clad in a black jacket, appearing to be in his mid-30s, with deep-set eyes and a jawline sharp as a blade. In an instant, Lin Dong discerned that this man was not merely a casino follower. He exuded a palpable aura of danger, a killer. Having traversed battlefields before, Lin Dong recognized this presence all too well. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of the car, swiftly blending into the shadows beside his vehicle. The man's demeanor was icy as he exited his car, mirroring Lin Dong's movements into the darkness. They stood approximately 10 meters apart, shrouded in the thick night, their features obscured from one another. However, with his third eye, Lin Dong could see that the man was slowly retrieving a dark handgun from his jacket pocket, quietly affixing a silencer to it. "Are you a hitman?" Lin Dong felt a chill, but remained composed. Having faced the brutal realities of combat, a mere handgun was not enough to instill fear in him. "Smart. I do enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. Apologies, this is my first assignment on the mainland. My pronunciation isn't quite on point," came the mocking voice from the shadows. Lin Dong recognized the ploy. The man was deliberately engaging him in conversation to distract his focus. In the unseen darkness, the silenced pistol was already pressed against the hitman's right hip, aimed directly at him. "A hitman from Hong Kong? Did the Gao family send you? If I'm not mistaken, your employer must be the esteemed young Master Gao Xinga, correct? You know too much." That's unwise, for clever people tend to meet swift ends. Is that so? Lindong, I am aware of your prowess and speed, but can you outrun a bullet? Before he could finish, Lindong moved, vanishing into the night. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost simultaneously, the hitman pulled the trigger twice, the faint sounds of gunfire echoing as bullets hurtled towards Lindong. The scorching projectiles grazed his left shoulder, missing their target. Just as Lindong surged forward, his form inexplicably shifted 3 times mid-motion. This ghostly apparition flitted through the air, crossing 10 meters in the blink of an eye, closing in on the hitman with breathtaking speed. The astonished hitman barely had time to fire a third shot before Lindong's hand struck, cleanly and decisively severing his throat. A sharp crack echoed in the night, and the hitman was engulfed in excruciating pain and suffocation, enveloped by a suffocating darkness. His gun-wielding hand twitched slightly before his body slumped to the ground. Curse it! So fast! Were the last desperate words of the hitman before he succumbed. Lindong quietly bent down, retrieving the weapon from the hitman's right hand. He checked for breath and pulse, confirming the absence of life, then withdrew a pair of black gloves from his suit pocket, methodically donning them as he began to search the lifeless body from head to toe. Aside from 5,000 Hong Kong dollars and over 6,000 Chinese yuan, no valuable items were discovered. A pack of opened premium Lianyu cigarettes bore an eye-catching line of traditional characters. The Hong Kong government advises citizens that smoking is harmful to health. Additionally, there was a box of ordinary matches. Lin Dong placed these items into his suit pocket, deeming them unsuitable to remain at the scene, intending to devise a method for their disposal later. He also picked up 2 conspicuous spent shells from the ground, recognizing the necessity to erase such obvious traces. Subsequently, he meticulously hoisted the assassin's corpse into the driver's seat of the Santana, fastening the seatbelt and securing the car door. In the profound darkness of the night, the sound of water splashing echoed. A black Santana slowly glided into the river, gradually submerging. Lindong glanced at his Rolex watch, the hands indicating 1:16 a.m. The matter was not yet resolved. Under the cover of night, he still had another life to extinguish. Chapter 37. Assassination of the Tall Young Master. Since others sought to kill him, he would retaliate in kind. Lindong was not a benign soul, nor did he favor settling scores at a later date, especially with a lunatic like Gao Xian. This threat needed to be eradicated promptly. There was no telling what outrageous actions this scoundrel might undertake. Preemptive measures. Eliminating the source of calamity proved to be the most effective strategy. Half an hour later, Lindong's vehicle was parked by the roadside opposite the North District Orthopedic Hospital. From a distance, the hospital's inpatient ward still glowed with lights. Lindong opened the trunk, retrieving a black travel bag. He unzipped it for a quick inspection, confirming that the equipment from his last nocturnal heist remained intact. A black tight-fitting outfit, a black hood, and a grappling hook. Grasping the travel bag, he donned a mask and took the elevator to the 9th floor of the inpatient ward. On the 9th floor's corridor, a few bereaved family members lingered, engaged in conversation. At the far end on the left side of the corridor, 3 men clad in black leather jackets sat outside a patient's room, exchanging idle banter. Without needing to glance, Lindong was certain that this was the room where the tall young master resided. He swiftly glanced at the nurse's station, confirming it was unoccupied, before silently reaching into the medication cabinet and pilfering a bottle of medical alcohol and a wad of cotton balls. He wasted no time. Proceeding down the fire escape to the rooftop, the darkness of the winter night thickened. The distant flickering lights and neon signs rendered the city imbued with a semblance of tranquility and vitality. Lin Dong meticulously surveyed the rooftop, finding no anomalies, before shutting the iron door of the terrace and strolling to the position directly facing Gao Xian's hospital room. Activating his enhanced vision, he penetrated the darkness and thick concrete ceiling. Inside the room, a blonde youth lay quietly on the hospital bed, emitting soft snores. It was him. Lindong swiftly donned the black bodysuit, pulled on the black face mask and gloves, and secured the grappling hook to the cement railing. He had thoughtfully lined the hook's claw with a layer of black cotton cloth, enhancing its grip while minimizing any marks left on the railing. With everything in place, Lindong glanced at his watch. 1:58 a.m., just 2 minutes shy of 2 o'clock. The hour of the pig. Indeed, the time was ripe for eliminating this grotesque figure. Lindong deftly vaulted over the cement railing, smoothly descending the exterior wall of the 9th floor using the climbing rope, and easily entered the patient room through a partially open window. The silent room was illuminated by a solitary fluorescent light. Taking advantage of the illumination, Lindong discerned that this was a private room, well-appointed and comfortable. It featured a private bathroom, a television, and an electric heater. In the center, a white bed cradled a golden-haired man, covered with a white blanket, softly snoring. To the left of the bed stood a medical oxygen tank over a meter tall. Lindong's suspicions were confirmed. Many hospital rooms from the 1990s still retained such oxygen tanks. Approaching the bed with utmost care, Lin Dong gently turned Gao Xian over. His right hand struck swiftly, delivering a heavy blow to the back of the tall young master's neck, rendering him unconscious in his slumber. Once assured that Gao Xian was incapacitated, Lin Dong propped him up from his supine position into a semi-reclined posture against the headboard. A glance at the bedside table revealed a pack of imported Marlboro cigarettes and a disposable lighter, both conveniently useful. He proceeded to light a cigarette, placing the filter end into Gao Xian's mouth, spinning it for a moment to moisten it with saliva, and then wedging the cigarette between the young man's left index and middle fingers. Crucially, the disposable lighter was pressed against the middle of the cigarette, surrounded by 2 matchsticks and a damp cotton ball soaked in alcohol. Naturally, Lin Dong did not forget to drench the white bed linens with medical alcohol. Finally, he opened the valve on the blue oxygen tank at the bedside, allowing it to hiss as it expelled oxygen. Having meticulously completed all these preparations, Lin Dong exhaled in relief. Within 3 minutes, the cigarette in Gao Xian's hand would ignite the alcohol-soaked cotton ball and the alcohol on the bed. Then, fueled by the abundant oxygen, the flames would spread uncontrollably. Moreover, under temperatures exceeding 800 degrees, the oxygen tank at the bedside had a significant probability of exploding. Lin Dong inhaled deeply, already detecting the pungent scent of medical oxygen in the air. In less than 5 minutes, this room would be engulfed in flames and inferno, leaving even the tall young master, now unconscious, beyond salvation. Having staged the scene to resemble an unfortunate accident, Lin Dong adeptly slipped out of the window, ensuring both glass panes were securely shut, and quickly returned to the rooftop via the rope. This assassination of Gao Xian had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, leaving little time for preparation. Inevitably, the execution would exhibit some flaws and imperfections. For instance, why would the oxygen tank inside the room be inexplicably opened? Who had opened it? Furthermore, if a leakage and fire occurred, why did Gao Xian not attempt immediate self-rescue or call for help? Could it be that he had fallen asleep mid-smoke? There were indeed numerous points of scrutiny and loopholes to be considered, yet Lin Dong was unconcerned. As long as he could eliminate this uncontrollable risk, it sufficed. Whether he killed him outright or fabricated an accidental fire, the result remained the same. However, Lin Dong preferred to create as complex a scene as possible, ensnaring those who sought the perpetrator in layers of confusion and intrigue. In this world, there existed no perfect crime. Yet sometimes, engaging in a battle of wits and courage with a master was, in itself, a unique delight. Lin Dong was confident that this accidental fire would obliterate most traces at the scene. Thus, regardless of the number of apparent doubts, it would be exceedingly challenging for the police to procure useful evidence. Upon returning to the rooftop, Lin Dong swiftly changed his attire and descended the stairs with the travel bag in hand. Just as he stepped outside the inpatient building, a deafening explosion resonated above. Presumably, the fire within the room had intensified, triggering the oxygen tank to explode. Such a highly probable event rarely invited unforeseen complications, and of course, murder was no exception. Lin Dong hastened back to his vehicle across the street, stowing the travel bag and casting a cold, indifferent glance toward the 9th floor of the inpatient ward in the distance. From a distance, the advanced ward was completely engulfed in a raging inferno, with thick black smoke billowing from the gaps in the windows. Damn it, after working all night, I am more exhausted than a donkey from a production team. I need to hurry home and sleep. Lin Dong shook his head and drove away. At 3:30 a.m., the fire in room 925 of the North District Orthopedic Hospital had been extinguished. All medical staff and patients in the inpatient building had long been evacuated to the open area in front of the hospital. 2 red fire trucks had ceased spraying water, and over 10 fully equipped firefighters were methodically clearing the scene. Beneath the inpatient building, 3 police cars flashed their red and blue lights, and the air was occasionally filled with the clamor of walkie-talkies. Team Lu, a firefighter said, the fire situation is under control, and we are clearing potential hazards. In another half hour, we should be able to enter the fire site. Luo Zizong hurried over to report to Lu Yufeng, who was leaning against the police car, smoking a cigarette. Lu Yufeng nodded. Zizong, have you confirmed the identity of the deceased patient? Report to Team Lu. The identity of the deceased has been confirmed as Gao Xian, the heir of Gao Xian Trading. What? Gao Qijian's son? Lu Yufeng's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. This is going to be a big problem. Chapter 38, Gao Qijian's Wrath. At 6:30 a.m., Lin Dong was awakened from his slumber by the ringing of his bedside phone. This early call must be from Wan Qingshan or Fan Gui. The news of Gao Xian's death in the fire had spread remarkably fast. Lin Dong, this is Fan Gui. Did you go to the orthopedic hospital last night? Why do you ask? 4 hours ago, Gao Xian's son, Gao Xian, was burned to death in the hospital ward. Oh, that's serious? But that guy liked harming others. It's better he's dead, haha. Lin Dong, Answer me honestly, did you kill him? Old fan, what does his death have to do with me? Why are you suspecting me? That young Master Gao has enemies all over the street. But you had conflicts with him recently. In terms of motive for murder, you are the prime suspect. Lindong, be careful, the police will soon come looking for you. Also, watch out for Gao Qijiang. A wolf whose son has died can do anything. Alright, old fan, I'm not the one who killed him. Let them produce evidence first, otherwise. Don't think you can easily pin this on me. Fine, we'll talk more when you return to the company later. Brother Sean also knows about this. And he asked me to tell you. Don't worry too much. He and Wanqi will support you. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Dong was wide awake. Before taking action the previous night, he had weighed all the pros and cons. Gao Xian was certainly a target that needed to be eliminated. A madman is uncontrollable, and leaving him alive posed too great a risk. As for the police, Lin Dong believed they would find no effective evidence against him. Even if they suspected him regarding the fire incident, they would be powerless. After all, investigations require evidence. The biggest trouble might come from Gao Qijiang. Lin Dong had only met Gao Qijiang once, and he found him to be cunning and vengeful, yet sometimes knowing when to retreat, prioritizing interests above all else. Given Gao Qijiang's character, his only son perishing mysteriously in a fire, whether by accident or foul play, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Lin Dong was not afraid of overt retaliation. What worried him most was whether this man, in his madness, would lose his rationality and target those close to him. Lin Dong resolved that he must return to his hometown today, no matter what, and find a way to bring his mother to Nandu, ensuring she is safely settled in a secure location. The villa at Wanhao Mountain Villa, number 98, was still undergoing renovations. The other houses were also luxuriously furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. After getting up, Lin Dong called Wan Qingshan to inform him of his need to return home for urgent matters and requested a few days off. After breakfast, it was already 7:30 a.m. Lin Dong drove his Audi towards Wanhao Mountain Villa. On the way, he found a secluded spot in the outskirts to dispose of his handgun and night gear. After ensuring everything was properly handled, he continued on his journey. Passing by a car wash, Lin Dong drove in and had the staff meticulously clean the Audi inside and out. In the 1990s, public surveillance networks had yet to become widespread. In most places where incidents occurred, investigative methods were rather primitive, relying mainly on scene inspections and interviews. By around 9 a.m., Lin Dong arrived at the villa number 98 at Wanhao Mountain Villa. The diligent Sun Jialu, wearing a construction safety helmet, was overseeing the renovation site. Ah, Mr. Lin. What brings you here? Sun Jialu exclaimed with surprise upon seeing Lin Dong. Xiaolu, is the renovation progressing smoothly? Lin Dong nodded, feeling quite satisfied with this seemingly innocent girl. While her beauty was secondary, what mattered most was her diligent work ethic and obedience. She never questioned or contradicted Lin Dong's words. Everything is normal, and at this pace, it should be completed in about 10 days. Good. Put your work on hold for now. I have a new task for you. Please instruct me, Mr. Lin. Today, hire someone to tidy up the nearby villa number 92 and purchase some ready-made furniture, appliances, and daily necessities. Tomorrow afternoon, I will bring my mother over to stay. Mr. Lin's mother is coming? That's wonderful. I'll arrange it right away. Sun Jialu beamed with delight, turning to leave, but was called back by Lin Dong. Come back first. Do you have money to buy things? Why are you so happy? It's not like it's your mother. Sun Jialu turned back, her fair face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, lowering her head in silence. Here is 300,000. Take it and procure everything needed for the house. Buy whatever is necessary, but remember, get the best items without trying to save money. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will remember. Sun Jialu took the black leather bag Lin Dong offered, her heart racing uncontrollably. 300,000, such a substantial amount. Mr. Lin trusts her this much? There's also 60,000 here, which is half a year's salary. I am paying you in advance. Use it to treat your father's illness. Work diligently. Sun Jialu was taken aback, her expression one of shock as she looked at Lin Dong in disbelief, stammering, Mr. Lin, I send my salary 5,000 a month? How could it be this much? Because you've been promoted. Starting tomorrow, you will pretend to be my girlfriend in front of my mother. This? Sun Jialu gasped, nearly exclaiming in surprise. This new task was of utmost importance and needed to be executed flawlessly. Therefore, your monthly salary will increase to 10,000, with bonuses based on performance. Is there a problem? Lin Dong smiled, gazing at Sun Jialu, who looked like a startled fawn. I have no issue. We are just pretending, right? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Sun Jialu secretly sighed in relief. Yet, for some unknown reason, a faint sense of loss swept through her heart. Also, don't call me Mr. Lin in the future. Call me Lin Dong or Dong Gu, especially in front of my mother. Don't let anything slip. Understood, Dong Gu. Today, Gao Qijiang, nearing the age of 50, had a few more strands of white hair. The sudden death of his son struck him like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into an abyss of sorrow. His uncontrolled rage ignited a fierce fire in his heart. In the shadowy confines of the hospital room, Gao Qijiang, gritting his teeth, declared before several investigating officers, "Should I uncover the identity of my son's murderer, I, Gao Qijiang, vow to repay them 100-fold." Preliminary surface evidence suggested that his son perished in an accidental fire, yet Gao Qijiang remained resolutely unconvinced. Such a method of murder was not unfamiliar within the underworld. To kill and then reduce a body to charred remains. What profound hatred could incite such a brutal act? In Gao Qijiang's eyes, Lin Dong naturally emerged as the prime suspect. For he had recently clashed with his son, harboring a significant grudge. Lin Dong possessed both the motive and the means to commit such an atrocity. Regardless of any evidence to the contrary, Gao Qijiang proclaimed, "I declare you guilty." The enmity of a slain son is a grudge that cannot be borne. If it were indeed Lin Dong, there would be no room for negotiation, even with Wan Qingshan and Wang Hu at his side. Thus, from the day of Gao Xian's untimely death, the entire underground realm of the Northern District became steeped in tension and dread. Those who had once crossed paths with the esteemed Gao were engulfed in fear. Within a mere 2 days, each had faced interrogations by a group of men clad in black, enduring threats and coercion, or even brutal torture. In an instant, the Northern District became a cauldron of trepidation, with chaos reigning supreme. No one was foolish enough to confess to murder, particularly that of Gao Qijiang's son, who would willingly embrace such a fate. Once one acknowledged guilt, before the police could apprehend them, they would have vanished without a trace. Such was the law of the underworld. Chapter 39. The missing car and man Lin Dong, having arranged matters at the Wanhao Mountain Villa, hastened back to his hometown. The journey from South City to Anqing required traversing 200 kilometers of national highway, and under poor road conditions, would take no less than 4 hours. Though his heart raced with longing for home, the thought of returning filled him with trepidation. In his previous life, Lin Dong had relied solely on his mother, but regrettably, he had squandered his potential and achieved little in half a lifetime. His mother, having recently turned 70, succumbed to the toll of her labors and departed this world. In Lin Dong's memories, his ever-kind and gentle mother never enjoyed a moment of peace. The majority of her life was spent toiling for their livelihood or worrying over her son. This weighed heavily on Lin Dong's conscience. Thus, in this new life, he vowed to spare his mother any suffering. Now that he had acquired wealth, he would bring her to live with him in comfort. As for the father he had never met, Lin Dong had no recollection of him from birth to adulthood, no memories, not even a name. Whenever he inquired about his father, his mother would simply reply that he had passed away, and then would fall silent. Yet, from a young age, Lin Dong had discerned a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow in his mother's eyes. Behind her gaze seemed to lie a hidden tale of long-forgotten past. As he matured, Lin Dong ceased to mention his father, and that role disappeared from the narrative of his life. As Lin Dong's vehicle entered Yigong town in Anqing, it was already 2 in the afternoon, and the streets appeared particularly desolate. Passing by the local vegetable market, he took a moment to stop and purchase 2 pounds of fresh pig trotters. It had been ages since he savored his mother's braised pig trotters, a dish that lingered in his memory with an enticing aroma. After his mother's passing, this dish would often appear in his dreams, leaving him in tears. 50-year-old He Yin sat on a small wooden stool at her doorstep, plucking vegetables. The town's textile factory had ceased operations for over half a month. Local gossip suggested that the owner's wife had absconded with funds. Consequently, the factory had ground to a halt and was no longer accepting orders. Last month, nearly 100 workers had only received half of their wages. Recently, it was rumored that the owner had also gone missing, and the likelihood of recovering their owed wages seemed bleak. Now unemployed, He Yin no longer needed to rise at dawn to fulfill orders, but instead enjoyed the luxury of solitude. Without a steady income, she felt little concern, for she still had 7,000 yuan in savings. She intended to save this money, planning to use it for her son's future marriage. The thought of Lin Dong marrying one day and having a sweet, plump grandchild calling her grandma filled her with an involuntary smile of happiness. Lin Dong parked his car and walked along a familiar path. Just 100 meters ahead lay the home of his childhood. Through the trees, he could catch a glimpse of the dilapidated 2-story house, the slightly worn crimson wooden door barely visible. Countless times, this scene had replayed in his dreams like an endless film. As he drew nearer, he spotted a familiar, frail figure seated on a small stool at the entrance. The winter afternoon sun illuminated the slender silhouette, the marks of time seemingly etched into its form. "Mom," Lin Dong called softly as he approached. The frail figure trembled, pausing momentarily before a gaunt yet graceful face turned sharply towards him. "Is it little Dong? Why have you returned?" "Mom, I've missed you. I came back to see you." As he spoke, Lin Dong felt a rush of emotion, his eyes brimming with tears as he embraced her tightly. That evening's meal marked the most delightful feast Lin Dong had experienced in 2 lifetimes. His mother's braised pig trotters remained as delectable as ever. After dinner, Lin Dong broached the subject of bringing his mother back to South City the following day. Initially resistant, she relented upon hearing that her son had purchased a luxurious villa in the big city and, most importantly, had a beautiful girlfriend. A girlfriend, after all, was akin to a future daughter-in-law. As a mother, she felt compelled to ensure her son chose wisely. The prospect of becoming a grandmother, especially after turning 50, was an allure Yin found irresistible. After all, she was alone in her hometown, and with the textile factory now closed, what harm could come from enjoying the comforts of her son's success? Without much difficulty, Lin Dong successfully persuaded his mother. After spending a night at home, the mother and son set off for South City the next day after lunch. Lin Dong felt grateful that he understood his mother's temperament well enough to keep his girlfriend in reserve. At the Northern District Police Department, the Criminal Investigation Unit was abuzz with activity. Liu Yufeng had been occupied for 2 days, and after a thorough investigation of the arson incident at the orthopedic hospital, the case had begun to take shape. Gao Xian's death was not an accident, it was a deliberate act. However, the scant amount of viable evidence collected from the scene was disheartening. Based on the available forensic analysis and clues, it appeared the perpetrator had infiltrated the hospital room from the rooftop of the 9th floor using a grappling hook and rope, orchestrating a fire that seemed accidental without leaving a trace. The site of the inferno was a chaotic scene, and the extraordinary counter-surveillance skills of the assailant had plunged the case into a deadlock from the outset. Ultimately, Liu Yufeng could only sift through potential motives to narrow down the list of suspects. Among the numerous individuals he investigated, Lin Dong stood out as the prime suspect, with no one else coming to mind. Yet, the question remained. Having inflicted severe harm upon Gao, would Lin Dong truly seek to escalate matters further? Moreover, based on previous encounters, it is evident that Lin Dong is an astute individual, not one to act on impulse without thought. Thus, one must ponder, why would he resort to murdering Gao Xian? To complicate matters further, due to a significant lack of evidence. Even if one were to ascertain that Lin Dong was indeed the perpetrator, the law would find itself powerless to act against him. The sense of helplessness experienced by individuals like Liu Yufeng is entirely foreign to Gao Qijiang. From the very outset, he had never contemplated resolving his son's death through legal means. After 2 days of frenzied interrogation and investigation, Gao Qijiang meticulously scrutinized all individuals who had grievances with his son, leaving only one suspect, Lin Dong. Although there is no concrete evidence to definitively implicate Lin Dong in Gao Xian's demise, does Gao Qijiang truly require evidence? In the chairman's office of Gao Xian Trading Company, Gao Qijiang paced back and forth, his expression dark and brooding. This had always been his habitual response. Whenever faced with uncertainty, pacing helped him clarify his thoughts. At that moment, a knock echoed through the office. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing his bodyguard, Chao Kong, accompanied by a young man. "Boss, this individual is a subordinate of the young master and has important matters to report to you." "Oh." Gao Qijiang cast a glance at the diminutive figure behind Chao Kong, who appeared as slender as a monkey. "What is your name? What urgent news do you bring?" "Reporting to the boss, my name is Yang Wei. Though I am often referred to as Skinny Monkey, I used to assist the young master in gathering intelligence." Yang Wei bowed respectfully before Gao Qijiang. "Have you uncovered any valuable information?" Gao Qijiang inquired, forcing a smile as he addressed him gently. "Yes, boss. 3 days ago, the day before the young master's incident, he instructed me to meet a man arriving from Hong Kong. I arranged accommodations for him and even rented a black Santana for him." Yang Wei discreetly glanced at Gao Qijiang's increasingly grim visage before continuing. "The rental period was only for 24 hours. The man promised to return the car by noon the following day, yet 3 days have elapsed, and both the vehicle and the individual have vanished. Thus, I wondered if this person could be connected to the young master's death." Gao Qijiang's countenance grew darker. "Are you certain this individual came from Hong Kong?" "I am certain." His speech bore a thick Hong Kong accent, and he smoked the local brand of premium cigarettes, Yang Wei asserted confidently, drawing from his extensive experience with Hong Kong clientele. "Excellent, Skinny Monkey. Continue your pursuit of this individual's whereabouts. Should you require assistance, seek out Chao Kong. He will wholeheartedly support you. Additionally, proceed to the finance department to collect a bonus of 5,000 yuan." Gao Qijiang praised him, patting Yang Wei on the shoulder, before issuing his instructions. "Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost to investigate." Yang Wei's face lit up with joy as he nodded enthusiastically and exited. Chapter 40. The transformation of the charming maid upon returning to the Wanhao villa with his mother. It was already 5 p.m. Sun Jialu exhibited remarkable efficiency, transforming Villa No. 92 into a warm yet elegant abode in just a day and a half. The residence was adorned with high-end Western furnishings, imported appliances, bright lighting, and tasteful floral arrangements. all of which underscored Sun Jialu's refined taste and capability. Villa number 92 was one of 3 luxurious garden-style homes under Lindong's name, boasting an expansive area of 850 square meters. The front yard's private garden flourished with an array of exquisite flowers and lush greenery. In one corner of the garden stood an elegant artificial rock formation, beside which lay a small fish pond, teeming with vitality. Several golden turtles and a dozen koi gracefully swam in the crystal-clear water. Adjacent to the pond, a newly planted osmanthus tree provided shade, beneath which 3 light yellow bamboo loungers were arranged. As Lin Dong led his mother through the iron gate of the courtyard, a wave of spring's vitality and a sense of home enveloped them. This home is truly thoughtful. Hello, Auntie, I am Sun Jialu. As soon as they stepped inside, the aptly dressed Sun Jialu warmly approached, casually taking the 2 bags of luggage from Lin Dong's hands. Please, make yourselves comfortable inside. Have some water and fruit. Dinner will be ready shortly. You are Lin Dong's girlfriend, aren't you? Quite striking indeed. Your name is Jialu. Such a lovely name. Come here so I can have a good look at you. He eagerly pulled the graceful Sun Jialu closer, her eyes sparkling with delight as she scrutinized the girl from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction as she assessed her. Not bad indeed. Beautiful features, fair and delicate skin. A well-proportioned figure. This girl is quite the catch. Son, take Xiaolu's luggage inside. I wish to have a good chat with her. Lin Dong's face darkened. Had he already been completely overlooked before even entering the house? This mother-son bond seemed rather tenuous. Auntie, let me handle it. I still need to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Please, go inside and sit for a bit. The meal will be ready soon. Sun Jialu cast a hurried glance at Lin Dong, quickly retracting her hands from Hien's grasp, clutching the 2 bags of luggage as she scurried into the house. Xiaolu, I'll join you in the kitchen. You must also sample my culinary skills. Lin Dong sighed with relief as he observed his mother giving him a discreet thumbs up before following Sun Jialu into the living room. He exhaled, relieved to have successfully navigated this initial hurdle. Xiao Fatty had been inexplicably irritable these past few days, having not seen Sun Jialu in quite some time. He had long harbored a desire for this beautiful saleswoman, and recently, he had just managed to establish a rapport with the sales department manager, Xiu Jianbin. He had showered Xiu Jianbin with gifts of cigarettes and alcohol, hoping to secure some renovation contracts for Wanhao Villa, while simultaneously winning over the enchanting young lady. Yet, in just a few days, she had seemingly disappeared. Rumors from the sales office suggested that Sun Jialu had become involved with a wealthy homebuyer, transforming into the lady of luxury, likely looking down upon him, this mere small-time boss. Unable to secure a renovation project at Wanhao Villa, Xiao Fatty found himself thwarted. Otherwise, he would have confronted this fickle woman, demanding answers. Sun Jialu, did you not feel even the slightest temptation at my previous offer of 3,000 yuan a month to be with you? That's more than 3 months' salary, easy money. This woman captivated Xiao Fatty's attention. Not only was she stunningly beautiful and innocent, but her figure was also breathtaking, curvaceous, and alluring. Each time he laid eyes on her, even through the thick fabric of her uniform, it nearly caused him to bleed from his nose. He needed to seek out Xiu Jianbin for assistance, to secure some projects and find a way back into the villa, for he could not afford to relinquish this bewitching temptress easily. Hien was exceedingly pleased with the new home, especially after engaging in a culinary showdown with Sun Jialu, which elevated her opinion of the young woman even further. Her son's girlfriend was not only attractive and well-endowed but also possessed a pleasant demeanor, a gentle nature, and culinary skills. Capable of both entertaining guests and managing the kitchen, she seemed quite suitable as a daughter-in-law. That evening's dinner was both lavish and heartwarming. It must be said that Sun Jialu's culinary skills were commendable, providing Lin Dong with yet another excuse to frequently return home for a meal. While the allure of fine dining outside was undeniable, the occasional simple home-cooked meal was a delight in its own right. Hien's room was arranged on the 2nd floor of the villa, and Sun Jialu had already prepared everything, with new bedding and linens. After the 3 of them enjoyed a hearty meal, they gathered together to watch television and chat, truly embodying the atmosphere of a family. Before the clock struck 10, as was her custom, Mother ascended the stairs to take a shower and retire for the night. In the spacious living room on the 1st floor, only Lin Dong and Sun Jialu remained, curled up on the sofa, idly watching television. They had been sitting closely together, but as Hien went upstairs, Sun Jialu blushed and shifted away. The pretense of acting as someone's girlfriend was indeed uncomfortable, constantly reminding her not to lose herself. For it was merely a role to play, nothing more than a job. Brother Dong, are we truly going to share a room tonight? Sun Jialu mustered her courage to voice the question that had been troubling her all day. Of course, what do you think? Are we supposed to wait for my mother to wake up in the morning and find us sleeping in separate rooms? That would blow our cover immediately. Lin Dong scoffed. Do you think earning a salary of 10,000 a month is so easy? But isn't it possible for a couple not to share a room? We aren't married after all. Sun Jialu's voice dwindled, her cheeks turning crimson. Hey, who is the boss here, you or me? Let me reiterate, from now on, you must unconditionally comply with and execute all my decisions, understood? Lin Dong's tone turned frigid, his gaze devoid of the earlier warmth. I understand, Mr. Lin. I will remember. Sun Jialu shivered slightly, nodding hurriedly. What did you just call me? Brother Dong. It's nighttime. You should go back to the 3rd floor to wash up. Don't lock the door. I'll come up shortly. Yes. Lin Dong watched her graceful figure ascend the staircase, a smirk playing on his lips as he grinned mischievously. Women, after all, should be approached with caution. Those who can be controlled require careful guidance. Sun Jialu indeed possessed the qualities of a charming maid. Back in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, Sun Jialu sat before the brand-new vanity, lost in thought. Gazing at her exquisite and ethereal reflection in the mirror, she couldn't help but touch her face, which felt feverishly warm, her heart racing. Would she be able to preserve her chastity, which she had maintained for 21 years, on this night? Or should she simply give in? Memories of Lin Dong's handsome face and his cold, yet somewhat domineering tone made her cheeks flush even deeper. Her heart racing like a startled deer. Why am I indulging in such wild thoughts? Is this what it means to like someone? Is this love? As her tumultuous emotions settled slightly, she retrieved her suitcase, extracting her clothes one by one and hanging them in the spacious wardrobe. Finally, she picked up 2 pieces of black intimate apparel and a purple cotton robe, stepping into the bathroom. Just as she was about to close the bathroom door, the wooden door to the master bedroom swung open, and Lin Dong entered. He casually locked the door behind him and found Sun Jialu standing in the bathroom like a startled little rabbit. Lin Dong's lips curled into a sly smile as he asked, "What were you doing just now? You're taking your sweet time. Haven't you started your shower yet? How about we shower together?" Sun Jialu hurriedly concealed her lingerie and robe behind her, instinctively retreating. Before she could react, Lin Dong nimbly stepped into the bathroom. Flustered, Sun Jialu found herself cornered at the sink, the intoxicating scent of masculinity enveloping her flushed face. "Be good, listen to me. Let us shower together, and later, you can help me scrub my back." Lin Dong's voice floated softly in her ear. Charming maid Sun Jialu. Chapter 41, Mastery of the Tongue. Sun Jialu gasped, her lips abruptly claimed by Lin Dong's assertive kiss. Lacking any experience, she quickly succumbed to his advances, her body turning to jelly, surrendering entirely. The ambitious Lin Dong had generously spent 9 million upon entering, eager to test the potency of his newfound powers in the realm of seduction. Notification: spent 9 million wealth points to enhance tongue skills. Softness and flexibility of tongue increased by 90 points. Tongue enhancement has reached 100, max level achieved. Congratulations. You are now the first human on Blue Star with max tongue skills. Wow, it really works. Max tongue skills. How impressive. Lin Dong was eager to test his newfound abilities. His tongue had reached the pinnacle of human capability in Blue Star's history. To illustrate, it could lick every grain of rice from a bowl in a second, effortlessly ensnare a fly hovering near his face, and even morph at will, navigating through narrow and crispy egg rolls with ease. Under the mastery of Lin Dong's extraordinary tongue, could any woman withstand such prowess? Even the purest of maidens would swiftly transform into a temptress. This was especially true for Sun Jialu, who was as innocent as a blank slate. Lin Dong's kisses and teasing ignited within her an overwhelming tension that soon spiraled into uncontrollable desire, leading to her complete surrender. She felt as if she had stepped into a warm, soft mire. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank, until she was engulfed by boundless passion. Noticing her breath quickening and her heart racing, Lin Dong skillfully accelerated his advances. Soon, their clothes lay scattered across the floor. The bathroom was enveloped in steam, creating an ethereal paradise. Within the warm water, 2 fish swirled together passionately, sharing their warmth yet remaining unbound by the world outside. After a considerable time, the sounds of gasping and splashing gradually subsided. After the fervor, Sun Jialu lay languidly in Lin Dong's embrace, her body weak and pliable. On her still flushed cheeks, 2 glistening tears silently fell, merging into the water below. In the warmth of the water, a blush akin to a maiden's modesty slowly dissipated like a radiant evening glow, as beautiful and tragic as fallen petals. Does it still hurt? Lin Dong gently lifted her chin with a finger, leaning down to plant a lingering kiss on her lips. Let us take a break, and then you can help me scrub my back. The fragrant breeze of the night stole a slice of the cool moonlight, sneaking in through the window. The night wind and bashful moonlight bore witness to the fervor and openness of this couple. The fleeting spring night shattered the hypocrisy of the mundane world, including the last remnants of this woman's purity. When they awoke in each other's arms, the sun had already risen high in the sky. "Oh no, I overslept. I forgot to get up and make breakfast," Sun Jialu suddenly exclaimed, attempting to turn over in bed. only to realize she was exposed, hastily retreating under the covers. After a moment, she cautiously climbed out of bed, hurriedly donning her clothes. Lin Dong couldn't suppress his laughter. I bet my mom has already prepared a sumptuous breakfast and is waiting for us downstairs. Sun Jialu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she dressed at lightning speed, spinning around to open the door and step outside. After just one night, the demeanor of this woman had already taken on a slightly ethereal and unsteady quality. As expected, Tian had risen early, preparing a lavish spread for breakfast. Warm milk, steamed meat buns, beef stir-fried rice noodles, millet porridge, sautéed bok choy, and fried eggs. As they sat down to eat, her gaze towards the two young people was oddly scrutinizing, and she consistently urged them with a smile. You both should eat more eggs to replenish your strength. Lin Dong merely chuckled awkwardly, while Sun Jialu's face burned with embarrassment, wishing she could find a bowl to hide in. After breakfast, it was already 10 in the morning. Lin Dong drove his mother to the North District Bank. As he approached the counter, he presented a check for 16.5 billion, one from an underground casino. An ostentatious display that immediately captured the attention of the entire bank staff. The mother and son were swiftly ushered into the VIP room by the bank president. I am Zhou Chengfang, the branch president of the North District Bank. May I inquire about your surname, sir? He politely asked, offering refreshments. My surname is Lin Dong. With Dong meaning winter, Lin Dong replied with an expressionless demeanor, fully aware that such a colossal check would garner the bank's utmost attention. Good day, Mr. Lin Dong. May I ask how you intend to handle this sum? Will you be depositing it with us, or? Rest assured, the majority will be deposited here. President Zhou, please enlighten me about your deposit interest rates, Lin Dong interjected. Zhou Qingfang's face brightened at this, and he eagerly responded. Certainly, Mr. Lin. Lin Dong recalled that bank deposit rates in the 1990s were remarkably high. During this period, the southern economy was just beginning to soar, and those with surplus funds to deposit in banks were quite rare. Hence, it was even more extraordinary to consider amounts exceeding 100 million. Ultimately, Lindong opted for a one-year fixed deposit, drawn in part by the enticing interest rate of 10.98. This meant that depositing 100 million would yield over 10 million in interest alone within a year. Given the average monthly salary of a few hundred yuan and relatively low living costs, having 100 million would be akin to possessing a veritable mountain of gold, one that would continually generate wealth. This 100 million fixed deposit was registered under his mother's name, leaving Hien, his mother, in a state of bewilderment until the formalities were completed. She was genuinely taken aback. Where did her son acquire such a fortune? These figures were beyond the wildest dreams of someone as modest as Hien. 100 million, with annual interest exceeding 10 million. How could one ever spend such an amount? Observing his mother's shock mingled with her hesitance to confront him publicly, Lin Dong could not help but smile with joy. In this lifetime, he had finally fulfilled the wish he held in his previous life, to allow his mother to enjoy a life of ease in her later years. The remaining funds were divided into three parts. 60 million was placed in a demand deposit under his own name, while he also opened a 4.5 million demand deposit account for his mother. The last 500,000 was withdrawn in cash and given to his mother for everyday expenses. This way, his mother could enjoy a peaceful life at the Wanhua Mountain Villa, accompanied by Sun Jialu, tending to flowers and fish, strolling by the lake, indulging in shopping and fine dining, while also cooking and grocery shopping. The three of them would live harmoniously together. Well, that is quite nice, Lindong mused, observing how the lovely maid, Sun Jialu, had been molded into her role after a night of training. However, due to the recent death of Gao Xian, the atmosphere in the North District's underworld had turned tense. Lin Dong decided to temporarily reside in a rental house until matters settled down. For ease of communication, he had Sun Jialu install a landline at Villa number 92, and he himself also acquired a mobile phone. With his family arrangements secured, Lin Dong felt no lingering worries and advised Sun Jialu to keep his mother within the community for the time being. The next morning, he drove back to Wanqi Company. As he settled into the general manager's office, his secretary, Xiao Lin, entered. President Lin, the chairman has requested to see you upon your return. Also, Assistant Fan Guo was looking for you. Understood. I'll visit shortly, Lin Dong replied, pulling out his mobile phone to dial Fan Guo's number. Hello? Old Fan. I'm back at the company. Do you need something? Yes, it's quite important. Just a moment, I'll be right there. Within a minute, a troubled Fan Guo entered, closing the door behind him as he approached Lin Dong's desk. Old Fan, you look so worried. It's not that your wife has run off with someone, is it? Lin Dong teased with a grin. It's more serious than that. Fan Guo sighed, his voice grave. Three matters. First, Liu Yufeng from the criminal investigation team visited yesterday and insisted you must go to the district bureau after your return. It's likely related to Gao Xian's death. Second, Gao Qijiang has been acting unusually these past 2 days, aside from sending his subordinates to investigate everyone with a grudge against Gao Xian. he hasn't taken any action against you. Third, yesterday afternoon, President Liu from the Yunying Society called and spoke with Brother Shan. After listening, Brother Shan looked troubled and locked himself in his office for the entire afternoon. The specifics are unclear as he hasn't disclosed them. Lin Dong was taken aback. Was the Yunying Society finally making a move? Chapter 42, Underworld Bounty Notice. Lin Dong, how do you plan to deal with the situation regarding Gao Xian? Noticing Lin Dong's silence, Fan Guo continued, there's no evidence implicating you in the death of the Gao heir. Yet the world is well aware that you are the prime suspect. So what? Without evidence, they can't pin a murder charge on me merely based on motive. However, Liu Yufeng will undoubtedly investigate my alibi. Gao Qijiang won't see it that way. In our underworld, revenge doesn't require evidence. Fan Guo expressed his concerns. Perplexed by Lin Dong's calm demeanor. I understand. I can't just go out and kill Gao Qijiang, can I? Not only would he be on high alert now, making it difficult to act, but if I were to fail, the blame for his son's death would fall squarely on my shoulders, Lin Dong stated, rising and affectionately slinging his arm around Fan Guo's shoulder. Old Fan, I'm off to see Brother Shan now. Let us have fish for dinner later. All right. I'll keep a close watch on Gao Qijiang. I'll notify you immediately if anything stirs. However, it's strange that our men haven't been able to locate Gao Qijiang these past couple of days. Is he hiding from us? What is there to guess? He is certainly hiding to avoid being taken down first. Wan Qingshan had not slept well the previous night. After receiving a call from President Liu of the Yunying Society in the afternoon, his mind had been in turmoil ever since. Liu's intention was straightforward. He had his sights set on Lin Dong, believing the young man to be a valuable asset, and sought to recruit him into the Yunying Society. Ostensibly, the cunning Liu feigned courtesy by soliciting Wan Qingshan's opinion. But who in the southern underworld was unaware of the Yunying Society's ruthless and unscrupulous tactics? Wan Qingshan's response was to leave the decision up to Lin Dong. Deep down, he understood how crucial Lin Dong was to Wanqi at this juncture. He had just elevated Lin Dong to the position of general manager, and their strategic plans were only just beginning, yet troubles were already piling up. First, there was the incident of Gao Xian's death, which had thrust Lin Dong into the spotlight, making him vulnerable to repercussions. Then, the Yunying Society, with its ill intentions, was making its move, unreservedly attempting to poach talent. Alas, the underworld was fraught with peril, every step a potential pitfall. Receiving gifts from powerful entities was no easy feat. Moreover, Wan Qingshan was acutely aware that not only had he received the Yunying Society's overture, but that Lin Dong, the principal party, had received an even greater boon. Just days prior, the Yunying Society had set a trap to test Lin Dong, who had effortlessly navigated through 3 challenges, swiftly defeating the top underworld fighter, Lu Chongkong, triumphing in underground gambling, winning over $1 billion, and clandestinely entering the Queen Bar's office, spending time alone with Yuzi. These rumors had swiftly circulated throughout the southern underworld, even becoming the hottest gossip topic among the region's criminal circles. Lin Dong had severely injured Lu Chongkong and lost 16.5 billion in a single gambling match, even causing Yuzi of the Queen Bar to be implicated. The Cloud Shadow Society has truly invested heavily for Lin Dong. Given the organization's customary approach to affairs, such a significant investment undoubtedly necessitates commensurate returns. Their determination to secure Lin Dong is resolute. After all, who wouldn't covet a prized asset? And how could Wan Qingshan possibly relinquish such a treasure? Yet, the adversary they face this time is formidable beyond measure. Leaning back in his executive chair, Wan Qingshan pressed his fingers against his slightly throbbing temples. A knock resonated through the office. Come in. Mr. Wan, President Lin has arrived. The female secretary pushed the door open, ushering Lin Dong inside before discreetly closing it behind her. Brother Shan, did you summon me? Lin Dong, come closer. There's a matter of great importance I wish to discuss with you. In the office of the chairman of Gao Xian Trading, Gao Qijiang wore an expression of profound gloom, having just concluded a face-to-face report from the Thin Monkey. After days of investigation, the Thin Monkey had successfully bribed the leader of a smuggling gang active in South Beach, known as Big Fei, and finally uncovered the origins of a mysterious guest from the harbor. This individual was a second-rate assassin affiliated with a Southeast Asian killer organization, procured at a cost of 300,000 by Gao Xian, with Big Fei's assistance. The target for elimination was none other than Lin Dong. With this revelation, the truth was laid bare. Gao Xian had hired an assassin to eliminate Lin Dong, yet Lin Dong remained unscathed, while the assassin mysteriously vanished, and soon after, young Master Gao met his fiery demise. Even the dimmest of minds would grasp the implications of this situation. Gao Qijiang, in anguish, closed his eyes, his entire body trembling with barely contained rage. His beloved son had indeed been slain by Lin Dong. That wretched scoundrel harbors a heart of unrelenting malice, reducing a promising youth, brimming with potential, to a mere charred remnant. As thoughts of vengeance consumed him, Gao Qijiang's eyes turned crimson. He suddenly opened them wide, seizing the purple clay teapot from his desk and hurling it violently to the ground. Bang! Crash! The exquisite purple clay teapot shattered into countless fragments. In the room, the ever-quiet Xiao Kong and the thin monkey exchanged terrified glances, afraid to even breathe. Gao Qijiang's fury was utterly chilling. At this moment, anyone who crossed him would meet a grim fate. Thin monkey. Boss, I'm here. Arrange a meeting with Big Fei for me. Tell him I need to see him. And ask him to recruit a few more assassins. Only top-tier ones. Cost is no object. Understood, boss. I'll take care of it right away. The thin monkey bowed his frail frame and hastily exited. Xiao Kong. Boss, please give your orders. In my name, Gao Qijiang, issue a Zhenghu bounty with a reward of 1 million. Tasking whoever takes it upon themselves to uncover and eliminate the murderer of my son, Gao Qian. Received. And spread the word that Lin Dong is the one responsible for my son's demise. Understood. A tempest of bloodshed targeting Lin Dong was already brewing. In Chairman Wan's office, Wan Qingshan faced Lin Dong. Lin Dong, if a more powerful faction were to recruit you, would you accept? Wan Qingshan posed the question directly. Brother Shan, are you referring to the Cloud Shadow Society? Lin Dong, no fool, immediately grasped Wan's implication. Indeed, recently, the Cloud Shadow Society sent Mo Huan to attend Xiao Yu's birthday, presenting lavish gifts as a means of testing me. Moreover, the challenge from Lu Chongkong a few days ago, resulting in a staggering loss of over 1 billion at the underground casino, was orchestrated by the Cloud Shadow Society. Observing Lin Dong's contemplative expression, Wan Qingshan continued, that casino. Guo is merely the managing second shareholder. The real major shareholder and backing is the Cloud Shadow Society. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. So, the Cloud Shadow Society is truly generous, losing 16.5 billion in one night without a hint of remorse. Indeed, now they are pressing us for repayment. One must return what is borrowed. I suspect Lu Jingyan never imagined you could win that much from him, turning a mere test into a disaster. Who would believe he isn't pained by it? Wan Qingshan chuckled derisively. Lu Jingyan called me yesterday, openly demanding someone. I told him I needed to consult your wishes. Brother Shan, there's no need for consultation. I will not join the Cloud Shadow Society. What I said initially stands. Good. Your words bring me reassurance. Lin Dong. I pondered over this for a night and have come up with an idea I'd like to discuss with you. Please, Brother Shan. I wish to sell you 49 of Wanqi's shares at half price, valuing them at 50 million. I shall incur a slight loss, but this way, you will rightfully become the owner of Wanqi, making it difficult for anyone to poach you. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, internally marveling. 50 million for 49 of Wanqi's shares? The combined assets and annual profits of Wanqi amount to nearly 200 million. This was indeed a significant portion of Wanqi's empire. To secure his loyalty, Wan Qingshan was evidently willing to invest substantially, exhibiting great foresight. As long as Brother Shan feels no loss, I have no objections. We can finalize this today. Wan Qingshan's joy was palpable as he slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Ha ha, of course it's not a loss. Having you, Lin Dong, is worth more than 1,000 troops. It's invaluable. Lin Dong could scarcely believe how swiftly he had ascended within Wanqi. His initial entry into the gang was serendipitous. He sought both swift vengeance and opportunities to convert black money. However, he hadn't anticipated a cascade of troubles to follow, validating the adage that one is often ensnared by the very world they inhabit. Having thoroughly offended the Gao family, Gao Qijiang could not be allowed to remain alive. Regrettably, this cunning individual had chosen to hide away at a critical moment, lurking in the shadows to plot his schemes. Alas, what a hassle. Chapter 43, The Shadow Plan. Fei Fei has disappeared. In just a day and a half, Wanqi Company completed all the formalities for the share transfer. Lindong, having purchased 49 of Wanqi's shares for 50 million, transformed from a newcomer to the company's second-largest shareholder in less than a month. This perfectly illustrated what it meant for a worker to achieve a stunning reversal of fortunes. From this moment onward, Wanqi's fate was irrevocably intertwined with Lindong's. Consequently, under Lindong's guidance, the expansion of Wanqi Electric to the north, particularly the preparations for the flagship store in Han City, Hubei Province, was expedited. According to feedback from project leader Ma Baorong, on January 28th, the new Wanqi Electric store at Luya Bridge will open on schedule. As the company's share transfer was finalized, Lin Dong paid a visit to the district criminal investigation team to meet with Lu Yufeng. Lu Yufeng inquired about the details of Lin Dong's altercation with Gao Xian, particularly focusing on young Master Gao's whereabouts on the night of the incident. The conclusion drawn was that there is no direct evidence indicating that Lin Dong had the opportunity to murder Gao Xian. Naturally, a detailed record was inescapable. Lin Dong was already well versed in these procedures. In the southern capital, in the Qishir district, the towering 38-story Cloud Shadow building, with its silver-gray tempered glass exterior, shimmered in the glow of the setting sun. In the private luxury club on the top floor, the 63-year-old former president of the Cloud Shadow Society, Lu Jingye, had just enjoyed a full suite of services from two beautiful technicians. Reclining comfortably in a massage chair in the relaxation area, he leisurely savored a pot of exquisite top-grade red tea, Jukohongmei. Today, the two old companions accompanying him, the strategist Guan Bo and the elusive Mo Huan, surprisingly remained ensconced in their room. Lu Jingye shook his head, muttering a curse under his breath. These two old lechers, still engaged in their antics after an hour? Do they still fancy themselves as youthful men in their 20s? They exhaust themselves. He summoned a scantily clad waitress to serve a plate of chilled grapes, nibbled at them casually, and began to close his eyes in repose. Lately, he had found himself easily succumbing to drowsiness, occasionally experiencing a tightness in his chest. His stamina was nowhere near what it once was. He had barely lasted 20 minutes with the two beautiful ladies before he tapped out. Alas, one cannot deny the passage of time. In his heyday, he was renowned for his unyielding vigor, once dubbed the invincible little king of Nandu. With the myriad of affairs in recent years, he had undergone a health check in ages. In a few days, he must visit the hospital for a comprehensive examination to ascertain the source of his ailments. Hey, President, you emerged so quickly? This isn't quite the style of the invincible little king, came Guan Bo's voice, breaking his reverie. Old Guan, you're not much slower yourself. Speaking of which, old Mo is even a year older than you. Yet he is faring far better, Lu Jingye retorted, refusing to be outdone. A man may show weakness or concede defeat, but he must never admit to his inadequacies. 10 minutes later, the invigorated Mo Huan finally emerged from the room. Lu Jingye and Guan Bo exchanged glances, silently understanding each other. This fellow, aging yet resilient, is indeed incomparable. Practitioners of martial arts are exceptional, possessing not only robust physiques, but also remarkable vitality. Ahem. Since old Mo has joined us, let us discuss some pressing matters. I had a conversation with Wan Qingshan the day before yesterday regarding Lindong. Our Yuzi must secure him at all costs. Lu Jingye cleared his throat and gestured for Mo Huan to take a seat. President, what was Wan Qingshan's reaction? Guan Bo inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. What reaction could he possibly have? He has accepted our gifts and been afforded due respect. Does he dare to refuse? He mentioned he would consult Lindong's personal wishes. I told him that was acceptable, granting them a few days to ponder. Lu Jingye scoffed dismissively, adding, when the deadline arrives, should they still fail to recognize our intentions, we shall promptly initiate the shadow plan, with Wanqi being our first target. President, does this mean Lin Dong is to be eliminated as well? Mo Huan queried, pouring himself a cup of Jukohongmei with a hint of concern. What benefit is there in keeping those who serve not my interests? After we have expended such substantial resources and effort, if Lin Dong disregards our sincerity, then let him be destroyed. Lu Jingye's gentle visage revealed a trace of ferocity. If it truly comes to that, it would be a pity. Lindong's talent is a rare find, only seen once in a century, he lamented. Mo Huan sighed, falling silent thereafter. President, I just caught wind of some news. Gao Qijiang from the Northern District suspects Lin Dong was involved in his son's death. He not only plans to hire outside assassins, but is also preparing to issue a bounty in the Underworld. This was a grave matter, and Guan Bo deemed it necessary to offer a warning. Oh, has Gao Qijiang lost his mind? Does he not realize we at Yuzi are seeking to win Lindong over? Old Guan immediately cautioned Gao Qijiang to refrain from any rash actions. Let him wait until the dust settles. In a few days, I shall provide him with an explanation, Lu Jingye commanded coldly. Furthermore, Old Guan, prepare to activate the shadow plan at a moment's notice. You were the one to propose this plan 5 years ago. It has been in preparation for so long. It is time to put it into action. Understood, I will warn Gao Qijiang. Rest assured, President, the shadow plan is ready and can be initiated at any time. Guan Bo affirmed confidently. In truth, he was acutely aware that once this plan was set in motion, the dynamics of the underworld in Nandu would undergo a seismic shift. On January 23rd, Lin Dong completed the transfer and handover of shares, officially becoming the de facto second-in-command of Wanqi. That day, Lin Dong made a phone call he considered immensely significant. The recipient was his old comrade Nyo Defa, who was far away in Su Province. Nyo Defa, 24 years old. Codename, Old Nyo, adept in close combat, particularly skilled with daggers and trident military knives. Upon hearing Lin Dong's intentions, Nyo Defa wasted no time and immediately gathered 3 other retired comrades. Fu Yijuan, 23 years old, codename, God of War, skilled in firearms modification and demolition. Song Ying, 25 years old, codename, Eagle Eye, a sharpshooter and 3-time champion of the Southwest Military Region's shooting competition. Chang Feng, 25 years old, codename, Wind, prior to retirement. He was a top-notch expert in camouflage reconnaissance and tracking. Neo Defa and his 3 companions were all part of the same group of retired brothers who had served alongside Lin Dong in the same reconnaissance unit. At that time, Lin Dong was the squad leader, known by the codename Wild Wolf. In the reconnaissance company, Lin Dong was not only the most astute but also possessed a cunning and ruthless nature. In solo jungle combat, no one could rival him. Long before contemplating the establishment of a faction, these individuals had been included in Lin Dong's recruitment plans. Now that the time was ripe, it was time to summon them together. The underworld is fraught with peril, and danger lurks at every turn. Without a few trustworthy allies, Lin Dong would find himself at a disadvantage. Moreover, with them around, he would no longer have to worry about his mother's safety. In addition to gathering these 4 capable comrades, Lin Dong discreetly undertook another task. He quietly sought out Fei Fei, the hostess from that night at JJ Karaoke. After a private meeting, this popular escort princess resigned that very day and vanished. No one knew her whereabouts except for Lin Dong. Chapter 44. The new store opening. Unwelcome guests arrive. 2 days later, old Neo and the others gradually arrived in Nandu. The reunion of old comrades naturally brought much joy. That evening, the brothers who had once faced life and death together indulged in a night of heavy drinking, reminiscing about numerous past events and engaging in a fair amount of idle chatter. Lin Dong shared his recent exploits with his comrades, of course omitting any mention of the black gold system that served as his secret advantage. His extraordinary encounters and fortuitous luck left everyone feeling both envious and elated. Their former leader was embarking on a promising path. All they needed to do was stand by his side. In the past, they had sworn an oath. Should we attain wealth and honor, we shall not forget each other. Though the path through the underworld may be fraught with challenges, what fear could they have, having weathered the storms of gunfire together? Lin Dong temporarily accommodated the 4 at Villa number 92. Allowing them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings while simultaneously ensuring the safety of his home. The villa had 2 guest rooms on the first floor, perfectly suited for 2 people per room, allowing for night watch duties to be rotated. With these 4 brothers, all trained as scouts, combined with the comprehensive security protocols of Wanhao Mountain Resort, which operated under a fully enclosed management system, it would be exceedingly difficult for outsiders to approach Lin Dong's villa. For more efficient communication, Lin Dong instructed Sun Jielu to equip each member of the group with a mobile phone. Additionally, he procured several sets of military walkie-talkies through Fu Yijuan, who, with his vast connections, managed to acquire them from an unknown source. With the walkie-talkies, communication over shorter distances would be easily facilitated. Once everything was in order, it was already January 27th. That afternoon at 4 p.m., Lin Dong was set to fly to Han City to participate in and preside over the opening ceremony of the new Wanqi electronics store the following day. Before his departure, Lin Dong was beset by an ominous premonition. Would the inaugural step of the Wanqi North expansion plan, a flagship appliance store across the nation, be able to commence its operations smoothly? In his previous life, Lin Dong had resided in Han City, Hubei province, for several years. To his recollection, the appliance market in Han City was predominantly controlled by 2 underground factions, the Han Gang and the Yixing Alliance. The Han Gang monopolized Hanji Street, renowned as the first street under heaven, managing all small appliance wholesale activities. Meanwhile, the Yixing Alliance's influence permeated nearly all facets of both large and small appliance retail throughout Han City. In the bustling area of Liuya Cave, on January 28th at 8 a.m., fluffy snowflakes began to drift from the overcast sky, heralding the largest snowfall Han City had witnessed since the onset of winter. Within less than an hour, the damp streets were blanketed with a thick layer of snow, each footfall producing a crisp sound reminiscent of a melodious winter ballad. Clad in a black down jacket, Lin Dong arrived early at the venue for the grand opening of the new store. Under the guidance of Ma Baorong, he conducted a thorough inspection of the store's preparations. Everything had been arranged to Lin Dong's specifications. From the television viewing area for large appliances to the trade-in section for small appliances, the points redemption area at the service desk, and the lottery zone at the entrance. This establishment perfectly replicated the advanced retail model of the appliance market from his previous life. Lin Dong was confident that the emergence of the Liuya Cave appliance market in 1990s Huagua would be both avant-garde and a spectacle that captivated countless onlookers. The official ribbon-cutting ceremony was scheduled for 8:28 a.m., yet even before the hour arrived, long lines of eager patrons had formed outside the store. Many held outdated water heaters or rice cookers, ready to partake in Wanqi's trade-in promotion. An even larger crowd, driven by curiosity and the desire to witness the spectacle, gathered, for the domestic market had become scarce with innovative products and marketing strategies. Following an extensive promotional campaign, Wanqi Electric's impending opening, featuring an array of enticing new imported appliances and irresistible promotional policies, had already captured the public's imagination. The slogan, Wanqi Electric, making your life more marvelous, had been aired repeatedly on local television for over half a month. Such a grand and ostentatious celebration of the store's opening could hardly fail to attract attention. At the auspicious hour of 8:28 a.m., amidst a cacophony of firecrackers and lively music, Lin Dong joined Ma Baorong and the new store manager, Deng Jingwen, to perform the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Outside, nearly 100 meters of people braved the falling snow, surging into the store. In addition to the myriad of promotional activities, the first 100 shoppers each day could participate in a lucky draw for free purchases. Witnessing the throngs of customers eager to enter the bustling appliance megastore, the rotund Ma Baorong broke into a wide grin. His admiration for Lin Dong deepened. Only Lin Dong could conceive such ingenious ideas. It was no wonder that others could ascend to the position of general manager within a month and eventually become shareholders. Who is the boss here? Ma Baorong was lost in thought when suddenly, a commotion erupted from the service desk to the left of the entrance. Get your boss out here, or we'll smash your store. A burly, bald man clad in a green military coat shouted, slamming his palm on the service desk. Behind him stood over a dozen young men, all dressed similarly in green military attire. Oh no, trouble is brewing. Ma Baorong's heart sank, and he hurried over. The two female clerks at the service desk were pale with fright, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Gentlemen, how may I assist you? Ma Baorong approached the lead bald man, forcing a smile. Are you the boss? The man inquired. Yes, Ma Baorong replied. Good, then let us talk. We brought an old water heater from home for the trade-in, but your staff refused to exchange it. The bald man gestured. And another man threw the old water heater forcefully to the ground, creating a loud crash that drew the attention of many bystanders. Is that so? Sir, your old water heater is an 8-liter direct discharge model. It should be eligible for a depreciation of 300 yuan. Didn't our staff inform you? Ma Baorong explained politely, sensing the potential for conflict. Depreciation of 300 yuan? I bought this water heater for 1,200 yuan. You want to offer the original price? The bald man shouted angrily. Sir, how could we calculate the depreciation at the original price for an old water heater? Our promotional materials clearly state that all 8-liter and above water heaters are subject to a standard depreciation of 300 yuan, which can be deducted from the purchase of a new water heater, Ma Baorong insisted, his round face turning crimson with urgency. You clearly refuse to be reasonable. I want to settle for anything less than 1,200 yuan off, buying your 1,500 yuan 10-liter water heater. So, will you exchange it or not? The bald man slammed his hand on the service desk, bellowing. Sir, this is unreasonable, Ma Baorong said in a subdued tone, his heart racing at the thought of these thugs. Smash the store. Without further ado, the menacing bald man waved his hand, and his entourage produced hefty baseball bats from their thick military coats. With a whoosh, the group scattered, brandishing their bats as they rushed towards the display stands and shelves laden with appliances. This group had come prepared. Their grievances about the trade-in were merely a pretext for chaos. Run. There's a fight. What is happening? Someone is causing a ruckus. Who is so bold? It seems to be Han Boba's crew from Yixing Alliance. Chapter 45, The Tyranny of Han Boba. Within less than half an hour of its opening, Wanqi Electric was thrown into disarray as the chaos at the entrance rapidly spread. Panic ensued among the crowd, who screamed and sought refuge, rushing toward the exit. Ma Baorong, paralyzed with fear from the sudden violence, fell to the ground. The icy chill of the floor seeped through his trousers, sending shivers down his spine. It was over. They had encountered local thugs right after opening. Everything had been going well until the tide had turned unexpectedly. How could his luck be so dire? Suddenly, Ma Baorong witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Amidst the chaos of destruction, he heard several screams of anguish. In an instant, a lithe black figure darted into the fray of thugs. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy impacts resonated throughout the venue. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen thugs wielding wooden bats collapsed like a stack of cards, writhing on the ground, clutching their limbs and howling in pain. The hefty baseball bats lay scattered across the floor. It was Lindong. Ma Baorong was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Just moments ago, he had been terrified. But now, with his idol present, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ma Baorong knew that Lin Dong had once taken down 100 men. These small fry were merely there to serve as fodder. As he beheld the unfolding scene, the bald leader at the service desk stood frozen in shock. What was happening? Was he seeing things? Before he could grasp the situation, the man clad in black leaped forward, covering a distance of 20 meters in a single stride. Indeed, in the eyes of the bald man, it appeared as though this individual had mysteriously materialized before him with just one step. Astonishing speed. Could he possibly possess some form of magic? The young man in black, with a strikingly handsome yet ominous visage, coldly fixated on the bald man and inquired in a chilling tone, Are you one of the Yixing Alliance? The bald man felt a shiver run down his spine under the intense gaze of Lin Dong and nodded involuntarily. Very well. I hadn't even come looking for you, yet you have taken the initiative to present yourselves. Now tell me, would you prefer to lose a hand or a foot? Who do you think you're intimidating? The bald man snapped back, recovering from his shock and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Dong. A flicker of brutality crossed Lin Dong's eyes as he unleashed a swift kick. Thud! The bald man's robust frame, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was propelled backward, flying a good 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the bald man writhed in agony. Lin Dong smirked derisively. It was evident that the man had suffered a shattering fracture in his right thigh. Why must you all be such nuisances? Couldn't you let me commence my business smoothly? Instead, you stretch forth your hands, inviting my wrath. However, this works to my advantage. As Wanqi opens a store in Han City, a conflict with the Yixing Alliance is inevitable. I may as well seize this opportunity to subdue these pests early on. Thus, Lin Dong had deliberately allowed them to disrupt his venue initially. It is a rule of the Underworld: strike first, retaliate in kind. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lin Dong ambled over to the fallen bald man amidst the chorus of groans. He crouched down and delivered a sharp slap to the bald man's bald head, mocking, "What's the matter? Have you come to feel the pain? Do you have a phone on you?" In agony, the bald man nodded and gestured towards the right pocket of his military coat. Lin Dong reached in and retrieved a silver Nokia, coldly asking, "What's the number for Han Boy?" Upon hearing Lin Dong directly mention the name of their leader, the bald man's countenance shifted dramatically. The excruciating pain in his thigh was momentarily overshadowed by fear, and he hastily relayed a sequence of digits. Lin Dong dialed the number. "Hello?" A gravelly voice responded from the other end. Lin Dong remained silent, pressing his left hand firmly on the site of the bald man's fracture. "Ah, damn it." The bald man's cries of agony and curses reverberated through the phone. "Who are you? What have you done to the bald man?" After a half-minute, the bald man's cries began to wane. Only then did Lin Dong speak. "Han Boy, are you listening? Your men have been thoroughly dealt with. Are you the owner of Wanqi Electronics?" The acknowledgement finally came through. "Is it you who instigated the attack on my establishment? So what if I did? Did you seek my approval to open an electronics store in Han City? Han Boy, how domineering you are. But it is to be expected. In this territory of Han City, who does not know of your notorious reputation? It is good that you understand, outsider. You should be ashamed of yourselves for not knowing the rules. You open a shabby shop without even paying respects? Ha ha ha, Han Boy. It seems that your men are in my custody. What is it to be? Should I send them all to the authorities? Go ahead and try. Enough of this idle chatter, Han Boy. Prepare $1 million for their release." Lin Dong concluded, hanging up without awaiting a response. Turning to see Ma Baorong still seated on the ground in a daze, he waved him over. "Little fatty. Go find some male staff members and have them carry these people to the storage room. Lock them up and keep a close watch. They shouldn't even be given a drop of water." Ma Baorong scrambled to his feet, eagerly responding, "Yes, boss. I'll find more people and clean this place up." With a wave of his hand, Lin Dong sent Ma Baorong scurrying off. In the Han City warehouse of the Liuya Cave Grand Hall, a robust man in his 40s, clad in a deep green military coat, sat at a wooden table, enjoying a steaming hot pot of lamb. On this frigid snowy day, fresh Mongolian lamb bones simmered for an hour in a secret broth, while thinly sliced lamb was dipped in the rich soup for 35 seconds, then accompanied by spicy sauce, making for an utterly delectable experience. It was well known among the underworld of Han City that Han Boy, the leader of the Yixing Alliance, indulged in 3 great passions: military coats, lamb hot pots, and tender schoolgirls. Who else but he would consider the cheap military coats sold at labor protection stores fashionable? Yet, the Yixing Alliance members clamored to imitate his style. As for lamb hot pot, it was a constant in Han Boy's diet, regardless of the sweltering summer or bitter winter. And even for breakfast, consuming so much lamb naturally left him with a distinct odor. Thus, Han Boy often directed this aroma towards the 18 or 19-year-old fresh-faced schoolgirls. "Hua go fetch me some lamb liver," he commanded, undeterred by Lindong's earlier phone call. On the contrary, he found the audacity of this outsider to challenge him rather amusing. In Han City, or even throughout the entire province, there were but a handful of bold individuals who dared to confront him directly. Where did this reckless youth spring from? Did he seek death but fail to find a grave? Did he deliberately extend his neck for Han Boy to trample? Before long, a plate of fresh, tender lamb liver slices was delivered. The young man named Hua Go carefully placed the liver down and hesitated momentarily before murmuring, "Boss, the bald man and his crew have been apprehended. Shouldn't we send more people over? Why the rush? Let these outsiders revel for a bit. I'll handle it in due time." Han Boy smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. He casually picked up a slice of lamb liver, dipped it in the boiling broth, and pulled it out half-cooked. After seasoning it with spicy sauce, he savored it with delight. Huago, go check if the Ling family has arrived at the front door. Yes, boss. Anticipating the arrival of important guests, Han Boy felt a surge of excitement. The Ling family, one of the 4 prominent families from the capital, had come to Han City, staying at their own establishment, the Lingyun 5-star Hotel. Han Boy had initially intended to pay them a visit, but they had declined. The Ling family had sent word that they would personally visit the territory of the Yixing Alliance. Han Boy was well aware that, beneath the pretense of a social call, they were merely gauging the strength of the Yixing Alliance. Thus, early in the morning, aside from the bald man and a dozen subordinates sent to disrupt Wanqi's venue, he had summoned all 200 members of the gang to the Liuya Cave warehouse, which spanned over 2,000 square feet and was now filled with the members of the Yixing Alliance. A verdant military coat enveloped him, exuding an air of undeniable authority. He, Han Bin of the Yixing Alliance, welcomed several esteemed guests from the capital with a courteous gesture, inviting them inside. Han, with a face glistening with oil and exuding a distinct scent of mutton, smiled as he clasped his hands in greeting to the trio who had just alighted from a sleek black Mercedes-Benz. The foremost among them was a striking young woman, seemingly in her late 20s. Adorned in luxurious black and purple fur, her slightly aloof visage showcased features so exquisite they seemed plucked from a painting. Upon casting a radiant smile at Han, she resembled a plum blossom blooming in the winter, an innate nobility wafting through the air. Apologies for the abrupt intrusion today. Hanzong, the beautiful woman spoke, her voice crisp and richly resonant. By the way, I am Ling Xiaoxiao, and this is my cousin, Ling Fifan. The name of the Ling family, one of the 4 illustrious clans of the capital, thundered through the realms, with her father, the head of the Ling clan, having risen to prominence in the martial world 3 decades ago. It was no wonder that those hailing from the Ling family possessed such an air of grandeur. This young Ling was no exception, her cousin also strikingly handsome. Han, with a polite nod, acknowledged the dashing gentleman in his 30s before ushering the trio through the warehouse doors. Once inside, the biting chill of the snowy day diminished significantly. May I inquire about the name of this esteemed elder? Han, with his uneven gait, led the way, glancing toward the most unassuming elder among the group. Though the elder was slender and donned only a thin gray tang suit amidst the heavy snowfall, his piercing gaze revealed that he was far from ordinary. Elder Nya has always preferred to remain low profile, hence my failure to introduce him, Han explained, suddenly gasping in astonishment. Elder Nya? Surely, you do not mean the legendary master of the martial world, the renowned hand blade Nya Yongchan, who has been a formidable presence for 40 years. Indeed, you are astute. Hanzong, he is our Ling family's foremost honor, the hand blade Nya Yongchan, Ling Xiaoxiao replied with a subtle smile. Each time, she brought Elder Nya along, she garnered a plethora of admiration and respect. Having a master of peak martial prowess in the household certainly added to their prestige. I sincerely apologize for my earlier ignorance. Elder Nya, please forgive my oversight. Han came to a halt, respectfully bowing as a junior in the martial community. Not at all, Nya Yongchun nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need for formality. The group traversed through an orderly line of military coats before settling onto the plush sofa positioned at the center of the warehouse. The mutton hot pot beside them had been cleared away, and the coffee table was laden with rare southern fruits seldom seen in Han City. Surrounding the sofa were 4 large iron tubes, their interiors filled with glowing red charcoal, radiating warmth throughout the space. The cozy atmosphere rendered the cold outside virtually imperceptible. Hanzong, your establishment is rather unique, Ling Xiaoxiao remarked, settling into her seat and surveying the expansive warehouse with keen interest. Please forgive my humble accommodations, Miss Ling. I am merely a rough character in this underworld, not one to grace the upper echelons, Han replied, scratching his nose awkwardly. If you don't mind, I would be delighted to treat you to our grilled fish, roasted lamb, and fresh mutton hot pot later. This place is quite pleasant. We are quite relaxed. So let us follow your lead. Hanzong, Ling Xiaoxiao smiled. We have come to Han City with a small favor to ask of you. Miss Ling, feel free to voice your request. In Han City, I, Han Bin, still have a say, he stated confidently. Very well. Have you heard about the Yangjiaji development project? Yangjiaji? Of course, I am aware. ISNT, this project one that your family has been contesting with the MO family? Have you secured it? Indeed. We have reached an agreement with the relevant authorities. Our visit today is to sign the contract and remit the land purchase payment. You sought me out because you are concerned that the MO family might cause trouble, correct? Han, with his background in the underworld, immediately grasped the implication behind Ling Xiaoxiao's words. In Han City, acquiring land for real estate development was fraught with numerous challenges, and the obstacles were many. Yet, one particular menace was inescapable, the local land bullies. These so-called bullies comprised small gangs and second-rate thugs who incited villagers facing demolition to create disturbances and extort money from developers. Hanzong, you are indeed perceptive. We have received word that if we lose the land acquisition to the Mo family, they will undoubtedly send someone to disrupt our efforts. Ling Fifan, who had remained silent until now, spoke gravely. Thus, our purpose in seeking your assistance, Han Zong, is to collaborate and leverage the influence and prestige of Yixing Alliance to promptly quell any disturbances. Ling Fifan continued. Ling Gongzi, this matter is not without its complexities. Since we are gathered here, let us discuss the terms of our collaboration, Han Bin proposed. Recognizing that while the Ling family was an entity he wished to curry favor with, he too had interests to protect. With nearly 300 members in his faction, the daily expenses for sustenance were quite substantial. Allow me to outline the conditions. Once the project is secured, Yixing Alliance must assign 50 individuals to remain on site, responsible for managing disturbances and any unforeseen incidents, Han stated. Ling Xiaoxiao interjected. In return, we will provide a daily subsidy of 80 yuan for each on-site personnel, covering their meals and lodging. Additionally, a one-time payment of 3 million will be made to you personally, Han Zong. How does that sound? Agreed. Upon hearing the promise of 3 million, Han Bin readily acquiesced without hesitation. Your decisiveness is commendable, Han Zong. In the Underworld, promptness is key. Ling Xiaoxiao remarked with a smile. By the way, on our way here today, we caught wind of some rumors regarding Yixing Alliance. I wonder how true they are. Ling Xiaoxiao inquired, her beautiful nose slightly wrinkling in amusement. What rumors? Han asked, intrigued. I heard that Han Zong sent someone to cause trouble earlier today, but it backfired. And the assailants were all taken out by an outsider? Upon hearing this, Han's expression darkened considerably. Why bring up such matters? Are you, Miss Ling, questioning the strength of Yixing Alliance? He replied, feeling belittled by the Ling family. Clearly, it seems that I can no longer delay addressing this issue. To salvage Yixing Alliance's reputation in front of the Ling family, this must be dealt with immediately and with decisive action. Miss Ling has misunderstood. This was merely an unfortunate incident. Please grant me 30 minutes, and I will show you the capabilities of Yixing Alliance. Han replied, his tone now cold and resolute. Very well, we shall await your demonstration, Ling Xiaoxiao said, exchanging a glance with her cousin, both harboring a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. At that moment, Han Bin had already connected with the bald man on his mobile phone. Hello? This is Han Bin of Yixing Alliance. What is your name? How are my men? Han Bin, I thought you had forgotten about your own people. You may call me Lindong. Your men won't die just yet, but pain is unavoidable. So, Han Zong, have you decided on the payment? 100,000, correct? Han Zong, you seem to have misunderstood. An hour has passed. It's now 200,000. Damn it. Han Bin's fury surged, his hand trembling as he gripped the phone. Fine, 200,000. You come to the Liuya Cave warehouse to collect it. And first send my men to the hospital. You're mistaken. Once the money is in hand, I will naturally release them. Upon hearing this, Han the Lame nearly dropped his phone in disbelief. How dare anyone in Han City challenge his authority to his face? Remain composed. Remain composed. Eyes are upon us. Once this outsider arrives, I shall deal with him severely. All right, come to the warehouse to collect the money. I await your arrival. Have the cash ready. The call was abruptly terminated. Han the Lame's face darkened as he turned and bellowed. Huago, prepare, everyone. Arm yourselves. Form the crocodile blade formation. Chapter 47. A solo meeting. Breaking through the crocodile blade formation. 20 minutes later, a young man clad in black entered through the wide-open doors of the warehouse. As soon as he stepped in, he cast a cold, sweeping glance over the densely packed crowd before him. Over 200 members of the Yixing Alliance, dressed in military coats, each wielding a glistening, hefty watermelon knife, stood ready. Grouped in threes, they formed an impressive formation that resembled a fearsome crocodile from above. In street brawls, most rely on sheer bravery and ferocity, charging forward in a frenzy. Yet Han the Lame had crafted the crocodile blade formation. Has the modern ruffian become so cultured? Only those who have truly encountered this formation would comprehend its profound intricacies. Countless street skirmishes have confirmed its formidable power. Not merely a superficial display. In Han City, even the notoriously tyrannical Han gang holds a deep-seated fear of the crocodile blade formation, which has led to their ongoing petty skirmishes without ever escalating to a full-blown conflict. So, this formation is called the crocodile blade formation? As the saying goes, outsiders see the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. Nie Yongchun, a seasoned practitioner in his 60s, nodded in admiration, unable to restrain his curiosity. Senior Nye, this crocodile blade formation was a chance acquisition of my grandfather's from a Taoist temple in Sichuan during his youth. The formation consists of 3 individuals per group, 1 attacking while 2 defend, or 2 attacking while 1 defends. With 9 groups forming a small formation and 90 groups constituting a larger one, once deployed, it remains unperturbed even in the face of double the armed adversaries. Han the Lame explained with pride, though inwardly he felt a twinge of shame for having assembled a 270-person crocodile blade formation to confront an outsider. Would this not be a source of ridicule among those in the underworld? There was no alternative, a sledgehammer to crack a nut, given his arrogance. Moreover, with the Ling family present, failing to unleash some formidable tactics would only invite underestimation. Such a grand display? Han the Lame, you truly hold me in high regard. Lin Dong remarked indifferently, casting a glance at the blade formation 20 meters ahead before shaking his head. His gaze pierced through the crowd, landing on a robust man draped in a deep green military coat. This man was undoubtedly Han the Lame. Shifting his focus, Lin Dong spotted 3 unfamiliar faces and exchanged a brief glance with Ling Xiaoxiao, who let out a soft sound of acknowledgement. The elderly man seated in the opposite corner exuded an aura of a seasoned master of the underworld. Boss Han, have you prepared the 2 million? Lin Dong called out loudly. Lin Dong, if you can pass through my crocodile blade formation, the money is yours, Han Bin replied, his voice booming across the crowd. That's acceptable, but the price must be increased, Lin Dong said without hesitation, removing his black down jacket and placing it on a wooden stool by the door. He stretched his limbs, his high-neck black sweater failing to conceal his powerful, elongated physique. I'll give you 1 minute to prepare the money. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Dong dashed forward. The 20-meter distance vanished in the blink of an eye, like a fleeting shadow. The 3 groups at the forefront of the crocodile blade formation momentarily froze before swiftly reacting, the leader shouting, "Form the formation, attack." In an instant, a dazzling array of blades surged forth. The 9 men at the front brandished their knives, striking towards the shadowy figure before them with astonishing speed. 3 knives descended to strike the head, as fast as lightning, while 6 knives swept horizontally, blocking all paths of advance and evasion for Lindong. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the fastest 3 knife wielders faltered, for though their blades had not yet reached him, they were simultaneously struck by Lindong. The 3 figures were propelled backward by the immense force, colliding into the remaining 6 knife bearers. In that brief encounter, the forefront of the crocodile blade formation was shattered. With 87 groups and 261 knives remaining, the formation was now in disarray, as the first line had fallen, causing a chain reaction that sent the remaining members into a frenzy as they rushed towards Lindong. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. 2 seconds. 9 people, Lindong muttered to himself, weaving out of harm's way while effortlessly seizing a watermelon knife from the ground. 6 seconds, 36 people. 1 against 261. The sight was truly astonishing. Lin Dong unleashed his speed to its fullest potential, his terrifying explosive power and angles of attack rendering him almost invincible within the formation. Ding! Consumed 30 million wealth points. Defense increased by 300, reaching a critical threshold of 410 physical resilience, with blades and clubs unable to harm him. Ding! Consumed 30 million wealth points. Speed and explosive power increased by 300, breaking the first human limit with a 100-meter dash to maximum speed in 0.11 seconds. Achieving a 100-meter sprint in 2.93 seconds. Ding! Consumed 10 million wealth points. Strength increased by 300 kilograms, with a single maximum attack power of 600 kilograms. Ding! Consumed 10 million wealth points, enhancing eye nerve response speed by 100, enabling the capture of high-speed target trajectories. Ding! Consumed 10 million wealth points, enhancing wrist flexibility and resilience by 100, enabling execution of any high-difficulty wrist movements. As Lin Dong entered the crocodile blade formation, he unleashed a sweeping assault akin to autumn winds scattering leaves. The series of enhancements transformed him into a terrifying human-like beast. His speed was so extraordinary that it defied the naked eye. All the knife bearers could do was swing their watermelon knives wildly, relying on vague sensations. Yet Lin Dong was not only swift in movement, his reflexes were equally rapid. The trajectories of over 200 knives seemed to slow dramatically in his perception. Even more astonishing was the fortified defensive capability of his body, which had surpassed the critical threshold of physical defense, achieving the legendary state of being impervious to blades and firearms. Coupled with the newfound agility of his wrists, Lin Dong's strikes came from unexpected angles, incredibly cunning. The warehouse echoed with the wails of the wounded, blood splattered everywhere, and the gleaming watermelon knives littered the ground. The over 200 members of the crocodile blade formation found themselves utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Each individual was either disarmed or suffered debilitating injuries, swiftly losing their combat effectiveness. Han the Lame, seated on the sofa and observing the battle, turned pale as he beheld the unfolding chaos with disbelief. How could this be? His prideful crocodile blade formation was so easily dismantled. The other 3 spectators on the sofa were equally awestruck, utterly shaken by Lin Dong's overwhelming prowess. What manner of freak is this Lin Dong? Is he even human? Elder Nya, what exactly is Lin Dong's level of strength? Ling Xiaoxiao murmured in disbelief. I am equally unclear. His prowess is utterly inscrutable, his speed astonishingly swift, and his strength peculiarly formidable. However, if I were within the fray, I would undoubtedly be incapable of achieving what he has. Nie Yongchun exhaled deeply, attempting to calm his astonished emotions, and solemnly remarked, This individual is named Lin Dong? That name sounds remarkably familiar. Amidst their conversation, the battle had already concluded. Confronted with an array of 270 assailants, Lindong adopted the most brute force approach. He incapacitated them all. Han Batzi had yet to recover from his shock when a gleaming cleaver was pressed against his neck. The icy blade sent a shiver through his skin and muscle, penetrating to his very marrow, causing him to involuntarily tremble. All were incapacitated in a mere 55 seconds. Less than a minute, Boss Han. It seems a raise is in order. Lindong's voice, cold and unfeeling, echoed in his ears. Who exactly are you? Han Batzi stammered, his lips turning pale, his entire body quaking. Did I not already inform you? I am Lin Dong, hailing from the southern capital. By the way, after this little escapade, Boss Han, the compensation you owe me is no longer 2 million. How much do you desire? Not much, merely 200 million. What? Han Batzi's face contorted in shock, his head tilting as he fainted. Chapter 48, The Prophecy of 10 Years. Observing the groaning and writhing members of the Kungxing Lian gang, as well as the seemingly dazed Han Batzi, Ling Xiaoxiao struggled to swallow. The young man before her utterly subverted her understanding of martial encounters. In under a minute, he had dispatched 270 armed henchmen. Was he even human? To achieve an average of 5 incapacitated per second, what must his eyesight, speed, and reflexes be like? In her perception, even if those 270 individuals stood idly by allowing him to strike them one by one, it would be impossible to defeat them all within a minute. Especially amidst such chaotic melee, bolstered by the prowess of a knife formation. I remember now, you are Lindong, the youngest contender on this year's martial arts blade rankings. There are rumors in the underworld that you recently defeated Lu Chongkong, the foremost master of the southern capital, in a single move. The handblade, Nie Yongchun, finally recalled the name Lin Dong, exclaiming in astonishment, Young man, to be able to defeat Lu Chongkong in a single stroke, your capabilities are undoubtedly extraordinary, at the very least. You surpass my own, judging by your performance in the recent skirmish, with your speed, directing your entire strength into the blade, and striking as if carried by the wind. It is evident that without the guidance of a master and decades of diligent practice, such feats would be unattainable. What? Both Ling Xiaoxiao and her cousin Ling Fifan gasped in disbelief. This individual appeared to be just over 20. How could he possess such formidable strength? Could he truly be more powerful than Nie Yongchun, who had been renowned for 40 years? Old man, what does strength matter if it cannot be exchanged for money? What use is it to boast if it cannot yield wealth? Lin Dong maintained a facade of calm, while internally contemplating how to extract every last penny from Han Batzi, who said strength cannot be converted into currency. Lin Dong, I am Ling Xiaoxiao, a member of the Ling family from the capital. Suddenly, it seemed Ling Xiaoxiao had an epiphany, her eyes sparkling. The Ling family from the capital? Converting power into money? What do you mean by that? Lin Dong was not inclined to indulge her in idle chatter. He raised the cleaver in his hand and plunged it into Han Batzi's thigh, blood spewing forth. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Son of a... Han Batzi howled in agony, cursing uncontrollably. Awake now? No longer pretending to be unconscious? Hurry up and pay. Lin Dong raised his hand and gently patted his pale cheek. 200 million? You might as well go rob someone. How could I possibly have that much money? Is that so? Lin Dong wasted no time. He activated the black gold eye. Han Bin, alias Han Batzi, male, 35 years old, unemployed, involved in 117 cases of assault, extortion, sexual assault, counterfeiting, etc. Black gold value, 29. 6 million. Damn, are the gangs in Han City really this impoverished? His entire fortune barely totals 30 million? How dare he claim to be the second largest gang in any province? Lin Dong was flabbergasted, wishing he could strangle the lame man on the spot. He had truly suffered a heavy loss this time. Lin Dong, how about I cover the 200 million for Boss Han? Ling Xiaoxiao's voice, reminiscent of a celestial melody, pulled Lin Dong back from his ire. You would cover for him? Why? Did I not mention earlier? Strength can also be converted into currency, given your prowess. I am willing to offer this 200 million. You would spend 200 million just to befriend me? Not merely friendship, but under certain conditions. You shall serve as the Ling family's attendant for 10 years. Lin Dong was at a loss for words. He gazed at Ling Xiaoxiao's elegant, alluring visage for a moment before shaking his head. Your Ling family is indeed extravagant, living up to the reputation of one of the 4 prominent families in the capital. Did you bring that 200 million with you? I might be swayed upon seeing the money. Just then, Lin Dong's black gold eye scanned Ling Xiaoxiao. Ding. Black gold individual Ling Xiaoxiao connection successful. This is a cash check for 200 million. Please take a look. Ling Xiaoxiao presented a pristine check before Lindong. Wow. You actually have it? He had been somewhat careless earlier, but it was not too late now. Members of the Ling family carry 200 million with them? Truly. Families of stature are different. Yes, such magnanimous individuals are worth befriending. You really do have 200 million? Lin Dong chuckled with delight, taking the check into his grasp and flicking it lightly with his finger, producing a crisp sound. Xiao, this 200 million is for the Yangjiaji project. We have already promised it to others. What shall we use to settle tomorrow? Ling Fifan, witnessing his cousin pull out a check for 200 million just to entice a stranger, grew anxious and immediately urged her. Brother, don't worry. I will call my father later and have him transfer another 200 million over. He will understand. You. Ling Fifan was left speechless with exasperation. Crazy. These two are absolutely insane. One can fight like a monster, while the other is extravagantly generous beyond reason. With the check in hand, Lindong certainly did not forget to activate the black gold system, and he was thrilled to discover that this was also a source of black gold. Ha. I've struck it rich again, yet another superlative gain. Ding. Detection of black gold value of 200 million has been successfully converted. Wealth balance. 800, 120, 500. The 1 billion wealth value expended in the previous skirmish had been doubled in return. What a lucrative rhythm. Who could stand in its way? Lindong, Mr. Lin? What has happened to you? Noticing Lindong's foolish grin, Ling Xiaoxiao secretly derided him. She was truly at a loss for words, wondering if even masters were this greedy for wealth. It's nothing at all. I suddenly recalled a quatrain, a prophetic poem uttered by my master a decade ago. I feel that fate truly plays tricks on people, which is why I couldn't help but laugh. Lindong sheepishly suppressed his grin and fabricated an excuse. Your master? May I inquire from which school you hail? What is your master's name? Upon hearing Lindong mention his master, Nie Yongchun became intensely curious. He could not fathom the young man's abilities, but to have produced such an extraordinary disciple, the master must surely be a figure of significance. I sincerely apologize. My master strictly forbade me from revealing his name to outsiders before his passing. Lindong's expression turned serious, feigning solemnity as he continued. The prophetic poem mentioned by my master pertains to the Yangjiaji. It was so peculiar that I have kept it in mind ever since. What is the prophetic poem? Ling Xiaoxiao was captivated by an intense curiosity. The Yangjiaji large-scale real estate development project represents the most substantial investment the Ling family has allocated this year. Thus, every piece of information regarding it should not be overlooked. Do you truly wish to hear? Lindong's gaze, tinged with a semblance of a smile, was fixed upon her. Indeed, Ling Xiaoxiao felt her cheeks flush under his scrutiny. Responding in a hushed tone, pay attention. This poem states, 10 years in Han City, encountering peril and gaining unexpected wealth. Should one approach Yangjiaji, disaster surely awaits. Lindong gently closed his eyes and recited it with grace, the so-called enigmatic master being a figment of his own hasty imagination. With the backing of a reclusive and wise mentor, those in the martial world would think twice before attempting to confront him. Moreover, the origin of his formidable power would be readily explicable. As for the prophecy of the master, it was mere nonsense, a fabrication of his own making. However, the content of the prophecy held truth, as Lin Dong, foreseeing the future, was well aware. Yangjiaji must not be trifled with, for calamity would ensue. Whoever dared to engage would find themselves bereft of all. In his past life, he recalled news reports indicating that the Ling family had indeed acquired the Yangjiaji project, incurring losses exceeding 5 billion, a grievous blow. Considering that the Ling family had contributed 2 billion in illicit wealth, he decided to extend them a benevolent warning. What prophecy? Alarmist drivel, utterly nonsensical. Humph. Xiao, do not heed this fellow's absurd ramblings. Ling Fifan was genuinely agitated, enraged that Lin Dong had extorted 2 billion from the Ling family and was now plotting to disrupt their Yangjiaji project. This boy truly harbored ulterior motives. Miss Ling, the prophecy is yours, but the position of worship is one I must decline. I am still young and dislike being bound. Apologies, but I shall return the 2 billion to you. Lin Dong handed back the check he held. As for the 2 billion that Han Bozi owes me, it can be repaid in installments. Let them work for me at Xing Lian for 10 years, and that debt shall be considered settled. Chapter 49. Let us wager on a courtyard in the capital. My master predicted this poem a decade ago, suggesting that the land and feng shui of Yangjiaji must indeed harbor issues. Miss Ling, if you doubt this, you may consult a feng shui master for verification. That makes sense, brother. Did we not have someone assess the feng shui of that land before bidding? Ling Xiaoxiao took Lindong's words to heart. Seeing Lindong reject the allure of 2 billion, she felt no anger, but rather a growing respect for him. Following their recent encounter, this man had ascended in her esteem, even approaching the stature of her venerated ancestor. I see no necessity. The quality of the Yangjiaji land is evident to all. Ling Fifan shot Lin Dong an irritated glare. This fellow was indeed meddlesome. Hey, can you all stop chatting for a moment? Please call an ambulance, cried Han Bozi, writhing in pain. Sorry, I almost forgot about the injured Han boss and the multitude of wounded strewn about. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly realized her oversight and quickly instructed her cousin to make the call. With so many injured present, while it was unlikely anyone would lose their life, having over 200 individuals simultaneously admitted to the hospital would certainly send shockwaves through the community. It would not take long for this explosive news to spread, alarming both Han City and the wider province of Yi. Well then, Miss Ling, I shall take my leave. You may handle matters here. Also, do not forget to arrange for someone to come to my shop and retrieve the other injured. Lindong rose to bid farewell as the situation began to settle. Lindong, may we exchange contact information? Ling Xiaoxiao quickly stood as she saw him preparing to leave. Certainly. The two exchanged their mobile numbers. And Lindong turned with a playful grin directed at Han Bozi. I'll come to collect interest later, and by the way, engaging in counterfeiting is best avoided in the future. One could face execution for that. Haha. With a wave, Lindong departed with nonchalance. What the heck? Is this never-ending? How could he possibly know about my counterfeiting? Han Bozi's face turned even paler, nearly fainting again. Just as Ling Xiaoxiao had surmised, Lindong single-handedly sliced through the Xing Lian's defenses, and the news of his triumph swiftly disseminated through the underground circles of Han City. The shockwaves were profound, prompting a considerable uproar. From the leadership down to the underlings of Xing Lian, none were spared. All suffered injuries and ultimately ended up in the factory for repairs. Xing Lian's reputation had indeed taken a severe hit. The grand opening of Wanqi Electric's new store in Liuya Cave resumed normal operations in the afternoon. The unexpected incident had left the staff on edge. To bolster morale, Lin Dong felt it necessary to make a tangible gesture. He generously withdrew 5,000 yuan in cash from the system and entrusted it to Ma Baro, instructing him to treat the entire staff to drinks and late-night snacks after work. As for the arrogant Xing Lian, they would no longer dare to provoke Lin Dong lightly. Moreover, they would be obligated to serve him for 10 years as repayment of their debt. With the Ling family's connections in play, Wanqi Electric would swiftly expand its presence in Han City and the province of Yi without hindrance, sailing smoothly ahead. This outcome aligned perfectly with Lin Dong's expectations. In his mind, collaboration with the Ling family was imperative, as it would allow him to swiftly incorporate Xing Lian into his sphere of influence. Once subdued, a little incentive would go a long way. In the martial world, interests reign supreme, and there are no eternal enemies. Besides, power dictates whom one must heed. If you cannot defeat me, then you must obediently comply. Partnering with the Ling family was also a strategic move for Lin Dong's entrance into the capital and his broader national ambitions. Within 6 months, Wanqi Electric would undoubtedly penetrate the capital and come face-to-face with Huang Guangyu's Guoli Electric. This Huang Guangyu, in the annals of history, was a remarkable figure. At the tender age of 16, he ventured into the world, and through his extraordinary business acumen and daring, within a decade, he had established the expansive Guoli Empire and once held the title of the richest person in the country. Furthermore, Lin Dong's modest dream of acquiring a courtyard had yet to be fulfilled. The following morning, Lin Dong savored a long-anticipated bowl of hot dry noodles, accompanied by a steaming bowl of egg wine. Memories from years past flooded his mind. Time is relentless. Countless events from his previous life now seemed like distant echoes. The sights before him were both achingly familiar and strikingly alien. Having been reborn, Lin Dong had long since perceived the transience of time and its myriad changes. The people and events of his past life were mere recollections from another realm. He would not be foolish enough to seek them out or relive them. Before he could finish his breakfast, his phone rang from his pocket. Given the early hour, Lin Dong surmised it was most likely Ling Xiaoxiao. Lin Dong, this is Ling Xiaoxiao. Do you have time this morning? What is it? I would like you to accompany me to Yangjiaji. Surely, the young lady was not still preoccupied with yesterday's prophetic verse? You guessed correctly. I spoke with my father last night, and he places significant importance on your master's prophecy. He believes that since you are the bearer of this poem, there must be a reason behind it. Hence he insists that you assist us in verifying it. Your father is indeed a man of great wisdom, far superior to your cousin. He chuckled. My cousin is rather blunt. Do not take it to heart. Where are you? I shall send a car to fetch you. All right. An hour later, Lin Dong and Ling Xiaoxiao, accompanied by their party, arrived at Yangjiajic, situated to the east of Han City. Once a desolate vegetable patch, Yangjiajic is now flanked by Yangjiao Village and the newly constructed National Highway 106, stretching over 10 kilometers. To the west lies the newly established Han University's new campus, along with several primary and secondary schools and kindergartens. Over 20 brand new commercial buildings stand tall, accompanied by 2 burgeoning commercial streets. all of which signal that this area is poised to become the most promising CBD in the future. The vast parcel of land that the Ling family intends to acquire is located to the east of this prospective CBD, boasting a prime geographical position with dual riverfront access. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understands that developing a mid to high-end residential community here is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Lindong. Right ahead is the plot we aim to secure, encompassing an area of 2.45 million square meters, with an intended investment of 6.7 billion huabills. Upon completion, it will emerge as the largest residential complex in central and southern Huagua, Ling Xiaoxiao stated. The group stood before the expansive barren land as Ling Xiaoxiao began to outline the details of the development project. Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. His third eye already activated. Within a kilometer radius, the subterranean landscape, extending 100 meters deep, unfolded before him as clearly as a mirror. Indeed, the news reports from his previous life were accurate. This land harbored not only an ancient Han royal tomb from a millennium ago, but also, about a kilometer to the east, a vast expanse of quicksand beginning 20 meters underground, stretching for several kilometers. This was indeed a formidable hidden peril. Who would dare construct buildings on such unstable geological terrain? Even if one were bold enough to build, once the truth was revealed, who would feel secure residing there? Thus, this seemingly prosperous real estate project was, in reality, an invisible landmine. Anyone who ventured near would face dire consequences. In the previous Life news, the discovery of the ancient tomb halted the project immediately, followed by media exposure regarding the quicksand, leading to public outcry. The Yangjiajia community had yet to be established, and its reputation was already tarnished. The Ling family, as the investors, found themselves in a quagmire, facing devastating losses. This land, fraught with hidden traps, was a perilous gamble. Lin Dong candidly addressed the matter, eschewing any pretense, and invoked the principles of feng shui to draw his conclusions. A trap? How do you explain that? Ling Xiaoxiao asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. If you dig 30 meters down, 350 meters south from here, you will uncover a significant discovery. Lin Dong pointed towards the burial site of the Han royal tomb to the south, then gestured eastward, adding, moreover, if you proceed another 1,000 meters east and select a spot to excavate, even more astonishing revelations await. Is that true? Ling Xiaoxiao felt a weight settle in her heart. Realizing Lin Dong had discerned the land's secret but chose not to elaborate. Curiously, she inquired, Lin Dong, do you possess the ability to read the land's energy? A little. Lin Dong replied with a smile. What a charlatan. Ling Fifan, who had been trailing behind, could no longer contain himself and scoffed. How about we make a wager? Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance at Ling Fifan's displeased expression, suddenly struck by the idea of pulling a fast one. What shall we wager? Whether this land will encounter problems. Fine, I accept. Are you afraid? What shall the stakes be? Let us wager 20 courtyard houses in the capital. Ling Fifan was taken aback, incredulous at the magnitude of the wager. Are you certain? You don't have some trick up your sleeve, do you? What? Are you scared? Ling Xiao? Lin Dong asked with a teasing smirk. Ling Fifan, a man who valued his pride immensely, could not withstand such provocation. In a moment of impulse, he gritted his teeth and replied, deal, let us wager 20 courtyard houses. Chapter 50, Discussing at the Tomb. Lin Dong and Ling Fifan's wager did nothing to quell Ling Xiaoxiao's tumultuous thoughts, while Lin Dong's composed demeanor only deepened her apprehension. Regardless of whether Lin Dong's conjectures were accurate, it was wise to remain vigilant. Should it indeed be revealed that this land was a substantial pitfall, the Ling family could still withdraw in time. Ling Xiaoxiao promptly instructed Ling Fifan to procure an excavator while coordinating with the relevant departments for their cooperation. Until everything was clarified, all information had to remain confidential, especially from their sworn adversary, the Mo family. As the Ling siblings busied themselves with the arrangements, Lin Dong and Nie Yongchun, the elder and the younger, found solace beneath a towering phoenix tree, engaging in casual conversation. Young Lin, what is the name of the martial art that your sect practices? I observe your strikes exhibit both the ferocity of Baji Quan and the subtlety of the small joint locks, which is quite peculiar, Nie Yongchun inquired with a puzzled expression. My master once mentioned that our sect's techniques were initially inspired by both Baji Quan and the twisting joint locks, merely further integrated into a singular style. The name of this art is Nameless. Nameless? Nie Yongchun's lips twitched slightly. Are you trying to pull my leg? If you don't wish to divulge, that is fine. But fabricating a nameless technique to evade my questions is unnecessary. Elder Nie, you needn't doubt. The essence of my technique isn't particularly profound. Its core principles can be summed up in 2 words, speed and strength. Oh, what do you mean by speed and strength? To make preemptive strikes and attacks before the enemy can react is speed. To strike at the enemy's vital points for a guaranteed kill is strength. Young Lin, You are mistaken. No matter how swift a person's speed, can it surpass that of a bullet? No matter how strong a person's strength, can it rival a nuclear bomb? Thus, on the path of martial arts, one must train from the outside to the inside, cultivating qi to permeate every meridian and organ. When force aligns with intent, and qi flows with the heart's movement, one transforms the intangible into the tangible, and the tangible into the ethereal, thereby attaining the realm of a master. Nie Yongchun expounded, as a single phoenix leaf floated down before him. He gently waved his right hand. Whoosh! A faint slicing sound ensued as the withered leaf was neatly severed in two. This elder's palm wielded such power that it could slice through like a razor, truly deserving of the title handblade. Young Lin, can any fist, no matter how powerful, split a delicate leaf into two? The severed leaf, falling gracefully to the ground, hovered mere inches from touching the earth. At that moment, Lindong sprang into action, his figure blurring as he crossed several meters in an instant. His right leg shot out like lightning, causing the two leaves on the verge of landing to inexplicably rise back into the air. Then, the air erupted with a series of explosive sounds as countless indistinguishable fist shadows struck the suspended leaves. Bang, bang, bang. With the final punch, not a trace of the leaves remained in the air. The two withered leaves had transformed into a cloud of yellow fragments. From the moment he moved to the instant he shattered the leaves, Lin Dong accomplished the feat in just 1.5 seconds. As long as one is fast enough, what bullets cannot achieve, I can accomplish. Likewise, while leaves may be light, they are still objects. If one punch cannot shatter them, then let it be dozens or even hundreds of punches, Lin Dong declared with a flourish, his brow arched in pride. Nie Yongchun stared in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Lin Dong's speed of execution. His remarkable kick, which had sent the leaves soaring, was something Nie Yongchun believed he could also manage. However, the subsequent barrage of punches delivered in that single second, was that even human? Nie Yongchun shook his head with a wry smile. Lindong, how on earth did you cultivate such an inhuman speed? I was born with it. Do you believe that? Uft, spare me the theatrics. The elder and the younger exchanged eye rolls before bursting into laughter. Suddenly, Lindong felt as if he were in a cinematic experience, reminiscent of the 1994 film The Legend of Fok, where the characters of Kinesuk and Chunjun, an elder and a younger, shared a mutual admiration while philosophizing at the tomb of Huayuanjia. The scene before him was astonishingly similar to that depicted in the film. The distinction lies in the fact that this discourse at the graveside is no longer held at the tomb of Huayuanjia, but rather at the forthcoming millennium-old tomb of the Han Dynasty's ancient monarch. Whether it be the realms of the virtual and the tangible, or the swift passage of a millennium, it seems that, at this moment, they converge into a singularity. This sensation is both wondrous and profoundly real. Thus, in the presence of the system's golden finger, notions of martial arts become mere ephemeral illusions. For no one is aware that his ascent in strength is derived from the black gold system. Theoretically, the more black gold he possesses, the stronger he becomes. To what extent he can ultimately grow remains an enigma to all. Chapter 51. The Perils of the Jianghu. Prepare for rainy days. You too. Do you have such leisure to engage in philosophical discussions? I am on the brink of anxiety. After making several phone calls, Ling Xiaoxiao joined them. Fortunately, Lin Dong and his companion's discourse at the tomb went unseen by this girl. Otherwise, she would have been utterly astonished. What is the rush? Whether it's true or false, good or bad, will be revealed once we dig. However, this matter must be expedited and kept strictly confidential, Lindong retorted. I understand. Brother Fifan has already arranged for someone. An excavator will arrive shortly, and by tomorrow before sunset, there will be a conclusion, Ling Xiaoxiao murmured with a furrowed brow. Indeed. A prompt resolution is required so that your brother can prepare 20 sets of courtyard houses, Lindong remarked with a slight smile, clearly pleased. Lindong, are you so certain of your victory? Ling Xiaoxiao felt a flutter of unease. Lindong always acted in the most unexpected ways. This time, I bet on Lindong's triumph, Nie Yongchun stated earnestly, restoring his serious demeanor. Lindong did not wait for the excavator to arrive and departed from Yangjijing. Ultimately, the outcome was already predetermined. His presence at the scene would make no difference. Upon returning to Wanqi Electrical Store, he observed a steady stream of customers entering and exiting. The sales floor teeming with activity, a bustling scene of prosperity. Following the soothing effect of last night's grand feast, the management and staff had gradually regained their composure. Most crucially, news had arrived earlier that the group, Yixing Lian, who had attempted to sabotage their store, had been dealt with by a mysterious figure. It was rumored that they had received a severe reprimand, with nearly 300 members of their entourage ending up in the hospital. Such a shocking and gratifying event not only circulated within the store, but was also a topic of discussion among shoppers. Thus, the newly opened Wanqi Electrical had gained notoriety throughout Han City. In a flash, Countless gossipers and the curious flocked to the electrical market, whether to purchase products or not, feeling a closer connection to the sensational incident itself. As for these matters, Lin Dong paid them little mind, no matter the circumstances. Han Batzi still owed him a debt of 200 million. With Ling Xiaoxiao's intervention, Han Batzi agreed to Lin Dong's terms. The owed 200 million could be waived. But Yixing Lian must work for Lin Dong for free for 10 years, while Lin Dong would not interfere with Yixing Lian's usual activities. They must be monitored by Wanqi. Furthermore, whenever Lin Dong made a phone call or issued a command, Han Batzi and Yixing Lian would be compelled to comply. In the world of the Jianghu, sometimes reputation holds more weight than life itself. Thus, if one cannot match another's strength, they must submit to the inevitable. The following afternoon at 5 p.m., Lin Dong received a call from Ling Xiaoxiao. The geological excavation results from 2 sites in Yangjijing had come in. 350 meters to the south revealed a tomb's passageway, with a considerable scale, though the historical period remained uncertain. Additionally, 1,100 meters to the east, digging down 20 meters uncovered a vast expanse of quicksand, likely covering at least half of the Yangjijing site. Upon receiving the excavation results, Ling Xiaoxiao promptly sealed the information and immediately notified her father, Ling Hongfei, in the capital. This matter not only alarmed Ling Hongfei, but also stirred the upper echelons of the Ling family. Soon, a family team led by Ling Hongfei's elder brother, Ling Beiyue, chartered a flight to Han City. The Ling family collectively broke into a cold sweat, fortunate to have discovered this in time. Otherwise, after signing the contract and investing billions, the losses would have been catastrophic. Ling Xiaoxiao's unintentional action saved the Ling family a great deal, a significant accomplishment indeed. Thus, her second call was directed to Lin Dong. In their conversation, the admiration and gratitude Ling Xiaoxiao expressed towards Lin Dong were heartfelt, almost bordering on the fervent. Lin Dong, when will you return to Nandu? I have booked a flight for tomorrow afternoon. Ah, then tonight's dinner must be on me. You simply must attend so we can discuss our family's future collaborative plans. Very well. Once you finalize the location, let me know. Oh, and remember to invite your brother. I wish to discuss the courtyard houses with him. On January 31st, 1996, Lin Dong concluded his journey in Han City and returned to Nandu. Upon disembarking the plane, he entered the black Audi driven by Nyo Defa. During his absence, this vehicle, allocated to his company, had been under the care of Nyo Defa's team. It was evident that the lack of vehicles at home was quite inconvenient. He needed to procure a car promptly. Old Nyo, how has everything been at home these past few days? Lin Dong settled into the back seat of the Audi, closing his eyes to rest. Everything is quite well, Chief. There have been no extraordinary occurrences. The renovations at Villa 98 were officially completed today. By the way, Manager Chiu from the Wan Hao Mountain Villa sales office came looking for you. He mentioned the property certificates for the villas have been finalized and are ready for you to collect. Lin Dong opened his eyes, his gaze brightening. The property certificates were finally in hand. After settling the final payment, he would truly possess 11 luxurious villas, not to mention the 20 courtyard houses in the capital soon to be his. Old Nyo, during this time, have military god find a way to acquire more weapons from the black market, and ensuring Yin and Feng Zi pay close attention to the safety around the villas. Lin Dong instructed calmly. Additionally, tomorrow, have Feng Zi and Ing Yin accompany Xiao Lu to the car market to purchase 2 off-road vehicles and a more ordinary sedan. Having vehicles will certainly facilitate your movements. Understood. The Jianghu is perilous. No one knows what may transpire in the next moment. Lin Dong felt a surge of urgency within. He must do all he could to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The following day, Lin Dong paid the remaining balance for the villa, totaling 17 million, and obtained the property certificate. The balance of his wealth in the black gold system remained at 800 million and 205. Lin Dong withdrew 100 million and distributed 15 million each to the 4 members of Old Nyo's team, with the remainder allocated for vehicle purchases and black market weapons, ensuring sufficient funds for their daily expenses in the coming years. The system's wealth balance was rounded to an even 700 million. Being wealthy indeed felt delightful. Now, Lin Dong possessed 11 villas and 20 courtyard houses in the capital, along with his mother's 100 million in fixed bank deposits, 5 million in liquid assets, his own 10 million in liquid assets, and a 50 million stake in Wanqi. At the tender age of 23, he was unquestionably a victor in life. When Lin Dong presented the 11 pristine property certificates to his mother, Yan's expression transformed into one of sheer brilliance. Is this also something you won through gambling? Yes. Mom, I won a total of 16.5 billion, nearly bankrupting the entire casino. Haha, Lin Dong replied with a grin. Do not jest so frivolously. You have a girlfriend now and should refrain from engaging in such illegal activities. This must not happen again. Do you understand? His mother, holding the thick stack of property certificates, delivered a firm tap to Lin Dong's head. Understood, but they enjoy giving money, and I can't help it. Lindong shrank his neck slightly and murmured under his breath. Dingling. The phone in Lindong's pocket rang at the most opportune moment. He turned and exited the villa garden, pressing the answer button. Hello? Lindong, it's Mo Huan. Are you free this afternoon? I would like to discuss something with you. Sure. Let's meet at the Blue Mountain Cafe on Fuqian Road at 4 o'clock. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, a twinge of unease stirred within Lindong. Is the Yunying Society finally going to confront me? Chapter 52, The Shocking Killing Game 1, The Loyal Friend Assassin. At exactly 4 o'clock, Lindong arrived punctually at the Blue Mountain Cafe on Fuqian Road. The cafe was situated on the first floor of a white castle-like building adorned in European style. In front of the cafe, a row of elegant outdoor seats had been arranged, offering a splendid view of the South River just meters away. Upon his arrival, Lindong spotted Mo Huan, clad in gray, leisurely seated on a white chair in the outdoor area, savoring a cup of coffee. Noticing Lindong's presence, Mo Huan waved enthusiastically. As Lindong approached and settled down, Mo Huan inquired, "What would you like to drink?" "Anything is fine. Then I'll have a hot latte for you, please." Soon, a steaming cup of latte was served, and the two sat in silence, relishing their coffee without either of them initiating conversation. In the distance, the sound of a ship's horn echoed across the river. Lindong, Lu Changkong has fractured 2 ribs and sustained some internal injuries. Mo Huan finally spoke. His position as the top expert in the southern underworld has now been supplanted by you. Oh, my apologies for being a bit too forceful, Lindong replied unapologetically. No worries. It's just a matter of competition in the martial world. Injuries are inevitable, especially when it was a fight we initiated. Mo Huan waved his hand dismissively, his tone casual. There's one more thing. The 16.5 billion you lost at the casino was largely funded by our Yunying Society. Really? So, the underground casino is primarily backed by your Yunying Society? Lindong feigned surprise. Indeed, Gunshots is merely a minor shareholder, the public face of the casino. The true mastermind behind it is us. How can it be that this minor shareholder, Gunshots, already possesses over $1 billion in assets? Just how much black money does your Yunying Society possess? Lindong thought to himself. This small casino was but one venture among many within the Yunying Society's vast empire. With Mo Huan's confirmation, Lindong felt an overwhelming urge to single-handedly storm the Yunying Society and sweep away all their illicit fortunes. Yet, even if he could do so, he had no idea where their vault was located. For these major gangs, who could know where their black money was stored without it being one of the organization's top secrets? Mo Huan was visibly pleased with Lindong's astonished expression. No one could maintain composure in the face of the Yunying Society's immense power and depth. Also, Yuzi is the goddaughter of our President Liu. The shares of the Queen's Bar and Casino that she manages were gifted to her by President Liu. Mo Huan lifted his coffee, taking a delicate sip, and said nonchalantly, I understand now. The challenge from Lu Changkong, the bet set by Gunshots, and Yuzi's seduction, all of this was a trap set by your Yunying Society. But for what purpose? Just to test me? Lindong sighed deeply. I may have lost the person, but I won the money. The queen may be beautiful, yet she has thorns. Lindong, our Yunying Society never engages in losing ventures. Do you understand? Mo Huan fixed his gaze upon Lindong's eyes, speaking slowly as if presenting an undeniable truth. Oh, so, you threatened Wan Qingshan, and now you come to confront me directly? Lindong's expression turned cold as he retorted. Yes, in the face of our Yunying Society, the wise know how to choose. Rest assured, Lindong, your status will not be lesser than Lu Changkong if you join us. And if I choose to decline? Lindong, do you really think you have a choice? What? Can your Yunying Society truly hold such sway? Lindong chuckled in anger. Although he valued his life, loved wealth, and was fond of beauty, he had never feared threats. Nor did he appreciate them. Mo Huan regarded Lindong's handsome visage and sighed softly, offering a profound piece of advice. Lindong, I advise you as a friend. Those who discern matters are the true geniuses, especially when such vast wealth is laid before you. You are talented, but you cannot contend with the Yunying Society. Consider this for 3 minutes while I visit the restroom. Lindong watched as Mo Huan entered the cafe, guided by a staff member to the restroom. For some inexplicable reason, a sense of foreboding washed over him, accompanied by a vague feeling of restlessness and agitation. Sir, could I borrow a light? A man in a red and black checkered jacket, in his 30s, sat down in the spot Mo Huan had just vacated. Holding a cigarette between 2 fingers, Lindong glanced at the unfamiliar man, recognizing him as a customer from the adjacent seat. Without much thought, he retrieved a lighter from his pocket and offered it. Thank you. You are truly a good person. Would you like a cigarette as well? The man in the jacket smiled, producing a pack of cigarettes. No thanks. I prefer not to smoke other brands. Lindong waved his hand, frowning as he declined the stranger's offer. What a pity to not appreciate such fine cigarettes. The jacketed man replied with a faint smile, returning to his original seat. He reveled in the smoke, occasionally lifting his coffee to take a sip, paying no further attention to Lin Dong, as if they were merely passing strangers. This individual is rather peculiar, and there seems to be an unsettling aura of murderous intent about him. Could it be? The more Lin Dong pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, and he discreetly activated his black gold eye. Ding. Black gold target identified. Luo Yonghao, male, 25 years old, B-level assassin of Lianyu. What the hell? What is going on? Are assassins arranged just for a cup of coffee? Can the Yunying Society not afford to play fair? Earlier, Lin Dong had been somewhat distracted, paying little attention to this person, but now he became alert. He activated his heavenly eye and felt relieved to find that this man bore no weapons. 3 minutes later, Imo Huan returned to his seat, and the two resumed their silence, drinking coffee quietly. The atmosphere between them grew somewhat oppressive. More than 10 minutes passed in mutual silence. The answer had become painfully clear. Lin Dong's silence spoke volumes. It is unfortunate that our Yunying Society has lost a once-in-a-century genius, Imo Huan stated. Lin Dong, I have already settled the bill for the coffee. Take your time. The lattes here are refillable. With that, Imo Huan shook his head and sighed inwardly before departing. Please take your leave, Imo. I shall remain for a while longer. Throughout the encounter, Lin Dong had not uttered a single additional word. His current mood was heavy. After all, he was not dealing with a second-rate individual like Gao Qijiang, but with the Yunying Society, whose mere stamp of a foot could shake half of Nandu. As the largest force in the southern underworld, the Yunying Society's influence and methods were certainly extraordinary. He was not afraid of a direct confrontation. What he dreaded most was the possibility of underhanded tactics or an attack from those close to him. More than half an hour passed. Lin Dong finished 3 cups of coffee, and his chaotic thoughts began to calm. He glanced over at the adjacent seat, remembering that the jacketed assassin had left after settling the bill with Imo Huan. As Lin Dong now reflects on the earlier incident of borrowing a lighter, an inexplicable sensation envelopes him. It seems as though this entire scenario has been meticulously orchestrated by someone, particularly the enigmatic smile of the stranger, laden with implications. Wait a moment. This individual would not have appeared here without reason. Could it be merely to exchange a few words with him? To safeguard Imo Huan? To pose a threat to him? Yet that cannot be right. He is unarmed. Could it be? Oh no, it can't be. This is dire. Lin Dong sprang to his feet, hastily making his way to his Audi. As he ran, he fished out his phone and dialed Wan Qingshan's number. Hello? This is Lin Dong. Where are you? Brother Shan? Lin Dong, what's the matter? I'm en route to Rongshu Crossing. Gao Qijiang invited me for a snake banquet and a discussion. Brother Shan, listen to me. Turn back immediately without asking why. There is danger. What? This. Just as Lin Dong was about to persuade him further, a thunderous crash of colliding vehicles resonated from the other end of the line. Almost immediately, amidst the cacophony of curses, 3 muffled gunshots echoed through the air. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Dong's complexion turned ashen, his heart sinking as if plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 53, A Shocking Assassination Plot 2, Wan Qingshan is killed. In the Qishir district of Nandu, atop the Yunying building, in a spacious and bright entertainment room, 4 men were gathered around a mahjong table. 9,000, I win, exclaimed a kindly-looking elder as he spread out his cards, excitement evident in his voice. President Liu, your luck today is truly remarkable. You've won 6 rounds in a row, complimented a gaunt, middle-aged man seated to the elder's left. Ah, it's merely because your boss Gao Qijiang knows how to feed me good tiles. Lu Jingye laughed heartily, relishing the feeling of being adored. For many years, no one in the underworld of Nandu dared to defy him, save for the oblivious Lin Dong and Wan Qingshan. President Liu, at this time, Wan Qingshan should be nearing Rongshu Crossing, no? Gao Qijiang's eyes narrowed, a glint of malevolence flashing through his deep-set gaze. The humiliation he endured and the vengeance for his son would be avenged today. Neither Wan Qingshan nor Lin Dong would be spared. Rest assured, Boss Gao. With our strategist Guobo orchestrating this plan and your full cooperation, who could possibly thwart this assassination plot? Lu Jingye's demeanor was relaxed. To teach the ungrateful Lin Dong and Wan Qingshan a lesson, the Yunying Society had enlisted the help of Gao Qijiang, who despised the 2 men, setting up a grand scheme. Before long, the entire underground forces of Nandu would awaken to the truth. The Yunying Society is the true overlord of Nandu's underworld. Those who do not comply will meet a grim fate, either death or being ruthlessly devoured and assimilated. Even if one is renowned as the foremost expert in Nandu's underworld, they are not exempt. Killing one person is easy, but to strike at the heart requires considerable cunning. Once this plot unfolds, Lin Dong will be cast out from the world of martial artists, his name forever tarnished, ultimately facing death in despair. Guobo, with his graying hair, smiled, feeling a sense of pride in his elaborate scheme. The intricacy of this assassination plot is truly commendable, Gao Qijiang replied, acknowledging the brilliance of the plan. It requires the robust support of President Liu, seamless cooperation from you, Boss Gao, to bring it to fruition. At the mahjong table, the atmosphere turned into a mutual adoration fest. Among the four, only the elusive Mo Huan remained silent. Deep down, he was reluctant to witness this situation. Lindong's martial prowess was a rare gift, and it would be a tragedy if such talent were to perish. Could it be that his earlier assessment of Lindong would prove prophetic? Lindong, a dragon among men, hidden potential. One day he shall soar high. But excessive prominence may lead to his downfall. Lindong returned to his Audi with remarkable speed and then sped toward Rongshu Crossing. The gunfire he had heard from Wan Qingshan's phone confirmed his suspicions. It had all been a trap, a shocking assassination plot aimed at him and Wanqi. From the moment he declined to join the Yunying Society, the scheme had been set into motion. Mo Huan's appearance that afternoon was merely the final confirmation of Lindong's intentions. Gao Qijiang's involvement, along with the arrival of another assassin from the Hong Kong underworld, signified that Lindong's plan to eliminate Gao Xin had been exposed. Yet one thing puzzled Lindong. If they had decided to act, why had the Hong Kong assassin appeared at the cafe? Why did the assassin not strike, but instead politely borrowed a lighter from him? Was it merely to flaunt their prowess, or was there a deeper conspiracy at play? Lindong's expression darkened as his mind raced. If something were to happen to Wan Qingshan, he would be left to fight alone, before the system upgraded. Would abstaining from beef provoke a severe crackdown from the authorities? With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Lindong dialed Neo Defa's mobile number. Old Neo, this is urgent. Don't ask questions, just remember what I say. 1. From now on, keep my mother and Xiao Lu confined at home. Do not let them go out until I return. 2. Have the military god procure firearms and ammunition from the black market as soon as possible. 3. Secure the villa. Do not let any strangers approach, and if attacked, show no mercy. 4. Arrange for Eagle Eye and Feng Zi to monitor a certain individual, the head of the Provincial Criminal Investigation Team, Zhuang Tongfang. 5. Help me locate a man from Hong Kong wearing a red and black plaid jacket. Confirm whether he is still in Nandu, and find him swiftly. 6. If anything happens to me, contact someone named Ling Xiao. Her number is 139. 18 minutes later, Lindong's car arrived at Rongshu Crossing. On the remote cement road, 900 meters away from the Snake Restaurant, a black Hummer lay tilted on the embankment. A strong sense of foreboding washed over Lindong. It had taken no more than 20 minutes to drive from the cafe to here. If the Hong Kong assassin intended to ambush him, there was ample time. The Yunying Society and Gao Qijiang had evidently planned this meticulously, calculating both the location and timing. Lindong parked the Audi by the roadside, exited the vehicle, and rushed over. The black Hummer on the embankment had significant damage on one side of the front, likely from a violent collision with another vehicle. The two doors on the side closest to the road were ajar, and a pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Lindong's heart sank as he pushed past the onlookers and dashed to the front of the vehicle. Inside the chaotic cabin, Wan Qingshan lay slumped on one side of the back seat, having sustained gunshot wounds to his left chest and right temple, dark crimson blood staining half the interior. In despair, Lin Dong shut his eyes. The severity of Wan's injuries left even divine intervention futile. Upon opening his eyes again, he noticed the driver, Fan Gui, bleeding from a gunshot wound to his right chest. Lindong swiftly dove into the vehicle, checking for his breath and pulse. Wait, there's still hope. Lindong immediately exited the cabin and shouted to the onlookers, has anyone called the police or an ambulance? Young man, do you know the people in this car? My car happened to pass by 15 minutes ago, and I've already reported it. The police and ambulance should be arriving shortly. Thank you. As soon as Lindong finished speaking, the sound of sirens echoed from a distance. 3 blue and white police cars and an ambulance sped toward them. In no time, police cars and ambulances approached at breakneck speed, screeching to a halt approximately 20 meters from the scene of the shooting. The foremost police vehicle opened its doors to reveal Lu Yufeng, a man whom Lindong recognized as the leader of the Criminal Investigation Team 6. Following closely behind were both uniformed officers and plainclothes detectives, who promptly advanced to set up a cordon, sealing off the area for investigation. Lindong, what are you doing here? Lu Yufeng asked, astonished at the sight of Lindong. Captain Lu, a tragedy has befallen Wan Qingshan. He is dead, and Fan Gui is gravely injured. Please send medical personnel immediately, Lindong urged. Luo Zizong, quickly call for medical assistance. There are severely injured individuals in the vehicle. Lu Yufeng commanded, suppressing his shock as he turned to shout. Understood, Captain Lu. Soon, a group of medical staff clad in white coats emerged from the ambulance, hurriedly carrying a stretcher and a white first aid kit toward the scene. Lindong, what happened? Lu Yufeng asked, exhaling deeply and adopting a serious tone. It's a long story. We can discuss it in detail when I give my statement. For now, Captain, please attend to your duties, Lindong replied. his demeanor somewhat dejected as he cast a glance at the black car lying motionless along the field ridge, a surge of profound sorrow and anger welling up within him. Lindong, please accept my condolences. Once I'm finished here, I will find you to take your statement, Lu Yufeng said, patting Lindong's shoulder before turning toward the scene of the incident. Chapter 54, A Shocking Murder Conspiracy 3, Clouds of Suspicion. The shooting incident at Rongshu Crossing soon drew the attention of the higher-ups at the North District Police Station. Within 2 hours of the crime, Deputy Chief Qin Jinxiong took the helm of the investigation, establishing a special task force led by Criminal Investigation Team 6. The Bureau issued a stern order. The task force must compile all evidence and leads within 72 hours to secure an initial breakthrough in the case. The audacity of the assailant, who brazenly committed murder in broad daylight, employing such brutal methods, was utterly appalling. Furthermore, the victim was no ordinary individual. Wan Qingshan, the head of Wanqi Company, was a well-known entrepreneur in the North District. His sudden demise sent shockwaves through the entire underground network of the region. In this attack, Wan Qingshan was killed on the spot, while Fan Gui was severely injured and hospitalized. As the general manager and second-largest shareholder of Wanqi, Lindong had already been at the criminal investigation team for 5 hours. From the moment he began giving his statement to the investigation into his whereabouts that day, Lindong gradually sensed the presence of a sinister conspiracy. He was neither a witness nor a suspect. Why was the task force fixated on him? Was there an overwhelming force intent on implicating him in Wan Qingshan's death? Lindong pondered deeply. It was indeed a possibility. The assassination of Wan Qingshan was merely the first step for Yuzi, and their true target was certainly him. From the swift establishment of the task force to his 5-hour detainment, during which his car keys and mobile phone were confiscated, a shroud of conspiracy loomed ominously over him. At that moment, Lindong felt no different from a suspect, save for the absence of handcuffs. Captain Liu, I've already recounted the sequence of events to you. There are many points of contention, but the most likely perpetrator is the man who borrowed a lighter from me, Lindong reiterated, exasperated. Lindong, why are you so certain he is from Hong Kong? Lu Yufeng asked, seated in the interrogation room, grappling with the most unwelcome scenario, having to confront Lindong directly. He dreaded the thought, fearing the day would come when he would interrogate Lindong face to face, due to his accent and the good friend's cigarettes in his possession. Lindong continued to patiently explain, aware that the key to solving the case lay in locating that Hong Kong assassin. But why was he at the cafe? Why did he approach you for a lighter? Did he know about your connection to Wan Qingshan? Even so, what could be his motive? Lu Yufeng pondered. His brow furrowed as he analyzed the situation methodically. Moreover, you mentioned that Gao Qijiang arranged to meet Wan Qingshan, but we have questioned him. And he never scheduled a meal with Wan Qingshan. At the time of the incident, he was engaged in a card game with senior members of Yuzi. We have verified that at least 10 people can vouch for his alibi. Captain, the mastermind only needs to orchestrate the plan. Must he also get his hands dirty? Lindong replied irritably. Well, since it's impossible to explain for now, do as you please, but provide some evidence. Lindong, don't hold it against me. This case is of great significance. Chief Qin is personally overseeing the investigation, and I've heard that leaders from the provincial department are also inquiring about it. Please endure this for a while. We are sorting through the details, Lu Yufeng said, seeing that there was nothing more to discuss. He stood to leave, but paused at the door to say, I've arranged for someone to bring you some toiletries. For the time being, please bear with us. Lindong nodded, closing his eyes and choosing not to speak further. It seemed he would be unable to leave for the time being. At Wanhao Mountain Villa, in the first floor of Villa number 92, 4 young men dressed in plain clothes sat around a table. The leader of the group, a robust man with a slightly dark complexion and sharply defined features, wore a serious and resolute expression. This man was Neo Defa, the head of the combat team convened by Lindong, codenamed Old Neo. Military God, have we obtained the black market weapons? Old Neo had anticipated trouble upon receiving Lindong's call, so he executed Lindong's instructions without delay. The goods have arrived tonight. Eagle Eye and I will handle the transaction, responded Fu Yijuan, known as the military god. He possessed a rather unique appearance, with prominent cheekbones and long, thick fingers. Yet, no one dared underestimate those hands, as during his time in the reconnaissance company, there was no weapon he couldn't modify. Be cautious during the transaction, prioritize safety. Old Neo advised, glancing at a slender man beside him. Fengzi, disguising and conducting reconnaissance is your forte. You must keep a close watch on the individual I provided you with. However, the primary task is to locate that Hong Kong man. I'll have Eagle Eye assist you. He added. The lean man known as Fengzi acknowledged, saying, Old Neo, I believe I can follow someone without issue. But finding that Hong Kong man amidst the throngs of people will be quite challenging. Moreover, based on my deductions, he should no longer be in Nandu. Do your best. Do not give up easily, Old Neo urged. Understood. 8 hours after the incident, an initial summary of the case was compiled. In the meeting room of the North District Criminal Investigation Team's Special Task Force, Team Leader Qin Jinxiong, Deputy Leader Liu Yufeng, and nearly 20 members of Team 6 convened. Luo Zizong stood before a large blackboard, methodically listing the latest leads and evidence. According to the on-site investigation, the assailant fired 3 shots, with 2 bullets striking Wan Qingshan in the right temple and left chest, resulting in immediate death. Another shot injured the driver, Fan Gui, in the right chest. The hospital has just reported that the injured party is no longer in life-threatening condition. 3 shell casings were found at the scene, preliminarily identified as from an Italian Beretta 9mm caliber 92 FS pistol with a 15-round magazine, a weapon primarily circulated in the Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asian assassin markets. Additionally, based on the examination of the victim's vehicle, it appears the assailant first rammed the target's car to the roadside before swiftly exiting and executing the fatal shot. We have interviewed eyewitnesses present at the time of the incident, and 5 witnesses unanimously described the shooter as a young male, approximately 25 years of age, clad in a striking red and black checkered jacket, driving a black Santana car with a noticeable dent on the left front. Coincidentally, according to the testimony of the first suspect, Lin Dong, the appearance and attire of this suspected perpetrator closely resemble those of a stranger who had borrowed a lighter at the cafe. The above constitutes the initial summary of the case. The report is concluded. Sitting at the head of the conference table, Qin Jinxiong nodded and inquired, "Does anyone have anything to add?" Liu Yufeng raised his hand, stood up, and approached the blackboard, swiftly writing a few words. Harbor Island killer. Motive for murder. He then inscribed a large question mark beside these phrases. I believe we can ascertain that this case involves hired murder. Yet there are numerous details replete with uncertainties. 1. Why did the Harbor Island killer appear at the cafe? What was his brief interaction with Lin Dong about? Is there something hidden within this encounter? 2. The time of the homicide coincided with Lin Dong's meeting with Mo Huan, merely an hour apart. Do these 2 incidents bear any intrinsic connection? 3. Is the motive for the murder rooted in vengeance or a dispute over interests? Are you suggesting that finding this Harbor Island killer is the key to solving the case? Qin Jinxiong countered, instantly grasping the essence of the inquiry. Indeed, Director Qin. We can seek the assistance of the Harbor Island police and further investigate the customs entry and exit records and surveillance footage during this time frame to ascertain the identity of the murderer and expedite locating this individual, Liu Yufeng replied. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will personally report to the Municipal Bureau and Provincial Department to secure the full support of the Harbor Island Police at the earliest opportunity. Furthermore, until the case is clarified, Lin Dong must not be released. Understood. Chapter 55, A Shocking Murder Scheme for Framing. 2 days later, on Harbor Island, at Jiulong Peninsula, at the intersection of the renowned Gongzi Dao and Shigu Street, there is a restaurant named Tianji. As noon approached, the establishment was bustling with patrons. 2 male police officers in gray-green uniforms strolled leisurely into the restaurant. The sir is here? Please, come inside. The rotund owner behind the cash register greeted warmly. Rising from his seat, Tianji, the usual today, 2 servings of char siu and chicken combination, with 2 sunny-side-up eggs and 2 iced lemon teas, the leading middle-aged officer declared. Making his way to an unoccupied booth on the left, the 2 men settled down, removing their hats and placing them on the table. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. The owner personally wrote the order and toddled to the kitchen. Minutes later, 2 generous servings of Hong Kong-style combination rice with eggs were served at the officer's table. On this slightly chilly winter day, enjoying a hearty lunch accompanied by a glass of iced lemon tea provided a refreshing sensation that marked the most leisurely moment of these patrolling officers' day. Boss, 3 curry beef rice, 3 fish balls, a plate of bok choy, and 3 iced colas, please. 3 flamboyantly dressed young men swaggered into the restaurant, immediately surveying the surroundings with audacity. Received. Brother Baohua is early today. Please, come inside. The plump owner promptly ushered in, turning to place the order in the kitchen. Noticing that all the booths were occupied, the so-called Baohua, a muscular young man with blonde hair, cracked his neck and revealed colorful tattoos beneath his collar. Hey, Squash. Where should we sit? With the military, sir? Or that fellow in the red jacket? Brother Baohua, you decide. A shorter, slightly hunched man responded sheepishly. On Shigu Street. Who doesn't he know that when Baohua goes wild, he even dares to provoke the officers? Let's flip a coin. If you lose, you sit with the military, sir. If you win, with the jacket. Brother Baohua, do we have to? Squash grimaced, nearly resembling a bitter melon. Baohua slapped him hard on the head, scolding. Just guess. All right. 5 heads. We're good brothers. 8 horses. 6 smooth. The 2 stood at the entrance of the tea restaurant, unabashedly calling out their guesses, instantly capturing the attention of all diners. Seeing 3 intimidating gangsters, many patrons quickly averted their gaze, daring not to utter a word, and returned to their meals. The two military officers exchanged glances. The older one shook his head, signaling not to interfere. Squash, you win. Let us sit with the jacket. The three swaggered arrogantly to a booth occupied by a young man, approximately 25 or 26, donning a conspicuous red jacket. What kind of man wears a red jacket? Is he here to eat or to flaunt? Baohua plopped down opposite the jacketed man and spat on the floor. Brother, what I wear is none of your business. The jacketed man paused his meal, glanced at the trio, and scoffed. Oh, you dare to retort? Boss, he actually dares to talk back. Squash leaped up, ready to explode. Baohua restrained him and flashed a grin at the jacketed man. You street punk. Do you know who I am? Dare to talk back? I don't care who you are. Don't disturb me while I'm eating. You're bold, more arrogant than even me, Baohua. Fine, finish your meal and get lost. Baohua laughed in anger, hawking a loogie onto the jacketed man's plate. Let us see how you eat now. Ha ha. The three young gangsters laughed raucously, entirely disregarding the jacketed man and even the nearby officers. The jacketed man set down his chopsticks, unperturbed, quietly picked up a glass bottle of cola, and took a sip through the straw. In the next moment, without warning, he swung the soda bottle and smashed it hard against Baohua's head. Bang! The glass shattered, and a scream pierced the air. Chaos erupted in the booth. Get him! Baohua clutched his bleeding head, shouting frantically. His two subordinates grabbed plates and an ashtray from the table and charged at the jacketed man. But the jacketed man was no pushover. He swiftly seized a beer bottle from the neighboring table and unleashed a relentless barrage against the three. His skills indicated he was no ordinary person. In less than 20 seconds, all three provocateurs lay defeated, bloodied, and groaning on the floor. Stop! The two military officers finally reacted, leaving their table. Right hands reaching for their holsters, left hands pointing at the jacketed man, loudly commanding, hands on your head, kneel down. The red-jacketed man delivered a final kick to Baohua, spat on his face, and then slowly knelt down with his hands on his head. The tea restaurant was now in complete disarray. Many diners hastily tossed bills onto the table and rushed for the exit. The plump owner, Tianji, cowered behind the cash register, his face ashen, internally lamenting. This is it. What madness has the jacketed man unleashed? Even the East Victory Gang's Jingkuan's subordinates dare to strike? Baohua is reputedly not to be trifled with in East Victory. Will the East Victory Gang settle the score with me? The two military officers called for backup, soon apprehending the four brawlers and bringing them back to the police station. Yet, little did they expect that this seemingly ordinary brawl would unexpectedly unravel a murder case. In the northern district of Nandu, within the Criminal Investigation Division, Qin Jinxiong presented a recently received fax to Lu Yufeng. It contained a collaboration request from the Hong Kong police regarding a brawl investigation, during which they inadvertently identified a key suspect, the Liangyu killer, whose real name is Luo Yuhao. Lu Yufeng swiftly perused the document. Has this assassin confessed? Indeed. Upon verification of his identity by the Hong Kong police, he unreservedly admitted to the cross-border assassination of Wan Qingshan. So forthcoming, the assassin has struck a deal with the Hong Kong police. He cannot be extradited to the mainland for trial and will only serve his sentence in Hong Kong. Very clever. In Hong Kong, the maximum sentence is 10 years. Moreover, the assassin has identified the mastermind behind the contract killing. Turn to the last page of the document. You will surely be astonished by the identity of this individual. Who is it? Lu Yufeng quickly flipped to the final page, his heart inexplicably racing with unease. Lindong. The mastermind is actually Lindong? Lu Yufeng exclaimed in disbelief. Yes, the Hong Kong police have confirmed repeatedly that the assassin's testimony is accurate. And Lu, take a look at this as well. It is something I just received. Qin Jinxiong slid a leather envelope across the table. Lu Yufeng picked it up and extracted its contents. 3 clear, color photographs. The backdrop of the photos depicted an outdoor seating area of a cafe. In one of the images, 2 men sat across from each other, leaning and conversing. These two were Lin Dong and the enigmatic Liangyu killer from Hong Kong. Lin Dong had mentioned that he briefly interacted with this person, borrowing a light to smoke. Lu Yufeng instinctively explained. The crux of the matter is that the testimony provided by the Hong Kong authorities corroborates that Lin Dong is the mastermind, thereby forming a compelling chain of evidence with these photographs. Qin Jinxiong lightly tapped his fingers on the table, reminding Lu Yufeng, in criminal investigations, everything hinges on evidence. The evidence is sufficient. Issue the order to officially arrest Lin Dong. Chapter 56, Lin Dong's imprisonment. Team Leader Lu, this case occurred in broad daylight. The assassination of a prominent private entrepreneur, exhibiting an audacious criminal demeanor, which has had a profoundly negative impact. Therefore, the provincial department is taking this matter very seriously. Captain Zhuang Tongfang from the Criminal Investigation Division personally inquired about the progress of the case today, urging us to solve it swiftly and with severity. Qin Jinxiong's expression turned solemn as he placed a hand on Lu Yufeng's shoulder, saying meaningfully, as law enforcers, We must not allow personal feelings to interfere with our duties. Regardless of Lin Dong's past glory, he cannot absolve himself of the treachery of betraying his mentor. I understand, Director Qin. I simply feel a sense of regret and confusion. Why would Lin Dong do such a thing? Lu Yufeng pondered, baffled as to why someone as astute as Lin Dong would commit such a heinous act. In the underworld, the most contemptible act is that of a traitorous wolf, betraying one's own brother. When a person is blinded by the pursuit of quick gains, what atrocious deeds might they not commit? The most frequent mistake of the clever is to believe their schemes are flawless. Yet they fail to foresee that the net of justice is extensive and cannot be evaded. Understood, Director Qin. I shall draft the arrest warrant forthwith to formally apprehend Lin Dong. Proceed, and conclude this matter with utmost urgency. That very day, Lin Dong, detained by the Criminal Investigation Division, was shackled and transferred to the Xintong Detention Center in the Northern District. According to the protocol for handling significant cases, once sufficient evidence was gathered, the prosecution would initiate charges, and the court would render a verdict, which should not exceed half a month. At this moment, Lin Dong, with a shaved head and clad in a blue and white prison uniform, was confined within a solitary cell. From the moment he was transferred to the detention center, Lin Dong understood that he had been ensnared by a nefarious plot. The mastermind behind this shocking assassination was readily apparent. The Yunying Society had gone to great lengths to obliterate him, not only attempting to eliminate him, but also aiming to tarnish his reputation with the label of disloyalty. The assassination of Wan Qingshan was merely a pretext to ensnare and ruin Lin Dong. The involvement of Gao Qijiang made the situation all the more straightforward. For the Yunying Society, eliminating the disobedient Wanqi was but a trifling task, while simultaneously allowing them to carve up the largest smuggling electronics market in Nandu through Gao Qijiang. In the world of the underbelly, the shadows of disgraceful acts for the sake of reputation and profit abound. Lin Dong was merely unfortunate enough to have crossed paths with the muzzle of a gun. Within the silent confines of his cell, Lin Dong lay on the modest single bed, hands behind his head, eyes closed in contemplation. Now, trapped within these walls, he could finally calm his mind and retrace the entire sequence of events. 1. Ever since Lin Dong braved the 3 trials, the Yunying Society had sought him through various channels, even directly expressing their desire for him to join their ranks. Yet both he and Wan Qingshan had tactfully declined. 2. Mo Huan's final meeting with him was less about confirming Lin Dong's intentions and more about luring him into a deadly trap. The Lianyu killer he conversed with was deliberately arranged to leave evidence linking them. If Lin Dong's suspicions were correct, their brief interaction had been captured in clear photographs. As for the motives of those who took the photos, it was no surprise. Had he not made numerous enemies? It was not unusual for someone to be followed. 3. The most critical and insidious aspect of this plot was likely how to ensure that the Lianyu killer was captured by the Hong Kong police, or perhaps even willingly walked into the trap. Then, under the weight of immense profit, he would readily confess to the murder, especially since the Hong Kong judicial system did not impose the death penalty. If the assassin implicated Lin Dong as the mastermind, it would follow logically. 4. Beyond these elements, the Yunying Society likely leveraged certain upper echelons within the police system to exert pressure on the Special Task Force, steering the case in a direction detrimental to Lin Dong. When the assassination first occurred, Lin Dong had made an urgent call to Nyo Defa, assigning several tasks, one of which was to monitor Zhuang Tongfang, the deputy director of the provincial department in charge of the Criminal Investigation Division. Why did he specifically consider this individual as a reborn individual? Lin Dong vividly recalled an incident from his past life. 2 years later, in 1998, Deputy Director and Captain Zhuang Tongfang of the Criminal Investigation Division would be implicated in a scandal involving bribery, unexplained wealth, and abuse of power. The news reports from his previous life revealed that the Yunying Society was deeply entangled in this affair. In the Yunying building, on the 38th floor, within a luxurious private club, a steaming sauna room hosted 2 men clad only in white towels. They sat side by side on a wooden bench, periodically wiping the beads of sweat cascading down their brows with damp towels, occasionally sipping ice water to quench their thirst and cool their heated bodies. Director Zhuang, I must trouble you with Lin Dong's case. Do bring back some local specialties. It's a small token of appreciation. After the matter is resolved, Lu will express his gratitude further. Chairman Lu, you are too courteous. Given our relationship, this is but a trivial matter, replied a middle-aged man with a somewhat portly physique. Smiling. Soon, your Yunying Society will monopolize not only the Northern District but the entire electronics market in Nandu, ushering in a prosperous era. Indeed, none of this would be possible without your support, Director. Should you require anything in the future, know that Lu will prioritize it. He chuckled. Oh, I have full confidence in that. After all, our years of camaraderie are not to be underestimated. I know precisely who you, Lu Jingya, are. Certainly, after finishing the sauna, I shall retreat to the VIP room for a brief respite, where I have arranged for the company of two newly arrived beauties, who are still quite innocent. I must add, oh, I am eager to witness this for myself, haha. After all, when one goes out to frolic, the paramount concern is to enjoy oneself. The news of Lin Dong's imprisonment soon reached the ears of Nyo Defa and his associates. In recent days, old Nyo has strictly adhered to Lin Dong's directives. Lin Dong's mother and his nominal girlfriend, Sun Jielu, have been sequestered in the villa, refraining from any outings. The abrupt disappearance of Lin Dong poses a challenge in terms of explaining to his mother, compelling old Nyo to fabricate a story about company affairs necessitating Lin Dong's absence. However, as time elapses, the truth will inevitably surface. The matter of their son's incarceration will sooner or later come to Lin Mu's attention. The military god has procured 6 Tokarev TT-33 pistols from the underground black market, with a caliber of 7.62 mm, an 8-round magazine capacity, and 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Additionally, he has acquired 4 AK-47 rifles, accompanied by 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 200 grenades, and 10 bulletproof vests. Most astonishingly, he has also managed to obtain a Remington M700 sniper rifle, which has left the fervent sharpshooter, eagle-eyed Song Ying, utterly exhilarated, causing him to lose sleep over it. This man is eager to transform into an urban assassin, lurking in the shadows to take out his targets with a single shot. Wenzi has made some tangible progress tracking a provincial official named Zhuang Tongfang. Recently, Zhuang visited the Yunying Tower for a clandestine meeting with the leader of the Yunying Society, Lu Jingye. That evening at 8 p.m., he returned alone to his ancestral home in the outskirts of Qishir district, carrying a small leather suitcase, which he took nearly half an hour to emerge from after lingering inside. Wenzi suspects that the suitcase contains ill-gotten gains, and the ancestral home of the Zhuang family is likely a hidden vault for Zhuang Tongfang. As for Lindong's instruction to call a woman named Ling Xiaoxiao, old Nyo complied as well. However, after waiting 3 days, he has yet to receive any response. Lindong's imprisonment has left old Nyo's combat team in a state of agitation, yet they find themselves powerless. After all, they are newcomers with shallow roots, and in Nandu, they cannot find anyone to assist them. All hope now rests on the possibility of a turn of events or a message from Lindong. But given the current dire circumstances, is this even feasible? The tide of violence has begun to rise, and Lindong finds himself ensnared. How will this predicament be resolved? Chapter 57. Wan Yaling's humiliation. The murder of Wan Qingshan has dealt a devastating blow to his only daughter, Wanya. At just 19 years of age, she is now burdened with the grief of losing her father, having lost her mother at a young age. Now she must grapple with the loss of her sole remaining family member, leading her to feel as though the very sky is collapsing around her. The news of Lindong's arrest comes as a shock to her. Rumors circulate that Lindong is the mastermind behind her father's murder. But how could Lindong possibly harm her father? Her father had always treated him with kindness, and she considered Lindong a friend. Such a notion is unfathomable. Wanya has steadfastly refused to accept this reality, and she cannot believe that Lindong would commit such a heinous act. In recent days, she has lost weight, her delicate face appearing even more haggard. On February 8th, in the garden of the Binjiang Villa, located at 62 Orchard Road, the memorial hall for Wan Qingshan was sparsely attended, a far cry from what one would expect for the funeral of a figure of his stature in the underworld. Indeed, regardless of how illustrious one may have been in life, there comes a time when the tea grows cold. Moreover, with Wan Qi's leader deceased, Lindong imprisoned, and Fan Gue severely injured, the situation has become precarious. Those within the underworld are aware that the foremost gang in Nandu, the Yunying Society, is relentlessly suppressing Wan Qi in alliance with Gao Qijiang. Under the combined pressure of these two powerful factions, it is only a matter of time before Wan Qi falls and is completely dismantled. At this juncture, even the several dozen henchmen that once served Wan Qi have scattered, with some even defecting to Gao Qijiang. In the world of the underworld, how many truly uphold loyalty? Most thugs are driven solely by profit. After noon, the guests at the memorial hall for Wan Qingshan have mostly dispersed. A half hour prior, Wanya had bid farewell to Wang Hu, the leader of the North District Meat Union. Among the myriad underground forces in Nandu, it is surprising that only Wang Hu dared to disregard any hint of suspicion and attended personally to pay his respects to Wan Qingshan. This display of courage and camaraderie not only astonished Wanya, but also left others present feeling perplexed. What scheme lies behind the North District King, Wang Hu? Is he truly oblivious to Wan Qi's downfall? Miss, trouble is brewing. Gao Qijiang has brought a large entourage and is coming this way. As Wanya knelt before her father's spirit, lost in sorrowful contemplation, she was suddenly startled by the anxious voice of the rotund Ma Baorong from outside. Gao Qijiang has arrived? What could this wolf want? Moments later, a throng of individuals clad in striking black leather surged through the villa's open doors. At the forefront was a slender man draped in a gray fur coat, his countenance dark and foreboding, none other than Gao Qijiang, the leader of the Gao Xing gang. Upon entering, Gao Qijiang raised a hand, signaling his followers to halt in the foyer. He, along with Chao Kung and Shouho, made his way directly to the spirit tablet and black and white portrait of Wan Qingshan. Gao Qijiang silently lit 3 incense sticks, seemingly indifferent to the fiery glare Wanya cast upon him, and led the bowing before the tablet and portrait. Then, he stepped before Wanya and spoke in a somber tone. Miss Wan, please accept my condolences. Death is an inevitable part of life. Just the other day, I too experienced the profound sorrow of losing a loved one. Wanya remained silent, turning her head to avoid looking at Gao Qijiang, thus expressing her disdain and anger without uttering a word. What is this attitude, young lady? You do not suspect that it was I, Gao Qijiang, who orchestrated your father's murder, do you? Gao Qijiang scoffed. Wan Qingshan was blind to the character of those he raised, nurturing a wolf like Lin Dong. Who can he blame? Lin Dong would never harm my father. The death of my father was undoubtedly the work of certain vile individuals, Wanya retorted, unable to restrain herself from defending Lin Dong and her father against Gao Qijiang's slander. Which vile individuals are you referring to, you wretched girl? Shouho, protective of Gao Qijiang, interjected with a harsh rebuke. I merely stated that certain vile individuals are responsible. Are you admitting to being vile? So it seems my father truly was murdered by you. Wanya's delicate features flushed with anger as she stood up, pointing an accusing finger at the 3 men before her. Gao Qijiang shot a reproachful glare at Shouho, nearly wanting to kick him out for being such a dim-witted subordinate. Do be careful with your words, miss. Without evidence, you should refrain from making wild accusations. In fact, your so-called genius Lindong is the very individual identified by the police as the mastermind behind the murder. Gao Qijiang's lips curled into a cold smile. It won't be long before Lindong is convicted and faces justice, forever bearing the stigma of betrayal against his own brother. Heh. Chao Kung and Shouho behind him shared in his malicious amusement. Miss Wan, did your father leave behind any last will? If not, you might as well align yourself with us at Gao Xing. With me and the Yunying Society backing you, you need not fear being bullied as a mere woman, correct? Gao Qijiang reached out to pat Wanya's shoulder. Remove your filthy hand. Wanya's stubborn nature flared up, and she forcefully brushed Gao Qijiang's hand away. Gao Qijiang's expression shifted, his smile turning sinister. You should think this through. Once Lin Dong is convicted, it will spell the end for your Wanqi. At that point, you will have nothing left, and you might even find yourself sold into a brothel as a courtesan. Wanya's lips trembled with indignation, yet she found herself powerless to retaliate. As a frail woman, what strength did she possess to resist? It was truly exasperating. Once my uncle Fangue returns, I shall have you all slain, Wanya muttered through gritted teeth. The emaciated monkey, upon hearing this, erupted into a series of cackling laughs. Fangue? At present, he is but a useless wretch, uncertain even of his ability to rise again. Little girl, awaken to reality. Otherwise, you may find yourself sold off as a courtesan, and it will be too late for your tears, haha. Wanya's complexion paled. She understood that though the emaciated monkey's words were harsh, they bore a kernel of truth. Given her uncle Fangue's current condition, concern was indeed warranted, yet as a young girl, she felt utterly helpless. All she could do was silently pray. She hoped for Lindong's safety and longed for her uncle Fangue's swift recovery, so he could avenge her father. The emaciated monkey fixated on Wanya's delicate yet enchanting visage, surreptitiously swallowing hard. This girl was truly captivating. From her appearance, she might still be a maiden. Who would have imagined that the brutish Wan Qingshan would have such a beautiful daughter? Indeed, he must devise a means to swiftly ensnare her into the controlled brothel. For this first taste of tender flesh was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. With such sordid thoughts swirling in his mind, the emaciated monkey could not help but exclaim, "Rest assured, Miss Wan, once you truly become a lady, I, the emaciated monkey, will visit you daily, he. Bah! You vile rogue, how presumptuous!" Wanya, embodying the spirit of a true heiress, spat a mouthful of saliva directly onto the emaciated monkey's gaunt face. He did not evade, and wiping his hand across his face, he was instantly seized by fury. He lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap across Wanya's cheek. Instantly, a vivid red imprint of 5 fingers blossomed upon her exquisite face. Yet the emaciated monkey, still unsatisfied, retaliated with another slap, seething in embarrassed rage. "Dare to spit on me, do you? Do you believe I won't force myself upon you right now?" Wanya cradled her reddened face, trembling all over, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation. Her beautiful eyes glared hatefully at the man, who resembled a gaunt monkey, wishing she could leap forward and tear him apart with her own hands. But she could neither act nor dare to. Since her father's demise, her tears had nearly run dry, yet the hatred within her heart only deepened. All right, Chao Kong and the emaciated monkey. You two take a few men and keep watch here. Note the names of anyone who dares to approach the morning hall, and then expel them all. Gao Qijiang commanded coldly. I intend to ensure that Wan Qingshan dies utterly forsaken, unable to find peace in death. Chapter 58, Godfather, I will not marry. In the underworld of Nandu, the murder of Wan Qingshan and the imprisonment of Lin Dong had naturally sparked a multitude of rumors. However, the vast majority believed that Lin Dong had betrayed his elder brother, eagerly attempting to seize power. Even the police had acquired irrefutable evidence of Lin Dong hiring an assassin. What sympathy could one possibly hold for such a person? In the realm of the underworld, there are 3 taboos: seducing a brother's wife, raiding one's own turf, and wearing red shoes. The first taboo, seducing a brother's wife, refers to enticing the women of one's elder brother and fellow gang members. One must never betray a friend's wife, let alone that of a brother. Thus, this line is never to be crossed. Those who do so may face amputation or even death. The second taboo, raiding one's own turf, pertains to one's own gang's territory. While one may pillage another gang's turf to establish dominance and expand their reach, violating one's own territory is a grave offense. Lastly, the most detested taboo in the underworld is wearing red shoes, a phrase both creative and vivid. Aside from women, who else would wear red shoes? It is, of course, the man who, having been caught in the act of illicit affairs, hurriedly flees while wearing the woman's red shoes. In the underworld, this analogy is used to describe those who betray their brothers, stab their elders in the back, and act as traitors or spies. Lindong, unfortunately, had committed the most despised and scorned taboo of the underworld, wearing red shoes and betraying his elder brother. During this period, Lindong's notorious reputation as a red shoe traitor had spread throughout the entire Nandu underworld and was subtly reaching beyond its confines. The once rising star of the underworld had rapidly fallen into the depths of infamy, becoming the target of scorn and disdain. This tumultuous turn of events was truly unforeseen. As the instigator, Yuning society and Gao Qijiang reveled in Lin Dong's disgraceful fate. Thus they exaggerated and vilified him further. Who wouldn't relish kicking a dog when it's down? In this affair, only one person harbored the most complex feelings, the owner of the Wangho bar, Yuzi. She was quite displeased with Lin Dong's imprisonment. In her memory, Lin Dong's character was utterly incapable of committing such a morally reprehensible act. This man, even in the face of her willing submission, remained perfectly lucid. How could he possibly succumb to the temptations of power and wealth? Yuzi believed Lin Dong to be innocent, but who would deliberately seek to frame him? The answer was singular: Yuning society. Of course, it was highly likely that Gao Qijiang was also involved, as it was rumored that he had long suspected Lin Dong of murdering his son. Given Yuzi's understanding of Yuning society, particularly their leader, Lu Jingye, if they could not possess a prodigy like Lin Dong, then destroying him was the most logical course of action. Moreover, Lu Jingye had long coveted the home appliance business held by Wanqi. This scheme could achieve 3 objectives. 1. Eliminate Wan Qingshan, destroy Lin Dong, and divide Wanqi's vast profits and market. 2. Simultaneously, by swallowing Wanqi, Yuning society could further encroach upon the lucrative northern district. 3. The influence and power of Yuning society in Nandu would soar to new heights. At the Elu Lake Villa's study on the 2nd floor, Yuzi appeared somewhat dazed today, clad in a deep purple trench coat. Her perfect figure and femininity were accentuated exquisitely. This woman, wherever she went, was a captivating sight, an alluring enchantress. Her presence rendered Lu Jingye, who had been quietly reading at his desk, somewhat distracted. Ziyun, it's been over a month since we last met, and you have grown increasingly charming. Lu Jingye set aside his book, his gaze fixed upon her with intensity. Godfather, you jest. With this body of mine, even Lin Dong does not cherish it. What is there to be proud of? Yuzi sighed, deliberately steering the conversation towards Lin Dong. She questioned her own capability to save Lin Dong. Yet that did not prevent her from caring or being concerned. Is it truly so that this wretched Lin Dong would not cherish a woman such as you? What a waste of a man. Lu Jingye scoffed disdainfully. It is apparent that you are rather invested in this Lin Dong. Are you? Do you wish for him to escape death? Does Godfather have a way to spare him? Yuzi's eyes brightened, her voice trembling with hope. Lu Jingye shook his head with a chuckle, gesturing towards his shoulders. Come here and help your Godfather with a massage. I shall slowly enlighten you. Yuzi furrowed her brows slightly, suppressing her inner annoyance and unease, and moved behind Lu Jingye, skillfully beginning to massage his shoulders and neck. The massage skills of Ziyun remained as delightful as ever. Alas, if only you had not been so stubborn back then. Half of Yunying could have been yours now. Lu Jingye comfortably closed his eyes, savoring the warmth and softness emanating from behind him. Godfather, let bygones be bygones. Very well, Ziyun. Before we discuss Lindong, Allow me to pose a question. Please, Godfather. What is your stance on Chong Kong? You must understand that this young man has always held affection for you. Godfather. I have no intention of marrying. Oh, such disheartening words from a young lady. Come now, women ultimately do marry, do they not? I find Chong Kong quite commendable. He is capable, composed, and has feelings for you. Lu Jingye turned around, gently grasping the delicate hand of Yuzi, letting out a sigh. A woman, no matter how strong, ultimately seeks a man to rely upon, especially in the tumultuous world we inhabit. It is settled then. Once Chong Kong has recovered and is released from the hospital, I shall assist him in taking the helm, and I will oversee your marriage. Also, you inquired earlier if I had a way to save Lindong? Ah, Godfather, do you truly have a means? Yuzi asked anxiously. I do, but I shall not act on it, nor can I do so, as it concerns the interests of Yuningsh and many others. Forget about that man. Lin Dong is trapped in a deadlock from which he cannot escape. After speaking, Lu Jingye reluctantly released his goddaughter's small hand. Xian, go and keep Xiaoyu company for a while. Do not dwell on this too much. Lindong is not suitable for you. Yuzi nodded silently, leaving the study in a daze. A profound sorrow welled up within her. Am I truly destined to marry Lu Chong Kong? Is there truly no escape for Lindong? Chapter 59, Breaking the Deadlock 1. Please convey a message to him. On the 5th day since Lindong was transferred to the detention center, he finally awaited his first visitor. Who could this person possibly be? In the monotony of the prison cell, Lindong felt a flicker of anticipation. Instead of being taken to the visitation room behind glass, he was led to a private meeting room. Those who could utilize the meeting room, aside from lawyers, were undoubtedly individuals of considerable influence. Upon entering, he was met with a stunningly exquisite face, radiating a languid yet alluring charm. Queen Yuzi, what brings her here? Beside her sat a man in uniform, appearing to be in his 30s, who leaned closely against Yuzi, only straightening slightly upon noticing Lindong's arrival. Without needing an introduction, Lindong activated his black gold eye immediately. Shui Jingxiu, male, 35 years old, director of Xintong Detention Center in the northern district of Nandu. Involved in cases of embezzlement, abuse of power, and facilitating the crimes of 53 individuals, black gold value, 4.6 million. To his surprise, this individual turned out to be a corrupt officer. Unexpectedly, the opportunity for a breakthrough appeared swiftly. To be cautious, Lindong's X-ray vision was also at work, scanning Shui Jingxiu from head to toe across the table. One pack of double happiness cigarettes, one lighter, one work ID, one wallet containing 750 yuan in cash, ID card, and a shopping card from Friendship Mall. Left elbow joint chronic fracture, significant light shadows in the right upper abdomen consistent with severe gallstones. Lindong has arrived. You have 15 minutes for conversation, so please do not exceed that time. Additionally, Miss Yu, as per your request, today's discussion will not be monitored. Please conduct yourselves accordingly. Shui Jingxiu stood, casting a reluctant glance at the alluring Yuzi, then signaled to the prison guard who had brought him in. Closing the door behind him, the small, windowless meeting room fell into an uneasy silence. Yuzi fixed her gaze on Lindong across the table, her expression a tapestry of tenderness, sorrow, and a hint of heartache. You've lost weight. Well, of course. How could one not lose weight in prison? But you appear to be in good spirits. I expected to see a despondent Lindong upon my arrival. My apologies for disappointing you. What do you mean by that? I came here with good intentions to see you, and this is how you respond? Yuzi eyes reddened, her nose tingling with emotion, unsure if her distress stemmed from her own sense of injustice or from the plight of the man before her. Do you have any idea what risks I took and what costs I incurred to secure this meeting with you? Oh, Lindong raised an eyebrow, non-committally pursing his lips. For your sake, I not only risked defending Yuningsh, but I also had to muster the courage to bribe a loathsome man. As Yuzi spoke passionately, tears began to stream down her face. What madness had possessed her? For this man, she had humbled herself time and time again, lowering her pride, all in hopes of receiving his genuine affection just once. Alas, it seems you have suffered greatly. Yuzi's tears blurred Lindong's vision, prompting him to set aside her connections with Yuningsh and focus on the immediate predicament. In truth, with his current capabilities, breaking out of prison and exacting revenge was not beyond his reach. However, such an escape would not clear his name. He would still face relentless official pursuits and the disdain or vengeance of his peers in the underworld. This was not the outcome Lindong desired. Time is of the essence. You must answer every question I pose with utmost sincerity. First question, is that director's name Shui Jingxiu? Does he have a specific route for accepting bribes? Ah, how do you know? Yuzi exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Why was this man always so unpredictable? Time is limited. Simply respond with a yes or no. Yes, Shui Jingxiu owns a tea shop on Pingkong Street, ostensibly run by his brother-in-law, but in reality, it serves as a secret location for receiving bribes. Yuzi lowered her voice. 2 days ago, I was introduced through a contact and purchased 2 ordinary pu'er tea cakes from his tea shop for 200,000 yuan, which allowed me to arrange this meeting with you. Excellent. Second question, what is your relationship with Lu Jingye? Aside from the underground casino, does Yuniying have other businesses in the northern district? After asking, Lin Dong fixed his unwavering gaze upon Yuzi. In that moment, he hoped that this complex woman before him would not deceive him. 6 years ago, Lu Jingye acknowledged me as his goddaughter. Under his care and financial support, I invested in an underground casino and subsequently opened the Queen S Bar. Yuzi felt a shiver run down her spine as Lin Dong's piercing gaze bore into her, compelling her to respond involuntarily. The primary influence of the Cloud Shadow Society resides in the Qishir district, yet they also possess ventures and businesses in other areas of Nandu. Conversely, their power in the northern district is minimal. To my knowledge, they operate merely one underground casino there. Understood. Lin Dong's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Cloud Shadow Society, you may extend your reach into the northern district, and that is of no concern to me. But you must not provoke me. He added, as for Gao Qijiang, mark my words, the moment I break the deadlock will herald your demise. Xian, I need you to do me a favor. When you meet Xue Jingqiu later, please convey a message to him. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Lin Dong's expression softened as he smiled. What message should I convey? Yuzi asked, taken aback. The message is, have you understood? Lin Dong replied, remember, I will deliver the message to him. Lin Dong, are you not the least bit worried? What is there for me to worry about? Surely, it is you who should be concerned, right? He chuckled. You still jest? Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Contract killing, which could result in a death sentence. People are in a frenzy. Yuzi anxiously stomped her foot, her irritation mounting as she observed Lin Dong's nonchalance, feeling an overwhelming urge to bite him. This insufferable man, does he not care at all about his predicament? Rest assured, trying to eliminate me, Lin Dong, will not be an easy feat, he responded with a grin. However, the 100,000 you owe me remains unpaid, and now you are incurring an additional debt of 200,000. I can only repay these amounts once I am out, he added. Indeed, these debts must be settled. Humph, do not even think about escaping repayment. You must survive to see the day, Yuzi playfully chided, her eyes involuntarily becoming moist. 30 minutes later, shortly after returning to the prison cell, Lin Dong was once again taken away by the guards. This time, his destination was not the visitation room, but the office of the prison warden. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth curled upwards. The message he had entrusted to Yuzi for Xue Jingqiu had proven effective. It had not been long, and the guilty Xue Jingqiu could no longer contain himself, choosing to summon Lin Dong at the risk of violating regulations. Chapter 60, Breaking the Deadlock 2, Arrange for me to meet someone. Lin Dong was escorted into the warden's office by 2 guards, where he found Xue Jingqiu seated behind the desk, his expression dark as he wiped a black police baton with a white towel. You may leave, Xue Jingqiu gestured dismissively, and the guards, understanding the unspoken command, exited and closed the door behind them. What was about to transpire in the warden's office was beyond the purview of these low-level guards. Let it be, focus on your duties. As long as you make no mistakes, all will be well. Sit, Xue Jingqiu commanded, pointing to a wooden chair with his baton, his tone somewhat icy. Lin Dong smiled, nonchalantly taking a seat, and extended his handcuffed wrists forward, displaying 2 fingers. Warden, do you have a cigarette? I would like one. Xue Jingqiu rose and slowly approached Lin Dong, scrutinizing his handsome face in the sunlight streaming through the window. Suddenly, without warning, he thrust the baton violently into Lin Dong's abdomen. In an instant, Lin Dong's reinforced muscles reacted instinctively, heightening his bodily defenses to their utmost. At that moment, not even a sharp dagger could inflict harm upon him. However, he still needed to maintain an appropriate expression. Lin Dong feigned immense pain, bending over and clutching his abdomen, letting out a deep groan. Now you understand the pain, do you? This serves as a reminder that in this place, I am the one in charge, Xue Jingqiu said, satisfied as he patted Lin Dong's face and pulled out a wooden chair to sit down. Now tell me, what did you mean by the message you had Yuzi convey? Lin Dong wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat and casually pointed to the upper right side of Xue Jingqiu's abdomen. Warden, have you not noticed that your right side has been hurting more severely lately, especially after you fall asleep at night? Xue Jingqiu's expression changed slightly, and he let out a scoff. What? Has the thug turned into a physician? I am well aware of my chronic cholecystitis. There is no need for your concern. What I want to know is the meaning behind your words. The right abdomen is gravely ill. For 6 million may not be enough for you to survive. What does this for? 6 million signify? Lin Dong replied with an enigmatic smile, lowering his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. Warden, we are both sensible individuals. You surely have a clear understanding of your activities over the years and the sums you have accumulated, do you not? For 6 million may seem modest, Yet it is a fortune compared to your meager salary. However, no matter how much money one possesses, it is meaningless without life to spend it. How do you know this so well? Shui Jingqiu blurted out, flustered. He had concealed the extent of his illicit gains even from his wife, and the figure of 4.6 million was something he had secretly calculated only yesterday. You need not concern yourself with that, Warden. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Your condition cannot be delayed. It is severe gallbladder stones causing localized infection. You should visit a reputable hospital at your earliest convenience, Lin Dong said with a smile. Furthermore, Warden, would you like to turn that 4.6 million into 5.6 million? Shui Jingqiu was taken aback. What do you mean? It is simple. All you need to do is arrange for me to meet one person, and naturally, someone will deliver 1 million to your tea shop, Lindong explained. Just one meeting? In the detention center? Indeed, Lindong confirmed. The temptation of 1 million for a mere meeting was difficult for Shui Jingqiu to resist. Moreover, Lindong had seen through his physical condition at a glance and was aware of the amount of illicit money he had accumulated, which left him astounded. Early the next morning, Shui Jingqiu visited the Second People's Hospital of the province, seeking familiarity to undergo an ultrasound and blood tests. The results shocked him. He indeed had severe gallstones and accompanying inflammation, leading to localized infection. Had he delayed for a few more days, the consequences would have been dire. He harbored no doubts about Lin Dong's capabilities. That afternoon, under his arrangements, Neo Defa delivered 1 million in cash to the Jingyuan tea shop, purchasing 2 boxes of Dansung tea. The following morning, Neo Defa successfully entered the Xintong detention center and met with the shaved-headed Lin Dong in a private visitation room. Upon their meeting, they exchanged a knowing glance. Old Neo, have you accomplished the tasks I assigned you? Lin Dong inquired, accepting a cigarette from Neo Defa, igniting it, and inhaling deeply. All tasks are complete. The gear purchased by the military god is ready. The assassin from Hong Kong could not be found. He is likely no longer in Nandu, Neo Defa reported, producing 3 packs of Nanyang Shuangxi from his pocket and placing them before Lindong. Fengzi has been monitoring Zhuang Tongfang for several days and discovered that he had visited the Cloud Shadow building once. That night, he drove back to the ancestral home of the Zhuang family in the outskirts of Qishir, carrying a leather suitcase. Fengzi suspects that it contains illicit funds. Lindong nodded in agreement. Precisely. How could that old fox Lu Jingyan not have elite enforcers at his disposal? Has there been any word from the Ling family? I was just about to mention that. Ling Xiaoxiao called last night, and she is aware of your current situation. The Ling family is currently occupied with the land project in the Yang family of Hanxi and cannot afford to be distracted, Neo Defa reported. However, she has already arranged for her father to pull some strings, and results will soon follow. Moreover, Ling Xiaoxiao has uncovered an intriguing piece of information. Zhuang Tongfang's daughter, Zhuang Wanting, happens to be pursuing a master's degree in economics at Hanzhong University in Han City and is currently preparing for exams in the coming days. Oh, Zhuang Tongfang has a daughter? Lin Dong furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before calmly stating, Old Neo, time is of the essence. If we wish to break this deadlock, there are several matters that must be accomplished in the next couple of days. Pay close attention. First, have Fengzi continue to monitor Zhuang Tongfang. Additionally, deploy Yin to keep a close watch on Lu Jingye from Yunying Society. If anything unusual occurs, find a way to bring him in immediately. Understood. I will ensure that Yin and Fengzi carry this out, he replied. Second, contact Ling Xiaoxiao and instruct her to arrange for Yixing Lian to settle debts, not with money, but by kidnapping Zhuang Tongfang's daughter. Then, have her send a photo of Zhuang Wanting bound and unable to move. Tomorrow, have Fengzi meet with Zhuang Tongfang, stating that he has something concerning his daughter to hand over, with the photo's location being in front of the ancestral home of the Zhuang family. Noted. Nyota was outwardly calm, but inwardly unsettled. How had Lin Dong, his old comrade and former reconnaissance team leader, transformed into someone so ruthless and cunning? Third, I will provide you with a phone number shortly. Arrange for a reporter named Ouyang Qing from Nandu Television to meet with you and share the details of my wrongful accusation. She will undoubtedly be intrigued. Furthermore, inform her to schedule a time tomorrow for an exclusive interview in front of the Zhuang family's ancestral home, with the interviewee being Zhuang Tongfang. The timing of this interview must coincide with Fengzi delivering the photograph. At that moment, Zhuang Tongfang will be present at the ancestral home. Nyota nodded repeatedly while diligently noting down Ouyang Qing's contact number. Inform Ouyang Qing that her actions will provide me with an opportunity to emerge, and once I do, I will agree to grant her a personal interview. Lin Dong finished speaking just as his cigarette burned down to the end. He casually tossed the butt onto the ground and leaned back, letting out a satisfied sigh. This million is truly well spent. Boss, are you certain this room is not under surveillance? Nyota asked with a hint of concern. Rest assured, Shui Jingqiu understands this basic principle. Old Nyo, you are free to proceed. I have arranged for even more thrilling support behind the scenes. Received, Nyodo acknowledged, though he remained puzzled about what Lin Dong meant by more thrilling support. Chapter 61. Breaking the Deadlock 3. The Zhuang Family Ancestral Home. Upon arriving at work today, Zhuang Tongfang felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Ever since becoming involved in the Yunying Society's shadow plan, he had been plagued by an inexplicable feeling of impending danger. The first task of the shadow plan was to leverage his position and influence within the police force to solidify Lin Dong's guilt as swiftly as possible. This task would have been a mere formality for him. Yet he had just received some unsettling news from a high-ranking official in the department. The higher-ups had suddenly taken a keen interest in the shooting incident at Rongshu Crossing and had expedited the transfer of the case investigation report overnight. The identity of the high-level official intervening in the shooting case had not been disclosed, but Zhuang Tongfang speculated it must be someone from the capital. Just the mention of the capital carried significant weight. It was unclear who had managed to engage the highest-level connections directly, but this was certainly a troubling development. After lunch, as Zhuang Tongfang returned to his office, intending to take a brief nap, the phone on his desk rang. Hello? Who is this? Hello, Director Zhuang. May I ask if you are available to step out at 3 this afternoon? I have something important to discuss with you regarding your daughter, Zhuang Wanting. The voice on the other end was raspy, likely deliberately lowered. Zhuang Tongfang's heart sank, and he urgently inquired, Who are you? What has happened to my daughter? Who I am is not important. Please rest assured, your daughter is currently safe. I merely need to deliver certain items to you personally. All right, 3 o'clock. Where? You are quite familiar with the location, the Zhuang family ancestral home. Remember, do not try any tricks, come alone, or the secrets of the ancestral home will be difficult to keep hidden. You understand. The call then ended. Listening to the dial tone, Zhuang Tongfang was drenched in cold sweat. His recent premonitions had been correct, trouble was brewing. He quickly changed into casual clothes and, after a moment's hesitation, tucked his service pistol into the inner pocket of his cotton-lined trench coat. The ancestral home was located in Nyojiao village, on the outskirts of Qishir district in Nandu, and it would take him at least an hour to drive there. The ancestral home itself stood at the entrance of Nyojiao village, beside a century-old lychee tree. Zhuang Tongfang, in a state of urgency, accelerated his vehicle. With 15 minutes to spare before 3 o'clock, he arrived at Nyojiao village. Before even reaching the village entrance, his heart was racing uncontrollably. 7 years prior, he had secretly excavated a cellar in a room within the ancestral home. The location was exceedingly concealed, and the entrance had been camouflaged. Outsiders would find it nearly impossible to discover. Moreover, he had fortified the cellar's entrance and exit with 2 iron locks, one of which was a combination lock. Each time he stored illicit funds or items, he would choose to do so under the cover of night. Thus, Zhuang Tongfang was confident that this hidden treasure trove was secure. However, a single phone call from a stranger today had nearly sent him into a panic. While he was uncertain about his daughter's safety in Han City, the fact that the meeting location was chosen to be the Zhuang family ancestral home complicated matters considerably. It was as if both of his vulnerabilities had been effortlessly grasped by someone. Could he still dare to gamble? Ouyangqing's interview team arrived at Nyojiao village at 2:30 p.m., setting up for the interview and recording in front of the Zhuang family ancestral home. Yesterday, upon hearing from a stranger named Nyo Defa that Lin Dong had become embroiled in a significant murder case and was wrongfully imprisoned, she, as an astute columnist, immediately recognized that there was something worth investigating here. Thus, she readily agreed to interview someone of considerable importance. The vice director of the police bureau and the chief of the criminal investigation team, Zhuang Tongfang, held the highest authority regarding the murder case involving Lin Dong. Zhuang Tongfang parked his car 200 meters from the village entrance and walked along a small path toward the ancestral home. As he neared the entrance, he sensed that something was amiss. Why were there so many television crews setting up equipment at the front gate? Furthermore, he recognized a graceful woman standing in front of the camera. He had seen her on television. She was the host of Nandu Television's Qingqing online special program. Damn it. Even the television reporters are involved. How are we supposed to proceed? Director Zhuang, you've arrived early, came a low voice from the thicket of bamboo nearby. It was him. The person from the phone call. Zhuang Tongfang was startled, instinctively halting his steps. It is evident that you care deeply for your daughter, and you certainly have a strong attachment to this ancestral home. A lean man emerged from the shadows of the bamboo. Who are you? What do you want? What has happened to my daughter? Zhuang Tongfang questioned vehemently, the authority of his years in the police force suddenly emanating from him. Yet Fengzi, who had accompanied Lin Dong through numerous life and death encounters, had seen far worse scenarios. Such a trivial aura. How could it possibly intimidate us? Our identities are of little consequence. What truly matters are the nefarious deeds you have committed. Rest assured, your daughter remains safe for the time being. Seeing that his official authority and imposing presence failed to suppress the opponent, Zhuang Tongfang's tone softened. Where's my daughter? Where is she? I'm afraid I do not know her whereabouts either, but I possess a photograph of her, Fengzi replied. retrieving an A4 sheet from his pocket, displaying a clear black and white fax. It depicted a young woman, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, with her eyes covered by a black cloth, bound behind her back. Seated in an empty room, Zhuang Tongfang snatched the fax paper swiftly, instantly recognizing the girl as his daughter, Zhuang Wanting. Rage coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble and his expression to darken like a leaden cloud as he coldly stated, "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This is kidnapping. It is a crime that warrants imprisonment. Is it? Then do you comprehend what you have done? Engaging in corruption and framing the innocent. Are these not crimes as well? Do you think you will escape judgment?" Fengzi retorted with a sneer. "Director Zhuang, let us dispense with the superfluous talk. In a word, if you wish for Lindong's release, ensure your daughter remains unharmed. Are you threatening me? Indeed. And a word of caution, you have only 24 hours. After that, I cannot guarantee your daughter's safety. Those individuals are desperate and capable of anything." Zhuang Tongfang's face turned ashen, his lips quivering. He was incensed, for he, a high-ranking official in law enforcement, had been threatened by a band of thugs. Yet, regardless of his indignation, the current circumstances were beyond his control. Could he forsake his daughter's safety? What are the secrets of the Zhuang family's ancestral home? That was a ticking time bomb, once detonated. It would obliterate Zhuang Tongfang's entire future. Aside from a tarnished reputation, he would face a lifetime of imprisonment, with no brighter outcome in sight. Very well. I concede to your demands. Lin Dong is merely detained and has not been formally sentenced. There remains room for negotiation, with some maneuvering. We can argue insufficient evidence for his acquittal. Zhuang Tongfang reluctantly yielded. However, upon Lin Dong's release, I expect you to guarantee my daughter's immediate freedom. If even a hair on her head is harmed, I will not rest until I hold you accountable. Rest assured, Director Zhuang. We in this line of work value our credibility. Additionally, there is a minor request I must impose upon you. What is it? The television station wishes to interview you regarding your views on the Rongshu crossing shooting case. This will also represent the police's official stance. Fengzi gestured towards the interview crew stationed before the ancestral home, subtly implying, Director Zhuang, this interview could be advantageous for you. The higher-ups are watching. No need to be overt about it. The implication of the higher-ups naturally referred to the capital. Zhuang Tongfang felt a jolt within, nearly forgetting this crucial detail. And cold sweat broke out across his brow. Chapter 62, Breaking the Deadlock 4, The Dark Peace. Ouyangqing's interview with Zhuang Tongfang proceeded smoothly. In front of the camera, Zhuang Tongfang stood resolutely at the entrance of the ancestral home, delivering a solemn address. He emphasized that as a principled and faithful law enforcement officer, he would treat every case with utmost seriousness. The police would never overlook a villain nor wrongfully accuse an innocent person, and so forth. His impassioned rhetoric nearly convinced even himself. After the interview concluded, Zhuang Tongfang secretly wiped the sweat from his brow. Thank heavens the ancestral spirit tablets were housed in the family shrine and not within the ancestral home. Otherwise, several of them would have been blown away on the spot, struck by lightning, of course. Who could blame the Zhuang family for producing such a shameless descendant? The farce surrounding the ancestral home did not last long. Ouyangqing successfully completed the task assigned by Lindong, although the process felt somewhat peculiar. There were no unforeseen complications. Once Lindong was released, the promised personal interview would undoubtedly take place. Giggling, she reveled in the thought of finally capturing the deranged Lindong. Zhuang Tongfang returned to the provincial office, nearly at the end of the workday. He had scarcely settled into his chair when a call from a senior leader summoned him to the office. The leader handed him an urgent official letter issued by the department, highlighting a singular matter. In light of the February 1, 1996, Rongshu crossing shooting case, suspect Lindong. The evidence for conviction is insufficient. The confession from the perpetrator on the island does not constitute direct evidence that the suspect is the mastermind of this case. A reinvestigation is advised. The text was brief, a mere few dozen words, yet the prominent red seal spoke volumes. This Lindong had someone backing him from above and could not be easily touched. Moreover, with his daughter still in captivity and the secret hidden within the Zhuang ancestral home firmly grasped by others, what could he do but comply? Perhaps it was for the best. With this official document in hand, Lindong's release tomorrow would seem all the more justified. Even if Yunying Society and Lu Jingye were to discover this, he could not be held accountable. President Lu might accuse him of selfish motives, but he could never claim he lacked effort. On the second floor of the North District Police Station, in the office of the Criminal Investigation Team, Lu Yufeng stood before the wall of linked clues, deep in contemplation. Recently, the North District had indeed been tumultuous. The shocking robbery case had just been resolved. Yet two principal offenders remained at large. Following that was the arson incident at the orthopedic hospital, immediately succeeded by the even more heinous Rongshu crossing shooting case. Each incident was intertwined with a singular individual, Lindong. Lu Yufeng occasionally found himself musing, What is it about Lin Dong that invites trouble? Why is he everywhere? Deep down, Lu Yufeng did not believe that Wan Qingshan's death was related to Lin Dong. It was an instinctual feeling, likewise. The so-called confession from the island assassin and other evidence were insufficient to support a final conviction. Yet, for reasons unknown, pressure from above urged a swift resolution to this case, while Lin Dong seemed ensnared in a meticulously targeted conspiracy. Alas, he lamented his own insignificance, wishing to assist yet finding it exceedingly difficult. Captain Lu, a girl named Fei Fei wishes to see you. She claims to have something of great importance to discuss. Luo Zizong's voice interrupted Lu Yufeng's thoughts. Fei Fei? I don't recognize her. Where is she? In the reception area on the first floor. Bring her up. Understood. 2 minutes later, Lu Yufeng met the girl who introduced herself as Fei Fei. She appeared quite youthful, clad in a fitted navy blue sweater and a black plush coat, with a hint of makeup enhancing her striking features. Her delicate yet alluring oval face, curvaceous figure, and a faint hint of perfume exuded an enticing worldly charm. You sought me out? The girl's beauty and allure momentarily captivated even the stoic Lu Yufeng. Are you Captain Lu Yufeng? Fei Fei scrutinized him cautiously, hesitating before asking. How can you prove you are Captain Lu? Lu Yufeng chuckled. Who taught you to be so cautious? This is rather excessive. He produced his police badge, smiling as he handed it over. Take a good look. I am indeed the real Lu Yufeng. The name and photograph on the badge were strikingly conspicuous. After examining it thoroughly, Fei Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, please take a seat and we can chat. Zizong, please fetch some tea. Luo Zizong, who had been staring at the beautiful girl, promptly complied and hurried to prepare tea. Captain Lu, there's no need for that. I will leave right after I finish speaking. I have something to deliver to you. An audio recording from Lu Jingye of the Cloud Shadow Society and several high-ranking executives. Fei Fei waved her hand and retrieved a small recording pin from her handbag. Within it lies evidence of their collusion with high-ranking police officials to frame Lin Dong. Oh! Lu Yufeng exclaimed, swiftly accepting the recording pin. Miss Fei Fei, where did you acquire this recording device? On the surface, he maintained his composure, but internally, he was filled with astonishment. If what the girl said was true, then there was a chance for a dramatic turn in Lin Dong's case. I recorded it myself. I used to work as a hostess at JJ Karaoke. Half a month ago, Lin Dong approached me, provided me with some money and this recording pin, instructing me to resign. Subsequently, I secured a position at a high-end private club in the Cloud Shadow building as a server. Fei Fei's cheeks reddened slightly, seemingly recalling Lin Dong's charming demeanor and the tender moments shared in the karaoke room that night. His task for me was to seize any opportunity to record conversations between the president of the Cloud Shadow Society and others, and if I made any significant discoveries, to resign immediately. So, she was an undercover agent. This Lin Dong was indeed meticulous in his plotting, employing extraordinary tactics. Could it be that he had foreseen the Cloud Shadow Society's intentions against him half a month ago? How did you come to find me? Lu Yufeng inquired curiously. When Lin Dong assigned me this task, he mentioned that if he ever encountered trouble or if his phone became unreachable, I must personally deliver the recordings to you. Fei Fei graciously accepted the tea that Luo Zizong offered, gently cupping the warm cup in her hands to soothe her slightly cold fingers caused by anxiety. No wonder you were so cautious, even verifying my identity upon meeting me. Did Lin Dong instruct you on all this? Yes, indeed. This Lin Dong, if only he had been born several decades earlier, would surely have excelled as a spy behind enemy lines. Lu Yufeng couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Captain Lu, I've delivered the items. I should take my leave now. May I ask you one thing? What is it? Speak. Is Lin Dong all right? Rest assured, he is fine. To put it more accurately, with this recording pin in your possession, he will soon be in a much better situation. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile illuminated Fei Fei's charming face, captivating Luo Zizong, who stood nearby, rendering him momentarily speechless. The undercover agent, Fei Fei. The following day at 2 o'clock. In the North District's Xintong Detention Center, Lin Dong sat quietly in a meditative pose on the single bed of his cell, eyes closed in deep concentration. Outside the iron door, faint footsteps approached, growing nearer. The footsteps halted just outside his cell door. Lin Dong did not open his eyes. Instead, he quietly activated his perceptive abilities. His keen vision effortlessly penetrated the solid iron door, revealing the silhouette of the person outside. Chapter 63, The Hidden Hand, Assassination. Standing at the cell door was Xue Jingxiu. As the door swung open, Xue Jingxiu stepped inside. Director Xue, may I take my leave? Lin Dong suddenly opened his eyes, smiling as he asked, How did you know? Xue Jingxiu was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Quite simply, the paper in your hand isn't a death warrant, is it? Besides, my arrangements outside were made over a day ago. It's high time I left. Lin Dong grinned, shifting off the bed, straightening his clothes as he urged, Director Xue, let us go? You came to see me alone. Is there something you wish to discuss? Mr. Lin, it's like this. First, I must thank you for your reminder. After arranging your release today, I will be hospitalized for gallbladder stone surgery, Xue Jingqiu replied in a lowered voice. Given your capabilities, your release was inevitable. However, I would appreciate it if you could keep the matter of outsiders meeting you confidential. After all, I would rather not offend the Cloud Shadow Society. Rest assured, Director Xue. I understand the protocols. The Cloud Shadow Society won't be flaunting their power for long. Lin Dong patted Xue Jingqiu on the shoulder, smiling. Xue Jingqiu felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that this individual was unwilling to concede even an inch? Did he still harbor intentions of retaliation? After all, this was the Cloud Shadow Society. 15 minutes later, Lin Dong emerged from the detention center, clad in his signature black suit. The languid winter afternoon sun glinted off his bald head, enhancing his already striking appearance with an air of cold ruthlessness. Lin Dong took out his phone and dialed Nyo Defa's number. Old Nyo, I'm out. Come pick me up. Fantastic. I'll be there within half an hour. After ending the call, Lin Dong was about to light a cigarette when he suddenly felt a heat emanating from his forehead. Danger. Ever since awakening his perceptive abilities, Lin Dong had developed an acute sensitivity to impending threats. In that fleeting moment, he sensed the approach of danger. Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged to the side. Uft. A faint sound of a bullet striking echoed. A bullet, which had seemingly emerged from nowhere, embedded itself into the wall beside the detention center's entrance. Who dares to conduct an assassination right in front of the detention center? Lin Dong's face turned pale. It appeared some individuals were quite determined to prevent him from leaving alive. In just a second, Lin Dong deduced that this was the work of a professional assassin armed with a sniper rifle capable of hitting targets within a range of 1,000 meters. The sniper's likely position was on a small hillside opposite the detention center, approximately 800 meters away. Having narrowly evaded the first shot, Lin Dong did not linger but swiftly darted towards the hillside. At his current extraordinary speed, covering 800 meters would take him only 19 seconds. In such a brief span, even the most skilled assassin could only fire 5 shots, and they would struggle to aim. How could a target moving at such rapid speed be accurately targeted? The sniper's greatest advantage lay in distance. Once the distance was closed, the sniper would be left at the mercy of their prey. The assassin, concealed beside a boulder halfway up the hill, was preparing to take a second shot when he froze. He realized that the target had suddenly vanished, not truly gone. But his speed was simply too remarkable. The crosshairs could not keep up with him, let alone trace the ghostly figure. Left with no choice, the assassin squeezed the trigger based on instinct. Bang! The dull sound of the gunshot sliced through the crisp air, stirring a slight breeze. The assassin quickly sprang to his feet, abandoning the sniper rifle on the ground, and turned to sprint up the hill in silence. This target was extraordinary. Not only could he predict an assassination attempt, but he also possessed inhuman speed. Damn it, which fool took this order? How could they not understand the target's capabilities? Once I return, I'll make sure to deal with the one who accepted this job to relieve my frustration. Unfortunately for him, he would not be returning. Before the assassin could reach the top of the hill, Lindong's figure had already appeared behind him. The assassin was taken aback and quickened his pace, extending his right hand with the pistol and pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in quick succession, creating 3 invisible ripples in the air. The assassin anticipated hearing his target fall, but instead felt a sharp pain in his right hand. The pistol had been seized. Immediately, he felt a searing pain coursing through his legs as he ran. With a blood-curdling scream, the towering figure of the assassin tumbled forward, crashing into a thicket of weeds. Please spare my life. I am merely following orders. The cunning assassin, gritting his teeth against the excruciating agony, pleaded for mercy at the first opportunity. It was too late. I need not know the reasons. Lindong's icy voice resonated like the death knell of a hellish messenger, instilling fear into the assassin's pallid visage, as the shadow of death loomed over him like a great mountain. No, please, listen to me. Bang. The sound of a gunshot echoed. Lying amidst the grass, the assassin found himself with a deep, round bullet hole in his forehead, crimson blood gushing forth. Until the very last moment of his life, he remained ensnared in an abyss of shock and terror. On the desolate hillside, a flock of sparrows took flight, oblivious to the human conflicts and cruelties unfolding around them, which occurred daily without consequence, as they merely sought to distance themselves. Lin Dong glanced back at the distant gate of the detention center, relieved to find that the sudden commotion had not attracted the attention of the guards. He settled down beside the assassin's lifeless body, retrieving his mobile phone. Old Nyo, who did you come with? Boss, Fengzi is with me. Everyone else is at the villa. Good, the situation has changed. Notify God of War and Eagle Eye immediately. Keep your weapons close and be vigilant around the villa. Park the car with Fengzi and come find me on the hillside opposite the detention center. I will be waiting for you. A pause followed and old Nyo's voice on the other end. All right, boss, is something wrong? Nothing major. I just took care of an assassin, armed with a sniper rifle. Damn. In the Nan province's Qishir district, at the Bailu Lake Villa, Lu Jingye set down his brush, squinting his old eyes to admire the calligraphy he had just completed. Sprawled across the wide desk was a pristine sheet of rice paper, adorned with 4 grand characters. One's life in the Jianghu. In the Jianghu. One's life is not one's own. How much love and hatred is entwined within. How many years have been wasted. The endless conflicts and struggles for profit in the Jianghu occur ceaselessly. Who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would grow old? Alas. To eliminate Lin Dong and annex Wanqi, the Yuning Society was willing to initiate the shadow plan prematurely, employing the most crucial piece in the police force and collaborating with Gao Qijiang to orchestrate a flawless trap. Yet, to Lu Jingye's astonishment, Lindong effortlessly unraveled this scheme. It seems he had underestimated this young man. As long as Lindong remained in the world, he would be a calamity for Lu Jingye and the Yuning Society. A threat that should have been decisively eradicated long ago. Fortunately, after the trap's failure, he had retained a contingency: assassination. Lindong, freshly released from prison, should have already met his demise, one would think. Chapter 64. Tiger, lend me 2 men. Half an hour later, Old Neo and Fengzi ascended the hillside opposite the detention center, gazing at the blood-stained blades of grass and the sight of Lindong, who was idly smoking beside the corpse. Old Neo found himself at a loss for words. In their reconnaissance unit days, whenever they undertook missions abroad, Lindong, as their leader, always had an uncanny ability to foresee potential dangers and devise peculiar methods to counter them. After each killing, this fellow maintained an eerie calmness, earning the respect of his teammates. Old Neo, you handle the body. I'll wait for you in the car. Understood. Be efficient. We have another fight to engage in after dark. Got it, Fengzi, let us get to work. In the northern district, atop the Jin Xian building, the short and stout Wang, who stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the distant skyscrapers and the sky. From the very beginning, Wang, who had been skeptical that Lin Dong would hire someone to assassinate Wan Qingshan, having navigated the Jianghu for nearly 30 years, he prided himself on his keen judgment. Lin Dong was certainly not the type to betray his allies. Rather, the entire affair appeared to be a well-crafted scheme targeting Lin Dong and Wanqi. The orchestrators, apart from the Yuning Society and Gao Qijiang, left Wang Hu at a loss for any other suspects. Recently, Gao Qijiang had been particularly brazen, his wolfish demeanor emboldened by his ties with the Yuning Society, which had begun to dismiss Wang Hu altogether. He had heard that Gao Qijiang had caused chaos at Wan Qingshan's wake, showing no mercy even to the dead and the grieving widows, an utterly despicable act. Gao Qijiang's arrogance and the deepening influence of the Yuning Society in the northern district were precisely what Wang Hu dreaded. However, with Wan Qingshan's demise and Lindong's imprisonment, the previously stable balance of power had been disrupted. Should the Yuning Society join forces with Gao Qijiang to completely divide Wanqi, it would only be a matter of time before they turned their attention to him, the king of the northern district. In the brutal world of the Jianghu, where the strong prey on the weak, there is little room for principles. It is all driven by self-interest. Fortunately, today, an unexpected twist had arisen. He had just received word from an insider at the Northern District Bureau that, due to insufficient evidence, and with Lu Yufeng from the criminal investigation team submitting an explosive recording that indirectly proved Lin Dong had been framed, the situation had taken a surprising turn. Rumor had it that even certain high-ranking officials in the capital were now involved. This string of developments had caught everyone off guard. Lin Dong would be released today. Wang Hu eagerly anticipated who would be the first target of Lin Dong's vengeance. This unfolding drama was becoming increasingly captivating. Should he also join in the fray? The shrill ring of a mobile phone abruptly interrupted Wang Hu's reverie. He turned and picked up the phone from his desk. Hello? Tiger, it's Lin Dong. Indeed, it was Lin Dong. Wang Hu inhaled deeply and replied, Lin Dong, you're out? Yes, I just got out not long ago. And I need your help with something, Tiger. Speak up. If I can assist, I will do my utmost. Thank you, Tiger. I need to borrow 2 men. At this, Wang Hu felt a jolt of surprise, as if he had instantly grasped Lin Dong's intentions. Lin Dong, have you thought this through? A single thread can unravel the entire fabric. Be careful not to entangle yourself. Tiger, do you think I have any retreat left? Wang Hu sighed inwardly. Very well. Who do you plan to strike first? The Yuning Society or Gao Qijiang? Tonight, under the cover of darkness, we'll go after Gao Qijiang. All right. Tell me the rendezvous point, and I'll have the 2 brothers bring 200 men over. Tu Rin knows Gao Qijiang's territory best. Tiger, we don't need that many. 2 brothers from the Tu family will suffice. Lin Dong's voice faltered momentarily, and he quickly insisted. Lin Dong, at this juncture, there's no need for pleasantries. I know Wanqi's people are mostly scattered. If we're going to strike, we must do so with force. Okay, thanks, Tiger. I await your good news. As night fell, in the northern district S. Shangli Fong, the once sparsely populated streets and alleys began to buzz with activity. The dimly lit street corners and narrow lanes featured numerous hair salons, their doors adorned with flickering neon signs. In front of each salon sat several young women, heavily made up. Whenever a suitable man passed by, they would strike alluring poses and call out in flirtatious tones, "Hey handsome, want to get your hair washed? Come on in, the service is excellent." Then, there would always be men pausing at the entrance, peering in with curiosity, or lowering their heads and hastily entering the hair salon. Such scenes, in the southern cities of the 1990s, had become quite commonplace in many remote streets and corners. Behind every facade of prosperity, darkness invariably lurked. At the most bustling part of Shanglifan, a 6-story building stood tall, housing the largest and most luxurious hair salon, Fi's. On its ground floor, as the stronghold of the Gao Qingshan gang, Fi's would team with the majority of its members every night. They either indulged in card games and drinking within the salon or patrolled the surroundings, prepared to address any sudden incidents in the underground red light district of Shanglifan. On the second floor of Fi's, in a spacious, brightly lit room, the atmosphere was lively. "Slim Monkey, I'm not saying this out of malice, but with your nightly escapades, you're bound to end up like a dried corpse." The burly Chowking casually discarded his mahjong tiles. "White tile. Pong. Brother Kong, you don't understand. Back when the young master was around, if we wanted to go wild, we'd get kicked. But now, isn't this territory ours to command? Such a splendid opportunity. With so many ladies, wouldn't it be a waste not to indulge?" Slim Monkey replied with a cheeky grin. Chowking shook his head, thinking to himself, "Damn it. This fellow has become utterly arrogant with a bit of recent success, and his courage has grown bolder. Not only does he revel in nightly debauchery, but he also plans to seize the beautiful daughter of Wan Qingshan when the chance arises. Well, he is beyond reasoning, so let him be. Wan Qingshan is no longer a threat, and with Wan Qi's current strength, he is but a hollow shell. Slim Monkey, be cautious lately. The boss warned me today that Lin Dong is about to be released from prison, and we must keep a close watch on the territory. Don't worry, Brother Kong. Even if Lin Dong had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't dare come here alone. This is our turf. Still, better to be safe. Got it. I'll draw a tile and win." Ha ha. Just as the 4 were enjoying their revelry, the doors suddenly burst open. "Brother Kong, it's bad. Lin Dong is coming with his men." A subordinate clad in black leather jacket hurriedly rushed in, panting as he delivered the news. "What did you say? Lin Dong? Impossible." Slim Monkey's expression changed drastically. He had witnessed Lin Dong's might during the battle at the New Bridge. This man was a quintessential suit-clad thug. "How many of them are there?" Chao Kung asked, maintaining a semblance of calm. "At least 200. They're almost at the street corner." Chao King's expression shifted, and he pushed aside the mahjong tiles, rising to issue a loud command. "Gather all brothers. Grab your weapons." Chapter 65. The suit-clad thug Lin Dong. Under the cover of night, every corner of Shanglifan played host to a spectacle of desire and money. At this moment, near the entrance of Fi's, a group of aggressive black-clad gangsters surged forth. Each one wielded a long steel pipe or a machete. The formidable presence of over 200 men sent pedestrians and the ladies at the salons scurrying for safety. "Damn, something's going down. Someone's coming to wipe out the Gao Qingshan gang." The ordinary citizens, who usually cowered before petty thugs, had never encountered such a grand spectacle. This scene was more thrilling than any scene from the movie Young and Dangerous, igniting a frenzy among the fearful, excited, and curious onlookers on the street. As the line of 200 surged from the street corner, over 100 black-clad ruffians swiftly emerged from Fi's and various corners of the street. Both factions, clad in black, approached each other menacingly, the air thick with impending conflict. At the forefront of the Gao Qingshan gang stood Chao Kong, with Slim Monkey trembling slightly behind him. "Lin Dong, what do you want? Are you seeking a fight?" Chao Kong glared fiercely at Lin Dong, who was dressed in a black suit and sported a striking bald head. "No need for small talk. Where's Gao Qijiang? Tell him to come out." Lin Dong raised his right hand, signaling his men to halt. "Our boss isn't here. He is out of town on business. What do you wish to discuss with me?" Chao Kung replied. "Oh, out of town. Surely he isn't afraid of my retaliation and has fled in advance." Lin Dong sneered. "I want to make it difficult for you. Just sever a hand and a foot from each of you, and you can go home." "Lin Dong, don't be so arrogant. You must pay for your deeds eventually." "Is that so? Then tonight, I'll make sure you pay some interest for your actions. Let us take them down." Lin Dong ceased his chatter, waving his hand, and his 200 followers charged forward with a roar. Chao Kong, undaunted, tightened the bandage around his right hand, wielding a machete, and lunged forward to meet them. In street battles, the outcome isn't merely a matter of numbers, it's about ferocity. In such a scenario, one must not display even a hint of fear or retreat, for that would only increase the likelihood of being pursued and attacked. Unfortunately, though Chao Kong was valiant and skilled, he faced not just a band of ordinary thugs, but three truly formidable foes. The Butcher brothers, Tu Rin and Tu Zhu, and Lin Dong, who had been pinned up in prison for many days. Lindong, let us have a contest. My brother and I against you. Let us see who can take down more opponents. Victory goes to the one who knocks the other out. Good. With that, the three charged out simultaneously. Unbeknownst to Tu Rin, Lindong had long since surpassed the strength he had displayed during the New Bridge battle. In this contest, the Butcher brothers thought they had the advantage with a 2-to-1 ratio, only to encounter a more monstrous suit-clad thug. Lin Dong, weaponless, moved with astonishing speed, even unarmed. He resembled a humanoid beast. The first to encounter him was, of course, Chao Kong. Having trained martial arts under his uncle who ran a dojo since childhood, Chao Kong had been on the streets since he was 16, engaging in countless battles. He was a true master forged in the crucible of street fighting. Seeing Lin Dong charge towards him, Chao Kong understood the danger and dared not underestimate him. He sidestepped and unleashed a vicious diagonal slash with his machete. This move was his signature technique. In regular fights, no matter which direction his opponent dodged, they would find it difficult to escape his attack range. However, Lin Dong did not evade. Instead, he closed the distance before Chao King's blade could strike. With a swift motion of his left hand, he executed a joint lock, seizing Chao King's wrist with lightning speed and crushing the bone. A piercing pain shot through Chao King's right wrist, and before he could react, Lin Dong's left knee struck his abdomen, sending another wave of agony coursing through him, causing him instinctively to bend over. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong's right foot kicked into his left thigh. Crack! The thigh bone shattered. Chao Kong let out a muffled groan and was sent flying backward over 10 meters, crashing into more than 10 people. In a single exchange, the strongest combatant of the Gao Xian gang was annihilated. Immediately afterward, a chorus of wails erupted from the enemy ranks as a slender figure darted through the throng like a black swordfish, effortlessly slicing through over 100 foes. Wherever Lin Dong passed, more than 30 members of Gao Xian fell, each suffering severed limbs and collapsing in pain, utterly stripped of their combat capability. Damn! Is he really that terrifying? In the midst of the fray, Tu Rin was taken aback, rendered speechless by Lin Dong's fierce and stylish maneuvers. Damn it! In the future, never compare yourself to Lin Dong. It utterly shatters one's self-esteem. In a chaotic melee involving hundreds, who would have imagined that the battle would commence with Lin Dong single-handedly cutting through the opposition? How are we supposed to fight against that? Adding to the fray was Gao Xinbang's most formidable warrior, Chao Kong, who fell heavily injured at the outset. The Gao Xian gang, now leaderless, began to tremble in fear. It was unclear who led the retreat, but soon the remaining dozens scattered in disarray. Lin Dong was unwilling to let these ruffians escape and cried out, "Not a single one shall get away. All will be left maimed." He then surged forward. Under his monstrous speed and terrifying assault, more than 30 fell before him. Alongside him were the ruthless Butcher brothers, accompanied by 200 emboldened members of the meat union. In less than 3 minutes, the streets of Shanglifang were strewn with over 100 injured from the Gao Xian gang. Steel pipes and cleavers lay scattered across the ground. The dimly lit street echoed with groans and pleas for mercy. A young bald man, clad in a black suit, stood coldly among the crowd, strikingly conspicuous and remarkably distinguished. He was the suited thug, Lin Dong. From a distance, the street corners and rooftops were packed with onlookers, predominantly those involved in the flesh trade. These individuals, whether driven by necessity or sheer laziness, were solely motivated by money and profit. As for the gang rivalry, they had no allegiance to speak of. With the Gao Xian gang's downfall, another faction would inevitably rise to take their place. The earlier display by that bald man, the explosive scene on Daishui Street, had completely captivated them. He looked so cool in that suit. How can there be such a formidable man? I can't help but fall for him. Get real. Do you even know your own worth? Retorted another. What is wrong with me offering myself up? I won't charge him a dime. I'm even prepared to shower him with affection. Lin Dong stood amidst the chaos of the street, silently lighting a cigarette, exuding an aura that was undeniably cool and handsome. Beside him, Tu Rin, nursing his wrist, cast a glance his way, shaking his head with a sigh. You really can't compare yourself to others, especially not to Lin Dong. Lin Dong, I've made my decision. From now on, if you're in the fray, I'm sitting out, Tu Rin suddenly declared. Why is that? Lin Dong asked, puzzled. You're too monstrous. It makes me look incompetent. Do you understand? Tu Rin lamented. Lin Dong's expression darkened, rendered speechless. What can I say? I'm just too exceptional. It's hard to contain. At that moment, a burly figure named Old Nyo pushed through the crowd and approached. This was his first encounter in a gang brawl, and he had sustained an injury on his right hand. Old Nyo, are you all right? Lin Dong inquired with concern. It's nothing, just a minor wound. Old Nyo replied sheepishly. Have you found out who was tailing me and snapped pictures of me with the Hong Kong Island assassin? Yes. It was a guy named Shou Ho. He is quite the scoundrel. His gang members even said that recently he slapped Wan Qingshan's daughter twice and attempted to assault her. Lindong's gaze turned icy as he coldly commanded, "Find a place to bury him. Turin, this will be a tough job for you. Rest assured, I'm well versed in this kind of work." Turin acknowledged, internally sighing. Yet another individual who crossed Lindong would see the dawn. "Thanks, I'll treat you to drinks when I can. Oldnyo, let us move on to the next fight." With that, Lindong flicked away his cigarette, and turned to leave. "Lindong, where do you plan to go next?" Turin exclaimed, startled. They had just engaged in a brawl, and he was ready for more? "Yuning Society, Lu Jingyi," Lindong replied, patting Turin on the shoulder. "Old Nyo and I can handle it from here. You stay back and clean up the mess. The security team should be arriving soon. Let us smoke a cigarette before heading to the next fight." Chapter 66, Step 1 Closer, and You Shall Perish. In January, South City had just bid farewell to a cold wave. At 9 p.m., the night over White Egret Lake felt particularly serene. The gradually warming temperature allowed the moonlight to shine more brightly in the night sky. Recently, Lu Jingyi had been feeling increasingly restless and agitated. With his 63rd birthday approaching, he noticed even more gray hairs sprouting on his head. With New Year's Eve just around the corner, he had hurriedly arranged for his wife and daughter to return to their ancestral home in the countryside. Upon hearing the news of Lindong's impending release from prison yesterday, he realized that the first step of the shadow plan, which included a plot to eliminate Lindong, had utterly failed. The A-class assassin he had summoned from abroad was the last card in his hand. If he succeeded, Lindong would die. If he failed, the Yuning Society would be in jeopardy. Within a 2-kilometer radius of White Egret Lake, there stood only this villa, which once symbolized the identity and status of both the Yuning Society and Lu Jingyi himself. Yet tonight, it filled him with an unprecedented sense of pressure and unease. The villa was typically devoid of human presence, quiet but perilous. In the inky darkness, it seemed as if a ferocious beast lurked, coldly watching the shadows cast by the villa's lights. At this moment, the White Egret Lake villa was ablaze with light, both inside and out, from the garden to the interior. Over 30 skilled members of the Yuning Society, armed with guns and clubs, patrolled the courtyard walls with vigilance, their expressions tense as if facing a formidable enemy. The main hall on the first floor was guarded by more than 10 armed gang members, all on high alert. The study on the second floor, the balcony, and the entrance were each manned by 4 armed enforcers. Seated by the tea table in the study were 3 elderly gentlemen, the president Lu Jingyi, the white-haired strategist Guan Bo, and the ghostly hand Mo Huan. "President, I just received word from the North District that Gao Qi Jiang's territory was attacked tonight by Lin Dong and Wang Hu's men," Guan Bo said, his anxiety palpable. The once composed demeanor he was known for had vanished completely. "So soon? That brat was only released from prison this afternoon, wasn't he?" Lu Jingyi murmured, taken aback. "It seems the A-class assassin we summoned has also fallen. Rest assured, I've brought the most capable fighters and the best marksmen to the scene. It won't be easy for Lin Dong to breach our defenses," Mo Huan reassured. Though he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. He had never anticipated facing another crisis within the Yuning Society in his twilight years. His feelings towards Lin Dong were complex, admiration intertwined with regret, and a hint of trepidation that he was reluctant to admit. Indeed, among those in the martial world, particularly those like him who practiced martial arts, respect for the strong transcended age. Old Mo, instruct everyone that if Lin Dong appears, there shall be no hesitation. Kill, without mercy. Lu Jingyi declared, his murky eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Understood," Mo Huan replied, rising to arrange the tasks. At 10 p.m., the night around White Egret Lake deepened. The villa's surroundings fell into an eerie silence, as if something terrifying was about to unfold at any moment. Even the moonlight in the sky seemed to have stealthily concealed itself behind the clouds, reluctant to reveal its face. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the villa's main gate. Boom. The entire courtyard shook, and the 30-plus elite members of the Yuning Society swiftly drew their weapons, nervously fixating on the dented iron gate. As the sound of a car engine roared outside, a moment later, a more violent crash reverberated, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. Bang! The iron gate of the courtyard was forcefully flung open, and a black SUV surged in. Bang bang bang. The rapid gunfire erupted. The elite members of the Cloud Shadow Society inside the courtyard offered no chance to those in the vehicle, unleashing a barrage of bullets. The bullets shattered the SUV's windshield, body, and doors, igniting a flurry of sparks. Creaking, the vehicle sped towards the villa's ground floor, crashing hard against the stone steps. With a thunderous sound, the vehicle came to a halt. The front passenger door swung open, and a shadowy figure sprang out like a wraith, landing with a bounce and darting into the group of gunmen ahead. Several gunmen barely had time to pull the trigger once, bullets flying wildly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Gleaming blades flickered, startling a series of silent flashes under the lights. Amidst the cries of despair, several arms flew into the air, each severed limb clutching a dark pistol. So swift was the movement, both the figure and the blades moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, 8 gunmen were left with severed arms, their throats slashed, collapsing in a spray of blood. The remaining individuals in the courtyard finally reacted, but upon witnessing the scene before them, a bone-chilling terror spread throughout their bodies. Over 20 remaining members screamed in panic, desperately pulling triggers at the advancing shadow, or wildly swinging their knives and clubs. Yet all of it was utterly futile, providing no sense of security. The gunfire gradually subsided, and the voices fell silent. In the illuminated garden of the villa, apart from Lin Dong, not a single person stood. Lin Dong brushed his slightly wrinkled black suit and lifted his gaze to the tightly shut door of the ground floor. Beneath his feet, the ground was awash with warm blood, a sense of cruelty and bloodshed wafting through the air, quickly permeating the entire villa. On the second-floor balcony, Mo Huan gazed down at Lin Dong with a look of astonishment, his expression complex as he sighed. Lin Dong, is there still room for negotiation between us? Lin Dong raised his head, casting a glance at the 4 gunmen beside Mo Huan, sneering. Old Mo, do you still not understand? From the moment you killed Wan Qingshan, our families became irreconcilable enemies. I understand, but there is a saying in the martial world. Enemies should be resolved rather than deepened. With Boss Wan gone, Wanqi is left with only you to steer the ship. Lindong, name your price. If it's money or territory, our Cloud Shadow Society can compensate you. Mo Huan urged earnestly. It's too late, old Mo. While I, Lindong, may have a penchant for wealth, I also comprehend a truth. Some loyalties are more important than money, and some individuals, if not eliminated, become a future threat. Lin Dong surveyed the corpses strewn across the ground, a surge of malevolence rising within him, his voice growing even colder. You have 3 minutes. Make your arrangements for the aftermath. With that, he vanished in a flash, denying the gunmen on the balcony any chance to fire, covering the 20-meter distance in an instant. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the solid rosewood door of the ground floor was kicked open by Lin Dong. Inside the hall, chaos erupted with gunfire and screams. The 10 or so gunmen stationed on the ground floor held their ground for merely a minute before Lin Dong effortlessly dispatched them. Lin Dong bent down, discarding the knife in his hand, picking up a handgun from the ground, checking the magazine. 10 bullets remained, sufficient for his needs. Glancing at his Rolex watch, he noted there were still 2 minutes left, no rush. Lin Dong slowed his pace, walking deliberately towards the staircase leading to the second floor. The spiral wooden staircase ahead was eerily silent. Without hesitation, Lin Dong stepped onto it. One more step up, and you will surely die? A cold, merciless voice echoed from the corner of the staircase. A robust figure emerged slowly. Lu Chongkong. Lin Dong recognized the figure at the staircase corner, his former adversary. Lu Chongkong. Long time no see. So you've healed? Seeing Lin Dong bring up his old injury, Lu Chongkong's face darkened further, coldly retorting. Lin Dong, don't be too arrogant. It will lead to a swift demise. Is that so? Then why am I still alive and well? It seems you, on the other hand, have only minutes left. First, you must pass my test, Lu Chongkong declared, extending his hands from behind his back. In each hand, he held a dark grenade. His thumbs were poised on the pins, ready to ignite them with a flick. Damn, that's a bit underhanded, bringing grenades to a gang fight? Lin Dong shook his head in exasperation, lightly stating, Lu Chongkong, perhaps you have forgotten me for too long. Are you unaware that there exists a technique to evade even bullets? Moreover, it seems you've overlooked something. What thing? Just as Lu Chongkong finished speaking, Lin Dong moved. He transformed into a shadowy gust, gliding up the staircase. In mere moments, he covered the 10-meter distance. Startled, Lu Chongkong was about to pull the pins on the grenades when Lin Dong's assault reached him. Crack! A sharp pain pierced his neck, enveloping him in an overwhelming darkness and dread. Lu Chongkong realized he was about to die. In the next second, he would descend into the eternal abyss of death. From that moment forth, Lu Chongkong would no longer exist in this world. So this is what it feels like to die? This world is truly F-ed. To hell with the Underworld, to hell with the Cloud Shadow Society. Why must I always seek glory in front of others? Is it not enough to live well? Regret washed over him. In his final moments, Lu Chongkong's last thought was of the woman Yuzi, her graceful figure and exquisite beauty now irretrievably distant. Lin Dong gently propped Lu Chongkong's corpse against the wall of the staircase, prying open his hands and carefully retrieving the 2 grenades, placing them into his suit pocket. You truly forgot one thing. After the grenade pins are pulled, there are at least 4 seconds before detonation. In those 4 seconds, I could kill you 10 times over. Rest in peace. Lin Dong sighed softly, closing Lu Chongkong's wide-open eyes before ascending the staircase again. At the top of the second-floor stairs, there was no one guarding. It seemed Mo Huan was well aware of Lin Dong's capabilities and chose not to scatter his remaining forces. Lin Dong's light footsteps brought him to the wooden door of the study. Activating his enhanced vision, the scene inside became crystal clear. 8 gunmen were tense, readying their weapons. Bang bang bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted from within. Just moments ago, the study door was intact, now riddled with dozens of bullet holes. This group was still stubbornly resisting. The gunfire persisted for a good 7 or 8 seconds before ceasing. Lin Dong did not linger, pivoting his body and forcefully slamming his right shoulder against the wooden door. With a fierce Iron Mountain strike from the 8 extreme fist, the battered door collapsed in response. As the door swung open, a shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, darted into the study. The 8 armed henchmen facing the door had no time to react, half of them still reloading their magazines, as Lin Dong's figure reached them. With a series of sharp cracks, all 8 men fell to the ground, their faces twisted in hate. Every neck in the room was violently twisted by Lin Dong. In close combat, bullets could never match the speed of bare hands. The spacious study was illuminated with a brightness that bordered on blinding. At this moment, 3 titans of the Yunying Society sat in silence by a tea table, quietly brewing gongfu tea. Lin Dong drew the pistol from his waist and sauntered over. Upon his approach, the 3 men immediately turned pale. Who could have imagined that the once mighty leaders of the foremost gang in Nandu, who once ruled with an iron fist, had fallen to a state where they could be easily slaughtered at any moment? Ah, the unpredictability of fate is truly astonishing. The 3 indeed possessed the demeanor of great generals, unafraid in the face of death, still finding time to sip tea. Lin Dong weighed the gun in his hand and mocked. What is this? Should we beg for mercy? Lin Dong, don't be too ruthless. Retribution will come. Guobo shouted hoarsely, though internally he feared death. Years of cultivating a superior's posture made it difficult for him to bow down. Oh, if I'm not mistaken, you are the illustrious strategist of the Yunying Society, Guobo? This assassination plot was all you're doing? Lin Dong said with a smile in his eyes. So what? I underestimated your capabilities. Alas, it's a pity. Very well, now that I know it's you, you may prepare to die. Lin Dong raised his pistol and mercilessly pulled the trigger. Bang! A blood hole immediately appeared in Guobo's forehead. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell sideways onto the tea chair. Mo Huan opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately remained silent. What right did he have to persuade Lin Dong at this moment? Lu Jingye, seated in the main position, finally let out a long sigh. To the victor go the spoils. The Yunying Society has fallen this time. Lin Dong, what will it take for you to relent? Enough lives have been lost today. You must be Chairman Lu, right? I've long admired your name. Heh, I apologize for the rather grandiose greeting on our first meeting. Lin Dong lowered his gun and glanced at his watch. It is now 10:18 p.m. I'll give you 2 minutes to see if you can persuade me. Lu Jingye set down his teacup and cleared his throat. Lin Dong, first, I admit that this trap was laid by us, and the death of Wan Qingshan was also due to our machinations. But you've killed so many today, surely, that's enough vengeance? Not enough. The mastermind is still alive. Neither you nor Gao Qijiang will escape. Lin Dong coldly replied. And I firmly believe in the saying of the Underworld, an eye for an eye, and one must eradicate the roots of evil. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingye's face turned even paler as he sighed. I understand, but my request is not high. Could you grant me a dignified death? To be honest, even if you don't kill me, I only have 2 months left to live. Oh, here is my hospital diagnosis report. Late-stage lung cancer, with metastasis throughout my body. The doctor said chemotherapy would be of little significance. I have at most 2 months to live. Lu Jingye pulled a diagnosis slip from his coat pocket and trembled as he handed it over. The once mighty figure now exhibited not a shred of the dominance one would expect. Lin Dong hesitated momentarily, stepped forward to take it, and casually glanced over it. Indeed, this old fellow was stricken by a terminal illness. No wonder his actions had been so reckless. Perhaps he was acutely aware of his limited time and sought to secure a greater future for the Yunying Society. Chairman, you truly have lung cancer? Recently, you mentioned feeling breathless. It seems you genuinely had a problem? Mo Huan asked, his voice trembling, overwhelmed by despair and sorrow. So you wish for me to let you off the hook? To let you pass naturally? Lin Dong inquired, his handsome face betraying no emotion. Is that possible? If so, I will hand over half of the Yunying Society to you. Such a grand temptation. Lin Dong rubbed his bald head and couldn't help but laugh. Exchanging half your fortune for 2 months of life? Your wish is rather beautiful, but I, for one, do not favor settling scores with a delay. Leaving an enemy alive for even a day increases the risk. I am sure Chairman Lu understands this principle well. Lin Dong replied casually, unfazed by Lu Jingye's enticing proposition. What nonsense is this? After I kill you, I simply take the Yunying Society as assets for myself? Ah, I understand, Lin Dong. Then go ahead and shoot. I, Lu Jingye, accept my fate. Mo Huan's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, Chairman. Lu Jingye waved his hand to silence him, knowing the situation was beyond salvation. He, as a long-standing underworld overlord, still possessed the courage to face death with serenity. After all, he wouldn't be living much longer. He simply wished for Lin Dong to grant him 2 months to spend with his family, hoping to celebrate the new year together. Speaking of which, the New Year's Eve was only a few days away, wasn't it? His daughter, Xiaoyu, probably wouldn't receive her red envelope from him this year. Chairman Lu, why don't we consider an alternative deal? Lin Dong's voice pulled him from his sorrowful thoughts, prompting him to quickly inquire, what kind of deal? This, I can refrain from shooting, allowing you to choose your own method of death, but the time must be tonight. Furthermore, I promise not to harm your wife and daughter, and I will leave them 10 million, enough for a lifetime. Lin Dong stated calmly. As for the Yunying Society, I will take it all. I want to kill Mo Huan. He will remain to help me manage the organization. After hearing these words, Lu Jingye's heart wrestled with inner turmoil for a while before he ultimately chose this relatively favorable option. He understood that even if he refused, with Lin Dong's ruthlessness, he would obtain the Yunying Society by any means necessary. Moreover, his family would surely face a grim fate. Alright, I agree. Splendid. First, draft your will. Once completed, take me to the Yunying Society's vault. Lao Nyo awakened in the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle 20 minutes later. He had just crashed headlong into the villa's stone steps, suffering a severe blow to his head and passing out. In the second before losing consciousness, he had heard a barrage of gunfire. To his surprise, in such a perilous situation, he was still alive, though his head and left hand throbbed painfully, while the rest of his body seemed relatively unharmed. Damn, where's the boss? He's not in danger, is he? At this moment, Lin Dong was no longer in the vehicle, and with so many gunmen outside, Lao Nyo's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly unfastened his seatbelt and jumped out of the car. As soon as he got out, the intense smell of blood assaulted his senses, making him feel nauseous. What on earth is happening? A slaughterhouse. On the ground of the courtyard lay over 30 bloody corpses. Lao Nyo's eyes widened in shock, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. Could it be that all of this was Lin Dong's doing? When did the boss become so formidable? This was over 30 armed experts. After a moment of being stunned, he snapped back to reality, swiftly drawing his sidearm and rushing into the house. Upon reaching the second floor, Lao Nyo realized the battle had already concluded. Today, he was merely a bystander, unable to assist in any way. The sight of corpses and blood everywhere left him deeply shaken. Even as someone who had experienced real battlefields, he was horrified by the bloody scene of the night. When had his former captain become so bloodthirsty? When the old bull stormed into the study, Lu Jingye had just completed his will. According to Lin Dong's intentions, all businesses, properties, and funds under the name of the Yunying Society were to be transferred to him without compensation. Out of humanitarian considerations, Lin Dong left 10 million in cash for Lu Jingye's wife and daughter, as well as his ancestral home in the countryside. Old bull, you arrived just in time. Quickly call the military god, Eagle Eye, and Wind, and have them bring 2 off-road vehicles to load the money. Lin Dong picked up Lu Jingye's will and read it at least 3 times, feeling quite satisfied. Wait, what money to load? Old bull looked utterly perplexed. Yet he followed Lin Dong's instructions and made the call. The night's dramatic turns were simply exhilarating. Chairman Lu, are you certain that most of the funds of the Yunying Society are hidden in the basement of the villa? Lin Dong carefully folded the will and placed it in his suit pocket before inquiring. How much money remains, and where is it located? Indeed, there is 9 billion here in the basement, along with a considerable amount of gold, jewelry, antiques, and calligraphy. The remaining 500 million is in the Group S account, and another 300 million in cash is concealed in the small safe within the layers of the Yunying building. Lu Jingye sighed and confessed. Mo Lao also has the authority to access the funds in the Group S account and the small safe. He knows the password. Very well. Let us first inspect the basement. I am eager to witness the spectacle of 9 billion in cash. Lin Dong raised the gun in his hand, gesturing for Lu Jingye to lead the way. By this time, Old Bull had completed the call, and the group followed Lu Jingye to the first floor. On the west side of the first floor, there was a wine storage room of approximately 50 square meters. Upon activating the hidden switch and pushing open a wine cabinet, a stainless steel door was revealed, featuring a gear-type password fingerprint lock in the center. Standing before the stainless steel door, Lindong attempted to activate the black gold system, but found it unresponsive. This indicated that the hidden gold in the basement was more than 20 meters below ground, exceeding the effective sensing range of the system. However, the X-ray vision allowed him to see, so he was aware of the shock awaiting him underground. Watching Lu Jingye input the password and fingerprint, the steel door slowly opened, causing Lindong's heart to race uncontrollably. Damn, 9 billion. I have never seen so much money in my life. No, not in 2 lifetimes. I can hardly contain my excitement. The group entered through the entrance. descending approximately 30 meters at an angle. The cement steps, illuminated by the corridor's fluorescent lights, felt anything but ominous. At the end of the corridor, a robust steel door appeared once more. Lu Jingye produced a long, thick key and finally unlocked the last door to the basement. As the steel door swung open under the bright fluorescent lights, nearly 200 square meters of basement space came into view, revealing a breathtaking sight of stacks of $100 bills. Each pile forming a cubic meter, meticulously wrapped in 2 layers of transparent plastic film. These blocks of $100 bills were neatly stacked in the center of the basement, resembling a glimmering mountain. Is this really 9 billion? Goodness, this is utterly astonishing. Lin Dong was left speechless by the scene before him, while Old Bull beside him could not help but exclaim in disbelief. None of them had ever encountered such vast wealth in their lives. On the opposite side of the basement, over 20 large rosewood boxes were neatly arranged. Without a doubt, they contained gold, jewelry, and renowned calligraphy. Lin Dong was completely stunned. This time, he had struck it rich. Everything before him was now his. Naturally, Lin Dong's black gold system did not forget to activate. Ding. Completed the conversion of black gold worth 9 billion. Wealth value balance 6 billion. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from a millionaire into a billionaire, and the feeling was simply exhilarating. Ding. Detected that the wealth value balance of the black gold system has exceeded 1 billion. The system is automatically upgrading to intermediate level, expanding the effective conversion range of black gold to 200 meters. Ding. 2 special skills added. Heart of Loyalty, Space Gate. Special Skill 3, Heart of Loyalty, initial level, allows consumption of wealth value to enhance the loyalty of subordinates. For every 1 million spent, loyalty increases by 1. Cannot enhance loyalty of non-protagonist subordinates. Those with negative loyalty cannot be enhanced. Direct extermination is advised. This system has even started offering suggestions. However, this advice isn't without merit. Dissenters should indeed be eliminated. It's quite practical. Special Skill 4, Space Gate, initial level. Grants a personal space of 100 cubic meters for storing materials, preserving them indefinitely. They even arranged for a space expansion? Damn, this system is remarkably considerate. Chapter 69, Your Life is Now Mine. Lindong's gains were immense this time. With such a wealth value balance in the black gold system, it was time to upgrade the black gold eye. The initial level of black gold eye could only scan the basic information of black gold individuals, but could not accurately locate the hidden treasures of target individuals. This was the most frustrating aspect for Lindong. So now that he had the funds, even if it pained him to spend it, he needed to prioritize upgrading this special skill. Ding. Consumed 1 billion wealth value to upgrade black gold eye. Ding. Black gold eye has been upgraded to intermediate level. Functionality. Scans black gold individual information. Accurately locates target individual's black gold treasure points. Lin Dong let out a long sigh of relief. Collecting black gold would now be much more convenient. He would no longer have to go to great lengths to search for others' hidden treasures. Damn, making money is swift. But spending it is just as rapid. In the blink of an eye, 1 billion wealth value vanished. Sigh. However, it was fortunate that the system upgraded to intermediate level, unexpectedly granting him 2 even more powerful skills. Speaking of which, what would the black gold system look like at the advanced level? Why not give it a try? Ding. Upgrade to advanced level of the black gold system failed. Required wealth value for advanced upgrade, 200 billion. Additionally, requires 2,000 points of Jianghu reputation value. The protagonist has defeated 2 major factions, earning 30 points of Jianghu reputation value, with a cumulative total of 40 points. Damn, this is absurd. 200 billion? And I need additional Jianghu reputation value? System, you really don't want me to upgrade too quickly, do you? Well, let us first handle the matter at hand. 40 minutes later, the military god, Wind, and Eagle Eye arrived at the Egret Lake Villa in 2 off-road vehicles. Lin Dong instructed them to work with Old Bull to hastily load the items from the basement onto the vehicles. They prioritized the cash. The 3 off-road vehicles should take as much as they could. The group spent over half an hour, and the trunks and compartments of the 3 vehicles were packed to the brim, yet they had only moved less than 1/10 of the cash mountain from the basement. Lu Jingye assisted Lin Dong in changing the password and fingerprint for the first steel door of the basement to Lin Dong's, while the only key to the second door was handed over to Lin Dong. From this moment on, only Lin Dong would have access to the basement. After completing these tasks, Lin Dong instructed everyone to leave the basement while he remained behind. It was time to test the power of the space gate. Lin Dong touched the cash mountain, and in the blink of an eye, the colossal pile of money, over 20 cubic meters, vanished without a trace. He concentrated his thoughts, and a square space materialized in his mind, where the massive cash mountain was quietly stored in one corner of the space. The sum of money should amount to as much as 1.8 billion, occupying a third of the space. If we were to include the gold, jewels, and calligraphy as well, it would likely fill half the space. This area is still far too small. After collecting the items from the basement, Lindong returned to the study on the second floor. The 4 members of Old Nyo were vigilantly guarding the 2 major figures of the Yuning society, rendering them both frustrated and helpless. There was no alternative. In the world of power, the victor takes all, and the fate of heroes often ends in despair. Well, the time has come, Chairman Liu. Please choose your method of demise, Lin Dong said in a calm tone. Thank you for your consideration. I choose poison. Mo. Please bring me that bottle of potassium cyanide from the left side of the desk, Lu Jingye replied. Mo Huan nodded, his expression increasingly sorrowful. As he rose and retrieved the poison from the desk, Lin Dong examined the vial, removing the cap to find it still contained a little less than half. He was unsure where this old fellow had procured such a potent toxin. This lethal poison, typically reserved for espionage, was enough to kill 10 Lu Jingyes and more. Old Mo, you administer it to Chairman Liu. Remember to ensure he consumes the entire bottle, Lin Dong instructed. Lu Jingye and Mo Huan exchanged a glance, both displaying shock. Lin Dong's cunning was remarkable. He offered Lu Jingye no chance to take his own life, instead compelling Mo Huan to execute the act, forcing him to poison his former superior. With this act of allegiance, it would be difficult for Mo Huan to harbor any treacherous thoughts moving forward. Moments later, after consuming nearly half a bottle of potassium cyanide, Lu Jingye's pulse and breath ceased entirely. A once great figure in the underworld had now fallen. Mo Huan stared blankly at his old comrade's departure, the sorrow in his heart now dulled to numbness. Since their youth, some things have been fated from the beginning. In this life, one must eventually pay for their transgressions. Old Mo, from now on, the operations of the Yuning Society will rest upon your shoulders. Find a time to take me to the Yuning building. I need to inspect the small treasury. The accounts and treasury of the group will still be managed by you. You need only report to me regularly. Lin Dong articulated his thoughts. Understood. How should I address you from now on? Boss. Or perhaps Dongyi? Mo Huan inquired, attempting to compose his tumultuous emotions. Dongyi sounds too antiquated. Just call me boss, like everyone else. Very well, boss. Additionally, take care of Chairman Liu's affairs and arrange for the handover of the gang. I will have Old Nyo and the others assist you fully. Anyone who resists must be dealt with decisively. I understand. I will handle it with care. Ensure that the bodies and bloodstains inside and outside the villa are thoroughly cleaned. For our fallen brothers, each family will receive a settlement of 200,000. As Lin Dong issued his orders, he activated the system's newly acquired special skill. Heart of Loyalty, Ding. Target associated. Mo Huan, Loyalty 62, can spend 38 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100. Without hesitation, Lin Dong increased Mo Huan's loyalty to 100. Absolute loyalty among these key subordinates was paramount, and spending a bit more was worthwhile. Ding. Target associated, Nyo Defa. Loyalty 98, can spend 2 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100. Ding. Target associated, Fu Yijuan, Loyalty 96, can spend 4 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100. Ding. Target associated, Song Fei, Loyalty 95, can spend 5 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100. Ding. Target associated, Chong Feng, Loyalty 95, can spend 5 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100. Fortunately, the cost to enhance loyalty for these 4 brothers who had shared life and death was not exorbitant, totaling only 16 million. As Lin Dong completed this maneuver, the 5 subordinates present felt a peculiar sensation arise within them. Whatever the boss says or does is undoubtedly correct. His words are law. Even if Lin Dong commanded them to take their own lives at that moment, they would execute it without hesitation. Their gazes toward Lin Dong grew even more fervent. The boss's bald head is quite handsome, so stylish. This is the true demeanor of a genuine figure in the underworld. Lin Dong, slightly overwhelmed by the admiration in their eyes, cleared his throat awkwardly. Old Nyo, you 4 should return to the Wanhao Villa first, and place the money in the newly renovated Villa number 98. Understood, boss. Once the 4 departed, Lin Dong fixed a meaningful gaze upon Mo Huan for a moment before solemnly stating, your life now belongs to me. I understand that my life, old boss, was salvaged by you and can be taken at any moment. Mo Huan replied earnestly. Such words are too heavy. Those who follow me will rise to greatness. Why would I allow you to perish easily? Lin Dong smiled, lowering his voice. There is one more task for you. Find a time to deal with Lu Jingye's wife and daughter, and do it cleanly. Mo Huan was taken aback. Yet he could not summon any resistance within him and had no choice but to acquiesce. I have said before, some roots must be severed completely, otherwise they will bring endless troubles. Lin Dong's tone remained calm, his cunning and ruthlessness gradually revealing themselves. Very well, old Mo. You stay behind and arrange for the scene to be cleaned up promptly. Are there vehicles in the villa's garage? Understood. I will take care of it. There are 5 cars in the garage, and their keys are in the vehicles. None are locked. Emo Huan respectfully replied. Excellent. I must take my leave now. I have another place to attend. Haha. Old Emo, do you not wish to inquire where I am headed? Where does the boss intend to go? To the Queen Bar. I'm truly swamped tonight. Emo Huan's expression darkened at this revelation. Indeed, boss, you are quite busy. Chapter 70. The embarrassed and distressed Yuzi. In the early hours, the bustling Queen Bar remained packed with various men and women seeking solace in intoxication. Amidst the pulsating music, they liberated themselves, searching for pleasure within the realms of alcohol and primal hormones. In these individuals, one could witness the indulgence of life, the fragility and overflow of desire. Their creed was simple: since one cannot halt the passage of time, nor escape the capriciousness of life and the inevitability of death's final curtain, why not indulge in merriment while one can? Life is fleeting. Let us revel in the moment. Perhaps it is only by drowning in the mundane world that one can truly discover their authentic self. Everything else can indeed be supplanted with reckless fervor in place of romance, and alcohol can extinguish the last vestiges of innocence. Draped in purple attire, Yuzi felt particularly desolate this evening. For reasons unknown, ever since Lin Dong had been imprisoned, she had not experienced a single moment of joy. She had always believed that Lin Dong, the young man, was merely a fleeting visitor in her life. Much like the individuals downstairs who sought solace in drink each night. They passed by her without leaving a ripple. However, at this moment, she realized how gravely mistaken she had been. For unbeknownst to her, at some point, the shadow of that man had become deeply etched in her heart. Now, whenever she caught sight of any man within the bar, she could not help but think of Lindong. Recalling that night when he single-handedly defeated 8 thugs, he nonchalantly cleansed his wounds with strong liquor. Whenever she sat alone in the office, she found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself. Her mind flooded with images of Lin Dong's flirtatious kisses and advances. This man, why must he be so wicked? Yet, perhaps she would never see him again. The man in prison might soon meet his demise. And she, Yuzi, could only cling to her shattered heart, persevering through life, whether forced to marry Lu Chongkong or languishing alone amidst the dazzling nightlife. She gazed blankly at the raucous crowd below, as if they inhabited another world, entirely disconnected from her reality. The bottle of red wine on the table was empty. But she was not yet intoxicated. Perhaps if she continued to drink, the evening would become more bearable. Casually, she glanced down at the bar scene and was startled to see an astonishing figure. Lindong? How is he here? Amidst the clamor, Lindong's bald head was undeniably conspicuous. Ignoring the curious and astonished gazes surrounding him, he swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor of the bar. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Yuzi, who sat despondently in a booth. This woman retained her captivating allure, her unique charm palpable even from a distance. Lindong, how did you get out? Are you all right? Yuzi delicate hand instinctively covered her mouth, tears spilling forth. Yes, I'm fine now. Lindong replied with a radiant smile, approaching her and taking her hand, leading her towards the office. Once inside, they closed the door without uttering a single word. The two embraced passionately, an expression of their pent-up longing and suppressed emotions. After a fervent kiss that transcended human limits, Yuzi became a pliant, fervent figure. Soon, their garments lay scattered across the floor. Yuzi sensed an extraordinary assertiveness and dominance emanating from Lindong at that moment. 40 minutes later, as the clouds dispersed and the rain ceased, the bashful yet frustrated Yuzi melted into a puddle of warmth. She lay languidly on Lindong's broad chest, breathing softly. Lindong, what happened to you tonight? You seem to carry a heavy aura of death, she inquired gently. I've taken quite a few lives. Oh, you truly killed someone? Yuzi gasped in shock. Yes. From this night onward, the Gao Xian gang will no longer exist in the South City, and the Yuning Society will no longer bear the Lu name, Lin Dong stated matter-of-factly. Lindong, you can't be serious? Yuzi exclaimed, her mouth agape as she fixed her gaze on his handsome face. Do I need to jest with you? Lu Jingye is dead. The Yuning Society will now be under the Lin banner, and you, my queen, are free. As she absorbed Lindong's words, a tumult of emotions surged within Yuzi, leaving her unable to find tranquility. How could this be? Just a few days had passed. This man, who had seemingly been trapped and ensnared, had miraculously turned the tide and escaped from prison. And in a single night, he had upended half of the city's underworld. How had he accomplished such a feat? Do not dwell on it. In the future, no one in the South City will compel you to do things you do not wish to. Lindong gently caressed her delicate face. Once I eliminate Gao Qijiang, and once Fan Gue is released from the hospital, and old Mo has reorganized the Yuning Society, I may need to head north for a while. For how long? I do not know. To me, the underworld of South City feels too small. Yuzi immediately reacted, playfully pouting. Of course, the beauties of South City cannot compare to those of the North, right? Humph. Seeing her lips curl into a playful smirk, Lindong's hand playfully smacked her smooth backside. If you continue to act jealous, I shall have to discipline you on the spot. I don't believe you. If you have the ability, come at me. A new round of springtime revelry and soft cries echoed once more in the room, continuing until dawn. Earlier, during a moment of ecstasy, Lin Dong had initiated the heart of loyalty towards Yuzi. Ding, associated target. Yuzi, loyalty 89. Can spend 11 million wealth points to increase loyalty to 100. Damn, I have conquered her, yet her loyalty is still below 90? It seems the ancients were not mistaken. Only the small-minded and women are difficult to nurture. He decided to invest some resources and effort, spending a bit of wealth to completely win her over. Although her loyalty stood at only 89, it was evident that she indeed harbored feelings for him. Now that her body and heart were entrusted to him, it was merely a matter of time before she became utterly devoted. However, human nature is far too intricate. Lin Dong dared not gamble on it, thus he naturally needed to invest in insurance. Ding, associated target. Yuzi, 11 million wealth points spent, loyalty increased to 100. February 11th, just 7 days until the New Year's Eve of 1996. The festive atmosphere of the Spring Festival gradually enveloped South City. Stalls selling auspicious oranges and flowers sprang up along the streets, bustling with activity. In recent days, two astounding pieces of news, even more shocking than a snowfall during the New Year in South City, had spread throughout the underworld. Overnight, the Gao Qingshan gang in the Northern District was annihilated, with their leader Gao Qijiang fleeing to Hong Kong. The largest gang in South City, the Yuning Society, underwent a shocking transformation, with Lu Chongkong and Guan Bo going missing, and President Lu Jingye committing suicide after being diagnosed with a terminal illness. Most astonishing of all, on the same day, Lin Dong, who had betrayed the big brother, was acquitted. Rumor had it that both the annihilation of the Gao Qingshan gang and the upheaval within the Yuning Society were orchestrated by none other than Lin Dong himself. The year had yet to conclude, and the underworld of South City was on the verge of a transformation. Chapter 71. Harvesting Black Gold and the Wildlife Sanctuary. In recent days, the South City underworld had undergone a seismic shift. With less than a week until New Year's Eve, the festive spirit grew increasingly palpable. Yet, after his release from prison, Lin Dong hurriedly returned home to reassure his mother and then became thoroughly engrossed in his duties. Following the incident involving Wan Qingshan, Wanqi's business had essentially come to a standstill. Now that Lin Dong had returned, he needed to promptly stabilize morale and rearrange post-holiday operations. Wan Qingshan's remains had been cremated and buried, and Lin Dong made a special trip to pay his respects at his memorial. For the man who had introduced him to the underworld, Lin Dong felt a mix of regret and gratitude. Lin Dong's safe return from prison seemed to restore Wan Ye's sense of stability. She gradually emerged from the sorrow of losing her father. Considering Wan Ye's circumstances and future, Lin Dong made a bold decision. With her consent, he purchased all of Wan Qi's shares in Wan Jia 51 for 1.5 billion. With Wan Qingshan gone, a young girl like Wan Ye, still innocent, should not bear the weight of a gang's legacy. Naturally, Lin Dong did not wish for her to become overly entangled in future underworld conflicts. It was best for the 19-year-old Wan Ye to enjoy the life of an invisible billionaire, focusing on completing her studies at South University first. Originally, Wan Qingshan had sold 49 of Wan Qi's shares to Lin Dong at half price, allowing him to save 50 million. This time, Lin Dong would ensure that Wan Ye did not suffer any losses. Thus, he compensated her with an additional 50 million based on a valuation of 1 billion. In the world of the underworld, one must be ruthless and unyielding. However, certain affections must be repaid, and some kindnesses must be remembered. Simultaneously, Lin Dong has not forgotten that Wan Qingshan possesses a villa and 100 million in black gold at the Wanhao Mountain Villa. He intends to claim this substantial asset for himself, as bestowing such a sum upon Wan Ye may not necessarily be a prudent decision, especially for a young girl as inexperienced as she. Of course, old Wan's guards at the hidden vault were somewhat negligent in their vigilance. Lin Dong invested 20 million in wealth value to enhance their loyalty, thereby incorporating these three individuals into his ranks. Consequently, his security force at the Wanhao Mountain Villa has been further strengthened. From this point forward, Lin Dong not only wielded control over Wanqi, but he had also completely absorbed Gao Qijiang's territory, becoming the sole clandestine proprietor of the Yuning Society, the foremost gang in Nandu. It is anticipated that Lin Dong's influence and reputation within the underworld of Nandu will soon reach unparalleled heights, making it increasingly difficult to find a rival of equal standing. After organizing Wanqi's affairs, Lin Dong embarked on a series of black gold harvesting operations. With the eye of black gold upgraded to the intermediate level, he could now accurately locate the hidden caches of black gold. Within a day, he identified the 2 billion black gold of the Northern District King, Wang Hu. and the personal black gold of Gunshots, the underground casino operator, amounting to over 130 million. Additionally, the day's cash exchanged at the casino amounted to 53 million, alongside the 37.5 million from Zhuang Tongfang's ancestral home and 5.6 million from Shui Jingxiu. All of these were converted into Lin Dong's system wealth value. The most unfortunate was Zhuang Tongfang. Although his daughter had been released by the Ilian gang, the black gold hidden in the ancestral home was covertly converted by Lin Dong. Merely 3 days later, he found himself under investigation by the anti-corruption department. His troubles were, of course, instigated by the recording pen that Fei Fei had handed to Lu Yufeng. As a public official closely associated with Lu Jingye and directly involved in the conspiracy against Lindong, Zhuang Tongfang would undoubtedly find it challenging to extricate himself from this predicament. Lindong, the butterfly from the future, gently flapped his wings, altering the course of history once more. Zhuang Tongfang's exposure came 2 years earlier than expected. Lu Jingye perished, and the Yunying society changed hands. After Gao Qijiang's escape to Hong Kong, he left behind a significant portion of his black gold. Thus, Lindong, through Chao Kong, quickly uncovered the Gao family's hidden black gold, amounting to a staggering 75 million. After converting this sum, it was also securely stored within his space. Remembering that the Yunying building housed an additional 300 million in reserved black gold, Lindong wasted no time. On that very day, he instructed Mo Huan to unlock the vault's iron door. He pretended to inspect the contents and subsequently transformed this colossal sum of black gold as well. Consequently, Lindong's wealth value within the black gold system surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 1.898 billion. The Gao Xinjia gang had been uprooted overnight, thanks to Lindong's alliance with Wang Hu. Following Gao Qijiang's flight to Hong Kong, all of his territories in the northern district were devoured by Lindong. The Gao Xinjia gang's gray businesses in the northern district primarily consisted of counterfeit DVDs and the underground red light district of Shanglifen. Collectively, these enterprises generated over 30 million in pure profit annually. Wang Hu generously ceded all of Gao Qijiang's territory to Lindong, with the condition that Lindong would partner with him to establish a new real estate company. Naturally, Lindong welcomed this proposal. He entrusted the management of the former Gao Xinjia gang's territories to Niu Defa and began discussions with Wang Hu regarding their grand real estate venture. As a reborn individual, Lindong was acutely aware that investing in real estate now would usher in the most lucrative decade of opportunity. Thus, he and Wang Hu found immediate common ground on the proposal. Coincidentally, after the new year, a plot of land comprising a small mountain and wild forest was set to be released in the northern district. This land, spanning over 3,000 acres, was located near Dazhong village in the northern district, just a bridge's distance from the central urban area of Nandu, making it an exceptionally advantageous location. Lindong was well aware of this land's potential. In his past life, it would eventually become the most renowned wildlife park in the nation, even throughout Asia. This entire region would amalgamate tourism, entertainment, hospitality, and residential development. Lindong, are you suggesting that we create the largest zoo in all of Asia? Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lindong's ambitious vision. What an extraordinary idea. Even a zoo is part of the plan? Indeed, Tiger Lord, Lindong replied. Let me ask you, do traditional zoos not confine animals within cages or enclosures while humans observe from the outside? Noticing Wang Hu's momentary confusion, he continued. What if we reversed this concept, enclosing a vast area of mountainous land to house various animals in a free-range environment? Guests would simply ride in protected tour vehicles, traversing through herds of tigers, leopards, and wolves. Wouldn't that be a more exhilarating experience? Wang Hu's eyes lit up as he began to grasp Lindong's whimsical idea, his excitement bubbling over. So, your plan is to first establish a nationally recognized tourist attraction and then stimulate the accompanying hotel and real estate industries? Brilliant, Lindong praised, impressed with Wang Hu's sharp commercial acumen. Not only that, but we should also import rare animals from around the world, such as white tigers, polar bears, white kangaroos, and black swans. Furthermore, we can industrialize certain breeds that can be domesticated, like crocodiles. Once the zoo gains popularity, we can expand vigorously into amusement parks and residential real estate. Lindong's thinking was innovative and dynamic, yet Wang Hu, with his keen instincts, sensed the vast business opportunities within this concept. I believe this idea has tremendous potential. We'll proceed as you suggest. I will immediately begin preparations for registering the company and assembling a team right after the new year. Wang Hu was eager to express his intentions. I will leverage my connections to secure the land, and then we can move on to the next steps. By the way, Lindong, what do you intend to name this wildlife park? I've already thought it through. Since this plot is adjacent to Dazhong village, we shall call it the Xiangzhang Wildlife Park. Xiangzhang Wildlife Park? What a splendid name. Chapter 72, the first individual to achieve maximum loyalty. The formidable collaboration between Lin Dong and Wang Hu, their joint investment in the Xiangzhang Wildlife Park, officially entered the project evaluation phase. It is believed that in the near future, this iconic large-scale tourism real estate project, hailed as the Light of Asia, will yield them substantial profits. The day after Lin Dong dismantled the Gao Xinjia gang and the Yuning Society, he reached out to Ling Xiaoxiao. It is essential to express gratitude to those who have lent significant assistance. After all, the Ling family had exerted considerable effort to rescue Lin Dong, leveraging high-level connections. However, Ling Xiaoxiao held a different perspective. It was Lin Dong who had initially assisted the Ling family, and this was merely a gesture of gratitude in return. Through the coordinated efforts of the Ling family's upper echelons, the land project in Yangjijing, Han City, allowed the Ling family to withdraw unscathed, incurring a total loss of over 200 million in public relations expenses. This amount, when compared to the potential losses from an unsuccessful investment in Yangjijing, was negligible. Ling Xiaoxiao enthusiastically invited Lin Dong to travel north to the capital to discuss grand ventures. She specifically mentioned her cousin Ling Fifan, who, after losing the 20 million Beijing courtyard to Lin Dong, would not dare to renege this time. After all, Lin Dong had become a great benefactor to the Ling family and had even caught the attention of the family head, Ling Hongfei. Hearing from Ling Xiaoxiao, it appears that this fellow has promptly enlisted someone to scour Beijing, acquiring Sihiyuan properties, predominantly of exceptional quality within the inner ring. Not bad at all. Ling Fifan, despite being somewhat snobbish, displays a remarkable sense of propriety. Lin Dong's plan is as follows. First, to consolidate the various underground forces he has recently acquired, while simultaneously tracking down Gao Qijian's whereabouts in Hong Kong Island, ensuring that this potential threat is eradicated completely. Afterwards, he intends to spend the new year with his mother before heading north. Of course, he has also considered the candidates for this northern expedition. Wanqi Electronics has already begun its expansion in Hubei province, requiring minimal oversight from Ma Baorong, thereby making him a suitable companion. Furthermore, there is the newly established expansion department and branding planning department at Wanqi. The trip to the capital is certain to involve a fierce competition with Huang Guanyu's Guoli Electronics. Hence, Lin Dong plans to mobilize half of the manpower from these two departments for participation. His close aides, Fengzi and Ingyan, are designated to accompany him. Currently, the old territory of the Gao Xian gang is under the supervision of Lao Niu, while Yuning Society is controlled by Lao Mo and at home. He has Jun Shun and 3 newly recruited subordinates keeping watch, leaving no threats in Nandu. As long as Gao Qijiang and the assassin who killed Old Wan are dealt with, Lin Dong will have no further concerns in Nandu. Thus, until the perilous wolf known as Gao Qijiang is eliminated, Lin Dong cannot afford to feel at ease. At the Central Hospital of the Northern District, in the surgical ward, Lin Dong sat in front of the conscious Fan Gui's hospital bed, leisurely peeling a red Fuji apple. Fan Gui stared at Lin Dong's slightly bald head, lost in thought, wanting to laugh, but afraid it would aggravate his injury on the right side of his chest. Old Fan, if you want to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold back and harm yourself. Lin Dong shot him a glance, retorting, you've just begun to recover. The doctor said you shouldn't eat anything too sweet. So this apple isn't for you. Fan Gui could no longer contain himself. A surge of energy rose in his throat, and he coughed, which pulled at his wound, causing him to wince in pain. Cough, cough. Lin Dong, have you avenged Brother Shan yet? Only the assassin and Gao Qijiang remain. Gao Qijiang is quite cunning. As soon as I got out of prison, he fled to Hong Kong Island for refuge. Hong Kong Island? Yes, and that's why I came to find you today. I hope you can reach out to your acquaintances in Hong Kong Island to help me investigate. Sure, I have contacts over there. I used to coordinate smuggling operations with General Zhao from Hong Kong. Fan Gui shifted his half-reclined body and sat up a bit straighter. This General Zhao, whose real name is Zhao Haoxing, is the leader of the Cine gang on Hong Kong Island. With his assistance, uncovering Gao Qijiang shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Dong's eyes lit up. Cine gang? That's one of the 3 major gangs on Hong Kong Island, alongside the Hachao gang and Dongxing gang. With their help, even if Gao Qijiang hides away, he will likely be found. Old Fan, give me Zhao Haoxing's number. I'll call him right away. I'm not familiar with him, so you should speak to him first. All right, his number is. Before long, Zhao Haoxing's phone call was connected. Fan Gui first briefly explained Wanqi's current situation, then emphasized Lin Dong's introduction. A few minutes later, Lin Dong and Zhao Haoxing reached a preliminary agreement. Zhao Haoxing would mobilize the Cine gang to search for Gao Qijiang's whereabouts, and any news would be promptly relayed to Lin Dong. In return, Lin Dong promised to make a special trip to Hong Kong after the Spring Festival to collaborate on a major business venture with the Cine gang. The Hong Kong line had been successfully established, and finding Gao Qijiang was merely a matter of time. Lin Dong, how is Wanya doing now? With the pressing matter resolved, Fan Gui shifted his concern to Wanya's situation. She is doing well and is nearly recovered. The path of the underworld is too treacherous for her, so I've bought back all her shares in Wanqi. Lindong stated, I gave her 1.5 billion. That should suffice for her to complete her university education and live a prosperous life. Well, that is for the best. The underworld is no place for her. Just look at what happened to her father. Fan Gui sighed deeply, suddenly realizing something, fixing his gaze on Lin Dong. Should I now address you as boss or big brother? Call me big brother, Lin Dong replied with a slight smile, secretly activating Heart of Loyalty. Ding. Associated target. Fan Gui, loyalty 95, consuming 5 million, can increase loyalty to 100. Do you wish to enhance? Lin Dong silently affirmed the enhancement. On the hospital bed, Fan Gui, in a daze, felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. Before his eyes, Lindong suddenly appeared even more imposing and captivating. He exuded a charisma that inspired trust and a willingness to follow him to the ends of the earth. Old Fan, take good care of yourself. Once you're well, we'll go have some fish. All right, big brother. As night fell on the same day, Lindong made a visit to JJ Karaoke. He summoned all mid and upper-level personnel at JJ to announce an important appointment. The 21-year-old Ren Feifei was officially appointed as the night manager at JJ, overseeing room reservations, beverage procurement, and the arrangement of hostesses. This decision instantly captivated everyone's attention. Why? Isn't Feifei already resigned? How is it that upon returning, she has been appointed to such a powerful position? Could it be that she is too attractive and caught the boss's eye? Regarding these rumors, Lindong paid them no mind. At present, Ren Feifei had received a 2-point loyalty boost from Lindong's investment of 2 million, reaching a loyalty level of 100. She was now firmly in his camp. Why would I employ a loyal subordinate who has made contributions to me over outsiders? What nonsense. Thus, the young Ren Feifei embarked on her legendary life, undoubtedly one spent in the service of Lindong. That evening, after a long day, Lindong returned to the Wanhao mountain villa. Suddenly, he recalled that Heart of Loyalty seemed to have overlooked someone, the obedient and charming maid, Sun Jielu. Therefore, upon entering his bedroom, Lindong immediately activated Heart of Loyalty. Ding, associated target. Sun Jielu, loyalty 100, no enhancement needed. No way. Her loyalty is actually 100? Lindong was utterly stunned. He had not anticipated that the first person to reach maximum loyalty would be her. This delightful maid is quite exceptional. Thus, the two proceeded with their usual routine of a romantic bath, with Lindong unusually allowing Sun Jielu to forego the task of scrubbing his back. Moreover, in the bathtub, Lindong appeared especially warm and gentle, showering her with affection. Chapter 73, The Ruthless Bandit Yi Jihuan. With 3 days remaining until New Year's Eve, the bustling city of Nandu had grown quite sparse in terms of people and vehicles. Aside from some key functional departments and enterprises, most units had already commenced their holidays. Those returning home were either on the road or busy preparing for the New Year's goods. The kind-hearted Lin's mother, having learned of her son's former boss's tragic circumstances from an unknown source, was immediately overwhelmed with compassion. Even before the new year arrived, she urged Lin Dong to bring Wanya, who lived alone in the Binjiang villa, back home. Thus, this year's New Year's Eve dinner would require an extra set of chopsticks. Meanwhile, the search for Gao Qijiang's whereabouts on Hong Kong Island yielded no results, indicating that the man had indeed been terrified by Lin Dong and was hiding quite deeply. Lin Dong remained unperturbed. Viewing him merely as a cornered dog that could not stir up much trouble, he could allow him to enjoy this new year. February 16, 1996. The 28th day of the lunar year. Lin Dong awoke with a sudden realization. If memory serves, tomorrow evening at approximately 8:20, a sensational event is set to unfold on Hong Kong Island. The notorious criminal Yi Jihuan, who has instilled fear in the heart of every gold shop on the island, will be crossing back into Hong Kong from Guan City, armed with an AK-47 and accompanied by 3 armed accomplices. The landing point will be the eastern circular pier of Hong Kong Island. During this time, Yi Jihuan's group will encounter 3 uniformed police officers on patrol, resulting in a fierce gun battle. As Yi Jihuan attempts to retreat, he will be struck by multiple bullets and subsequently captured, leaving him with a lifelong disability. This news had a significant impact on Hong Kong Island at the time. Later, these events were even adapted into several films, making Lin Dong particularly familiar with them. According to reports from his previous life, Yi Jihuan converted to Christianity after his imprisonment, sincerely repentant, thus not truly a malevolent figure. His robberies of gold shops and his gunfire exchanges with the police were merely driven by greed. Lin Dong was confident that he could bring this man under his influence, although it would require time. If he could indeed win over Yi Jihuan, he could subsequently bring in another notorious thief, Zhang Zichang. With these two as his foundation, Lin Dong's influence on Hong Kong Island would rapidly reach new heights. The world of gangsters is akin to a chess game. To stay ahead, One must strategize several moves in advance. Fengzi, once you finish breakfast, accompany me to Guan City. Having made up his mind, Lindong wasted no time and instructed Fengzi to prepare the vehicle. Understood, boss. Should we bring along our hardware? Fengzi inquired, referring to the firearms acquired from the black market. A short weapon each will suffice, Lindong replied. Naturally, he had already concealed a handgun and an AK-47, along with ample ammunition, within his system space, even stashing away 30 grenades for emergencies. As noon approached, Lindong and Fengzi finally arrived at Shirlang Town in Guan City. Lindong recalled vividly, based on descriptions from his previous life, that this individual had robbed over 10 gold shops before returning to the mainland with a substantial sum of money, subsequently living incognito in Shirlang Town while running a convenience store. Boss, we've reached Shirlang Town. What is our purpose here? Fengzi asked curiously as he drove into the bustling streets lined with factories. We're looking for someone, Lindong replied nonchalantly, stretching in his seat. Who is so important that we traveled all this way? You'll understand shortly. Slow down the car and keep an eye out for a store called Haojing Convenience Store. All right. 40 minutes later, they finally spotted the Haojing Convenience Store at a secluded intersection in an industrial area. The store was modest in size, and behind the counter sat a man in his 30s, with a square face, disheveled hair, and an unkempt appearance. He had slightly prominent cheekbones and thick lips pressed tightly together, engrossed in reading a book. After instructing Fengzi to park the car by the roadside, Lindong approached the entrance and settled onto a plastic chair, calling out loudly, Boss, 2 bottles of soy milk, 2 bottles of draft beer, and a bag of fermented tofu peanuts, please. Wait a moment. The man behind the counter glanced at Lindong and Fengzi, then rose to fetch the items. Just from that fleeting look, Lindong's keen instinct sensed a flicker of wariness and hostility. This man was undoubtedly Yuzi Huan. However, to be certain, Lindong activated his black gold eye to confirm the man's identity. Numerous photographs of Yuzi Huan had circulated on the internet in his previous life, and Lindong could not be mistaken. Moreover, how could an ordinary person exude such vigilance and concealed malice? This latent hostility might go unnoticed by most. But Lindong and Fengzi, having survived the battlefield, were attuned to it. Fengzi's expression stiffened as his right hand instinctively reached for the handgun in his pocket. Observing this, Lindong subtly shook his head, preventing him from taking action. Before long, their order was brought to them. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary yet exceptionally composed man before him, Lindong initiated the conversation. Boss, will you be open tomorrow? The man looked taken aback, eyeing Lindong warily. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. Tomorrow is my friend's birthday, and I was hoping to come here for a drink to celebrate after work. Lindong replied with a smile. What company are you with? It's the new year, and you haven't taken a holiday yet? Is your friend so impoverished that he celebrates his birthday in a place like this? The man queried, taking a seat directly opposite Lindong. That SUV parked outside must be yours, right? And that Valentino on you should cost at least 10,000. The gold watch on your wrist, shouldn't it be worth 100,000? A wealthy person like you would celebrate a birthday in a place like mine? Lindong chuckled, clapping his hands in admiration. Impressive, impressive. As expected of the legendary thief Yuzi Huan, your insight is remarkable. Upon hearing his name, Yuzi Huan's expression changed dramatically as his right hand instinctively moved toward his waist to draw his weapon. I advise you not to make any sudden moves. Fengzi had already drawn his handgun, the ominous barrel aimed directly at Yuzi Huan beneath the table. Which gang are you from? Yuzi Huan's hand froze, halting his attempt to draw his weapon as he asked in a low voice. Why not guess that we are the police? Lindong retorted with a smile. You don't seem like it. The police carry an air of authority. You only exude the aura of bandits and killers. And with your bald head and your manner of doing things, it's clear you're from the underworld. Yuzi Huan was quite forthright, casually grabbing a handful of peanuts from the table and munching on them without a trace of concern. Lindong exchanged a glance with Fengzi, signaling him to holster his weapon, and said with a smirk, Yuzi Huan, you are quite astute and bold, a rare talent. It's a pity that fortune has not favored you. Oh, Yuzi Huan raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently on Lindong, as if attempting to decipher the meaning behind his words. No need to ponder. Are you planning to close tomorrow and sneak back into Hong Kong at night? Yuzi Huan was taken aback, losing his composure. How do you know this? His covert return to Hong Kong was indeed at the invitation of another thief, Zhang Zicheng, as they conspired to undertake a significant heist together. Damn it. The boat has already been arranged. How could the news have leaked? Shouldn't he have? Lindong replied. Did the boatman inform you? Wrong. I don't know any boatman. I calculated this myself. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Don't believe me? If I can guess 3 items on you, will you believe me? Lindong scoffed, activating his clairvoyant vision to scrutinize Yuzi Huan. Fine. If you can truly name 3, I will believe you. Yuzi Huan declared readily, though he was skeptical that such a person could exist. Wanqi mentioned the imitation Type 54 pistol at your left waist, as the magazine contains only 6 bullets. Lin Dong described everything in a leisurely manner, increasingly resembling a mystic. In the right pocket of your coat, there should be a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes and a blue lighter. In the left pocket, there's a clipped newspaper. Am I correct? If my calculations are accurate. It features the content about the billionaire Li Chaoran. Before Lin Dong finished his sentence, Yi Jihuan's heart was already in turmoil. What the hell? Who is this little bald guy? How could he deduce all this? Is he truly some sort of oracle? Chapter 74. Please convey a message to Zhang Ziqiang. At this moment, faced with Lin Dong's astonishing predictions, Yi Jihuan finally yielded to belief. Who exactly are you? Why are you telling me all this? My name is Lin Dong, with Dong meaning winter. I have specifically come to find you. Lin Dong took a pack of cigarettes from his suit pocket and offered one to Yi Jihuan. Hesitating for a moment, Yi Jihuan accepted the cigarette, retrieved his lighter, and ignited it. It is said that when a man accepts a cigarette offered by another, it signifies his acknowledgement of that person. At the very least, it implies he will not refuse at that moment. I'm scheduled to disembark at Dongwon Wharf tomorrow night. Did you really calculate that? Yi Jihuan took a deep drag from the cigarette, his mind still swirling with doubts. Yes, I have no reason to deceive you. We just arrived from Nandu this morning, and this is our first meeting. I wouldn't have the time to investigate you. Lin Dong also lit a cigarette, slowly explaining, moreover, I have just been released from custody. My hair hasn't even grown back yet. It was evident to him that Yi Jihuan's name was indeed Lin Dong. You must not be an ordinary person in Nandu. Yi Jihuan gazed at Lin Dong's youthful and handsome face, feeling an inexplicable sense of pressure emanating from him. That is certainly the case. Our leader is currently the most influential figure in the largest gang in Nandu. Fengzi chimed in, having developed an immunity to the wonders displayed by Lin Dong. Otherwise, who could withstand staying close to the boss for too long? The largest gang in Nandu? ISNT that the Yunying Society? You're the one in charge? That can't be right. I recall the leader of the Yunying Society is Lu Jingya. Yi Jihuan expressed surprise, as he had dealt with the Yunying Society a couple of years ago and was not entirely unfamiliar with it. That was the case before. But it is not so now, Lin Dong replied calmly. If you trust my words, you should alter your disembarkation time tomorrow night. Also, do not engage in conflicts with the police lightly. It's not worth the risk. All right, I believe you. Yi Jihuan, disliking unnecessary pleasantries, stated directly, Lin Dong. You didn't come to me merely to enlighten me, did you? That is the primary reason. Additionally, there is another matter that requires your attention once you arrive in Hong Kong. What is it? Please keep an eye out for a mainland client named Gao Qijiang. He is my adversary. That is a trivial matter. I will also be heading to Hong Kong shortly. How can I find you? Yi Jihuan paused, realizing that as the most wanted criminal in Hong Kong, he often had no fixed residence, making it quite difficult to locate him. Give me your phone number, and I will reach out to you. That works. Lin Dong instructed Yi Jihuan to fetch paper and pen from the store, swiftly writing down a series of numbers. I will return to Nandu now. I expect to arrive in Hong Kong after the new year. If you have news about Gao Qijiang, you can call me. Lin Dong stood up, as if recalling something of great importance. Moreover, if you encounter Zhang Ziqiang, please relay a message for me. Do not be too greedy when extorting Li. Once is sufficient. What? Yi Jihuan was taken aback. How does Lin Dong know about my plans with Zhang Ziqiang? This shouldn't be possible. Could he have calculated it as well? This is too unbelievable. Fengzi, settle the bill. No need. I'll treat you all. Yi Jihuan restrained the tumultuous waves of his heart and stood up, stopping Fengzi from reaching for his wallet. Lin Dong smiled, not refusing the offer, waved goodbye, and turned to leave. February 18th, New Year's Eve. At Villa number 92 of Wanhao Mountain Villa. From the main gate of the courtyard to the inner rooms, red lanterns adorned every corner. At the entrance of the villa, 2 striking red couplets read, Fortune has arrived. The family flourishes. Wishes come true, business thrives. A banner announced, prosperity in all seasons. On either side of the entrance stood 2 pots laden with bright orange kumquats. Their branches adorned with envelopes of monetary gifts, red envelopes. Inside the brightly lit living room, the festive atmosphere of the new year was beginning to intensify. On the 29-inch television, the Spring Festival Gala was being broadcast to a captivated audience. In the living room, 5 men and 3 women, all dressed in vibrant new clothes for the holiday, gathered around a large round table, cheerfully making dumplings. In the center sat a man and a woman, Lindong and his mother, Hien. At this moment, Lindong wore a black knit cap and a black down jacket, looking particularly fashionable and handsome. This cap was a thoughtful gift from his devoted maid, Sun Jialu, who worried that his bald head might get cold in the winter. At 8 p.m., a sumptuous New Year's Eve feast was promptly laid out on the dining table. Lin Dong raised his glass first. Ladies and gentlemen, it's New Year's. This is the first time it's so lively. I appreciate everyone for being here to celebrate with my mother and me. Boss, Is there a big red envelope for celebrating with you and Andy? Fengzi eagerly inquired. Of course. My mother has prepared it. The envelopes will be substantial. Let us toast to our health, and may all our wishes come true. Cheers. To good health. May our wishes come true. During the banquet, Wanya finally revealed a long-lost smile. She downed her drink in one go, feeling a warm sensation spread from her throat to her stomach. After a while, her whole body felt warm and incredibly comfortable. It turned out that Wan's sorrow could indeed be dulled by the passage of time. She gazed somewhat dazedly at Lindong, and for a moment, his figure blurred into the cool and slightly naive man she had first met, causing her to feel a sense of daze and enchantment. Just past midnight, the sound of firecrackers erupted outside, impatient to announce the arrival of the new year. The passionate blessings from the male and female hosts of the Spring Festival Gala echoed from the television. A new year had begun. Each person silently prayed for their most cherished wishes. Even though they all understood that wishes often remained just wishes, what if they came true? The unpredictability of life and the omnipresent surprises are precisely what many find enjoyable about living. In the living room, Lin's mother held a stack of large red envelopes, smiling brightly as she distributed them one by one. Her inner joy and satisfaction could not be concealed. May you have good health and prosperity. Thank you, Auntie. I wish you good health as well. I wish you soon hold a chubby grandson, hee. The clever Fengzi knew how to ingratiate himself. After receiving his red envelope, he made an astonishing proclamation. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother beamed even more. Fengzi, you have such sweet words. Here is another envelope for you. Thank you, Auntie. That is not fair. I want one too. I wish you have a precious child soon, or rather, a grandson. Ha. All right. An extra envelope for everyone. The atmosphere of the new year was filled with warmth, liveliness, familial affection, and beautiful wishes. In the living room, laughter and joyous voices filled the air, harmonizing with the distant sounds of firecrackers outside. The songs and blessings emanating from the television momentarily captivated Lindong, who had traversed 2 lifetimes, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Was everything at this moment truly real, or was life merely an elusive dream that one could never grasp? Such ethereal sentiments, however, did not linger for long. The incessant flattery from the group surrounding him, who were brazenly wishing Lindong an early progeny, became increasingly excessive. It was as if they were on the verge of binding him to a nuptial chamber, hastily selecting a woman to procreate with. With a sense of resignation, Lindong could only mutter to himself, "You all are mistaken. I have no intention of settling down. There are vast realms awaiting my exploration." Chapter 75, The Seafood Feast of the Four Seas. The festive season of the Spring Festival was filled with joy and busyness, yet it passed swiftly. On the 6th day of the new year, Lindong received a call from Zhao Haoxing. After many days of investigation, the Cine Alliance finally had a lead. Gao Qijiang was highly likely to be hiding in a fishing village in Sai Kung on Hong Kong Island. However, this village was the most significant seafood distribution hub in the region and was under the control of the Dongxing Gang, Liangkuan. The Cine Alliance operatives found it challenging to conduct an overt investigation within the village, as long as there was credible information regarding Gao Qijiang. Lindong was unconcerned about whose territory it was. That evening, Lindong, accompanied by Fengzi and Ingyan, set off for Hong Kong. To avoid unnecessary complications in the future, the trio opted for a clandestine waterway crossing. Naturally, they ensured they were armed for self-defense. On the dark waters, a diesel-powered boat endured 3 hours of turbulence. Approaching a secluded dock in Sai Kung by 8 p.m., the boatman illuminated the darkness with a powerful flashlight, signaling 6 times towards the dock 200 meters away. Soon, a response came from the dock, a flash of light indicating safety. The boat restarted and sped towards the dock. Minutes later, the 3 disembarked. A young man clad in black approached them, inquiring, "Are you Mr. Lindong?" "I am," Lindong replied. "Mr. Lin, our boss is waiting for you upstairs. Please follow me," the young man said, turning to ascend the stone steps leading to the dock above. At the top of the dock, 4 black Mercedes-Benz cars were already parked. A middle-aged man in a black trench coat sat in the foremost vehicle, leisurely smoking a cigar. Upon seeing Lindong and his companions approaching, he alighted from the car and greeted them with a smile. "You must be Lindong, my young friend." "Indeed. You are a promising young man. I am Zhao Haoxing." "Hello, Boss Zhao. It is a pleasure to meet you," Lindong replied, performing a respectful gesture. They shook hands, each feeling the firmness of the other's grip. "Please, get in the car and settle your luggage. I will take you to experience the most renowned seafood night market in Sai Kung," Zhao Haoxing exclaimed, ushering Lindong into the back seat of the first car. The 4 black sedans swiftly vanished into the night. The inky sky carried a touch of the sea breeze's saltiness, wafting along the coastline. Half an hour later, Zhao Haoxing led Lindong and his companions to a bustling seafood night market in Sai Kung. Following them were over 10 men in black suits, members of the Cine Alliance. Among the 8 prominent figures within the Cine Alliance, Zhao Haoxing was neither the one with the most subordinates nor the strongest. Yet he was undeniably the wealthiest. Over the past few years, he had amassed a fortune through smuggling and laundering money for others. Some speculated that he might even be richer than Jiang Zhongfa, the leader of the Cine Alliance. Thus, whenever he ventured out, he was invariably accompanied by a throng of henchmen and bodyguards, ensuring he did not fall short in presence compared to others. Lindong, I have booked a room at the Four Seas house. Tonight, let me introduce you to an extraordinary way of enjoying seafood, Zhao Haoxing declared, pointing towards a seafood boat on the coast of the night market. Once we board, you will discover what true surprises and the pinnacle of life's enjoyment are, haha. The Four Seas house was a 5-story, ancient-style boat. Adorned with vibrant carvings and dazzling lights, it exuded an air of unparalleled luxury. Open only at night. The boat featured 13 levels of standard seating and 20 VIP rooms on the 4th floor, yet very few had ever set foot on the 5th floor. Rumors suggested that only top-tier tycoons or esteemed dignitaries could dine on the 5th floor. Zhao Haoxing and his group ascended to the 5th floor via a private passage. The floor manager, who had been awaiting their arrival, led them into a spacious VIP room of nearly 200 square meters. Near the window, a set of exquisitely crafted redwood sofas awaited. Through the windows, one could gaze out at the distant sea entrance, where a gentle sea breeze drifted in. Strangely, the central dining table was not a traditional round one, but rather a pink rectangular table. Big Tian, Lin Dong, and I will be dining in this room. You take the other 2 guests next door. The rest will wait by the stairs and the entrance, Zhao Haoxing instructed. The tall man known as Big Tian promptly acknowledged the command and made arrangements. Soon, the vast room was left with only Zhao Haoxing and Lindong. Young Lin, the main course is ready and can be served now. I assure you, you have never tasted anything like it in your life, Zhao Haoxing said. Reclining on the redwood sofa by the window, sipping tea and smoking, while awaiting the long-anticipated dishes. After a 10-minute wait, however, the promised surprise had yet to materialize. Zhao Haoxing, growing impatient, stood up and opened the door, instructing Big Tian, who was guarding the entrance, to hurry the kitchen. My apologies, young Lin. It seems the floor manager has delayed things. I've sent someone to urge them. Let us wait a bit longer, Zhao Haoxing said, slightly flustered. It's no problem. Dining is a trivial matter. There's no need for you to be so courteous, Boss Zhao, Lin Dong reassured him. 3 minutes later, Big Tian hurriedly entered the room, followed closely by a male manager in his 30s. Manager Zhang, what is the issue? Why has it taken so long to serve the dishes? Are you planning to close the Four Seas? Zhao Haoxing scolded, his patience wearing thin. The manager hastily apologized. I am truly sorry, Brother Shang. An unexpected incident has occurred. The dishes you ordered may not be served after all. What? Please repeat that. Zhao Haoxing shot up, angrily pointing at the manager. Are you toying with me? You have 3 minutes to bring the food to me, or I'll have your boat dismantled. Brother Shang, even if you kill me, it won't matter. The female body feast you reserved has been intercepted by He Kuan of the Dongxing gang next door, the manager explained in a panic, nearly in tears. He Kuan from the Dongxing gang? Liang Kuan? Zhao Haoxing paused, taken aback. What is he doing here? Yes. I informed he that this was your long-standing reservation for the female body feast, and I asked him to wait an additional half-hour before arranging his meal. He refused. The manager lamented. As soon as he saw the female body feast, he forcibly dragged her into a private room. I suspect they are already being served. Damn it. That scoundrel Liang Kuan dares to snatch my meal. Let us go. Zhao Haoxing was furious. In front of his esteemed guests, someone had audaciously interrupted him, blatantly humiliating him. Who could possibly swallow that affront? Gather everyone. We shall pay a visit to the illustrious Liang Kuan next door. Understood, Brother Shang. The East Victory Gang S. Liang Kuan? Wasn't he the very same individual who had sheltered Gao Qijiang in the fishing village of Saigon? Was he really that brazen? Lindong suddenly found himself intrigued by this character. He, known in the underworld as Liang Kuan, had debuted at the tender age of 18, joining the East Victory Gang. He was infamous in Hong Kong's criminal circles for his treacherous and ruthless nature, often resorting to annihilating entire families without a second thought. By the time he reached his 30s, he had already ascended to the position of leader of the East Victory Gang in the Saigon district. His infamous mantra, in this life of crime, one must honor their word. If I promise to wipe out your family, I shall indeed do so, had instilled terror in the hearts of many. At that moment, Liang Kuan was seated comfortably in a private room, accompanied by 2 impeccably dressed middle-aged men, indulging in a naked sushi feast that he had snatched from his sworn rival, Xing Yilian. On the pink rectangular dining table lay a youthful and stunningly beautiful naked girl, her skin smooth and fair, her figure voluptuous. The girl, barely a woman, was completely unclothed. Her exposed body, including the most intimate areas, was adorned with an array of seafood sashimi and sushi. The three greasy men nearby laughed boisterously, wielding chopsticks or their hands to take food from her body, relishing the delicacies while inhaling the unique fragrance of her youthful purity. Their eager hands would occasionally seize the opportunity to shamelessly caress the exquisite form lying before them. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside Lin Dong's private room. The door was violently kicked open, and an East Victory Gang thug stumbled in, breathless. "Boss, it's Zhao Haoxing from Xing Yi Lian. They're too numerous to stop." Behind him, over a dozen men clad in black surged into the room. Lin Dong paused, his hand retracting from the girl, a frown creasing his brow as he turned towards the entrance. Among the black-clad thugs, the one leading the charge was indeed Zhao Haoxing, donned in a black trench coat. "Zhao Haoxing, why are you here in Saigon instead of enjoying the sea breeze in Donghuan?" Lin Dong's voice was low and hoarse, yet his presence remained imposing. "Why is it any of your business if I, Zhao Haoxing, come to Saigon for seafood? Saigon does not belong to your East Victory Gang alone." Zhao Haoxing did not back down, retaliating with a barrage of curses. "What the hell do you mean, Lin Dong? Do you dare to snatch the naked sushi I, Zhao Haoxing, have reserved? How amusing. Which of your eyes saw this naked sushi as belonging to you, Zhao Haoxing? Have you seen it?" Lin Dong scoffed derisively, turning his head arrogantly to question the two middle-aged men beside him. He then leaned closer to the girl, whispering softly, "My dear, does your body bear Zhao Haoxing's name?" "Oh, it doesn't t. Then it isn't his, haha. Lin Dong, are you seeking a fight?" Zhao Haoxing's face turned pale with fury, veins bulging on his neck as he pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Dong. "A fight? Have I ever feared anyone? Zhao old ghost. Don't think that just because you brought a dozen thugs, you're powerful. In Saigon, your voice does not carry weight." Lin Dong clapped his hands, and one of the East Victory Gang members outside understood the signal, placing 2 fingers to his lips and whistling sharply. As the whistle faded, over 50 gangsters armed with knives and clubs stormed up the stairs, surrounding Lin Dong's room in a matter of moments. The poor young girl lying on the table was visibly anxious but dared not move an inch. "So, Zhao old ghost, still want to fight?" Lin Dong's signature raspy voice grew increasingly arrogant. "You bastard, Lin Dong. You dare to set a trap for me?" Zhao Haoxing glared at him. But with so many on the opposing side, he hesitated to engage. He had miscalculated tonight, never anticipating Lin Dong would deliberately create such chaos. He had merely thought a seafood meal would be uneventful. "Zhao old ghost, you thought of me, and I'm supposed to do something? Am I even worthy of being someone's boss?" Hearing Lin Dong's taunts, Lin Dong, who had remained silent until now, could not help but chuckle. "Wow, your voice is practically a replica of Lin Dong from Young and Dangerous." Though his voice was barely above a whisper, Lin Dong still caught the remark. Glaring at Lin Dong with a menacing stare, "Liangzi, don't speak ill of me behind my back. My ears are quite sharp." "Damn. Even the dialogue is so similar?" Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, feeling utterly speechless. Could this guy truly be mimicking Lin Dong from the movie Young and Dangerous? "This fine young man," Lin Dong said, fixing his gaze on Lin Dong's handsome face. "I know what you're thinking. Young and Dangerous. The Man in the Underworld is a good film, but unfortunately, Jin Yu's portrayal of the character is a bit too restrained." Lin Dong's eyes lingered on Lin Dong as he spoke leisurely. "Before filming began, I told them that my character Lin Dong must be wicked, audacious, and ruthless." "Oh, forget it." With that, Lin Dong pointed at the East Victory Gang thugs and asked loudly, "You lot, did you buy tickets to support Young and Dangerous?" "Boss, we bought tickets a long time ago." The gang members responded in unison. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. "Haha, so you are the prototype for Lin Dong? To be honest, you're quite irritating. Your future doesn't look bright." Lin Dong clapped his hands, smiling. "Actually, I have no interest in this twisted naked sushi. But your arrogance is infuriating, and I feel a strong urge to beat you up. Are you out of your mind? Liangzi, do you know who I am?" "I am Lin Dong, the leader of the East Victory Gang in the Saigon district." Lin Dong was growing increasingly annoyed, and when he got angry, the consequences were severe. "And these two beside me, do you know who they are? The masters of the Bamboo Union and the Brave Union from Taiwan." "The Bamboo Union?" Zhao Haoxing was taken aback, quickly tugging at Lin Dong's sleeve, shaking his head. His gesture was a warning to Lin Dong not to provoke them. The Bamboo Union was not to be trifled with. In terms of strength and numbers, the Bamboo Union could easily rank among the top 3 in all of East Asia. It was said that during the Bamboo Union's peak, its subordinates numbered over 100,000. "What's wrong? Are you scared? May I ask the two of you? Are we still going to fight?" Lin Dong cleared his throat. "If we're not fighting, then quickly step aside. Don't impede my enjoyment of this beauty." Zhao Haoxing's face flushed with a mix of red and white, feeling utterly humiliated. Damn it. Who would have thought that what was supposed to be a splendid evening of indulgence in naked sushi would turn into endless humiliation? From now on, Zhao Haoxing would undoubtedly be the subject of mockery among his peers in the underworld. Did I say we're not fighting? Lindong's voice rang out. Calm and unwavering. Fengzi, Ingyan, you two protect Boss Zhao. I'll go stretch my legs. Understood, boss. Fengzi and Ingyan immediately surrounded Zhao Haoxing. Surrounding Zhao Haoxing were over 10 thugs from Xing Yilian, including Daitian. The room was cramped, and the East Victory Gang thugs that had squeezed in were few. Aside from those standing behind Liang Kuan, there were only about 20 in the room. The rest were crammed in the corridor outside. Have you lost your mind? Liang Kuan looked at Lin Dong in disbelief, as if he were gazing at a pitiful monster. Do you think you're Chen Haonan? Are we filming a movie here? Even if the real Liang Zinan were here, it would be impossible for him to take on 50 alone. Liang Kuan, allow me to deal with your subordinates first before we engage in conversation. Lin Dong, having uttered these words, affectionately stroked his newly cropped hair and, without any warning, stepped forward. In the next instant, two bewildered enforcers from the Dongxing gang felt a sharp pain in their midsections as they were simultaneously kicked. The impact echoed, a resounding thud, as the two figures cried out in agony, crashing into several others behind them. Damn it, get him! The remaining thugs from the Dongxing gang brandished their knives and clubs, surging towards Lin Dong like a swarm. Yet, Lin Dong's movements remained unimpeded by the throng. After dispatching two adversaries, he seized a discarded watermelon knife from the ground and plunged into the fray like a black whirlwind. Most of these gangsters from the island were merely brash and reckless, with only a handful possessing genuine combat prowess. Their typical street brawls, involving knives and clubs, often resulted in fatalities or serious injuries. However, none had ever encountered such a grotesque and sanguinary scene as this night. With over 50 on their side, they had only faced a single encounter, yet several of their own had already been felled, and it was far from over. As Lin Dong infiltrated the crowd, flashes of the blade illuminated the chaos, and screams melded into a cacophony of despair. Once Lin Dong wielded a knife and unleashed his extraordinary speed and ferocity. Could this still be deemed a brawl? It was nothing short of a one-sided slaughter. Chapter 77, Frightening Liang Kuan. Lin Dong's unparalleled display of martial prowess shattered the perceptions of all present. Not only Zhao Haoxing and Liang Kuan's factions, but even Fengzi and Ingyan, who had accompanied Lin Dong for years, had never witnessed such a display of ferocity. In the narrow corridor, only 5 or 6 thugs charged at the forefront. These mere weaklings were utterly insufficient to withstand even a couple of Lin Dong's strikes. Consequently, as the skirmish progressed, those at the back were overwhelmed with fear, with the last few discreetly retreating down the stairs. Wherever Lin Dong tread, blood spattered, and severed limbs littered the ground, fingers, ears, and entire wrists. Such brutality. Was this truly a fight? In reality, while gang conflicts are often bloody and vicious, what is truly terrifying is the sheer one-sidedness of the carnage. Thus, it was unclear who instigated it first, but the remaining dozen or so Dongxing gang thugs ceased their advance and scrambled for the staircase. Lin Dong glanced at the fleeing gang members, lacking the desire to pursue them. He plunged the watermelon knife into the floor, piercing a young thug's thigh. A heart-wrenching scream ensued as the young man was impaled to the deck. Is this how it ends? How boring. I haven't even warmed up yet, Lin Dong muttered, stepping across the blood-soaked ground and remnants of limbs, returning to Liang Kuan's private room. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was eerily quiet. The two factions inside gazed at Lin Dong as he entered nonchalantly, afraid to breathe. Their eyes reflected awe. Yet, in Liang Kuan's gaze, there was primarily disbelief and terror. Damn it, I've hit a wall tonight. How can this refined mainlander be so formidable? Liang Kuan, I'm done. May I sit and converse now? Lin Dong flashed a harmless smile as he approached Liang Kuan. Unable to suppress his trepidation, Liang Kuan shivered and stammered, "Please, have a seat." Lin Dong boldly sat down, beckoning Zhao Haoxing to join him. The young woman, seated amidst 5 burly men, had already lost her composure, trembling uncontrollably as several pieces of seafood and sushi fell from her nude form. Tears streamed down her cheeks, betraying her fear. Before we discuss business, perhaps we should clear this dish away, Lin Dong suggested, and no one dared to oppose him. Go, summon manager Zhang to come in and clear this away. Liang Kuan ordered one of his subordinates. Shortly thereafter, a pale-faced floor manager hurried in, clutching a white bathrobe. The young woman, flustered, took the robe, disregarding her modesty in the presence of so many ravenous gazes, hastily cleaning herself of the food and slipping into the robe. Finally, she cast a grateful glance at Lin Dong before fleeing the room with the manager. Fengzi, Ingyan, please tidy up the room and stand guard at the door. Do not let anyone enter, Lin Dong instructed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Liang Kuan, I may have struck a bit too hard earlier. I couldn't control myself. I cannot vouch for the number of injuries or fatalities among your men. Shouldn't you call someone to come and clean this up? Is the hospital far from here? Excessive blood loss can lead to death, you know. Liang Kuan's hand trembled as he hurriedly pulled out his phone. summoning the subordinates who had retreated to shore to promptly return and handle the aftermath. Damn it, tonight has been a disaster. I failed to intimidate Xing Lian. Didn't he put on a good show and ended up suffering significant losses? The severed fingers, wrists, and ears scattered on the ground needed to be removed quickly. Perhaps they could still be reattached. Losing an ear was tolerable, but losing hands and feet? How could one continue to fight? Liangquan, am I not making a valid point? Lin Dong reminded him kindly, suddenly feeling rather benevolent, considering himself a good person. Liangquan's hand quivered again, nearly dropping the phone. Are you some kind of devil? A devil? How could that be? With my good looks and kind heart? Lin Dong shook his head in dissent. A devil would chop off hands and feet without a second thought, let alone remind you to take them away. Alas, being a good person is no easy feat, damn it. Tonight I, Liangquan, concede. Who exactly are you? What path do you tread? Liangquan, no longer hesitating, decisively admitted defeat, recognizing that when one cannot overpower their opponent, they must yield. Losing face is inconsequential. It holds little value and can be regained later. This was Liangquan's philosophy for survival in the underworld. He had two well-known maxims within the gang. One was, in this life, one must keep one's word. If you promise to kill someone's entire family, you must do so. The other was, in this life, if you make a mistake, you must acknowledge it. If you are beaten, you must stand firm. If you are outmatched, it is wiser to concede. Though Liangquan was audacious, he was not lacking in intellect. Temporarily conceding would offer an opportunity to strike back later. He was indeed cunning. If there is a sequel to this film, I must remind him of this. He mused, his thoughts drifting. My potential as a philosophical thinker in the underworld is unmatched. My name is Lin Dong. Winter as in the season, from Nandu in the mainland. Lin Dong casually introduced himself, his tone remarkably calm, as if he had not just engaged in a brawl and taken down dozens of thugs. Liangquan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that this individual could share his background indicated that he had not entirely offended him, leaving room for negotiation. Lin Dong. A fine name. I am Hikuan. Just call me Liangquan. He regarded Lin Dong with a gaze that revealed a mixture of complexity. This young and handsome man possesses a refreshing appearance and an undeniably cool demeanor, with a smile that carries a hint of youthful innocence and a touch of mischievous charm. However, Liangquan harbors a nagging suspicion that within this deceptively alluring exterior lies a dangerous beast. Just moments ago, he was unaware that Lin Xiao was a formidable individual, and he sincerely hopes for forgiveness for any offense he may have caused. Liangquan, unaccustomed to speaking in an overly refined manner, quickly revealed his true self upon noticing the peculiar gazes from those around him. Enough with the pleasantries. I acknowledge my mistakes. If Lin Xiao has any demands, do not hesitate to voice them. Liangquan has always maintained, when engaged in this life, one must own up to their missteps, stand firm when confronted, and concede when one's strength is insufficient. I almost forgot to introduce. This is Li Ming, the leader of the Loyalty Hall of the Zhu Lian gang. And this is Qiao Anli, the leader of the Yongyi Hall. The two middle-aged men present nodded courteously towards Lin Dong. Their astonishment at Lin Dong's terrifying prowess had yet to dissipate, and they dared not exhibit any arrogance in front of this young man. The 4 skilled fighters they had brought with them, renowned in the underworld of Taiwan, seemed rather insignificant in comparison to Lin Dong. Greetings, esteemed hall masters. I shall certainly visit Taiwan for sightseeing when the opportunity arises, Lin Dong expressed with keen interest. You are most welcome. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation turned serious. Liangquan, I wish to request a certain individual from you, Lin Dong said, his expression sobering. Which individual? As long as it isn't my mother or my wife, I can oblige. Gao Qijiang. Liangquan was momentarily taken aback, then began to search his mind for the somewhat familiar name. Boss, I know this person. He is the mainland guest that Hong Bo brought over last year. Residing in our fishing village, one of his subordinates whispered to him. Liangquan nodded, beckoning the subordinate closer before playfully twisting his ear and delivering a few light slaps to his head. Speak up. I was just pondering, and you interrupted me. Lin Xiao? I just recalled that Gao Qijiang lives in a fishing village within our territory in Saikang. However, since he was brought by Hong Bo, it might be challenging to handle. Observing Liangquan's troubled expression, Lin Dong contemplated. Who is Hong Bo? Oh, Hong Bo is quite significant. He is a 3-time veteran of Dongsheng and the most trusted ally of our gang leader, Deng Tiangang. Liangquan released the ear of his loquacious subordinate, gesturing for him to return to his place, as he elaborated to Lin Dong. Thus, anyone brought by Hong Bo is regarded as important by our leader, making them difficult to deal with. Lin Dong's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. When I take action against him, you may conveniently pretend not to see. Lin Xiao, are you implying that you wish to directly encroach upon my territory? That would be quite embarrassing for me, Liangquan. Liangquan, not one to be easily fooled, quickly grasped Lin Dong's intentions. The audacity of coming to his territory to snatch someone was utterly out of the question. With your intellect, Lin Dong, are you incapable of staging a play? Rest assured, I only seek the individual, and the benefits will be entirely yours. Lindong remained calm, leisurely guiding him along. What benefits? Oh, wait a moment. Lin Dong turned back to issue orders to the few subordinates who had narrowly escaped danger. You all step outside and guard the entrance. Do not let anyone in. Zhao Haoxing also took the cue, raising his hand to signal his own men to step back. The two hall masters of the Zhu Lian gang similarly sent their subordinates out. Within the private room, only 5 men remained seated at the long table. Lin Xiao, now that it's less crowded, you may speak freely. Lin Dong instinctively rubbed his palms together, appearing exceptionally excited. If I am not mistaken, Gao Qijiang is likely carrying a substantial amount of money this time. Lindong cast the bait. How much? Lin Dong's drooping eyes immediately lit up. At least 20 million Hong Kong dollars. Hiss. So much. With this considerable sum, Lin Dong could easily brush off his losses from tonight. Damn it. I toiled day and night for the gang, living on the edge, and in the end, what do I seek? This juicy morsel is too tempting to resist. You can rest assured that this money is yours to take. Just say that both the person and the money were taken by me. Lindong recognized Lin Dong's interest had been piqued and pressed further. When I make my exit, I will arrange for someone to carry 2 large bags, making it even more believable that the money was seized by me. Lin Dong silently admired Lindong, extending a thumbs up. This young man showed great promise, displaying a cunning that rivaled his own. All right, it's settled. I will provide you with Gao Qijiang's whereabouts. Lin Xiao, when do you plan to act? The show is about to begin. I need to return and touch up my makeup. Faced with the immense prospect of profit, Lin Dong immediately chose financial gain over loyalty. What a joke. I am not close with Gao Qijiang. No, with 20 million at stake, even familiarity is worth betraying. I will assist you in eliminating him. And that will be tonight. So soon? Time is of the essence. I, Lin Dong, also have a saying. Do not harbor grudges overnight. Do not harbor grudges overnight. What a gem of a quote. I will revise it when I return. Lin Dong has gained an additional classic line. Haha. Lindong found himself speechless. Lin Dong's thought process was not something the average person could keep up with. In a word, utterly audacious. The small fishing village of Sai Kung appeared particularly tranquil at 11 p.m. The pitch-black night enveloped a grove of banana trees at the village's edge. Not far from the dense banana grove stood an old, pale yellow building, with lights still aglow on the first and second floors. 3 men clad in black stealthily approached the yellow building, treading carefully along the narrow path. When they were still 20 meters away from the building, the leader of the black-clad men raised his right fist, prompting the 2 behind him to halt immediately. Wind, Eagle Eye, you are responsible for neutralizing the guards on the first floor. Show Lin Dong some respect. Just incapacitate them. Do not kill. Understood. I will make my way up to the second floor. Everyone, resolve the situation within 2 minutes, and start the countdown. The 3 synchronized their watches and simultaneously dashed towards the building 20 meters away. On the second floor of the old building, the living room was brightly lit. The television, positioned near the wall, was playing a late-night program unique to Hong Kong. The chilly living room was empty. To the right of the living room was the master bedroom. Its door firmly shut. Faint sounds of a woman's moans and a man's heavy breathing could be heard from within. Gao Qijiang had been in Hong Kong for half a month, and the hardships of his current predicament had caused him to lose all ambition. His son had met a tragic end, his enemies had escaped, and not only was his quest for revenge futile, but he had also lost all his territory in a single night. The solitude of being in a foreign land and the helplessness of depending on others left him with no choice but to indulge himself in excess. Hoping to dull the pain deep within his soul, the 3 members of the Dongxing gang stationed on the first floor looked upon Gao Qijiang's lifestyle with envy. This extravagant mainland guest changed women each night, living the dream life of these low-level thugs, a life of drunken revelry and endless celebration. In the room, on a plush mattress, Gao Qijiang, though past middle age, maintained a lean and robust physique, having just concluded a second encounter. The woman under him tonight is so horny that he couldn't control her several times before dawn. Little slut, as long as you serve me well tonight, your reward will double. Gao Qijiang sat next to the head of the bed, smoking a cigarette and stretching out a pair of claws, feeling unsatisfied as he touched the plump body. Thank you, boss. The woman on the bed was overjoyed, her pretty face blushing, and once again crouched under the man's body. The soft murmurs and decadent sounds inside the house resounded once again. The dog couple on the bed were just about to enter the next wave of ecstasy when the room door slammed open. Gao Qijiang sat up in fear, instinctively reaching his right hand under the pillow and pulling out a shiny black handgun. Boss Gao will enjoy it. A cold man's voice drifted in. Lindong's upright figure appeared at the door of the house. The woman in bed was startled, screamed in panic, and trembled as she retreated into her bed. Gao Qijiang's face turned pale, and he fired as soon as he raised his gun. Bang, bang, bang. With 3 gunshots, Lin Dong had already disappeared from the door. His figure was too fast, and all the bullets fired by Gao Qijiang fell into the air. A black figure rushed to the bedside in the blink of an eye. Gao Qijiang's heart sank, and he instinctively turned the gun, wanting to pull the trigger again. Snap! The sound of shattered wrist bones rang out, and Gao Qijiang let out a mournful cry like a pig being slaughtered. The black handgun quickly reached Lin Dong's hand, and his gun-holding hand did not pause, gripping the handle and chopping at Gao Qijiang's neck. Gao Qijiang's painful howl abruptly stopped, his head tilted, and he passed out. The woman in the bed had already stopped screaming. I don't know if she was scared, but she hid her whole body under the blanket and didn't even dare to show her head. Lin Dong suddenly lifted the blanket, ignoring the sudden release of the woman's spring scenery, and struck her neck with one palm, making her dizzy again. He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. The attack mission was completed in 1 minute and 5 seconds. Chapter 79. Cement sinks into the sea and kills Gao Qijiang. After Fengzi and Hawkeye eliminated the 3 guards on the first floor and rushed up to the second floor, 2 minutes had passed exactly. Both of you have regressed. Fengzi's blushed and muttered. Boss, a guy went into the bathroom, and I don't know if he has kidney deficiency. He waited for half a minute before coming out. Yes, I'll testify. Eagle Eye immediately agreed. The feeling of being watched by the old man was really uncomfortable. All right, let's get to work. Eagle Eye, you have great strength. Tie Gao Qijiang up and carry him onto the car. Fengzi, pick some clothes and stuff them into 2 leather bags. We'll go out for a performance later. Lin Dong ordered repeatedly. The black gold system is not idle either. With a sensing range of 200 meters, it immediately discovered the black gold hidden in the wardrobe. Gao Qijiang carries as much as 21 million black gold with him. Lin Dong is no longer polite. With the conversion of the black gold system, his wealth balance has increased by another 21 million. The money in the wardrobe is cheap and handsome. Retreat. The 3 quickly retreated outside. Fengzi carried 2 large leather bags and pretended to be struggling, but in fact, the bags were filled with lightweight clothing. Eagle Eye carried Gao Qijiang, who was already unconscious, closely following behind Lin Dong. Passing through the gloomy banana forest and following the field embankment for another 50 meters, it is their parking spot. A van sent by Zhao Haoxing has 3 thugs on board, ready to pick them up. Fortunately, Gao Qijiang was thin and not heavy to carry. The 3 of them left quickly and withdrew from the car in less than 10 minutes. The thugs of Xinjiilian saw that everyone had arrived and immediately started the van. In the pitch-black night, the vehicle quickly drove towards the village entrance. The van had just arrived at the village entrance when it was stopped by 4 black cars in front of it. Who are you? What are you doing sneaking around to the fishing village in the middle of the night? The person blocking the way ahead is none other than more than 10 subordinates, led by Lianquan. This guy really went on stage to act himself. This is my Lianquan's territory. Listen to the sausage on the bus and get off the bus for inspection. Not to mention, the hoarse and arrogant tone seemed to be quite similar. Don't worry about him, drive over him. Lin Dong gave the order to forcefully enter, and the van suddenly accelerated, driving at full capacity and rushing towards the cars and crowds ahead. I'm a loser, do these guys want to die? Lianquan dodged agilely towards the roadside, while the other thugs were not foolish and scattered in all directions. The rushing van collided with 2 blocking cars and headed towards the dock like a gust of wind. Die on the street, get in the car, and chase after me. Look who's so bold to cause trouble on my beautiful land. Soon, 4 blocking cars started one after another and chased after the fleeing van from afar. 15 minutes later, Lin Dong's van arrived at a remote small pier. On the surface of the dock, a ship is already moored. The second wave of reception personnel arranged by Zhao Haoxing waved desperately on the aircraft ship, indicating that the people in the car should board the ship as soon as possible. Because in the dark night not far away, 8 car lights were roaring and approaching. You guys get on board quickly, I'll take care of the aftermath. Lin Dong called out and asked a few people to carry Gao Qijiang, whose hands were tied behind his back, onto the boat as soon as possible. Fengzi, carrying 2 large leather bags, pretended to struggle and followed behind. The big play is about to begin. The 4 cars chasing after Dongxing Gang are creaking. Several times, they all stopped on the road next to the dock. They happened to see several people carrying Gao Qijiang onto the boat, and behind them, there was another person struggling to carry 2 large leather bags. Boss, it's from Xingyi Alliance. Damn it, they robbed the mainland tourists brought back by Hongbo. Not only that, what are those 2 big leather bags containing? It can't be money, can it? Liang Kuan's face turned pale, and he pointed towards the direction of the aircraft ship, shouting loudly. Damn his mother, chase after me. Unfortunately, by the time the people of Dongxing Gang chased after them to the dock, the ship had already sailed more than 10 meters away. A dozen or so gangsters from Dongxing Gang could only sigh across the water on the shore and curse incessantly. The last one to board the ship, Lin Dong, turned around and gestured with his middle finger towards the direction where Liang Kuan was standing. Liang Cohen on the shore was stunned, his mouth twitched. And he cursed in secret. Young man, your acting skills are a bit excessive. The ship slowly sailed towards the dark sea, and after 2 hours, it finally sailed out of the open sea. At this moment, Gao Qijiang on the ship had already woken up. As soon as he woke up, he found that his hands and feet were tied back, and the deafening roar of the engine on the ship made his heart sink like an ice cellar. Done. This time it's completely over. I didn't expect to escape to Hong Kong Island, but still couldn't avoid the pursuit of Lin Dong. Gao Qijiang understood that his death was approaching, and even begging for mercy from Lin Dong was useless. Boss Gao, are you awake? Lying shivering on the deck, Gao Qijiang heard a familiar voice. Lin Dong stood beside Gao Qijiang, looking down on him with great interest. At this moment, the leader of the Gaoxing gang is like a poor stray dog, lying on the boat and trying hard to sit up. The once dominant figures in the martial arts world, with their arrogant glory and ruthlessness, have disappeared completely. After trying several times, Gao Qijiang still couldn't sit up, so he had to give up dejectedly, panting heavily. Don't bother, you won't have a chance to stand up again. I wish for you, Gao Qijiang, to meet a death as ignoble as that of a dog, nay, even less than that of a mere canine. Lindong's light, ethereal voice wafted through the air. Gao Qijiang trembled violently, his body shaking with a mix of anger and dread. Lindong, you are a demon, a fiend. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. Lindong replied with a cheerful laugh, turning to a tall man beside her. Detian, does this ship carry cement and gravel? The tall man nodded, yes. Would you like another large iron bucket? Clever. It seems your Yixing alliance has engaged in such activities more than once, hee. Gao Qijiang, curled up on the deck, panicked and shouted, Lindong, what do you intend to do? Needless to say, we are sending you on your way, she replied. Moments later, several ruffians approached, each carrying a half-man-high iron bucket, along with a hefty bag of cement and gravel, and made their way to the deck. Detian coldly waved his hand, and the ruffians expertly began to mix the gravel with the cement. Gao Qijiang writhed and howled, cursing until his voice grew hoarse. After 10 minutes, the cement and gravel were thoroughly blended. All right, the time has come, Boss Gao. It's time to depart. Lin Dong, having smoked 2 cigarettes, kicked Gao Qijiang on the deck. In your next life, remember not to provoke me. Almost forgot, with this cement sinking to the sea, you probably won't have the chance to be reborn. The 2 ruffians hoisted the cursing Gao Qijiang and stuffed him into the half-man-high iron bucket. Shortly thereafter, 2 burly men swiftly shoveled the mixed cement and gravel into the bucket. As the iron bucket filled with the cement slurry, Gao Qijiang's desperate wails grew weaker until they finally ceased. Half an hour later, the cement within the bucket hardened into a solid mass. Lin Dong nodded, and Detian, understanding the cue, personally sealed the bucket with its lid, then had it welded shut from the outside. Let him disappear. With Lin Dong's nonchalant words, the bucket containing Gao Qijiang and the solidified cement was pushed into the depths of the ocean. Splash! A modest white splash erupted on the dark sea surface. The former leader of the Gao Qingshan gang had vanished without a trace. Chapter 80. The Elizabeth International Gambling Ship. Having dealt with Gao Qijiang's affair, it was already 2 a.m. Detian commanded the motorboat, preparing to turn back to port. Suddenly, he received a satellite call from boss Zhao Haoxing, instructing him to gather his men and head immediately to the Elizabeth International Gambling Ship anchored in international waters. Detian, not daring to delay, informed Lin Dong before promptly redirecting the motorboat toward the maritime coordinates provided by Zhao Haoxing. This directive came from Jiang Zhongfa, the head of the Yixing alliance. 30 minutes later, a massive white cruise ship appeared in their line of sight. The deck of the cruise ship boasted 8 levels, each brightly lit as if it were day, illuminating the entire vessel like a dazzling jewel. Elizabeth, the grand letters gleamed on the ship's bow, standing out even in the deep of night. Lin Dong and his motorboat anchored 200 meters from the cruise ship. They dared not approach too closely until they received further instructions from Zhao Haoxing. 15 minutes after Detian's second call with Zhao Haoxing, they finally received the order allowing the motorboat to approach. Lin Xiao, the boss said, Mr. Jiang wishes to see you. There are only 2 spots on the ship. Just you and me. Detian relayed Zhao Haoxing's message. No problem. Why the urgency from Mr. Zhao? Has something occurred? Lin Dong inquired curiously. The boss said Mr. Jiang has been gambling on the ship and lost over 60 million in just half the night, so he called our boss over in a hurry. Detian hesitated briefly but spoke the truth, noting that it wasn't the first time the gang leader Jiang Zhongfa had lost heavily. Everyone in the underworld knew that Jiang Zhongfa was an avid gambler, followed closely by his penchant for women. Each time he suffered a significant loss, he would have Zhao Haoxing bring money to bail him out. After all, among the gang, Zhao Haoxing was the wealthiest. This time, the losses had come swiftly and were substantial. The boss suspected that the leader of the Dongxing gang, Deng Tian gang, was up to no good, secretly hiring a gambling expert to cheat at the tables. Detian continued explaining. When the boss called me, We happened to be nearby. So he had us come over first. Just in case, there are dozens of brothers from the gang also en route. By the way, the boss reported your encounter with dozens of armed thugs to Mr. Jiang, which is why he insisted on meeting you. Lindong felt somewhat speechless. Mr. Jiang's desire to meet him was one thing. It was likely that he wished to exploit Lindong's exceptional skills to suppress his opponents. As they conversed, they were drawn up onto the ship's deck by a gondola lowered from the cruise ship. As soon as they stepped off the gondola, Zhao Haoxing, clad in a black trench coat, approached them, handing each of them a magnetic VIP card. I spent 200,000 to get these two at the last minute. This ship is downright extortionate. Mr. Lin, have you taken care of your matter? Lin Dong nodded, making an okay gesture. The cement has sunk to the sea, permanently erasing any trace. That's good to hear. At least your trip to Hong Kong wasn't in vain. Zhao Haoxing sighed in relief, finally regaining a bit of face before Lindong that night. There's one more person I need to ask for your help with, Boss Zhao. Lindong had not forgotten that he had another target to eliminate on this trip, so he brought it up directly. Who? A hitman named Luo Yuhao, who was just imprisoned earlier this month. I'm not sure where he is being held. That's easy enough. He was charged with murder, right? Most serious offenders are held in Stanley Prison, and we have people there. Then I thank you in advance, Boss Zhao. This one, I prefer not to have alive. Mr. Lin, you're too polite. Rest assured, we've handled such matters before. As they chatted, they quickly took the elevator to the top level of the cruise ship. Guided by a server, they traversed the bustling casino hall and entered a spacious, luxurious VIP room. In the center of the VIP gambling area stood a large round gaming table. Seated around the deep green felt table were three middle-aged men and a beautiful woman clad in a kimono. To the far right sat a slightly overweight, tall man with a slicked-back hairstyle. Upon seeing Zhao Haoxing and the others, the rotund man immediately lamented, Haoxing, you've only just left for a moment, and I've already lost 3 rounds. Damn, tonight is just cursed. Boss Jiang, your chips are running low, aren't they? Do you need to borrow some from your little brother? The lean, dark-skinned man opposite him taunted. To be the boss and still borrowing money from your subordinates, Jiang Zhongfa. You really have hit rock bottom. Deng Tiangang, my little brother is willing to lend me some. Can you inflate my debts? Jiang Zhongfa retorted, his expression darkening. You, on the other hand, have been flirting with that long-haired freak beside you all night. I suspect you two are in cahoots to cheat. Jiang Zhongfa. Be careful with your words. Without evidence, I could accuse you of defamation. The slender Deng Tiangang pushed his black-framed glasses up the bridge of his nose, speaking in a tone that dripped with sarcasm. At this moment, Zhao Haoxing and the other two had approached, and Jiang Zhongfa turned his gaze towards Lin Dong, who was walking in the center, his eyes lighting up. You must be Lin Dong. Indeed, a fine specimen, handsome and charismatic. I like you. Lin Dong's expression darkened. It was the first time he had been subjected to such flattery in public by a grown man. Hello, Mr. Jiang. You flatter me. I am merely an ordinary person. Oh, come now, Lin, I can see you are anything but ordinary. Come, take my place for a few rounds. I need to catch my breath. Jiang Zhongfa, showing no reservations, directly pulled Lin Dong and firmly seated him in his own chair. At that moment, the dealer had already shuffled a new deck of cards, signaling the beginning of a new round of play. Jiang Zhongfa, this seems to defy the rules, Deng Tiangang warned ominously. What rules are being defied? Is there a regulation against someone substituting for another at the gambling table? Jiang Zhongfa ignored him and cheerfully addressed Lin Dong. Rest assured, Lin, I trust you. If you win, half the spoils are yours, and if you lose, it's on me. He then leaned in conspiratorially, whispering into Lin Dong's ear. Just bring forth half your skill from the dice game. Hee. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. Wait, has he uncovered my secret? Jiang Zhongfa was indeed a cunning old fox. Upon entering the casino, Lin Dong had already activated the black gold system, scouring the black gold from the gamblers and the funds exchanged at the casino. The system's effective conversion range of 200 meters was more than sufficient for him to effortlessly harvest the black gold. Ding, black gold conversion complete. 646 Hong Kong dollars for 90,000. 127 US dollars, 000,000. Total converted wealth value. 745,860,000. Lin Dong discovered that the wealth value from the black gold system would automatically convert to the equivalent amount in RMB according to the current exchange rate. In 1996, the exchange rate of HKD to RMB was 1107, and USD to RMB was 183. Just by casually strolling through the casino, Lin Dong had managed to increase the system's wealth value by over 1.7 billion. The balance of the black gold system's wealth value had, for the first time, surpassed the 3 billion mark, reaching 3,664,860,000. This unexpected windfall was truly astonishing. Therefore, with his heart soaring with joy, Lindong no longer minded Jiang Zhongfa's abruptness and willingly took his place at the gambling table. With such extraordinary luck, how could these mere mortals hope to compete with him? Chapter 81, for sevens. The game at this table was a showdown. The dynamics of the game had become exceedingly clear. Among the 4 players, Deng Tiangang had a modest stack of chips, betting conservatively and likely to win little. Beside him sat a long-haired middle-aged man who had the most chips in front of him, making him the greatest winner of the night. Lin Dong cast a glance at Jiang Zhongfa's chips. To his dismay, he found that there were barely 9 million left. It appeared this old fox was suffering a severe loss tonight. No wonder he was so brazenly pulling Lin Dong into the fray. The beautiful Eastern lady at the table had probably lost at least half her chips. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to leave. Miss Yamada, conceding so soon? Deng Tiangang inquired with a smile. The woman, referred to as Yamada, bowed gracefully and softly apologized. Mr. Deng, you gentlemen have no appreciation for delicate feelings. I must concede. With that, Yamada Tomoko cast a fleeting glance at Lin Dong before departing with her 2 female attendants. This Eastern lady not only has a melodious voice, but speaks Cantonese quite fluently. Now, the table was left with only Lin Dong, Deng Tiangang, and the long-haired man. Based on the current situation, the long-haired man and Deng Tiangang appeared to be allies, and Lin Dong had a keen sense that this long-haired man was no ordinary opponent. Young man, have you ever played a showdown before? Deng Tiangang asked, noticing Lin Dong's relaxed demeanor. I apologize, but I have never played a showdown. However, I have seen the Gambling God movie and understand the rules, Lin Dong replied candidly, revealing that this was his first experience with the game. Haha. So you think you can just jump in after watching a few films? I must say, I admire your audacity, young man. A gambling god, huh? Haha, Jiang Zhongfa. You are quite something, letting a novice take your place. Deng Tiangang was genuinely amused. Even the usually stoic long-haired man wore a hint of a sardonic smile. Deng Tiangang, what business is it of yours? I enjoy this. Lin Dong, play freely. I've got your back, along with Zhao Haoxing, Jiang Zhongfa encouraged. Motioning for a server to bring a chair for himself behind Lin Dong to watch the game. Zhao Haoxing, however, could only smile awkwardly. Boss Jiang, you shouldn't tease me like this. My money doesn't come from the wind, you know. Ladies and gentlemen, the next round is about to begin. Does anyone require a card check? The dealer, a tall man in his 30s, interrupted the banter among the gentlemen. I would like to check the cards. I suspect someone may have cheated earlier, but I lack evidence. Lin Dong raised his hand, glancing at Deng Tiangang and the long-haired man across the table. Young man, be cautious with your words. The last one who spoke like that ended up in pieces before reaching the shore, Deng Tiangang remarked with a thin smile. Lin Dong paid him no mind, taking the cards handed to him by the dealer, opening them, and scrutinizing them carefully. The cards are fine, Lin Dong declared, returning them to the dealer. We can begin. Deng Tiangang scoffed. The long-haired man next to him observed Lin Dong's actions thoughtfully, noting that Lin Dong exhibited no signs of perspiration. In the presence of such a skilled gambler, no one could manipulate the game unnoticed. Of course, Lin Dong had not tampered with the cards. He was not that foolish. During the card check, he had secretly stashed 3 aces into the system space. This was no ordinary space. It could instantly conceal or exchange cards without detection. One must wonder, in this world, who could claim to be a card shark or cheater capable of such feats. If Lin Dong's intuition was correct, the mysterious long-haired man across the table was undoubtedly a master of card concealment and exchange as well. Please place your bets. We will commence dealing. With the dealer's call, the 3 players at the table each placed 100,000 in base chips into the center. The dealer dealt 2 cards to each player, starting with the last round's winner in a clockwise manner. The first card face down, the second face up. The long-haired man had won the last round, revealing a queen of hearts, a promising hand. Next was Deng Tiangang, who displayed a king of clubs, an even stronger hand. Lin Dong, however, only revealed a 7 of diamonds. Unless he had a pair or an ace, his chances of winning were slim. I apologize, but I shall speak first this round. As the newcomer, you must be welcomed, so let us make it 500,000, Deng Tiangang said with a smile, tossing 500,000 into the center of the table. Your turn, young man. Will you call or fold? Lin Dong flipped a corner of his hidden card, revealing a 4 of spades, and frowned slightly. He had already activated his perceptive vision, and his gaze inadvertently swept over the hidden cards of the other 2 players. Coincidentally, the long-haired man's hidden card was a 7 of spades, while Deng Tiangang's was a 7 of clubs. In other words, Lin Dong's chances of obtaining a pair of 7s in this round are exceedingly slim. He is acutely aware that if the 2 individuals are indeed allies, they must possess a means to communicate their respective hole cards to one another. Perhaps, at this very moment, they are secretly reveling in having secured 2 7s from Lin Dong. Faced with a 2 against 1 scenario, especially when holding a superior hand, will Lin Dong dare to continue? Lin Dong hesitantly revealed a corner of his card, casting a glance before feigning indecision for a moment. I refuse to believe you both have a pair as well. 500,000. I call. He pushed the 50,000 chips forward. Lin Dong's boldness took Jiang Zhongfa and Zhao Haoxing, who were behind him, by surprise. Hey, are you really daring to call with such a hand? It can't possibly be a pair of sevens, can it? You've got guts, I'll call too. The long-haired man, seeing Lin Dong match the 50,000, was not about to let such a golden opportunity slip away. The chips on the table swelled by 1,050,000. And this was merely the beginning of the betting. The third card was dealt first to the player with the highest hand, Deng Tiangang, who received a 10 of clubs. Following the clockwise order, Lin Dong drew a 9 of hearts. The long-haired man was fortunate to draw a jack of spades this time. Although none of the players had yet revealed a pair, Lin Dong's disadvantage was glaringly evident, aside from hoping for a pair or a straight. His odds of winning were dismally low. Let us keep it straightforward. 2 million, the long-haired man declared, pushing 2 million chips into the center of the table without any unnecessary words. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. It was only the third card. And yet the stakes had escalated to 2 million? How would the game proceed from here? The long-haired man clearly aimed to intimidate the newcomer Lin Dong, hoping to scare him off. In the realm of poker, sometimes winning the psychological battle translates to winning the game itself. 2 million, why not? I'll call. Just to see one more card. Deng Tiangang did not hesitate either, matching the 2 million. The pressure now rested squarely on Lin Dong's shoulders. Should he call? The potential losses could be even greater. If he folded, he would forfeit the 60,000 he had already invested and lose his momentum. Lin Dong pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and pushed forward 2 million. There are still 2 cards to go. Who's afraid? A chorus of gasps erupted behind him. He's lost his mind. Boss, are you certain this guy has won over 100 million in dice? Alas, what a miscalculation. I never anticipated he would be this reckless. Young man, such audacity is commendable. Deng Tiangang applauded from across the table, clearly pleased with Lin Dong's impulsiveness. In a game of poker, one's mindset can often outweigh both skill and luck. Should one's mental state falter in such a high-stakes game, defeat is imminent. The fourth card was dealt, starting with the long-haired man. As the dealer laid out the cards, Lin Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible, it's a 7 of hearts. The cards in this round were decidedly uncanny, with all 4 sevens now revealed. Observing the table, it was clear to Lin Dong that both the long-haired man and Deng Tiangang were concealing their delight beneath a veneer of calm. The appearance of the fourth 7 not only granted the long-haired man a pair of 7s, but also confirmed that it was impossible for Lin Dong's whole card to be a 7, diminishing his winning odds by another 10%, unless he held a 9 or managed to draw either a pair or a straight with the last 2 cards. The likelihood of winning against such seasoned players seemed bleak. Remarkably, Deng Tiangang drew a 9 of spades as his fourth card, further reducing Lin Dong's chance of having a pair. As Lin Dong prepared to reveal his card, all eyes, including those of the spectators outside, were riveted upon him. Jiang Zhongfa and Zhao Haoxing behind Lin Dong held their breath in anticipation. What a blow! It's an ace of diamonds. Lin Dong's fourth card was indeed an ace of diamonds. Consequently, aside from relying on a pair or the high card value, his chances of winning had dramatically diminished. You've drawn quite the high card. Are you planning to gamble on the last card or concede? Deng Tiangang taunted, relishing the predicament Lin Dong found himself in. Lin Dong feigned contemplation, appearing deeply conflicted. Lin, it's best to fold. This round is exceedingly challenging. If they reveal a pair, we're in danger. Jiang Zhongfa could no longer contain himself and urged him. Indeed, Lin, while we may currently have the highest hand, the risk is substantial. I suspect at least one of them holds a pair, Zhao Haoxing added, keen to prevent Lin Dong from making a hasty decision that could lead to disaster. Don't fret, it's my first time playing poker. There's no reason to surrender so easily in the inaugural round, right? Lin Dong seemed resolute, counting a stack of chips before declaring, 250,000. Let us see the last card. The long-haired man shook his head slightly. You think 250,000 is sufficient to see the last card? You're rather naive. His tone was heavy. Yet it was unmistakable that he exuded an air of dominance as he added, I'll match your 250,000 and raise all the chips on the table. All in. What audacity. A newcomer facing an all-in on their very first round? If Lin Dong were to lose this hand, what would be left for him? The expressions of his friends and family watching behind him shifted dramatically. This is disastrous. Playing so aggressively. I'll sit this one out. You two can take your time. They murmured. As Lin Dong had surmised, Deng Tiangang chose to fold, opting not to see the fifth card. His decision to fold at this moment was indeed cunning. Lin Dong appeared to grasp their intentions, and with clarity in his heart, he declared, very well, all in. With less than 600,000 chips remaining before him, he pushed every last one into the pot. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension and anticipation. No one could have predicted that the newcomer would encounter an all-in in their very first round. Deal the cards. As the final card was laid down, both players opted to slowly reveal their hands. Lin Dong's enhanced perception had already discerned that the long-haired man's fifth card was a 5 of spades. However, in a bewildering twist, as the long-haired man gently shuffled the card, it astonishingly transformed into a 7 of clubs. Incredible, he switched cards. This fellow is indeed a cheater. Lin Dong thought, realizing why Deng Tiangong had chosen to fold earlier. It was evidently premeditated. As long as Deng Tiangong's hidden card, the 7 of clubs, remained undisclosed, the long-haired man had the opportunity to swap his card in plain sight, securing a guaranteed 3 of sevens. The long-haired man's sleight of hand was so swift that only Lin Dong, with his augmented vision, could perceive his actions. Moreover, Lin Dong had an ace up his sleeve, for he too had performed a card swap during the shuffling process. His original hole card was a 4 of spades, but it seamlessly transformed into an ace of clubs, while the last card he drew, the king of hearts, also instantaneously became an ace of hearts. Thus, Lin Dong had utilized 2 of the 3 aces he had concealed in his space. His ability to manipulate cards through his system far surpassed any gambling techniques or strategies known to man, and there would be no evidence to incriminate him. Even if someone were to scour his entire being, they would never uncover the playing cards hidden within his spatial realm. Lin Dong and the long-haired man simultaneously revealed their 5th card. The surrounding eyes narrowed, gasps of astonishment arose, for both possessed a pair. Lin Dong's hand showcased a diamond ace and a heart ace, clearly superior to his opponent's pair of 7s. If that fellow had 3 of a kind with 7s, it would have been game over. The onlooker, De Tian, felt his heart race and anxiously remarked, "Goodness, how could it possibly be 3 of a kind with 7s? Exactly. De Tian, what nonsense are you babbling?" The 2 leaders of the Xingyi Union scolded De Tian, repeatedly bolstering their own courage. Lin Dong's luck was uncanny. How could he have drawn an ace as the final card? Impressive, impressive. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. To draw an ace at the last moment? If you had more chips, would you dare to bet even bigger? A faint smile appeared on the long-haired man's cold visage. Of course. I too find it regrettable that I lack the chips. Would you accept a check? Lin Dong retorted, grinning mischievously. Yet, the greatest thrill of poker lies in the uncertainty until the final card is revealed. One cannot ascertain who triumphs or falters. The smile on the long-haired man's lips deepened. Kid, good fortune alone is not omnipotent. You must understand, some individuals possess even greater luck. Apologies, but I have 3 aces. The long-haired man slowly turned over his whole card, revealing a spade 7. Damn it, it truly is 3 of a kind with 7s? De Tian exclaimed in disbelief. What are you mumbling about, De Tian? Jiang Zhongfa's face turned ashen, yet he refrained from lashing out, opting instead to vent his frustration on poor De Tian, who was kicked repeatedly to the ground, howling in agony. Kid, reveal your cards. I refuse to believe you also have 3 of a kind. Observing the helpless fury of his old rival Jiang Zhongfa, Deng Tiangong felt exuberant. He had indeed made the right call in inviting this gambling prodigy. The renowned Asian speedster, Lu Futian, executed his card swapping with lightning speed, leaving no room for error. Say, isn't 3 aces greater than 3 7s? Lin Dong feigned ignorance, turning to Jiang Zhongfa, who was brutally kicking De Tian. Jiang Zhongfa paused, his right foot suspended in midair, incredulously responding, of course, 3 aces surpass 3 7s by a considerable margin. Brother Lin, you don't actually have 3 aces, do you? Lin Dong turned back, smiling innocently at his opponents, revealing a charming set of pearly whites. My apologies. I mistakenly thought 7s were greater than aces. You startled me. He then slowly flipped over his whole card. A club ace. Damn it, it truly is 3 aces. The crowd gasped, realizing Lin Dong had been playing the role of the naive fool all along. With so many witnesses, they had all overlooked his cunning. The long-haired man, Lu Futian, and Deng Tiangong exchanged glances, each reflecting profound disbelief and dissatisfaction. To spend their days hunting waterfowl only to be pecked in return, it was infuriating to lose so miserably. Chapter 83. Not much, just 100 million. The tide of this round shifted dramatically as Lin Dong emerged victorious, netting over 11 million. His chips on the table had more than doubled. Most crucially, the covert alliance between Deng Tiangong and Lu Futian had finally been thwarted. The ensuing rounds promised to be captivating. Young man, your name is Lin Dong, correct? You don't appear to be from Hong Kong. Deng Tiangong began to regard Lin Dong with newfound respect, probing cautiously. What? Is being from Hong Kong a prerequisite for participating? Lin Dong toyed with a 100,000 chip, a smirk gracing his lips. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Dealer, kindly deal the cards. Deng Tiangong, stung by the sharp retort, felt his face darken but refrained from reacting overtly, only managing a cold sneer. As the saying goes, wealth does not enter through hasty doors. Gambling thrives on patience, young man. Be wary of losing your shirt. No need for your concern. My approach to gambling differs from others. I prefer to settle matters in one decisive game, Lin Dong replied, dismissing further banter. He gestured to the dealer to commence. The tall, serious dealer, a man of composed demeanor, nodded in understanding and announced the commencement of a new round. In this round, Lin Dong drew first. His visible card was the spade jack, while his hidden card was the spade queen, a promising hand. Glancing casually at his opponent's cards, he was taken aback. Could it be? Both had pairs. Deng Tiangong's visible card was a heart 10, with a diamond 10 hidden, already forming a pair. Meanwhile, the long-haired beast, Lu Futian, was even luckier. With a visible club king and a hidden heart king. Both players had pairs from the outset. How could the game proceed? Unless an ace appears, kings reign supreme. For the second card, let's keep the stakes gentle to avoid scaring off the young man. 1 million. Lu Futian, his face impassive, casually pushed out 1 million in chips. Given the first card, I see no reason not to call. I'll match 1 million. Deng Tiangong did not hesitate, also pushing out 1 million chips readily. The pressure now rested squarely on Lin Dong's shoulders. Since he had already discerned his opponent's whole cards, he could choose to fold decisively, limiting his loss to 100,000. By conventional wisdom, with both opponents having pairs, if he followed with 1 million, unless he drew a superior hand, the odds of winning paled in comparison to the risks of losing. Lin Dong genuinely hesitated. However, easily conceding was not in his nature. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards the dealer. Before the dealer sat a card shuffler, and within it, the deck was entirely visible to Lin Dong's keen eye. To his delight, he discovered that the cards inside the shuffler were arranged in sequence, all escaping his perceptive vision. Based on the size of the first visible card, Lu Futian's club king was the highest, so he would draw first, receiving a diamond queen. Next, it would be Deng Tiangong's turn, who would draw a spade ace. Lin Dong would receive a spade 10. For the fourth card, Deng Tiangong would go first. Given the state of play, none of the three would easily concede. By the fourth round, Lin Dong would fortuitously draw a spade king. His heart secretly rejoiced, for regardless of the fifth card's outcome, he was already set for victory. Let us not forget that within his system's space lay a spade ace. The most formidable flush in this showdown would soon materialize. How many jaws would drop in astonishment then? Kid, are you afraid to call? Concerned that we have pairs? I must admit, I indeed have a pair of tens. Deng Tiangong, noting Lin Dong's fluctuating expression, deduced his indecision and deliberately initiated a psychological battle. In high-stakes poker, psychological tactics often yield the most significant results. Moreover, Lin Dong was, after all, a novice in the world of all-in. Only 1 million. It's not as if I can't afford to lose. I call. Lin Dong feigned bravado as he pushed forward 1 million in chips. The dealer continued to deal. Indeed, Lu Futian's third card turned out to be a diamond queen, while Deng Tiangong fortuitously drew a spade ace. A 10 alongside an ace constituted a formidable hand. Without any surprise, Lin Dong obtained the coveted spade 10. Apologies, but your 10 has found its way to me, he said, squinting his eyes and waving the spade 10 towards Deng Tiangong, a smile of delight gracing his lips. It's merely a 10. What is there to be so proud of? Youngster, even if I possess just one ace, it is sufficient to secure victory over you. Deng Tiangong remained unfazed, replying with a smile. Since you look down upon my ace, I shall raise the stakes this round, 5 million. As Deng Tiangong pushed 5 million in chips forward, a wave of astonishment rippled around the poker table. And this is only the third card? Has this fellow lost his senses? So aggressive? Is he trying to intimidate me? I have reason to suspect he is cheating. Lin Dong cast a sidelong glance at Deng Tiangong and cautiously flipped his whole cards again. 5 million, I call. What on earth is happening? Are we witnessing a clash of titans? 5 million as well. It would be a pity to miss out on such an exhilarating game. I too shall match 5 million. Deal the cards. Lu Fujian chuckled a few times, choosing to continue playing. The three members of Xingyi Union behind Lin Dong were utterly bewildered. They were filled with anxiety, unsure of what trick Lin Dong had up his sleeve. As the fourth card was revealed, Deng Tiangong surprisingly drew a club 10, finally forming a pair. As expected, Lin Dong's fourth card was the spade king. A flush? No wonder you dared to call. Deng Tiangong's expression tightened, as if he had guessed Lin Dong's intentions. In a showdown, the odds of achieving a straight flush are exceedingly low, yet one cannot dismiss the possibility that Lin Dong is aiming for a flush. Should he succeed in forming a flush, it would undoubtedly surpass a mere pair or even three of a kind. Courageous, my young friend. It remains to be seen if fortune favors you. Lu Fujian let out a cold snort and flipped over the fourth card, revealing a diamond king. Goodness, another pair? Both players have formed pairs, yet neither knows the other's whole cards. Who can guarantee that they do not possess three of a kind or two pairs? The dealer gestured for Lin Dong to speak. Just as Lin Dong was about to respond, Lu Fujian interjected, with such thrilling cards. The fifth card must be worth at least 10 million, or it would be a disservice to oneself. Lu Fujian displayed a rare smile. The climax of this hand was approaching, and everyone instinctively suppressed their heavy breathing. Indeed, with such thrilling cards, it's only reasonable to wager several tens of millions, right? Haha. Deng Tiangang, holding three of a kind with tens, had even less reason to back down at this moment. Moreover, having just communicated with Lu Fujian through a gesture, he knew his ally had 3 kings. This double insurance meant they were bound to win in the end. I have 10 million here. But if you wish to play for higher stakes, what shall I do if my chips fall short? Lindong said, looking troubled as he glanced at the dealer and then at his 2 opponents. According to casino rules, one may substitute chips with cash or a bank draft. The dealer calmly explained, though he found the young man's audacious maneuver somewhat perplexing. He knew both players on the table had formed pairs. Even if your whole cards were a flush or a straight, perhaps even a straight flush, there remained one final card. Were you so certain that you could draw the card you desired? This purely luck-based approach did not resemble the tactics of a seasoned gambler. Nevertheless, Lindong appeared to be a novice at the game of showdown. Youngster, if you lack chips, cash, or a bank draft will suffice. Deng Tiangang scoffed. Exchanging glances with Lu Fujian and finding no hint of worry in the other's eyes, he felt reassured. Lindong, I have a bank draft here. How much do you require? Zhao Haoxing, seeing Lindong exude confidence, took the initiative to join the conversation. Not much, just 100 million. Chapter 84, The Supreme Showdown. The largest straight flush. What? 100 million? You actually want to wager 100 million to see the last card? Surrounding the showdown, not only was Zhao Haoxing taken aback, but Zhang Zhongfa even had to ask the Tian to help him find some oil for his heart. This is too thrilling, my heart can't handle it. Youngster, are you certain about betting 100 million? Deng Tiangang's expression darkened, utterly baffled by Lin Dong's audacious wager of 100 million. No one knew what the final card would be. Yet, based on the visible cards on the table, it was clear that Lin Dong was aiming for a straight, a flush, or even a straight flush. This reliance on the final card was an exceedingly risky gamble. After all, the other 2 players had already formed pairs. Therefore, Lin Dong was essentially fighting against the odds. Wagering everything on his luck. Success would catapult him to greatness. Failure would mean losing it all. Lin, are you absolutely certain about wagering 100 million? Zhao Haoxing, pulling a handkerchief from his coat pocket, nervously wiped the cold sweat from his brow. 100 million. Who wouldn't feel anxious? What? Do you not trust me? Lin Dong replied calmly. No, it's just that this seems excessively risky. In gambling, where is the absence of risk? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Very well, I believe you. Zhao Haoxing appeared to be influenced by Lin Dong's calm demeanor, gritting his teeth and pulling out a checkbook, swiftly filling it with a string of zeros. Zhao Laogui is indeed generous. Even 100 million seems to be no burden. Deng Tiangang remarked mockingly as he saw Lin Dong actually obtain the 100 million check. Just don't cry when you lose it all. Lin Dong handed the 100 million bank draft to the dealer, who summoned the casino's official staff to verify its validity. The 100 million bank draft was confirmed to be valid and eligible for wagering. Lin Dong placed the 100 million check in the center of the table, and of course, the black gold system converted it into 100 million wealth points. May I ask if either of you wishes to call? The dealer inquired, though seasoned. He could not suppress the quickening of his pulse at this moment. Lu Fujian had amassed the most chips on the table, having previously won approximately 70 million from Zhang Zhongfa, along with over 10 million contributed by that Eastern beauty, and with his initial capital of 20 million. His total chips exceeded 100 million. After deducting the losses from the previous round and a few million just bet, he had just enough chips to match the 100 million. Holding 3 kings, all he needed to do was to execute his card-swapping technique once more, and if the 5th card turned out to be a queen, it would be a guaranteed win. As long as Lin Dong did not possess a straight flush, victory was assured. Lu Fujian secretly signaled to Deng Tiangang, indicating that he was prepared to swap cards. Deng Tiangang understood, covering the cards on the table and conceding, 100 million is too large. I do not have enough chips on the table. You two continue playing, I fold. The dealer nodded and announced clearly, one player has folded. Are there any calls? I will call the 100 million. I still have 100 million and 30,000 here. Lu Fujian picked up the 30,000 chips and pushed all his remaining 100 million forward. The deep green poker table was now adorned with a colorful array of chips. Alongside a 100 million check, the entire room erupted in a roar. The pinnacle confrontation between 2 opponents had commenced, one, a well-known Asian speedster, and the other, an obscure novice in the gambling world. The final playing card was about to be dealt. Lin Dong gradually picked up the card, one he was already well acquainted with, a 6 of clubs. Under normal circumstances, this hand would signify his defeat, as he held a straight from 10 to king in spades, and drawing the 6 of clubs would leave him with a mere high card. However, unbeknownst to everyone, Nestled within his system was an ace of spades. A fleeting glance towards Lu Futian, seated diagonally across from him, revealed that his fifth card was a three of diamonds, which he promptly exchanged for a queen of hearts. In an instant, his previous three of a kind and kings transformed into a mere pair of kings. Impressive. His technique was remarkably swift. Consequently, unless Lin Dong drew a royal flush, Lu Futian stood invincible. In this world, good fortune does not linger indefinitely. Thus, you have acted impulsively. Lu Futian raised his hand to smooth back his long hair and articulated each word with precision. He turned over his fifth card. To everyone's astonishment, it was the Queen of Hearts, creating a pair of queens to accompany his pair of kings. Two pairs? Perhaps even more. Could it be a full house? It was highly plausible. One could only wonder if it was a full house with queens or kings. As the crowd erupted in gasps of amazement, Zhao Haoxing and Jiang Zhongfa exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared sense of dismay and despair. Young man, gambling based solely on luck is a perilous endeavor, likely to lead to utter ruin. Nay, it should be termed an inevitable demise. Lu Futian relished the thrill of revealing his cards, for with each unveiling, he became the center of attention. My whole card is a king of hearts, a full house with kings. As Lu Futian elegantly unveiled his whole card, the spectators were propelled into a frenzy of excitement. Incredible. He managed to acquire a full house with kings. What extraordinary luck. It was no wonder this long-haired fellow had been winning all night. Indeed, fortune must favor him. Amidst the crowd's admiration and astonishment, all eyes instinctively turned towards Lindong. Each gaze was laden with scorn, pity, and sympathy. In their minds, Lindong was cornered, left with no chance of recovery unless he drew an exceptionally rare royal flush. But could a royal flush truly be within reach? Come on, reveal your cards. Impulsiveness incurs a heavy toll. Huh? Deng Tiangang cackled with glee, seizing the moment to mock his opponent. Zhao Laoguei, I warned you against wagering $1 billion. Look, it's all gone to waste, hasn't he? Jiang Zhongfa, you might want to stock up on some soothing oil. You may need it later, haha. Lin Dong sat at the card table, his expression inscrutable. To the onlookers, he appeared as if he had been struck mute by the unfolding events. The dealer observed him, shaking his head inwardly, lamenting, oh, the poor lad. Sir, please reveal your cards. With a soft sigh, Lin Dong slowly flipped over the fifth card he had exchanged, an ace of spades. Thus, his visible cards on the table were ace of spades, king of spades, jack of spades, and 10 of spades. With a flush. If Lu Futian had not drawn a full house, Lin Dong had a significant chance of winning, provided his whole card was any spade. Yet now, Lin Dong found himself at a dead end. Only a royal flush could secure his victory. This meant his whole card could only be the queen of spades. But what were the odds of such a miraculous outcome? Let us not forget that there were only 4 queens in the entire deck, with Lu Futian having already claimed 2, the queen of diamonds and the queen of hearts. Was the remaining queen of spades so easily attainable? If Lindong's whole card were indeed the queen of spades, he would possess the supreme hand in a showdown, the ultimate royal flush. Such luck would be nothing short of extraordinary. Come on, reveal your whole card. I refuse to believe you could possibly be so fortunate as to have the queen of spades, Lu Futian urged, his gaze fixed intently on the whole card before Lindong, his heart racing uncontrollably. Why did this young man appear so composed? Could it truly be the queen of spades? No, such phenomena could not exist in this world. Lindong surveyed the expectant faces surrounding him, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he slowly revealed his whole card. I beg your pardon, but my whole card is the queen of spades, the supreme royal flush.